10 Gods chapter 21:36 to chapter 22:14. The pristine jade bottle looked very small, but the space inside was very vast. The life essence contained in it was so dense that Lin Tian was shocked. It was the first time he had seen such dense life essence since he started cultivating. Kill all the cultivators from the celestial court who came here, then leave this world and find a hidden place to refine it. He muttered to himself. Although he was shocked by how dense the life essence in the pristine jade bottle was, he was not surprised. After all, the celestial court had slaughtered countless creatures since they entered this world. After these creatures died, their life essence was absorbed into the pristine jade bottle. It was very normal for it to have such a capacity. Immediately, he put away the pristine jade bottle, and then his spiritual soul walked out of the ancient corpse. This ancient corpse was very terrifying. The pressure inside was too great. His spiritual soul had been under great pressure since he entered it, and could not hold on for long. At this time, taking advantage of the fact that the cultivators from the celestial court still had about 2 hours before they arrived, he temporarily let his spiritual soul rest. His spiritual soul stood beside the ancient corpse and stared at it seriously. At this time, he remembered that the ancient corpse suddenly moved on its own. It must be an illusion. Don't make a mistake and suddenly turn into a corpse. He did not know how strong this ancient corpse was when it was alive. If it suddenly turned into a corpse, he would be in trouble. In the blink of an eye, he would be swallowed up, and not even a bone would be left. Thinking of this, his spiritual soul stood aside and activated the Heavenly One Soul mantra alone. This ancient scripture contained endless formations, and at the same time, it was also a saint art for tempering the soul. It was very effective for strengthening the spiritual soul. As he activated the Heavenly One Soul mantra, his spiritual soul shone, and his spiritual power surged, becoming stronger and stronger. Soon, more than 2 hours passed. A light flashed in his eyes as he looked outside the palace. "They're here," he sneered. At this time, he felt the pressure of the heavenly transcendence realm approaching. There were exactly 20 of them, no more and no less. He could guess that these were the 20 heavenly masters who had entered this world to fight in various areas. These people's cultivation was very strong, and they were obviously many times faster than the other heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Immediately, his spiritual soul moved and directly entered the ancient corpse. "My lord, where are you? What happened here?" The 20 heaven lords rushed into the palace one after another, their voices filled with panic. When they returned to this place, they saw that the palace had been damaged from the outside. Moreover, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals who had been guarding outside were nowhere to be seen. Large amounts of blood had fallen to the ground, causing their hearts to beat wildly. As they spoke, they headed towards the stone room in the depths of the palace. Clearly, they knew that the jade bottle that could absorb life essence and the forbidden artifact that could destroy this world were in there. In the blink of an eye, the 20 heaven masters arrived at the stone chamber. Then, the 20 people all saw Lin Tian inside, and all of them were moved, their expressions changing greatly. "Who is it?" These people had heard about Lin Tian from the 12-winged emissary and knew what Lin Tian looked like. However, at this moment, Lin Tian's spirit had entered the ancient corpse. All they could see was the ancient corpse. Naturally, they did not know who was standing in front of them. Moreover, these people saw that the pristine jade bottle had disappeared, and they couldn't find the 12-winged saint emissary either. Their faces turned even colder. "Where is that lord? Where is the pristine jade bottle? Did you take it?" The 20 heaven masters stared at the ancient corpse controlled by Lin Tian, their eyes filled with killing intent. Their immortal ascension realm aura sealed off the surroundings. Then, one of them directly raised his hand and pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian sneered and did not say anything unnecessary. He controlled the ancient corpse to take a step forward and threw a punch forward. The violent punch pierced through the palace, and wave after wave of terrifying fist power swept out. With a bang, the heaven master who attacked was sent flying. While he was still in the air, he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. "You!" The heaven master who attacked stabilized himself in the distance, a look of shock on his face. He didn't hold back when he attacked just now, but now, he was sent flying with a single punch. Moreover, he was seriously injured. The power of that punch made his heart tremble. At the same time, the other 19 Heaven Masters were also shocked by the scene before them. There's not a trace of life. This isn't a living person. Someone is controlling this corpse. Just who are you? These Heaven Masters were all extraordinary people, so their eyesight was naturally extraordinary. At this moment, they saw many things. Who am I? Lin Tian smiled and said, didn't that winged one give you guys an order to seal off this world and then have you guys search the entire world for me? Tell me, who am I? At this time, he didn't mind revealing his identity. It wasn't a big deal, and it wouldn't affect him in any way. Hearing his words, the 20 Heaven Masters were all shocked. It's you, the reincarnation body. How dare you? Barging into this place. Where is that Lord? Where is he? The 20 Heaven Masters shouted. Naturally, I killed him. Lin Tian casually said. He wanted to see how these Heaven Masters would react when they learned that the 12-winged holy emissary had been killed. What? You dare to kill that person? Are you crazy? Damn it. You. How dare you? The 20 Heaven Masters were shocked to the extreme. At the same time, their eyes were filled with horror. They knew very well how terrifying the tribe behind the 12-winged holy emissary was. The 12-winged holy emissary was their emissary to destroy this world, and they were his subordinates. But now, the 12-winged holy emissary had been killed. If that tribe found out about this, none of them would be able to escape responsibility. They would all be punished. Even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. Bastard! At this moment, the 20 Heaven Masters didn't even think about where the other 10 Heaven Masters had gone, nor did they care about the pristine jade bottle. They were all extremely shocked and furious. All of them stared at Lin Tian and attacked together, crazily attacking Lin Tian. Lin Tianling smiled. You all are really afraid of that tribe. Your expressions are worth admiring. As he finished speaking, he controlled the ancient corpse and swung his fist without holding back. Dong, he had used a significant amount of strength in this punch. The pure physical strength had shattered all the techniques of the 20 Heaven Lords, and even the palace itself had collapsed along with it. The stone room where the forbidden frost all was placed also collapsed. However, he wasn't worried that the forbidden artifact would explode. From the 12-winged holy emissary's sea of consciousness, he knew that it required at least 10 Heaven Ascension stage experts to cast the forbidden artifact. It would take at least 100 breaths to activate it. Other methods wouldn't be able to cause it to react at all. The palace collapsed. At the same time, blood splattered in the air. It was all the blood of the sky-level powerhouses. The 20 sky-level powerhouses of the Celestial Court were all sent flying. They were all in a sorry state. These people stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. With just a single punch, all the divine spells they had cast were destroyed, and all of them suffered heavy injuries. Lin Tian controlled the ancient corpse and walked out from the middle of the ruined palace. He looked at the 20 Celestial Court powerhouses with a calm expression. Now, with the ancient corpse as a weapon, the sky-level powerhouses who were originally difficult for him to deal with at this stage were as weak as ants. Boom! Looking at the 20 Celestial Court powerhouses, he waved his fist again and enveloped all 20 of them. Moreover, he vibrated his spiritual soul and used some of the saint power in the ancient corpse. Immediately, the sky trembled. The 20 sky-level powerhouses resisted with all their might, but they could not resist Lin Tian, who was controlling the ancient corpse. They were sent flying again and again. Summon the Emperor weapons. Someone shouted. The 20 sky-level powerhouses took out their Emperor weapons one after another. Each Emperor weapon was extraordinary. However, it was still useless. Lin Tian controlled the ancient corpse and slapped out. Suddenly, the sky and earth were turned upside down, and everything was shattered. The Emperor weapons of the 20 powerhouses were taken out one after another, and he put them all away. Thanks. Looking at the 20 powerhouses, he sneered. In the blink of an eye, he had obtained another 20 Emperor weapons. Their value was shocking. Then, he controlled the ancient corpse and attacked again. This time, it was even more ruthless. Puff, blood splattered. One of the sky-level powerhouses was hit by a destructive blow, and his body and soul were destroyed. Lin Tian sneered and controlled the ancient corpse to attack the other 19 heaven masters. Boom, he only threw out a simple punch, but the pure strength of his body was like the weight of the sky. The destructive aura was shocking. On this day, in this place, it was a complete disaster for the heaven masters of the celestial court. The ancient corpse controlled by Lin Tian was too strong. These beings, who were usually high and mighty, could not resist at all in the face of the ancient corpse. No. Ah! Screams echoed, and blood splattered. Lin Tian attacked mercilessly, controlling the ancient corpse and killing the sky-level heaven masters one after another. In just a quarter of an hour, the 20 heaven masters of the celestial court who rushed to this place were all killed by him. It was also at this time that the space in the distance trembled, and the other experts of the heavenly court who had entered this extreme world rushed back here. This place? Who are you? At this time, the cultivators of the celestial court who rushed to this place were extremely large. The strongest among them was at the void sky rank. Seeing the temporary camp of the celestial court turned into ruins, with blood everywhere, and only the ancient corpse controlled by Lin Tian standing there, they all asked coldly. Lin Tian did not waste time talking nonsense with these people. He used his divine soul to operate the weapon control technique, and activated the dozens of sky-level artifacts he had seized before. He directly started a merciless slaughter of the cultivators of the celestial court who had returned to this place. Cries of agony reverberated in the air. Lin Tian had summoned a piercing heaven-grade artifact, and he had even infused a strand of the ancient corpse's saint energy into it. How could these void sky-grade cultivators possibly withstand such an attack? Immediately, blood mist exploded one after another. No one could withstand the next blow, and they all died instantly. You dare to go against the celestial court? You will not have a good ending. These cultivators of the celestial court were shocked, angry, and frightened, but there was nothing they could do. Under the attack of the dozens of sky-level artifacts controlled by Lin Tian, they exploded one after another. In the distance, whooshing sounds could be heard again. The other celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court who had entered the celestial world had rushed back one after another. Seeing the scene in front of them and Lin Tian's massacre, they were all shocked. Lin Tianji sneered. He controlled the emperor weapons to attack mercilessly. Anyone who returned to this place was immediately locked on by his divine sense. The dozens of emperor weapons slashed out dense killing lights, killing the celestial court cultivators one after another. Screams echoed in this place, one after another. On this day, he waited here with the ancient corpse, killing more and more celestial court cultivators. The ground here was dyed red with blood, and it was a ghastly sight. In the process, of course, not all the celestial court cultivators who returned here were killed by him. This was because some of the celestial soldiers and celestial generals saw the situation here from afar and fled in fear. He could not stop all of them. Thus, after an unknown period of time, there were gradually no more celestial court cultivators returning here. He stopped driving the ancient corpse. It's about time. He did not know how many celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court he had killed while waiting here. It was certain that he had killed all the celestial court cultivators who had entered this extreme world above the Saint Venerable level. The rest were Saint Kings and cultivators below the Saint King level. These cultivators of the celestial court who were still alive all knew about the changes in this place. Some of them had rushed back here to witness the changes with their own eyes and successfully escaped. Others had learned from the cultivators of the celestial court that they had successfully escaped, that there would be no more celestial soldiers and celestial generals rushing back here. Naturally, he would not go to this world to kill these people. There was no need for that. He stood where he was and glanced at the center of the collapsed palace. There, the forbidden weapon that could destroy this extreme world still existed. It's time to leave, he muttered to himself. He did not have the ability to deal with the forbidden weapon now, so he could only leave it be. At this time, he was ready to leave this world and find a secluded place to refine the life essence in the jade bottle. He would improve his cultivation and then find the little Taichu and the white tiger. The reason why he did not refine the life essence in the jade bottle in this extreme world was because the changes in this place would soon spread to the ears of other cultivators of the celestial court. After that, there might be ancient ancestor-level cultivators of the celestial court who would rush to this world. If he continued to stay in this world, it would not be safe. At this moment, he drove the ancient corpse and directly blasted open the world barrier of this extreme world with a punch. He then stepped out. After leaving this extreme world, he appeared in the starry sky of this universe. He concealed his aura and walked through the starry sky. Soon after, he found an abandoned barren planet and directly stepped into it. He entered a barren mountain on this abandoned planet. Now, the celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court were wanton in various areas of this universe. They killed thousands of creatures and then destroyed many extreme worlds. Under such circumstances, some abandoned barren planets were the safest. This was because there was no need for him to come to these extreme worlds for the time being. Generally, he would first go to the extreme worlds that were densely populated. He entered this barren mountain and his spirit returned to his body. He began to dig a mountain cave and set up layers of ceiling formations. Then, he took out the jade bottle. Begin. The essence of life within the jade bottle was extremely dense, as if it was a great world formed from the essence of life. It was very intimidating. Lin Tian channeled the Sun Heart Sutra and placed the jade bottle in front of him. He drew out the life essence qi from the bottle, causing his body to be completely surrounded by the life essence qi. Using this ancient sutra to refine the thick life essence qi, his essence, qi, and soul quickly increased. Outside his body, the divine radiance gradually became brighter and brighter, and his cultivation rose strand by strand. At the same time, being surrounded by the dense essence of life and drowning his body, he felt that his divine senses had undergone some kind of qualitative change. They became extremely sharp, and he could clearly sense everything around him. He could even hear the sounds of ants crawling thousands of kilometers away. On the other hand, at this moment, he felt that he could instantly understand some of the techniques and spells that he usually found difficult to comprehend. It was as if a supreme expert was enlightening him. This caused him to be moved. When the thick life essence submerged his body, there was actually still such an effect. Afterwards, he immediately stopped cultivating with the essence of life. Light intertwined in his eyes. Let's create a technique first. Back when he had stepped into the realm of Saint Ruler, he had begun to create an ancient sutra that suited him. However, the process was too difficult, and he had never created an ancient sutra. He had only comprehended the Tai Chi divine domain. At this moment, being surrounded by the dense essence of life, his perception and comprehension had skyrocketed, becoming several hundred times stronger than usual. At this moment, he decided to use the dense essence of life to create a technique first. As for increasing his cultivation, he felt that there was no need to rush it for now. Right now, to him, creating a core ancient sutra that belonged to him was more important than increasing his cultivation. Immediately, within the dense essence of life, he began to meditate and comprehend all the ancient sutras and secret techniques that he had cultivated. He integrated all the ancient sutras and divine techniques, gaining a deeper understanding. Then, he began to experiment with the new circulation of Saint Force. Buzz. In the midst of this rich life essence, his perception had improved tremendously. Inspiration was flowing in endlessly. Previously, it was difficult for him to think of a way to circulate the saint energy, but at this moment, one after another, he began to experiment. He tried to circulate the saint energy in his body in various ways that he could think of. He memorized the feeling brought by the saint energy every time he used it in his heart. Then, he began to reshape and refine the various ways to circulate the saint energy. Time flew by like the sand between one's fingers. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, he coughed up blood. In the process of creating the technique, just like before, he suffered a bit of backlash. However, the light in his eyes was much brighter than before. Although he was coughing up blood at this time, a new set of saint energy circulation methods that belonged to him was faintly appearing in his mind. Although it was still a little vague, it made his inspiration stronger. He felt that he would succeed soon. Continue. Immediately, he drew out more life essence to surround himself as he continued to experiment with the operation of the saint power. During this process, it seemed to have temporarily increased his perception. The life essence in the pristine jade bottle was also being consumed rapidly. Just like that, time continued to pass. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days, 1 month, a month had passed, and the life essence was being consumed rapidly. At this time, more than half of the rich life essence in the pristine jade bottle had been consumed. It was also at this time that a special saint light suddenly appeared outside of Lin Tian's body. It was intertwined with 9 different colors. It was crystal clear, vast, and distant. As the 9-colored saint light appeared, the thin spiritual chi of heaven and earth around him quickly surged toward him. Then, as the 9-colored saint light outside of his body gradually became thicker, the grand sealing formation that he had set up in this place was completely ineffective. It could not isolate his aura, causing the entire ancient star to tremble slightly. All the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the entire star seemed to have a mind of its own as it rushed toward this place and drowned him in an instant. Even the starry sky outside of this ancient star was trembling. The starry sky origin energy turned into silver starlight and directly broke through the star barrier outside the ancient star, entering the ancient star. In the blink of an eye, it reached the place where he was cultivating in seclusion and drowned him together with the spiritual chi of the ancient star. After a few breaths, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and the other stars around this ancient star in the starry sky also rushed toward this place. This is? In the starry sky, a group of celestial soldiers and celestial generals from the celestial court had just slaughtered a few stars. When they passed by this star, they were immediately shocked when they saw this scene. The starry sky origin energy and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and the nearby stars were swept into a star in this area. This was very unusual. Let's go and take a look, the leader said. He was an expert at the peak of the Saint Venerable level. His gaze fell on the ancient star where Lin Tian was cultivating in seclusion. Immediately, the group of celestial soldiers and celestial generals stepped forward and directly entered the star. Following the direction of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and the starry sky origin energy, they quickly arrived at the place where Lin Tian was cultivating in seclusion. Then, they saw Lin Tian at a glance. 9-colored saint light? Seeing Lin Tian in seclusion, the group of celestial soldiers and celestial generals all changed their expressions at the same time. Even the Saint Venerable in the lead was no exception. They had cultivated for so long, but this was the first time they had seen someone who could emit 9-colored saint light. It made them instinctively feel a sense of horror. My lord, this person must not be left alive. A quasi-saint celestial soldier said, his voice involuntarily trembling. Yes. He is in seclusion now. Take advantage of this opportunity to kill him. Beside him, another quasi-saint also spoke. His voice did not tremble, but his face had unknowingly turned pale. At this time, there was clearly no terrifying pressure outside Lin Tian's body, making people feel no threat or pressure. However, looking at Lin Tian at such a close distance, these celestial soldiers and celestial generals felt their souls tremble for no reason. It was as if they were facing the source of destruction at this time. That Saint Venerable level expert also unknowingly turned pale at this time. In fact, his face was even paler than that of the ordinary quasi-saints beside him, as if he felt an even more intense sense of horror. Kill. Immediately, this person's lips trembled as he spat out these 2 words. He directly stepped forward and headed toward Lin Tianxia, who was in seclusion. At the same time, the other quasi-saints on the side attacked together. All of them unleashed powerful divine techniques to attack Lin Tian. Killing intent surged towards Lin Tian like an ocean. Over a dozen celestial soldiers, including the peak Saint Venerable, used their most powerful techniques at this moment. They appeared before Lin Tian in the blink of an eye and attacked Lin Tian together. Lin Tian sat with his legs crossed, immersed in creating his technique. However, he was still able to sense what was happening in the outside world. At this moment, he sensed that someone was attacking him, so he opened his eyes slightly. His eyes seemed extremely deep at this moment, as if he was an ancient fossil that had lived for countless years. The 9-colored radiance around him leaped slightly as he opened his eyes. In the next moment, the dozen or so heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals that were charging towards him stopped in their tracks. The divine killing techniques that they had unleashed were annihilated along with the 9-colored holy radiance that danced around his body. Then, the luster of life in the eyes of the dozen or so heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals quickly faded away. From beginning to end, the celestial soldiers, including the peak Saint Venerable, did not even manage to cry out. Lin Tian's eyes deepened even more. He did not care about this at all, closing his eyes again. The 9-colored radiance leaped around him, gradually becoming even more resplendent. At the same time, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in this ancient star, the starry sky origin energy in the starry sky, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in other stars around this ancient star immediately surged towards him at an even faster speed, causing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and the starry sky origin energy around him to become more and more intense. Just like that, another month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the essence of life in the jade bottle had been completely used up. The 9-colored radiance around Lin Tian had become even more resplendent, profound, and distant, as if it had taken over all possibilities. Afterwards, on this day as well, Lin Tian opened his eyes at noon. There was a 9-colored luster in his eyes. Around him, the spiritual chi of the world surged as the cosmic origin energy interweaved, surrounding him as if it was worshipping him. His eyes were even more profound than a month ago, but they gradually returned to normal as he stood up from where he was. As he stood up, the spiritual chi of the world and the cosmic origin energy revolved around him, forming vortexes of spiritual chi and cosmic origin energy. They seemed to be able to devour everything. The 9-colored radiance around him was like the source light of the world. I did it. A deep light flashed through his eyes. There was a hint of joy in it as he could not help but clench his fists. In these 2 months, with the help of the rich life essence in the pristine jade bottle, his comprehension ability had increased by several hundred times. After countless experiments, he finally created a new way of operating the saint energy. This new method of circulating his saint energy was a new ancient scripture. It was an ancient scripture that belonged to him and was completely compatible with his life origin. Now, as the saint energy circulated in his body according to this new ancient scripture, he could clearly feel the changes in his body. Compared to when he circulated the Sun Heart Sutra and other ancient scriptures, his divine sense had become sharper, and the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual chi of the world was at least 10 times faster. His life origin seemed to have been unsealed once again, becoming incomparably sparkling and translucent. His potential seemed to have been completely unleashed, and his battle strength was clearly much stronger than when he circulated the other ancient scriptures. Moreover, with the circulation of this ancient scripture and the reincarnation forging spirit technique, his battle strength had increased by 20 times compared to 10 times. Although it was only a difference of 2 times in terms of numbers, it was a qualitative change. Now, he had a feeling that with the help of this new ancient scripture, with his current second heavenly layer Holy Venerate Cultivation, he could even fight against experts who had just stepped into the Dominator realm. Moreover, he could even defeat them. In addition, with the circulation of this new ancient scripture that was compatible with his life origin had become even brighter, as if a protective layer had formed naturally. It gave him a very clear feeling. Even if he did not conceal his life origin, ordinary people would not be able to see through his physique. Only those whose cultivation was much higher than his could see that he had the reincarnation imperial physique at a glance. Very good. He raised his hand, and 9-colored saint light swirled around him, making him extremely satisfied. He could feel that the saint light contained a powerful force that could shatter everything in the world. It even seemed to be able to affect the surrounding space. It was extremely tyrannical. Around him, the spiritual chi of the world and the starry sky origin continued to revolve around him. Moreover, even more spiritual chi of the world and the starry sky origin were converging towards him. Since it's compatible with my life origin, I'll call it the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. He was actually not good at naming things, so he would just make it simple and direct. Since this ancient scripture was compatible with his reincarnation origin, just like the reincarnation forging spiritual art and the reincarnation calamity pass song, only he could unleash the ancient scripture's power to the limit. Then, he would call it the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. As soon as he finished speaking, the circulation of the Samsara Heart Sutra sped up. The surging spiritual chi of the world and the origin energy of the stars immediately surged into his body like a vast ocean, causing the nine-colored radiance around him to become even more resplendent. The essence, chi, and soul he radiated also became much stronger in an instant. Then, under his control, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the ancient star, the origin energy in the starry sky, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and other ancient stars around the ancient star stopped surging toward him and calmed down. He stood there with a faint light intertwined in his eyes. He paused, took a simple step, and instantly appeared in the starry sky. In the starry sky, the silver light intertwined, deep and beautiful. The Reincarnation Heart Sutra circulated in his body, replacing the Heart Sutra of the sun. He activated his divine consciousness. Under the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, the power of his divine consciousness was much stronger than before. In an instant, he sensed the situation in the nearby stars, as well as the situation in the many macro worlds above the starry sky. Then, he took a simple step and instantly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in a new world. This was a macro world, much vaster than the starry sky. It was comparable in size to the spell realm in the primordial universe. Kill. Leave no one alive. In this macro world, shouts of killing shook the heavens. Many celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court wantonly slaughtered any living being they saw. Screams reverberated in every corner of this macro world. In this macro world, living beings were killed one after another. It was difficult to stop the army of the celestial court. Lin Tian appeared in this macro world. There was a group of celestial soldiers and celestial generals slaughtering the living beings in this area. Seeing him appear, one of them immediately rushed over. It was a divine emperor expert with a divine emperor level precious weapon. However, this person had just arrived in front of Lin Tian when his figure stopped. After which, he directly turned into ashes. Due to his killing intent, it caused the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to automatically vibrate and affect the surrounding space. His body and soul were directly destroyed. Who is it? How dare you kill a member of the celestial court? You're courting death. When the celestial soldiers and generals of the celestial court slaughtered other creatures, they thought it was right and proper. However, when they were killed, they felt that the attacker was too bold. At this time, a dozen celestial soldiers and generals rushed toward Lin Tian. Because their cultivation was lower than Lin Tian's, after Lin Tian created the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, it was difficult for them to see through Lin Tian's physique. They all carried cold killing intent. Facing these people, Lin Tian's expression did not change at all. He moved his eyes to the center of this world. It was also at this time that a dozen celestial soldiers and generals approached him, their killing intent pressing down on him. However, like the previous divine emperor-level celestial soldier, these people rushed toward Lin Tian with killing intent, but they stopped in an instant. All the divine light they released was annihilated, and then they disintegrated on their own. In the blink of an eye, they were all destroyed. This is? What's going on? He didn't do anything just now. In this area, a group of celestial soldiers and generals saw this scene. Their eyes fell on Lin Tian, and all of them changed color. Even the practitioners of the black-yellow universe in this area, who were originally frightened by the celestial soldiers and generals of the celestial court, were shocked to see this scene at this time. Lin Tian did not react from beginning to end. He looked at the center of this world. Because his current position was not far from the center of this world, with his current tyrannical divine thoughts, he could naturally sense that there was a celestial court war palace in that place. There was only one Dominator level expert, and the others were dozens of Saint Venerable level and Saint King level auras. Dominator level. This is the strongest battle force that the celestial court has sent into this world. It's a good opportunity to test the new ancient scripture. This large world was only similar in size to the spell dimension in the primordial universe, and it was far from being able to compare to the world he resided in before. A sovereign rank expert was sufficient to easily destroy a large world like this. So, he determined that the sovereign rank expert was the strongest combat force that the heavenly court had sent to destroy this world, and there wouldn't be any other stronger experts. Moreover, he spread out his divine thoughts and did not feel a stronger aura in the celestial court war palace in this world. With that, he stepped forward and disappeared. At the same time, a large number of 9-colored sword lights appeared and attacked indiscriminately. All the celestial soldiers and generals in this area were all killed in the blink of an eye. We're saved. In this area, the practitioners of the black-yellow universe who had been slaughtered by the celestial soldiers and generals did not see Lin Tian take action, but they all knew that Lin Tian had killed those celestial soldiers and generals. First, they heaved a long sigh of relief, and then they were all shocked. In the face of such a group of celestial soldiers and generals, it was difficult for them to resist and could only be killed. But now, Lin Tian had appeared. They did not see Lin Tian make any attack movements, but those powerful celestial soldiers and generals were all killed in the blink of an eye. Thank you, Senior. Some people bowed to the place where Lin Tian had been standing in the distance with deep respect and gratitude. They thought that Lin Tianyi must be a super antique living fossil who had cultivated for countless years. Otherwise, how could he be so strong, in the center of this macro world, surrounded by mountains? Stood a war palace. It was a temporary war palace that the celestial court had set up after entering this macro world. Near the battle palace, dozens of Saint King-level heavenly generals were guarding the surroundings. However, their expressions were very casual. This was because, in their understanding, even an ordinary quasi-saint would be able to sweep through this kind of ordinary world. No one could stop them. In such a great world, they had set up a battle palace here. There were dozens of Saint Kings, dozens of Saint Venerables, and a sovereign realm elite. Who in this world could shake this place? Who would dare to behave atrociously here? The celestial masters are really making a fuss over nothing. They actually sent so many of us here to destroy such an ordinary world. Exactly. That's true, but it's not a big deal. On the contrary, it's just right. We can relax a little. These Saint Kings were chatting casually. At this moment, more than 100 feet away from the war palace, Lin Tian's figure appeared silently. After leaving the previous area, he came to this place. He took a simple step and walked toward the celestial court's war palace. He did not conceal his aura, so naturally, he was immediately discovered by the group of Saint Kings outside the war palace. Someone dares to come here? Just kill him. These saints spoke. They did not care about Lin Tianyi at all. One of them casually threw a beam of killing light at him. The killing light was swift and fierce. It pierced through the void and came close to Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Then, with a whoosh, the killing light was directly shattered. Lin Tian's footsteps did not change. He just looked at the war palace and continued to walk toward it. The Reincarnation Heart Sutra had just been formed and was not yet perfect. It needed to be polished. Under such circumstances, he needed a high-level battle. This war palace had the aura of a sovereign realm expert. This level of cultivator was the most suitable for him to polish the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. He had come for that sovereign. He blocked it? He's quite capable. The Saint King who had thrown out the killing light saw that Lin Tian had shattered his killing light so easily. His eyes immediately narrowed, and then his expression turned cold. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Lin Tian in a flash. He directly slapped down. However, in the next moment, under the shocked gazes of the other Saint Kings, this Saint King suddenly collapsed on his own. Not even a trace of blood was left behind. He directly turned into dust that filled the sky. Lin Tian did not move at all. He did not stop walking. At that moment, the dozens of Saint Kings felt a sense of horror. To be able to so easily annihilate a cultivator of the same level as them in the blink of an eye, such ability frightened them. This person is not simple. Reporting to the lords inside. A powerful enemy has invaded. These Saint Kings had never imagined that there would be such an existence in this world. Immediately, someone ran toward the war palace. However, this person had only run a few feet when the space in this area vibrated, and an invisible pressure emerged. For a moment, this person's figure directly stopped. Then, with a poof, he exploded, and his body and soul were directly destroyed. At the same time, the dozens of other Saint Kings were also the same. At the same time, they collapsed one after another and turned into a bloody mist. Lin Tian's expression did not change. He continued to walk. Soon, he was dozens of feet away from the war palace. He gently flicked his finger. With a clang, the air vibrated and turned into a sharp arrow blade that flew out. It swept toward the celestial court war palace in front of him. It was like a peerlessly sharp divine weapon, directly splitting the war palace in half. Smoke and dust billowed, and a large part of the void was distorted. Boom! A ruler and 22 peak Saint Venerables charged out of the battle palace. Their faces were all gloomy and filled with murderous intent. After that, the group of people naturally saw Lin Tian. At the same time, they discovered that the dozens of saint rulers who had been guarding outside had all disappeared. There were specks of blood on the ground. How dare you? One of the Saint Venerables looked at Lin Tian with a bone-chilling gaze. At this moment, they could naturally guess that Lin Tian had destroyed the battle palace they had temporarily set up here. The dozens of saint rulers guarding outside had also been killed by Lin Tian. At the same time, they could also see that Lin Tian's cultivation was at the second heavenly layer of Saint Venerate. While they felt a chill, they were also somewhat surprised. They had never thought that there would be a cultivator at this level in such an ordinary great world. "You're courting death," one of the Saint Venerables said. Then, he directly attacked. He took a step towards Lin Tian and waved his Saint energy to suppress him. Lin Tian ignored them. His gaze landed on the black-robed ruler. He could vaguely sense that the other party had just stepped into the ruler realm not long ago. It was also at this moment that the Saint Venerate who attacked arrived before him. The murderous light became even sharper as it pressed down on Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian did not do anything. However, in the next moment, the powerful peak Saint Venerate suddenly trembled. The murderous intent and hostility he possessed caused the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to rebound. The murderous light he had unleashed was directly annihilated. He was sent flying like a scarecrow and exploded in the distance. Blood splattered everywhere. Only his soul was barely preserved. However, it was covered in cracks like a fragile piece of porcelain that could shatter at any moment. This scene caused the expressions of all the celestial quartz experts to change. Even the ruler's eyes narrowed. Earlier, they had clearly not seen Lin Tian move at all. However, the peak Saint Venerate attacking Lin Tian had suddenly been injured and almost died. This scene was far too strange. Damn it! The Saint Venerable level powerhouse whose body had been destroyed quickly reformed his body. His face was pale, and he was both shocked and angry. Just now, he had attacked Lin Tian, and the killing light he released was about to drown Lin Tian, but he was suddenly hit by an invisible force. He did not know where that force came from, but it was terrifyingly strong. At this time, the peak Sacred Venerate, who had reformed his body, didn't dare to rashly attack Lin Tian again even though his face was filled with shock and anger. Because of what had just happened, he felt a sense of dread towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian noticed this person's gaze, but he didn't care at all. He only looked at the Dominator rank expert. Then, in the next moment, he moved. With a simple step, he appeared in front of the other party in an instant. Bang! 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 As he appeared in front of the Dominator rank expert, the surrounding space trembled from the natural pressure around him. An invisible force surged out, and all the Saint Venerates near the Dominator rank expert were immediately sent flying. The black-robed sovereign's pupils constricted, and his eyes were filled with shock. A second heavenly layer Saint Venerate actually had such a powerful presence. He had simply moved here, yet he had sent over 20 peak Saint Venerates flying. This was just too shocking. However, in the next moment, the shock in the Dominator's eyes turned into chilling killing intent. No matter how powerful a second heavenly layer Saint Venerate was, he was only a Saint Venerate. However, Lin Tian, a Saint Venerate, dared to charge in front of a Dominator rank expert. He clearly wanted to fight him. How arrogant! With a cold voice, the Dominator rank expert directly attacked. He slapped towards Lin Tian. Light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He did not dodge. Instead, he met the attack with a punch. His main purpose in coming here was to fight this person who had just entered the Dominator rank not long ago. He wanted to use this battle to polish the reincarnation sutra he had just created. Thus, there was naturally no reason for him to dodge. Then, the fist and palm collided in the blink of an eye. With a boom, an explosive sound rang out in this place, and the surrounding space was instantly destroyed. The two of them staggered back at the same time, retreating more than 10 steps away. How is this possible? His physical strength is actually not weaker than the Dominator rank expert, Lord Qibao. The dozens of Saint Venerates who had been sent flying had already stabilized themselves. At first, they were shocked and furious. They were shocked by Lin Tian's powerful presence. Now, they were shocked by Lin Tian's physical strength. He was clearly only a second heavenly layer Saint Venerate, but the strength of his physical body was actually not weaker than a Dominator's. The black-robed Dominator was also shocked. His eyes narrowed again. He was also shocked by Lin Tian's physical strength. However, in the next moment, his eyes turned cold again. He attacked again, using a saint technique to suppress Lin Tian. With a boom, endless blades of light appeared behind him. Each blade of light was extremely terrifying and forceful. Lin Tian was fearless. He continued to meet the attack head-on. Now that the Reincarnation Sutra had been completed, his origin source was even brighter. It had also grown a special saint membrane, like a layer of seal. Those whose cultivation was not far higher than his would not be able to see his constitution at a glance. The peak Saint Venerates and the black-robed Dominator could not see his constitution anymore. They did not know that he had the reincarnation constitution. He stepped forward. Sword light intertwined behind him. He activated the Reincarnation Sutra. Immediately, 9-colored sword light appeared. As the sword light appeared, the expressions of the Celestial Court experts changed again. For the first time, their expressions changed. 9-colored saint power? Generally speaking, the vital spirit divine power or saint energy that ordinary cultivators cultivated usually only had one color. However, for some special bloodlines, special physiques, or some special ancient scriptures, the vital spirit divine power and saint energy would have multiple colors. However, according to the records of ancient history, 7 colors was the limit. Moreover, it was extremely rare, less than 1 in a billion. But now, in this place, they actually found a person who had 9 colors of saint energy. This was a shocking matter. Who are you? The black-robed Dominator could not help but ask Lin Tian. His divine technique collided with Lin Tian's sword light. A destructive aura exploded in the sky. He was also shocked by Lin Tian's 9-colored saint power. In fact, when he saw the 9-colored saint force, this sovereign rank expert's heart trembled for no reason, and his god spirit could not help but feel an eerie chill rise up. Lin Tian did not speak. The Reincarnation Sutra sped up. He activated the Chaos Emperor Fist. A 9-colored dragon and 9-colored phoenix intertwined and pressed toward his opponent. Using the vast life essence to increase his comprehension ability, Lin Tian had created his own core ancient scripture after 2 months. However, he hadn't created a true offensive divine spell yet. He only had divine spells like the Tai Chi divine domain that he had created before. As a result, he still had to rely on divine spells like the Chaotic Emperor's Fist to attack in battle. Once he perfected the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, he would create his own offensive divine spell. Roar, roar, he used the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and the Chaos Emperor Fist to attack. The force of his fist condensed a true dragon and a godly phoenix. The two resonated with each other, revealing 9 colors. They were vivid and lifelike. In the blink of an eye, they landed in front of the black-robed ruler. Wherever they passed, the void shattered. The black-robed ruler was shocked by the 9-colored saint power. Moreover, the true dragon and godly phoenix that were rushing over were also powerful enough. His eyes narrowed, and a saint power surged out of his body. He performed an even more powerful saint technique to meet the true dragon and godly phoenix. The two collided with each other, and with a boom, waves of destructive storms swept up in the area. Lin Tian shattered the black-robed ruler's saint power killing technique. He created afterimages with each step. The Reincarnation Heart Sutra intertwined with 9-colored saint light, using it to activate the divination divine skill. Divine statues formed one after another, pressing down on the black-robed ruler from all angles. The black-robed ruler vibrated his saint power and performed an even more powerful saint technique. In the blink of an eye, he was fighting fiercely with Lin Tian again. For a moment, there was a constant rumble. Explosions rang out in the area. Lin Tian fought fiercely with his opponent, using all his techniques. He used his own will to operate the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. During the battle, he separated a shred of consciousness to sense the state of operation of the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. Then, he carefully memorized the state of operation of the Reincarnation Heart Sutra during the battle. He sensed which areas were outstanding and which areas needed to be improved and polished. He memorized them in his heart. He's on par with Lord Qi Bao. How is this possible? In the distance, the dozens of peak holy venerables were all shocked. In their field of vision, Lin Tian, who was only a second heaven holy venerate, was actually not at a disadvantage when fighting the black-robed ruler. At the same time, the black-robed dominator's expression was ugly. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. Lin Tian's nine-colored holy power was too troublesome. It seemed to be able to dissolve everything. When his divine power encountered Lin Tian's nine-colored holy power, he always felt that it was weakened. It was difficult for him to unleash his full power. "Aunt." This person's voice was cold as fury burned in his eyes. He was a mighty ruler, but he was actually unable to take down a second heavenly layer holy venerate. Moreover, his subordinates were watching from the side, which made him feel rather humiliated. In the next moment, this person let out a low roar. Tao energy suddenly surged out from his body, and his divine Tao law surged like a raging sea. Die. Its divine Tao law was the corrosive divine Tao, capable of corroding and destroying everything. As this divine Tao law appeared, the surrounding space sizzled as it was directly corroded into nothingness. Lin Tian felt immense pressure, and even a trace of threat. However, his expression didn't change at all. Weng, the Reincarnation Heart Sutra circulated, and nine-colored holy light interweaved. Tao energy also surged out from his body. Nature divine Tao and lightning divine Tao interweaved together, meeting the black-robed dominator's divine Tao. In the blink of an eye, the two collided and exploded loudly. The sky trembled violently, and large cracks appeared. With a ping sound, the black-robed dominator was sent flying. His body was stained with blood, and many cracks appeared. Blood flowed out. On the other side, Lin Tian's situation was even worse. Half of his body was in tatters, and one could even see his internal organs and bones. In the end, he's just a holy venerate. How can he compare to Lord Qi Bao, who is a dominator? In the distance, a peak holy venerate sneered. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. This was because Lin Tian's injuries were suddenly recovering at an extremely shocking speed. In the blink of an eye, he was back to normal. How can he recover so quickly? Even if he has some kind of healing saint art, it can't be this fast. At the same time, the black-robed dominator's expression changed as well. His injuries were clearly not as serious as Lin Tian's. After separating from Lin Tian, he had immediately begun to heal, but now, he had only recovered by 70%. However, Lin Tian's injuries, which were clearly much more serious than his own, were completely healed now. This shocked the black-robed dominator. Lin Tian's eyes shone brightly. He had mastered the healing saint technique, the art of nirvana of the sun, which could heal his injured body at an extremely fast speed. However, he had not used this saint technique just now. After he had been injured in the clash with the black-robed ruler, the nine-colored holy light from the Reincarnation Heart Sutra had automatically interwove to his injured body and healed his injuries. The speed at which it had healed him had moved him. Very good. He muttered to himself. The light in his eyes shone even brighter. He had never thought that the Reincarnation Heart Sutra's nine-colored holy light would have the ability to quickly heal his injuries. This surprised him, but it was also a pleasant surprise. Afterwards, his gaze fell back on the black-robed dominator. Again. He looked at his opponent and took a step forward. He appeared in front of his opponent and used the alchemy skills from the medicine classic to attack. Afterwards, he used formation seals, the dragon burial scripture, and the lunar sacred art in succession to attack the black-robed dominator. He used the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to complement these divine arts. He sensed the strengths and weaknesses of the various divine arts when used with the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. He firmly memorized all of this in preparation for creating his own divine arts that were compatible with the Reincarnation Heart Sutra in the future. Boom, 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 he and the black-robed dominator clashed fiercely. All sorts of divine arts and divine Tao laws were used. In the blink of an eye, he and the black-robed dominator had fought fiercely for 6 hours. The space here had been completely destroyed, and it would be difficult to recover in a short period of time. The ground had sunk down by dozens of feet, and it had been reduced to ruins. During this process, he had injured the black-robed dominator several times. He had also been injured several times. His understanding of the Reincarnation Heart Sutra had deepened considerably. He already had many ideas, and he was confident that he could perfect it in the future. Moreover, he had some vague ideas about the divine power-killing technique that he was going to create in the future. It's about time. He looked at the black-robed dominator, and his voice was very calm. Then, the reincarnation forging divine art began to circulate. With a boom, the 9-colored holy light around his body suddenly surged. His essence, vitality, and spirit were all strengthened by 20 times. The black-robed dominator's expression immediately changed. He could not help but take a step back. You. At the same time, in the distance, the expressions of the dozens of other peak Saint Venerables also changed drastically. The aura that Lin Tian exuded at this moment had suddenly become much stronger. It was as if he had become a different person. His majestic might swept out in all directions. How is this possible? Lin Tianyi had not used the reincarnation forging mind technique since the beginning of his battle with the black-clothed dominator. He was here to refine the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, so he needed an opponent who was at least slightly stronger than him. Now that he had fought with the black-robed ruler, he had new ideas about the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. He also had some vague ideas about how to create a killing ability that complemented the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. Moreover, the two of them had already reached their limits. If they continued fighting like this, it would no longer be of any use to him. Therefore, he used the Reincarnation Forging Mind technique now. Because the Reincarnation Heart Sutra was completely compatible with the Reincarnation Origin, the Reincarnation Forging Mind technique increased his battle prowess from 10 times to 20 times. He was prepared to end this battle now. The black-clothed dominator's expression changed when he saw Lin Tian's aura. How is this possible? He had fought with Lin Tian for so long, and they had been evenly matched throughout the entire battle. He had suffered heavy injuries, and his aura had dropped significantly. However, Lin Tian's aura had suddenly soared. Moreover, it had increased by 20 times. You were hiding your battle prowess just now? Looking at Lin Tian, he was both furious and shocked. When he fought with Lin Tianyi, he, a dominator, had already used his full battle prowess. However, Lin Tian, a mere second heavenly layer holy venerate, had not used his full strength in the battle of life and death with him. A second heavenly layer holy venerate who had been hiding his battle prowess was actually able to fight evenly with the dominator? Lin Tian did not say anything else. He took a simple step forward and instantly appeared in front of the dominator, pressing down with his palm. With a boom, his palm slammed down with 20 times his battle prowess. It was like the heavens were crashing down. It directly shattered all of the saint energy defenses around the black-clothed dominator's body, causing him to vomit blood and fly hundreds of feet away. Lord Qi Bao. In the distance, the several dozen peak-level Saint Venerables couldn't help but cry out. At this time, their faces couldn't help but become even more pale. The black-clothed ruler reformed his corporeal body in the distance, and when he looked at Lin Tian again, he was even more shocked and angry, but also fearful. He paused for a moment, gritted his teeth, and ordered the dozens of Saint Venerables in the distance, all of you, attack together, gather all of our Saint Qi, and kill him in one strike. He, a ruler, actually needed his subordinates to help a holy venerable cultivator. He couldn't bring himself to say something like that. He felt that it was too humiliating. However, after sensing Lin Tian's current aura, he finally said it. This was because Lin Tian's current aura was too terrifying. He really couldn't stop her by himself. Yes, Lord Qi Bao. In the distance, dozens of peak Saint Venerables nodded. Although they were afraid of Lin Tian, they were eager to get rid of Lin Tian. Lin Tian was too dangerous for them. Only by quickly killing Lin Tian could they be at ease. Immediately, whoosh, 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 whoosh. The dozens of Saint Venerables moved very quickly, all of them striding towards the black-cloaked ruler. Lin Tian stepped forward, closing in on the black-cloaked ruler. He glanced sideways at the dozens of Saint Venerables charging towards the battlefield, and a 9-colored saint light flashed in his eyes. Immediately, the dozens of Saint Venerables trembled, and their bodies came to a halt. Then, one after another, they exploded, and even their souls were annihilated. The black-cloaked ruler couldn't help but tremble again. He was clearly only a second heaven Saint Venerable, but now, just a glance was enough to cause dozens of peak Saint Venerables to explode, their bodies and souls destroyed. This was a little too shocking. You're distracted. A calm voice rang out. Lin Tianyi stepped forward, and the Primal Chaos Emperor's fist mercilessly pressed down. With a boom, this punch was launched with his battle prowess multiplied by 20. It could be said to be extremely domineering, and it instantly shattered the opponent. Gurgle. The sound of flesh wriggling was heard, and the black-clothed ruler quickly reformed his physical body, but his expression was even uglier. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. He stepped forward again, and launched the Primal Chaos Emperor's fist. This person was a ruler. Although he had multiplied his battle prowess by 20 times, it was obviously not very easy to kill a ruler. Boom! When the Primal Chaos Emperor's fist was launched, it was as if a sacred drum had been struck, and the bell of the end of the world had rung. The black-cloaked ruler resisted with all his might, but he was sent flying again and again. At this time, he was no longer evenly matched with Lin Tianyi, who was operating the reincarnation forging divine art. He was in a disadvantageous position, and the aura he emitted was constantly weakening. In the blink of an eye, more than 15 minutes passed. Die. More than 15 minutes passed, and the black-cloaked ruler was shattered more than 10 times in a row. At this moment, as Lin Tianyi spat out the word die, the reincarnation diagram of the monarch's territory was launched with 20 times the battle prowess multiplied. The mighty divine pressure interweaved and directly crushed the opponent again. Moreover, this time, the opponent's spirit body couldn't be preserved, and was annihilated along with his physical body. The place became quiet all of a sudden. Lin Tian paused in place and looked at the ruins in front of him. Originally, the Heavenly Court's temporary war palace had been set up in this world. However, because of his fierce battle with the black-cloaked ruler, the war palace had long since been shattered into pieces. He took a simple step forward and arrived in front of the shattered battle palace. With a wave of his hand, he swept away a large amount of debris, revealing a huge altar. There was a jade bottle on it, surrounded by extremely dense essence of life. It was not damaged at all because of the collapse of the battle palace. He raised his hand and directly took the jade bottle. With a simple scan, he immediately sensed the boundless essence of life within. Although it was far less dense than the essence of life in the jade bottle he had obtained before, it was still shocking enough. However, there were no destructive forbidden artifacts here like the great world from before. He was not surprised by this. If the black-cloaked ruler attacked with his full strength, he would have been able to destroy an ordinary world like this in less than 15 minutes. Naturally, there was no need to use the forbidden artifacts from before. He put the jade bottle away and no longer paid any attention to this place. He directly left this world, and soon entered the starry sky of this universe. He found another barren ancient planet in the starry sky, and found a place for secluded cultivation in one of the barren mountains. The Reincarnation Heart Sutra had just been formed, and he had used it to temper himself in his battle with the black-cloaked ruler. Now, he had comprehended quite a bit, and was prepared to leave to perfect it and make it even stronger. The black-yellow universe was in the midst of the great destruction, and there were people fighting in every region. Under such circumstances, at the beginning of the Great Destruction, some abandoned planets and macroworlds were often the safest. Lin Tian sat cross-legged and operated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. Faint 9-colored saint light intertwined around his body. Then, with the understanding he gained from the battle with the black-cloaked dominator, he adjusted and optimized some of the Saint Force routes of the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. This process was not simple, and it took a lot of time. Then, in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Half a month had passed. On this day, the nine-colored saint light outside his body had naturally become thicker and purer, and his aura had become stronger. The next moment, he opened his eyes. Great! He muttered to himself. In half a month, he had perfected the Reincarnation Heart Sutra once. Now, it was even stronger than before. However, it was still not completely perfect, and it still needed to be adjusted. After all, a truly perfect ancient sutra could not be created in such a short time. It would take a long time to polish it. He took a deep breath. The Reincarnation Heart Sutra that had been polished once was still operating. After a pause, he took out the jade bottle that he had obtained before. As he took out the jade bottle, very rich life essence immediately intertwined in this place, as if to drown the surrounding space. His eyes flashed as he placed the jade bottle in front of him and began to absorb the life essence within, refining it into his own flesh and blood with the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. Suddenly, as he refined the life essence, the nine-colored saint light outside his body suddenly became dazzling. Just like that, time passed. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. A month later, the life essence in the jade bottle was completely exhausted. The nine-colored saint light outside his body became even more dazzling, and the essence, chi, and spirit he exuded were much stronger than a month ago. Fourth level Saint Master. He opened his eyes, and there was a wisp of bright light that flashed through his eyes. This time, the essence of life in the jade bottle was not as much as the essence of life in the Supreme World. After all, that world was too ordinary. There were not as many living creatures as in the Supreme World, and they were not as strong. Therefore, the quality and quantity of the essence of life collected were very different. That was why the essence of life collected was very different from the essence of life in the Supreme World. However, even so, to Lin Tian, this effect was extraordinary. It allowed him to raise his cultivation by 2 small stages in a short month. One must know that he was a Holy Venerate. In the Holy Venerate realm, he had advanced by 2 small levels in a short month. Such a cultivation speed was shocking. He clenched his fist and sensed for a moment. He could clearly feel that he was stronger now. Whether it was the strength of his flesh shell, the amount of saint energy, the strength of his consciousness, or his soul, all of them had improved by leaps and bounds. He paused there for a moment, but he did not linger. He directly left and entered the starry sky of the universe. As his cultivation had increased by 2 small levels, he had reached the 4th heavenly layer of Saint Master. The senses of his soul had become even more powerful, and his senses had become even more powerful. Even without using his soul to explore, he could still hear the cries of slaughter from the nearby stars. He knew that it must be the soldiers of the celestial court who were wreaking havoc. I wonder how long this great devastation will last, Xianxia murmured to himself. Now, the celestial court wanted to destroy the universe. The first step was to collect the life essence of the billions of beings in the universe. The second step was to destroy the various worlds in the universe, which would lead to the complete collapse of the universe. The first step was to collect the life essence of the billions of beings, which would take an extremely long time. This was because the collection of life essence required the celestial soldiers and generals to go to various worlds to kill living beings. At the same time, the celestial soldiers and generals would use special containers to collect the life essence. They could not collect the life essence after destroying the world, because if they directly destroyed the world and then collected the life essence of the living beings who died because of the destruction of the world, the results would be greatly reduced. At least 80% of the life essence would be washed away and disappear due to the process of the destruction of the world, which would be a huge loss. As a result, the great devastation could not be completed overnight. Even if the celestial court had many experts, it would still take over 100 years to complete. After all, the universe was just far too vast. It's just like the heartless old Taoist said. Destroying the universe requires the accumulation of experts and time, Xianxia murmured to himself. He thought to himself. After that, when he thought about what the old Taoist Wuliang said, he couldn't help but frown. What kind of background did that old guy have? He knew too many things. Also, the oracle bone on that old guy's neck was really too extraordinary. After a short pause, he shook his head and stopped thinking about that unscrupulous old man. Now that he was in the midst of the great destruction of the black-yellow universe, it was more important to think about how to survive and become stronger in the end of the great destruction. By the way, thinking about the great devastation of the universe, Xianxia suddenly narrowed his eyes and came up with a very good idea. While looking for the little guy and that stupid tiger, I'll rob the celestial court of these pristine jade bottles. The celestial court was killing thousands of creatures in every corner of the universe to collect life essence. Such life essence was useless in small amounts, but the celestial court had collected a lot of it in containers like the pristine jade bottles. Now, he wanted to rob these pristine jade bottles directly and snatch the life essence in them. In the great devastation, the pristine jade bottles that the celestial court used to collect life essence in various worlds were undoubtedly super treasures that could be seen and touched. Not only could they be used to help him comprehend and create new techniques, but they could also be used to directly refine and improve his cultivation. They could allow him to perfect his techniques in a very short time and create his own divine killing technique. Moreover, his cultivation would also be greatly improved. So, why wouldn't he rob such a precious treasure? Moreover, with his current strength and that terrifying ancient corpse, only the ancestor of the celestial court and existences stronger than the ancestor of the celestial court could threaten him. Ordinary experts of the celestial court could not do anything to him. Immediately, he revealed a cold smile and moved. He took a simple step forward and disappeared in an instant. Not long after, he appeared in a great world that was as vast as the celestial realm. There was a very strong smell of blood in the air. Everywhere he went, there were miserable cries continuously coming from various regions. There were celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court currently slaughtering in this world. After entering this great world, Xianxia looked directly at the center of the great world and strode toward it. The pristine jade bottles that the celestial court used to collect life essence in various worlds were placed in the center of the great world. The voice came from afar, and Lin Tian's expression changed. A descendant of the immortal spirit royalty? The only descendants of the immortal spirit royalty that he knew of were the current immortal spirit royal lord and the little Taichu. Both of them had been swept into this universe. Was it the former or the latter that had been discovered? Immediately, he stepped forward and walked in the direction of the voice. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed hundreds of thousands of feet. The immortal spirit royalty. It's said that there are very few of them. Throughout history, there have been less than 100 members of the immortal spirit royalty, but each of them is extremely terrifying. Their bloodline is shockingly strong, even stronger than the chaotic king body. It's only second to the legendary reincarnation body. It's said that the ancestor of this bloodline has a very shocking origin. What's the specific origin? How would I know? I only heard that it's very terrifying and involves some kind of taboo. The one who was discovered seems to be a little guy from this bloodline. It's said that he's only a saint king. Several sovereigns chased him into a forbidden area. Now, those sovereigns are searching for him in that forbidden area. A saint king? No matter how strong that bloodline is, the little guy who was discovered is only a saint king. It's not enough for the heavenly masters or even the ancient ancestors to go after him, right? Didn't I say that another great secret was discovered in that world? It's very influential. The heavenly masters and the ancient ancestors didn't go there for the little guy from the immortal spirit royalty. They went there for that great secret. In front of him, a group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were walking together. They had just finished slaughtering the creatures in one area of this world. As they walked toward another area, they were casually discussing. It was also at this moment that the sound of air being torn apart resounded as Lin Tian rushed over with extreme speed. There's still a human here? Kill him. The group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals naturally saw Lin Tian. Their cultivation was very high, and each of them had the battle prowess of a saint king. When they saw Lin Tian appear, they seemed very casual. One of them directly waved his hand and threw out a large amount of killing saint light at Lin Tian. Lin Tian stepped forward. He didn't care about the killing saint light at all. The pressure that naturally intertwined around his body instantly shattered all the killing saint light. Then, a powerful pressure spread out and suppressed everyone. Instantly, the group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were unable to move. These people did not expect that Lin Tian, who had suddenly appeared, would actually be so powerful. That pressure caused them to feel fear. Lin Tian used a Saint King. At the same time, his majestic divine consciousness searched through everyone's divine spiritual sea, at the same time. It was several breaths' divine soul. It's the little guy. He was pleasantly surprised and worried at the same time. He was happy because after searching through the divine spiritual sea, he found that the descendant of the celestial spirit royal family that the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals had mentioned was the little Tai Chu. Now, he finally found traces of the little Tai Chu. But he was worried because he learned that the little guy had been discovered by several rulers of the celestial court and had been forced into a dangerous land. More rulers of the celestial court had found out and entered the land together to capture the little guy. Because the bloodline of the celestial spirit royal family was too powerful, the celestial court had always been very concerned about it. Immediately, he raised his hand and tore open the world barrier of this world. He stepped out of this world with a single step. Almost at the same time he left, the group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals that he had suppressed exploded on the spot. They were all destroyed in body and soul. In another place, the sky was dark and the smell of blood was very thick in the air. Screams and cries of pain could be heard everywhere. In a mountain range, the void cracked open and Lin Tian stepped out of it. The moment he stepped into this world, he spread out his powerful divine sense and found the nearest battlefield. He directly crossed it and soon arrived. There were many cultivators of the black-yellow universe who were facing the siege of a group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. There were many corpses on the ground. They were all cultivators of the black-yellow universe who could not stop the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals of the celestial court. Clang, when he arrived at this place, a large number of sword lights manifested around him, covering the entire battlefield and attacking the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals indiscriminately. In the blink of an eye, all the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were wiped out. There were more than 100 cultivators of the black-yellow universe in this place. When they saw this scene, they were all surprised and delighted. Many thanks, Senior. Everyone bowed to Lin Tian. The group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals who were besieging them were all wiped out by Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian had saved all their lives. Otherwise, they would have been killed soon. Lin Tian did not approach these people. He spoke quickly, "Excuse me, where is the soul-perishing abyss in this world?" From the divine sense of the group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, he learned that the little Tai Chu was in this world and was forced into a dangerous place called the soul-perishing abyss. However, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals did not know the exact location of the soul-perishing abyss. Therefore, he came to this place to save the cultivators of the black-yellow universe who were being besieged and asked them about it. He believed that these cultivators who belonged to this world must know where the soul-perishing abyss was. In fact, it was just as he thought. These cultivators were very familiar with the Death Soul Abyss. They immediately told him everything they knew about the Death Soul Abyss. Many thanks. He thanked these cultivators, and then tore open a space portal according to the spatial coordinates of the soul-perishing abyss mentioned by these people. He stepped into it and disappeared. The next moment, a space portal suddenly appeared in another place in this world. He stepped out of it. In front of him, there was a huge abyss. It was unknown how deep it was. Below it, there were wisps of light black mist floating, mixed with a gust of cold air. Soul-perishing abyss. This world was comparable in size to the immortal realm of the primordial universe. With his current cultivation, he could easily tear open a space portal in such a big world and reach any corner of this world in an instant. At this time, he looked at the soul-perishing abyss in front of him. His eyes flashed and he could not help but clench his fist. It's here. In this place, in the air, he felt the aura of the little guy. Although it was very weak, he still caught it. Without any hesitation, he jumped directly into the soul-perishing abyss and soon came to the bottom of the abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, the air and soil were a little moist. The ground was bumpy, and there were some scattered bones in some places. Lin Tian did not care about these. His eyes fell straight on the ground in front of him. There was a pool of blood and a few bunches of snow-white hair, which made him immediately anxious. Looking at the little Taichu's blood and hair on the ground, Lin Tianyi became very anxious. Don't let anything happen to it. He prayed in his heart. His majestic divine consciousness spread out, following the remnants of the little Taichu's aura in the air, and immediately chased it down at an extremely fast speed. In this abyss, there was a faint black fog floating in the air. It was a little gloomy, as if it was a small hell. Roar! When he rushed down a few hundred feet, strange ferocious beasts rushed out. Their faces were ferocious, and there was more than one of them. They pounced toward him, their auras very strong. Moreover, there was far more than one of these strange ferocious beasts. There were many of them, and they were very densely packed. There were at least hundreds of them. As they pounced together, the ground rumbled and trembled from the tremors. At this time, Lin Tian was worried about the little Taichu. He did not seem to see these strange ferocious beasts pouncing toward him, and directly rushed past them. Pooh! 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 Blood splattered, and the hundreds of ferocious beasts that rushed toward him were immediately destroyed. He followed the little Taichu's aura at an extremely fast speed. After that, he encountered a few very special terrains in this abyss that could even affect sovereign rank powerhouses. However, naturally, they were not difficult for him. For the current him, walking in such terrains was like walking on flat ground. Soon, a full hour passed. Suddenly, there was a roar in front of him, and there was a surge of saint power, which made him immediately change his expression. There was a bloodline fluctuation unique to the little guy. Immediately, he raised his speed to the limit and turned into a beam of light, rushing forward. In front of him, there was a valley located very far away. Around the valley, the ground was bumpy, and the soil was very wet. You can barely borrow the power of the heaven and earth, and you have an extraordinary true world. You have learned a lot. As expected of a descendant of that clan. There were a total of 13 middle-aged men outside the valley, all of them intertwined with sovereign rank pressure. They looked at the little Taichu at the edge of the valley, and one of them said, "Unfortunately, your cultivation is only at the Saint King rank. How long can you last in front of us? I advise you to obediently lie down so that you won't suffer so much later." In the valley, the little Taichu was covered in blood. Its aura was weak, and it was supporting the primordial immortal world, surrounded by a faint six-colored holy light. After being swept into this strange world, it had been alone for the first time, and had reached the 9th heavenly layer realm. However, it was discovered by several sovereign rank powerhouses of the celestial court, and they chased after it. It had used all its means, using its powerful bloodline and the primordial immortal world bloodline, and primordial immortal world, and primordial immortal realm, it was discovered. Was chased after it. It had used all using its primordial immortal, it had cultivated with Lin Tian for a long time and had seen Lin Tian use the dragon burial scripture many times. Even though it hadn't cultivated it, it still had some understanding of the layout of heaven and earth. Under the soul-decimating abyss, it had borrowed the power of heaven and earth, the power of the primordial immortal empire, and its own bloodline to barely hold on until now. Lin Tian. Father. Mother. Looking at the middle-aged sovereigns outside the valley, it became sad. It had used the heaven time, the primordial immortal world, and its bloodline to barely hold on until now. Now, it couldn't hold on any longer. Its holy power was about to dry up. At this moment, it thought of Lin Tian, Wu Yi, the celestial emperor, and its mother, whom it had never met. The primordial immortal world around it shook and gradually disappeared into its body. The six-colored holy light around it also disappeared. I thought it could hold on for a while longer, but I didn't think it'd be so soon. Outside the valley, a blue-robed sovereign said indifferently, "However, I have to praise you. You're worthy of being a descendant of the celestial emperor. You're only a saint king, yet you can hold on for so long." To the side, another sovereign said, "Enough. Stop talking nonsense. Suppress it and take it away. We're in the midst of the great destruction of Shenhuang. We still have many things to do. The other 11 sovereigns nodded. I know. I'm just lamenting. The blue-robed sovereign said and strode into the valley. The little Taichu clenched its little paws, its eyes filled with sadness as it glared at the approaching sovereign. It was at this moment that an ear-piercing sword hum resounded through the sky. Lin Tian had arrived, and he immediately saw the blood-soaked little Alpha Primordium in the valley. He saw the blue-robed dominator and the other 12 middle-aged dominators rushing towards the little fellow. He immediately activated the Heavenly Sword Manual, and countless heavenly sword lights rained down on the blue-robed dominator like a rain of swords. The blue-robed sovereign frowned. He immediately stopped and dodged the rain of swords. At the same time, Lin Tian moved so quickly that it was as if he were teleporting. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the special earth vein pattern around the valley and appeared next to the little Taichu. The little Taichu had been glaring at the blue-robed sovereign in grief, but when it saw Lin Tian appear, it was stunned. It rubbed its eyes with its little paws, then looked at Lin Tian again. When it realized that this wasn't an illusion, it was overjoyed. It threw itself at Lin Tian. "Ya, Lin Tian." The little fellow was overjoyed. After being swept into this foreign world, she was all alone. Originally, she thought that she was going to be captured and die. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian appeared at this time. While she was pleasantly surprised, she couldn't help but tear up a little. Lin Tian was also overjoyed. "I've finally found," as he spoke, he looked at the little guy who had thrown himself at him. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he stopped talking. When he'd looked at it from afar, he'd only noticed that the little guy's body was covered in blood. Now that he was up close, he realized that the little guy's injuries were far too severe. There were several bloody holes on its tiny body, and many of its internal organs had been shattered. The beautiful wings on its back had been snapped in half, and they couldn't be repaired immediately. Suddenly, a monstrous chill and killing intent radiated from his body. The entire valley shook, and the ground began to crumble inch by inch. The little guy had been born for many years, and his temperament had always been that of a child. He was innocent and naive, and very lovable. But now, he'd been injured so severely. This made his heart ache, and at the same time, rage. Buzz. He activated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to its limits. 9-colored holy light interweaved, pure and rich. It enveloped the little guy and surged into his body, quickly healing his wounds and restoring his vitality. At the same time, he tilted his head and looked at the 13 sovereigns outside the valley. His eyes shone with boundless killing intent. "All of you will die here." Clang. The precious weapons of the 13 sects were all sky-level emperor weapons. The pressure they exuded was so strong that it shattered the void. The expressions of the 13 middle-aged sovereigns changed. Each of them had been targeted by an emperor weapon. The sky-level killing power made them tremble involuntarily. It was hard to believe that Lin Tian, a cultivator who looked like a saint venerable, had so many sky-level precious weapons. While they were still in shock, the 13 of them immediately activated their powerful divine abilities and secret arts to greet the attack. However, the sky-level emperor weapons were too powerful. In the blink of an eye, their divine powers and secret techniques were all shattered. Poof, the blue-clothed juggernaut was struck by an emperor divine weapon. His physical body immediately crumbled, and only his divine soul was barely preserved. Die. Lin Tian's voice was cold. He treated little Taichu's injuries while controlling the 13 sects emperor weapons with the weapon control technique. At this moment, they pressed down on the blue-clothed sovereign, sealing off all directions and isolating everything. The killing power was vast and mighty. The blue-clothed sovereign's divine soul trembled. He looked at Lin Tian and could not help but shout, "Stop." However, these words were completely unnecessary. Seeing that the little Taichu had been injured to the point that he had temporarily lost the ability to heal himself, Lin Tian was furious. How could he show mercy? He activated the 13 sects emperor weapons with an even stronger saint force. Ah! With a shrill cry, the blue-clothed sovereign's divine soul was shattered and disappeared from the world. For a moment, the other 12 sovereigns could not help but tremble. "Let's go." One of them gritted his teeth and quickly retreated into the distance. At the same time, the other 11 sovereigns also fled together. They were only sovereigns. Now that Lin Tian, a saint venerable, had activated the sky-level emperor weapons of the 13 sects, they knew in an instant that they could not withstand it. If they faced it head-on, they would definitely die. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Don't even think about leaving. He did not move. He activated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and used the weapon control technique to control the 13 sects emperor weapons to attack. Human, stop. We are the experts of the celestial court. Hurting us is offending the heavens. Ah. No. The surrounding space was completely sealed off by Lin Tian. The 12 middle-aged rulers threatened in terror, and they activated their most powerful abilities to resist. However, it was completely useless. One after another, they were killed. Soon, only one of them remained. Let me go. I am willing to be your slave for all eternity. I will do anything you ask of me. I beg you. This person was trembling. At this moment, he was completely filled with fear as he begged Lin Tian for mercy. Die. Lin Tianji only had one word. The 13 monarch weapons slammed down together and destroyed this person's body and soul. For a moment, the place became quiet. So strong. The little Taichu was enveloped by the 9-colored holy light, and its injuries had mostly recovered. Its big eyes blinked, and then it suddenly realized that the holy light outside Lin Tian's body was different from before. Yeah, this is? Seeing the 9-colored holy light released by Lin Tian, the little guy was a bit surprised. This was the first time it had seen the 9-colored holy light. In the past, the most colorful power it had seen was only 7 colors. Even in the ancient books, there were no records of the 9-colored holy light. Lin Tian smiled and said, "This is an ancient scripture that I created myself, the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. I haven't used the Heart Sutra of Sun that I cultivated before." The Reincarnation Heart Sutra circulated, and the 9-colored holy light naturally had a powerful healing ability. It continued to flow into the little Taichu's body. After a few dozen breaths, the little guy's injuries were completely healed. Yeah, you succeeded? It feels so powerful. The little guy was an optimistic person. When it saw Lin Tian again, it completely forgot that it had been severely injured by the 13 rulers. When it heard Lin Tian say that it had succeeded, it couldn't help but feel happy for Lin Tian. Back then, when Lin Tian first started to create the scripture, it knew and had been watching from the side. During that process, Lin Tian had suffered several backlashes and hadn't succeeded. Now, after a period of separation, Lin Tian had succeeded. Moreover, the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, which was intertwined with the 9-colored Holy Soul, made it feel really powerful. The holy power made it feel as if it could encompass everything, as if it could suppress many powers between heaven and earth. Lin Tianyi smiled. The little guy's injuries were completely healed. He rubbed the little guy's head, and with a slight movement of his mind, a seal emerged from his body. He gave it to the little guy to protect itself. It was the heavenly divine weapon that he had seized from the ancient corpses. Yeah. The little guy was even more excited. It kept the seal in its body, shook its wings, and landed on Lin Tian's shoulder. We've been swept into the Xianxia universe. It landed on Lin Tian's shoulder and said to Lin Tian Dao. It had been a long time since they had been swept into this universe. Although the little guy was innocent, it knew where it was. Not long after it was swept into this universe, it learned that it was the Xianxia universe. Yes. Lin Tian nodded and said, now the celestial court is carrying out the great destruction of the Xianxia universe. This universe should not be able to survive in the end. It will be completely destroyed. We have to ensure that we survive this great destruction. He briefly told the little Taichu some things about the great destruction of the Xianxia universe. Yeah. The little guy stared, paused, and said, stupid tiger was also swept in. I don't know where it is now. After being swept into this world, Lin Tian was looking for it and the white tiger. It was also looking for the white tiger and Lin Tian. Unfortunately, it had been to no avail. Let's look for it together. That guy is very slippery. It should be fine. Lin Tian said with a smile. After being swept into this Xianhuang universe, he had been looking for the little guy and the white tiger. Now that he had found the little guy, he was very happy. Then, after a pause, he looked at the depths of the valley and walked into the valley with the little Taichu. "Yeah, why are we going in?" The little Taichu stood on Lin Tian's shoulder and saw Lin Tian walking into the valley. It was a little curious, and then said, "This valley is a little strange. There are many special ley line patterns mixed together." It had seen Lin Tian use the dragon burial scripture many times. Over time, it had learned some things. Now, it could vaguely recognize some of the patterns of heaven and earth and the veins of the terrain in the greater heaven and earth. It had long realized that this valley was not simple. Moreover, previously, it had used the power of the valley's terrain, coupled with the primordial immortal empire and its own tyrannical bloodline to block the 13 sovereigns for a long time with the cultivation of a saint king. Lin Tian patted the little guy's little head and said with a smile, "There are some good things inside. I'll take them for you." The valley was shrouded in a faint mist. Ordinary monks couldn't even use their divine consciousness here, but Lin Tian, who cultivated the dragon burial scripture, wasn't affected at all. He walked forward with little Taichu as if he was walking on flat ground. Clang, after he walked for about 100 feet, earth vein killing light rushed up. It was as if the Qing Saint Land had its own consciousness. It sensed that an alien had entered, so it activated the killing light. Moreover, the killing light wasn't ordinary. It could kill Saint Venerables and even threaten Dominator Realm existences. However, it wasn't a threat to Lin Tian now. The dragon patterns circled around and blocked the killing light. Then, he continued to walk toward the center of the valley with little Taichu. Following this, many more earthvein murderous lights soared into the air. They were all very frightening, but they had no effect on Lin Tiandu and were all blocked. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes passed. He brought little Taichu to the center of the valley. There was a strange tree about 10 feet tall in front of him. Its leaves were 3-colored, and its trunk was very thick. No one knew how long it had been growing. There was a fist-sized fruit at the top. It was sparkling with 3-colored light and had a strong fragrance. The Qing Saint fruit. Lin Tian brought little Taichu to the strange tree. He picked the Qing Saint fruit and handed it to little Taichu. "Refine it. I'll protect you." The Qing Saint fruit contained a very shocking amount of spiritual energy and divine path law fragments. With the little guy's current cultivation, he could reach the Saint Venerable realm from the 9th level of the Saint King realm. "What about you?" little Taichu asked him. Lin Tian smiled. "I've reached the 4th level of the Saint Venerable realm. This thing is no longer useful to me." "Oh." Little Taichu nodded and took the Qing Saint fruit. Under Lin Tian's protection, he began to refine it. The 6-colored holy lights intertwined, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed, and a majestic holy power rippled out in this place. After 7 days, the little fellow finished refining the fruit under Lin Tian's protection. Just as Lin Tian had predicted, he had reached the 1st heavenly layer of Saint Venerate from the 9th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler. "Not bad." Lin Tian smiled. Then, he called out to the little Taichu and walked out of the valley. Soon, they walked out of the valley and headed towards the Death Soul Abyss. Inside the Death Soul Abyss, all kinds of strange worldly power spread. Some of them could even threaten Dominator rank experts. However, to Lin Tian, who cultivated the dragon burial scripture, it naturally had no effect on him. He quickly walked out of the Death Soul Abyss. "Where are we going now?" little Taichu asked while lying on his head. "Robbing," Lin Tian said. Currently, the celestial heavens were massacring tens of thousands of living beings in various worlds, using special jade bottles to collect life essence. This world naturally had it as well, and it should be located at the center of this world. He was prepared to go there and snatch the jade bottles. In fact, he actually felt a little uncomfortable when he used the life essence in the jade bottles 2 times. After all, the life essence was collected by the celestial court by slaughtering thousands of creatures. To a certain extent, it was not something clean. However, he quickly shook off the discomfort because he wasn't a pedantic person. The heavenly court had massacred tens of thousands of creatures and used the pristine jade bottle to collect the life essence of tens of thousands of creatures. The owner of the life essence was already dead. In that case, under such circumstances, instead of letting the heavenly court use such life essence, he might as well snatch it and use it. This world was about the same size as the immortal realm of the primordial universe. He was now at the level of a Saint Venerable. He directly opened a void portal and stepped into it with little Taichu. Soon, he arrived at the center of this world. When he arrived at this place, he saw a huge palace in front of him. There were dozens of Saint Kings around it. It was similar to the two worlds he had been in before. It was a temporary battle palace left here after the Celestial Court's army entered this world. At the same time, he scanned the interior of the battle palace with his majestic divine thought. There were more than 100 Saint Venerables and 3 Dominator rank auras in the battle palace. There were more than 100 Saint Venerables and 3 Dominator rank auras in the battle palace. Therefore, he did not care about anything else. He walked straight toward the battle palace with little Taichu. He directly attacked and killed the dozens of Saint Kings with a wave of his hand. Then, a 9-colored Saint Lightsword condensed and split the battle palace into 2. For a moment, there was a whooshing sound. More than 100 Saint Venerables and 3 Dominators flashed out of the battle palace. They immediately found that the dozens of Saint Kings guarding outside the battle palace had been killed. They also saw Lin Tian and little Taichu. Immediately, the group of people was moved. That little thing from the immortal spirit royal family. In the group, the 3 Dominator rank experts looked at little Taichu and could not help but frown. They had neglected Lin Tian. Previously, they had sent 13 Dominator rank experts to chase after little Taichu. But now, the little Taichu had appeared here, but the 13 people who went to chase after it did not return. This gave them a bad feeling. However, very quickly, the expressions of the 3 people became cold again. One of them said, "Kill that human directly. Suppress the little thing of the immortal spirit royal family. After that, ask it about the whereabouts of the 13 people." Clang, the ear-piercing sound of weapons rang out and interrupted the Dominator. Lin Tian held up the 3 Emperor weapons and controlled them with the weapon control technique. The killing light that filled the sky swept toward the 3 Dominator rank experts and more than 100 Saint Venerables. He had no need to show mercy to these cultivators from the Celestial Court. He directly killed them. This kind of killing power was quite terrifying, causing the 3 rulers' expressions to change. The same was true for the 100 or so Holy Venerables. "Retreat!" someone shouted. However, the space around them was completely sealed by Lin Tian's 3 immortal spirit royal weapons. These people could not escape at all. They turned around and were drowned by the killing power of the 3 immortal spirit royal weapons. In an instant, blood mist exploded. Among the group of people, more than 100 Saint Venerables were killed in the blink of an eye. Only the 3 Dominator rank experts barely survived, but they were already on the verge of death. After all, Lin Tian's battle prowess was no weaker than an early-stage ruler's when he used the 3 sex-piercing heaven-grade Emperor divine weapons. How could an ordinary person withstand such an attack? Even a Void Heaven Realm expert would be shaken. The souls of the 3 Dominator rank experts were still alive. Looking at Lin Tian, they couldn't help but feel shock and fear. This human in front of them, who they didn't care about at all, actually had 3 piercing heaven-grade Emperor weapons. At the same time, the 3 of them guessed that the 13 Dominator rank experts who went to chase the little Taichu had been killed by Lin Tian. That was why the little Taichu had appeared in this place, but there was no news of the 13 Dominator rank experts. Lin Tian did not say anything. With a thought, the 3 immortal spirit royal weapons pressed down again. Terrifying killing light filled the sky. Pooh! Pooh! Amidst 2 miserable cries, 2 of the 3 Dominator rank powerhouses were directly killed by him. Then, he suppressed the other Dominator with the 3 immortal spirit royal weapons and walked toward him. What are you trying to do?" Suppressed by Lin Tian, the last ruler of the Celestial Court was terrified. He couldn't help but beg for mercy. Let me go." No one was unafraid of death, especially those who viewed life as nothing more than grass. When faced with death, these people were often many times more unbearable than ordinary people. Lin Tian ignored this person and suppressed him. His majestic divine sense directly entered the other party's sea of consciousness to investigate why this ordinary large world had attracted so many heavenly lords of the celestial court. It was even rumored that ancient ancestor-level existences would be arriving soon. He felt that this ruler of the celestial court guarding the center of this large world would know about this matter. His divine sense searched the other party's sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. His expression changed greatly, and even his powerful holy venerable physique couldn't help but tremble. In this ruler's sea of consciousness, he saw a figure with 72 snow-white wings on its back. It appeared in a vast mountain range in this large world, causing the experts of the celestial court to be alarmed. Later, it alerted the higher-ups of the celestial court, so many heavenly lords entered this large world one after another. Later, not only were there ancient ancestor-level experts, but even more powerful experts would arrive. However, this wasn't the reason why his expression changed and he trembled. The true reason was that the 72-winged figure was a woman, an extremely beautiful woman. She had an exquisite and flawless face, as if she had walked out of a painting. Her beauty made the surrounding world pale in comparison. Wu-yi? He couldn't help but exclaim, his voice trembling. Apart from the 72 wings on her back, this flawless woman's face, height, and body shape were exactly the same as Wu Yi's. It was as if they were cast from the same mold. For a moment, he couldn't stay calm. 72 snow-white wings on her back, as far as he knew, seemed to be the symbol of the peak existence of the Heaven Protector clan. That woman was from the Heaven Protector clan? Why did she look exactly like Wu Yi? Next to him, little Alpha Primordium looked at his strange expression and couldn't help but be curious, what's wrong? Lin Tian raised his hand and used his consciousness to imprint the scene he saw in the Master's Sea of Consciousness on his palm for the little Taichu to see. Instantly, little Taichu's expression changed and his eyes widened. The little fellow's eyes were filled with shock and even a little stupefied. At this moment, the man and the beast could no longer remain calm. After more than 10 breaths, Lin Tian was the first to regain his senses. He slapped the ruler of the celestial court to death, then took a deep breath to calm himself down. Let's go take a look at that mountain range. He was certain that the woman with the 72 wings of light was definitely not Wu Yi. However, she had the exact same appearance as Wu Yi. This tied up all of his attention, and he decided to take a look at that mountain range. It was hard for him not to care about such matters. I want to go. Little Taichu nodded vigorously. He liked Lin Tian and Wu Yi the most. The Celestial Emperor and his mother, whom he had never met, were even ranked behind them. Now that he had encountered such a situation, he was naturally very concerned and clenched his little paws. Lin Tianyi grabbed the jade bottle that the Celestial Court used to collect life essence in this place. Then, he tore open a void portal and left with little Taichu. Soon, they arrived in front of a vast mountain range. As far as the eye could see, the mountain range in front of him took up an unknown amount of space. Inside, immortal divine trees were flourishing. Surprisingly, this was the place where the 72-winged woman had wandered in the sea of consciousness of the previous dominator rank expert. When he arrived, he did not hesitate and directly entered the mountain range with little Taichu. In the mountain range, the branches and leaves of the ancient trees were so dense that they covered the scorching sun in the sky. Sunlight seeped through the gaps between the branches and leaves, leaving streaks of light spots on the ground of the mountain. He entered the mountain range with little Taichu and walked towards the depths. Not long after, he felt an astonishing pressure of the heavenly ascension realm in front of him. Moreover, there was more than one of them. The celestial emperors of the celestial court. A glint flashed in his eyes. While he and little Taichu concealed their essence, energy, and spirit, they increased their speed and approached the front at an even faster speed. Soon, he concealed his and little Taichu's essence, energy, and spirit. They crossed tens of thousands of feet in the mountain range. Suddenly, there were many halos in the space in front of them. A dozen figures were in front of them and were stepping into a spatial crack in front of them. It was as if there was another large space behind the crack. 72-winged woman. Is she the pinnacle of that clan? However, I heard that there are no women among the pinnacle of that clan. Moreover, many of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals who discovered her were killed. Why? What's going on? I don't know. This matter is still being reported to the higher-ups. It should reach the ears of the current pinnacle of that clan very soon. We'll know when the time comes. Now, we have to confirm that she's still in this world. This is an order from the Lord Ancient Ancestor. After that, some of the Lord Ancient Ancestors will come one after another. After that, the strongest of that clan will most likely come as well. Ziji, now we just have to do what we have to do and confirm that she's still in this world. Don't worry about anything else for the time being. According to the heavenly generals who were lucky enough to survive after discovering that person, after she stepped into the spatial crack, they hope that she's still in it. Previously, another group of heavenly masters had already entered. After we enter, we'll meet up with them. Be careful. The dozen or so heavenly masters spoke in low voices as they stepped into the spatial crack. Their expressions were very serious. Soon, the dozen or so heavenly masters disappeared into the spatial crack. At this moment, Lin Tian walked over from afar with little Taichu and looked at the spatial crack. He had an extremely terrifying ancient corpse with him. Controlling that ancient corpse, he was not afraid of ordinary heavenly masters at all. However, he still avoided the dozen or so heavenly masters for the time being. He had come to find out the true identity of the 72-winged woman and find out why she had the same appearance as Wu Yi. Now was not the time to act rashly and alert the enemy. He brought little Taichu with him and stopped in place for dozens of breaths. Then, he stepped into the spatial crack in front of him. The next moment, they appeared in a new space. This is? Looking at the new space in front of him, Lin Tian could not help but be shocked. His pupils could not help but shrink. Behind the void fissure, the space was dark and gloomy. Blood-colored vines were everywhere, like ancient pythons. Moreover, on these vines, there was a human cocoon at regular intervals, exuding a very strong yin qi. The entire space was completely filled with these vines and the human cocoons on them. This, Lin Tian's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Originally, he thought that behind the void fissure would be a super-spiritual territory filled with spiritual qi, but he didn't expect the scene behind the void fissure to be like this. Those human cocoons seemed to be sucked onto the vines by an external force, with people inside. This scene was similar to what he had seen in the depths of the celestial palace of death of the Extreme Yin Temple. However, back then, in the depths of the celestial palace of death of the Extreme Yin Temple, it was a strange black fog that covered the creatures within and turned them into human cocoons. Here, it was a cocoon that bound the creatures and turned them into human cocoons, as if it was nurturing something. Moreover, the aura exuded by the human cocoons here was far from what the armored soldiers in the celestial palace of death could compare to. Beside him, little Taichu also opened his eyes wide, shocked by the scene before him. Boom! Suddenly, an astonishing wave of saint energy came from ahead, and a hurricane swept through. Lin Tian looked ahead and immediately led little Taichu in that direction, still concealing their auras. Soon, he led little Taichu in the direction of the saint energy and walked far away in this dark space. Once again, he saw the dozen heaven lords of the celestial court, as well as the other dozen unfamiliar heaven lords. In total, there were 27 of them besieged by a group of humanoid creatures with black wings on their backs. There were many humanoid creatures, more than 100 of them. At the same time, they were intertwined with the auras of life and death. Each of them had blood-red eyes and were extremely ferocious. Moreover, the aura they exuded was also very oppressive, not at all inferior to that of an ordinary divine master expert. The 27 heaven lords were forced into a corner and were momentarily unable to resist. Moreover, most importantly, some of these humanoid creatures with black wings on their backs were actually attacking each other, as if they had no self-awareness at all. All they had was the most primitive of bestial instincts. This, he was moved. What exactly were these? To the side, the little Taichu's eyes widened even more. Looking at the hundreds of black-winged humanoid life forms in front of him, he couldn't help but shrink his neck. These black-winged life forms were truly frightening. Crack! 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 A crisp sound rang out. Within this space, some of the human cocoons on the blood-colored vines trembled and then split open. Humanoid creatures with black wings on their backs walked out from within. When they first appeared, their bodies were covered in blood-colored mucus. However, this mucus quickly disappeared. After a brief pause, they attacked the 27 Celestial Court Heavenly Masters. Some even attacked the other black-winged humanoid creatures. This scene caused Lin Tian, who was hiding his presence in the distance, to be greatly alarmed. These terrifying black-winged humanoid creatures had walked out from those human cocoons? Those densely packed cocoons were actually nurturing such a terrifying monster? Someone is creating these monsters? Lin Tian's pupils constricted. Without a doubt, everything in this space was man-made and definitely not formed naturally. Moreover, these strange creatures with black wings on their backs were definitely deliberately created by someone. This caused his heart to fiercely throb. Someone was actually artificially creating a Heavenly Master level combat force. How crazy was this? What kind of method was this? At the same time, how cruel was this? This was because he could imagine that before these terrifying black-winged life forms were forged into their current forms, they definitely didn't come here willingly to be transformed into human cocoons. Instead, someone had forcibly suppressed these life forms and forcibly transformed them. Roar. Ruthless roars reverberated. Suddenly, one of the black-winged life forms besieging the 27 Celestial Court Heavenly Masters let out a painful roar. Then, with a poof, they exploded on the spot. Following that, a few other life forms also exploded on their own, turning into black pus and blood. This caused Lin Tian's expression to change again. These strange life forms were clearly incomparably ferocious just a moment ago, like peerless ferocious beasts, but in the next moment, they actually died on their own. After that, from time to time, black-winged life forms would walk out of the human cocoons. They were incomparably ferocious, and their combat strength was comparable to that of a Heavenly Master. However, after these black-winged life forms walked out of the human cocoons, most of them would collapse within a few breaths. At most, they could only survive for a few dozen breaths. Their flesh shells can't support the explosive power within their bodies? His eyesight was extraordinary. After a moment of contemplation, he discovered the reason. Although these black-winged life forms were terrifying, their flesh shells were far from being able to support the power within their bodies. Therefore, it was difficult for them to survive in this world for too long. Boom! In front of him, Heavenly Master level Saint energy surged. Human cocoons continued to break open in this space, and black-winged life forms walked out of them. They attacked the 27 Celestial Court Heavenly Masters who hadn't concealed their auras, causing the 27 Celestial Court Heavenly Masters to fall into a more and more difficult situation. However, although these black-winged life forms were terrifying, they couldn't survive for too long. Although their numbers made the 27 Celestial Court Heavenly Masters somewhat difficult, they weren't able to kill the Heavenly Masters of the Celestial Court. Damn it, what are these things? Although these Heavenly Masters hadn't been forced to the point where their lives were in danger, their expressions were ugly. There was anger, but more than that, there was shock. In this space, in this place, there was actually someone who could create Heavenly Master level combat strength like this. Roar. Ruthless roars reverberated in the air. Within this space, more human cocoons broke open, and black-winged life forms walked out one after another. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 1,000 black-winged life forms in this space at the same time, causing the 27 Celestial Court Heavenly Masters who had entered this space to tremble slightly. Lin Tian was in the distance, using the perfect world to completely conceal his aura and that of the little Taichu. At this time, when he looked at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but tremble slightly. There were 1,000 black-winged life forms, and each of them was comparable to Heavenly Master level combat strength. Although they couldn't exist for too long, it was still very frightening. Buzz. Suddenly, a holy light emerged from the center of the space, intertwining with light and holiness. In a circular light wave, it spread out in 360 degrees. Then, as this holy light spread out, everywhere it passed, the blood-colored vines, human cocoons, and black-winged life forms disappeared immediately, all of them turning into dust. This originally dark space suddenly became bright in an instant, and the gloomy atmosphere from before was completely gone. In fact, there was even a hint of celestial qi. Such an unforeseen event caused the 27 heavenly masters to be shocked, and they all trembled fiercely. At the same time, Lin Tian's expression changed again. There were many black-winged life forms, and each of them was comparable to a heavenly master-level expert. The blood-colored vines were also very frightening, and there were also many of them, covering the entire space. However, they were all wiped out in an instant by the holy light just now, and even made the space, which was originally intertwined with a gloomy atmosphere, brighten up. This scene was somewhat frightening. Most importantly, just now, he, the little Taichu, and the 27 celestial court heavenly masters were all affected by the holy light, but they were all fine, and were not affected in the slightest. It was as if they were just swept by ordinary sunlight, as if the holy light had its own consciousness, and only targeted the blood-colored vines, human cocoons, and black-winged life forms. The woman had 72 wings of light on her back. They were snow-white and filled with a holy aura. Her face was flawless. It's still there. Was she the one who released that holy radiance? What should we do now? What should we do? Should we retreat? The 27 celestial court heavenly lords were all moved by the sight of the woman. They were all heavenly lords, transcending heaven-level existences. They were usually high and mighty, but now, they couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate in front of the woman in front of them. The 72 wings on her back were too dazzling. They were exactly the same as those of the celestial protectors. Within the celestial protectors, those with 72 wings were truly supreme existences. At the same time, Lin Tian's gaze naturally fell on the woman in the distance. He couldn't look away for a moment. The woman was dressed in white, and her flawless face was exactly the same as Wu Yi's. Even her figure and height were the same. Although he had seen this woman in the consciousness of a sovereign of the celestial court before, he couldn't help but be stunned when he saw her with his own eyes. Beside him, little Taichu was also staring at the woman in white. Just like Lin Tianyi, he was also stunned. The woman had 72 wings of light on her back. Although there were many wings, they didn't stand out in the slightest. Instead, they made her seem even more beautiful and noble. The space seemed to have lost all its luster because of her presence. She came from the center of the space and naturally saw the 27 celestial court heavenly lords, Lin Tian, and little Taichu. Her gaze swept across the 27 celestial court heavenly lords and landed on Lin Tian. A faint light flashed in her eyes. In the next moment, she seemed to have sensed some other aura from Lin Tian's body. Her perfect body involuntarily trembled, and in the next instant, she appeared beside Lin Tian without a sound. This speed was too fast, to the point that it could no longer be explained by speed. Lin Tian couldn't help but be shocked, because the opponent suddenly appeared in front of him, and he couldn't help but stumble backwards. Holy light flowed around the woman's body, and the space around her seemed to come alive, stabilizing Lin Tian's retreating figure. She looked at Lin Tian without blinking, and a variety of emotions appeared in her originally calm eyes. There was surprise, anticipation, worry, and guilt. It was only after a few breaths that she opened her mouth and asked, "Is she all right?" It was to the extent that there were traces of tears in her eyes. Lin Tian was visibly moved. Then, he instinctively knew that the she this woman was referring to was Wu Yi. He couldn't help but take a step forward and ask, "Who are you? What does it have to do with her?" He knew very well that this woman with 72 light wings on her back was an extremely terrifying existence. However, at this time, looking at her perfect face that was exactly the same as Wu Yi's, he directly ignored her strength and directly asked about her relationship with Wu Yi. He came here to find this woman because of this. "Yeah. What does it have to do with Yi?" Little Taichu couldn't help but ask from the side. What's her name?" The woman muttered to herself. Her voice was gentle, as if she was thinking about something. There was a deep gentleness in her complicated eyes. Rumble, suddenly, the space shook violently. A black door appeared, and an old man stepped out from it. The old man was dressed in a golden robe, and his eyes were as deep as the universe. Behind him, 72 purple wings shone brightly. This scene caused Lin Tian's expression to change immediately. 72 wings. The heaven protectors had actually sent such a supreme existence, and she had arrived so quickly. At the same time, the 27 heaven masters of the celestial court were also shocked. They hurriedly bowed to the old man and said, "Sir." They didn't bow to the woman with 72 wings because it was said that the woman had killed a group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals of the celestial court. They didn't know who the woman was and didn't dare to rashly approach her. The golden-robed old man's eyes were deep. He didn't care about the 27 heaven masters at all, as if he didn't see them. His gaze paused on Lin Tian for a moment. He could clearly see Lin Tian's reincarnation constitution. A cold light flashed in his eyes, but he didn't attack Lin Tian for the time being. His gaze fell on the white-robed woman and said, "As expected, you're not completely dead yet." Divine Key. Lin Tian heard this and looked at the white-robed woman. Divine Key was this woman's name? The woman tilted her head and looked at the golden-robed old man. Elder. Lin Tian's eyes flashed when he heard this. The woman was indeed from the Heaven Protector clan. The 27 heaven masters of the celestial court couldn't help but tremble. Although the woman had 72 wings of light behind her, which was the absolute symbol of the Heaven Protector clan, she had killed a group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals of the celestial court. Therefore, even though they saw the woman's 72 wings of light, they weren't sure if she was from the Heaven Protector clan. But now, when they heard the woman address the golden-robed old man, the uncertainty in their hearts disappeared. The golden-robed old man's eyes were deep. He stood in the sky like a god and snorted coldly. He looked at the woman for a few breaths and said, "Suppress the reincarnation constitution and follow me back to the clan." He looked at the woman and said, "Only a few people in the clan know about what happened back then. So much time has passed, and you've been severely punished. Let's just forget about the mistakes you made back then. Follow me back to the clan. With the supreme treasure of the clan, you can be truly reborn. You'll still be the first heavenly lady of the past." Lin Tian's heart jumped fiercely. First heavenly lady? This was the title the Heaven Protector clan gave this woman back then. At the same time, he was even more shocked when the golden-robed old man said the word reborn. This woman wasn't truly alive. He carefully sized up the woman before him again. Only now did he discover that the other party actually didn't have a physical body. At the same time, she didn't seem like a soul either. This type of feeling was hard for him to understand, unable to understand this woman's current state. "I won't hand him over to you all." Looking at the golden-robed old man, the woman shook her head and said, "Elder, please stop. Don't continue. All creatures are born, they grow, they have the right to live." The golden-robed old man snorted coldly. The entire space trembled intensely, as if it was going to collapse at any moment. "So much time has passed, yet you still haven't woken up? Back then, your hands were soaked in blood, yet now, you actually say these words to this old man? That is my crime, it cannot be erased. Even 10,000 deaths won't be enough to atone for it," the woman said. She looked at the golden-robed old man and said, "Just stop, elder. Don't continue down this wrong path. Let the clansmen return to how they were before." The golden-robed old man's eyes immediately turned cold. A majestic pressure immediately spread out. Stubborn and unrepentant. Boom. Majestic sacred light gushed out from the golden-robed elder's body. This vast space was completely frozen by his aura in an instant. Lin Tian felt that he couldn't move in an instant. The other party wasn't targeting him, but the woman in white. However, this aura still caused him to be unable to move. His expression changed, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He couldn't find any words to describe this aura. It was no longer something that could be described as powerful or terrifying. At the same time, the 27 heaven masters of the celestial court were also trembling. They were stunned by this aura. This was the first time they had seen a top existence from the Heaven Protector clan in action. Just the aura alone was enough to make them, heaven-reaching realm experts, tremble in fear. At this moment, they were like Lin Tian, unable to move. The air was constantly annihilated. The holy light, mixed with cold killing intent, fell in front of the white-clothed woman in the blink of an eye. However, in the next moment, the golden-robed elder's saint light disappeared as though it had evaporated into thin air. The woman did not seem to move at all. the space instantly returned to normal. At this time, Lin Tian and the others could once again move freely. Give up, Elder. You know my ability. Back then, all of you combined could barely fight me to a draw. If it weren't for some special reasons, you wouldn't have been able to kill me. The white-clothed woman spoke in a calm voice. There wasn't a trace of arrogance in her voice. Instead, there was a hint of sadness. Compared to the past, even if I'm not as strong as I used to be, how can you deal with me alone? Lin Tian's expression changed when he heard this. His saint body, which was comparable to a sovereign expert, couldn't help but tremble. He could guess that the all of you the woman was referring to was the 72 winged existences of the Heaven Protector clan. Back then, all of the 72 winged existences of the Heaven Protector clan combined could barely fight her to a draw. Back then, this woman was actually so strong when she was at her peak. At the same time, he was moved by another point. This woman was killed by the Heaven Protector clan back then? What kind of state was she in now? On the other side, the 27 celestial court masters of the celestial court naturally understood the meaning behind the woman's words, and their faces paled just like Lin Tian's, and they couldn't help but tremble. The golden-robed elder stood in the sky. His deep eyes became even colder. At the same time, there was a thick chill in them. Of course, he knew how strong this woman was in the past. Her cultivation talent couldn't be described with words. She was once the pride of their Heaven Protector clan and was revered as the #1 fairy. She was the #1 expert of their clan since ancient times. However, the pride of their Heaven Protector clan had betrayed their clan for some reason. Countless years have passed since then. Do you think this old one hasn't improved, that I still have the same strength as before? His voice became cold. The 72 purple wings behind him flapped, and an even more terrifying saint aura rushed out. It was impossible to describe how powerful it was. His saint aura filled this small world. This small world seemed to have turned into a weapon in an instant, becoming a part of his body. Every inch of space seemed to have come alive. Huge black holes appeared, devouring the air and everything. At this moment, all the Daos in the world trembled and worshipped him. As soon as this aura appeared, Lin Tian found it difficult to move again. Even his spirit felt a sharp pain, as if it would shatter in the next moment. In fact, at this moment, he couldn't even move his lips. Next to him, little Taichu was the same. Just like him, it was difficult for him to move. However, in the next moment, this pressure disappeared in an instant. He and little Taichu could move at the same time. In this space, the aura of the golden-robed elder was completely wiped out in the blink of an eye. Those terrifying black holes also disappeared in an instant. Go back, elder. Don't kill anymore. The path that our people have been taking is really wrong. The woman spoke. There was a faint sadness in her voice. A look of surprise flashed in the golden-robed elder's deep eyes. Then, they became even colder. Very good. Even in this state, you still have such ability. With a hong sound, the 72 purple wings behind him shook again. Heaven and earth roared, terrifying killing radiance pressed down, collapsing the heavens and splitting the earth. How good would it be if you could return to the clan? Unfortunately, you're still so stubborn, so I'll completely disappear here. With this old one's current strength, I will not disgrace you by burying your last trace of spiritual consciousness. A supreme murderess will emerge, and this world submitted to it. Behind him, a huge light shadow appeared. Just like before, it was a 100 feet tall, 72-winged saint shadow. As soon as it appeared, it attacked and pressed down on the woman in white. The woman's expression did not change. There was a trace of loneliness in her eyes. The 72 light wings behind her flapped gently, and a circle of snow-white light spread out. It was sacred and pure, and it spread out toward the golden-robed elder. With a whoosh, the 72-winged saint shadow of the golden-robed elder was crushed. Then, the pure holy light did not decrease in momentum. It landed on the elder's body, and with a bang, it sent him flying into a spatial crack that suddenly appeared behind him. Divine Key. A furious roar came from behind the spatial crack. In the next moment, the spatial crack closed, and the golden-robed elder disappeared. The space returned to its previous appearance and became bright once again. The destructive aura that had appeared because of the golden-robed old man had disappeared without a trace at this moment. Lin Tian could not help but tremble. The indescribably terrifying golden-robed elder, a 72-winged existence of the Heaven Protector clan, was so easily defeated by the woman in white. And this woman was now only a trace of spiritual consciousness. Her combat strength was far from her peak state. If that was the case, how powerful was she when she was at her peak? At the side, little Taichu's eyes widened in shock. On the other side, the faces of the 27 transcending heaven lords of the celestial court were all pale. Their limbs trembled, and their faces and eyes could not help but show horror and fear at this time. Then, in the next moment, whooshing sounds could be heard. Without the slightest pause or hesitation, the 27 people all rushed out of this space at the fastest speed possible. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled thousands of miles. The woman with 72 snow-white wings on her back was so beautiful that it was somewhat unreal. She did not pay attention to the 27 people at all, as if she had not seen them from the beginning. She let the 27 people leave. Her gaze descended onto Lin Tian once more, and it carried a mix of guilt and anticipation that was difficult to conceal. "Can you tell me about her? Is she happy? Is she happy?" Lin Tian was stunned by the woman's strength and only managed to calm down after several breaths. He originally wanted to immediately ask about the relationship between this woman and Wu Yi, but facing her question and seeing the look in her eyes, he didn't ask for the time being. Very good, he knew that the she this woman was referring to was Wu Yi, so he briefly told her about Wu Yi. The woman listened very seriously, almost forgetting everything in the world. When she heard Lin Tian mention that he and Wu Yi had a child, her eyes became misty and tears fell. She already has a child, facing the golden-robed elder who also had 72 wings. She was very calm, but at this time, her voice was choked with sobs. Lin Tian looked at the other party and could not help but be moved. The other party was clearly just a wisp of spiritual consciousness and did not have a physical body, but it was actually able to produce tears. What kind of realm was this? And why was she like this? When she mentioned Wu Yi and heard him talk about Wu Yi, there was a mixture of guilt, happiness, and sadness. With this thought and these doubts, his heart suddenly moved. At this moment, looking at the woman's appearance that was similar to Wu Yi's, a guess appeared in his heart. Could it be? Looking at her, his eyes were filled with incomparable shock. The woman looked at Lin Tian and guessed at this time that Lin Tian thought of something. She asked, "What's your name?" "Lin Tian." "Lin Tian Andao." "Lin Tian, you have the potential to change the world. Take good care of her, care for her, and love her." Behind the woman, her 72 wings bloomed with holy light, and a wisp of pure holy light entered Lin Tian's body. Tears welled up again, and her eyes were filled with unconcealable sadness. "Don't mention anything about me to her. I am not qualified to be a mother." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure disappeared in an instant, disappearing before Lin Tian's eyes. "Senior!" Lin Tian couldn't help but shout. He spread out his divine sense, but there was no trace of the woman's aura in this space. Then, he was stunned. His previous guess was correct. The former first heavenly daughter was Wu Yi's mother. Little Taichu was also stunned. He never expected to see Wu Yi's biological mother here. A man and a beast stood in this space. A gust of wind blew past, and both of them were stunned. After another dozen or so breaths, Lin Tian was the first to regain his senses. Ever since he had met Wu Yi, he had never thought about Wu Yi's background. Now that he had met Wu Yi's mother in this place and learned about her identity and other things, he was really confused. Back then, the other party had been hunted down and killed by the Heaven Protectors. Now, only a sliver of spiritual consciousness remained. How could this be? And why was he being hunted down by the Heaven Protectors? She was clearly the #1 expert of the Heaven Protector clan, and who was Wu Yi's father? How could he gain the favor of the #1 holy maiden of the Heaven Protector clan? Back then when she was being hunted down by the Heaven Protector clan, where was that person? Could it be that he was killed by the Heaven Protector clan like her? For a moment, he was really confused. His whole person was stunned. Will Yi's mother be okay? Little Taichu's voice sounded. His eyes were filled with worry because he knew that the woman's condition was not good just now. Lin Tian also became worried when he heard this. Some supreme experts could actually reconstruct their physical body with just a sliver of spiritual consciousness. However, Wu Yi's mother did not reconstruct her physical body. It seemed that for some reason, it was difficult for her to do so. If this continued, her spiritual consciousness would not exist in this world for too long and would slowly dissipate. Where did she go? She asked him not to tell Wu Yi about her. How could he do that? Wu Yi was picked up by the previous generation's Misty Peak master when she was an infant and raised by him. She did not know who her parents were and had never mentioned or thought about them. Even so, he knew that Wu Yi must have hoped to see her parents one day. How could he not tell her about her mother's condition? Later on, when he returned to the primordial universe and told Wu Yi about her mother, she completely disappeared because she could not reconstruct her physical body. How sad must Wu Yi have been? At this moment, he was a little anxious. He only wanted to find her and do everything possible to help her reconstruct her physical body. That was Wu Yi's mother. Moreover, he could feel her love for Wu Yi. She must also want to see Wu Yi. He could even clearly imagine that she must have sent Wu Yi away when she was still an infant because she was being hunted down by the Heaven Protector clan. The purpose of doing that was to ensure Wu Yi's safety. However, no matter how worried and anxious he was, there was nothing he could do now. He did not know where she had gone. For a moment, he was stunned again. After that, he and the little Taichu stayed in this space, thinking about many things. From time to time, he would be in a daze. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. On this day, at noon, he completely calmed down. He looked at the sky and took a deep breath. It will not disappear. He muttered to himself. He firmly believed that the other party would find a way to return. That wisp of spiritual consciousness would not dissipate. She was Wu Yi's mother. Little guy, let's leave. He called out to the little Taichu. He believed that Wu Yi's mother would be fine. He had to continue to become stronger and survive the great destruction of the mysterious yellow universe. He had to return to the primordial universe and tell Wu Yi everything that had happened today. After that, when the other party returned, he would definitely be able to see her again. He would see her together with Wu Yi. The mother and daughter would definitely be reunited. The little Taichu followed beside him. Soon, they stepped out of this space and appeared in the outside world. After walking out of the space, he looked back. At this time, he could not help but wonder what was going on in this space. Who was forging a transcending heaven realm warrior in this place? What was the purpose of doing this? Was it done by the Heaven Protector clan? He muttered to himself. Wu Yi's mother had the divine key. She seemed to have entered that space to purify everything inside. It seemed that she had known about this place for a long time. The fact that she was able to lead her here made him think that everything in that space was most likely done by the Heaven Protector clan. However, for some reason, they seemed to have abandoned that place, and no member of that clan was guarding that place anymore. While thinking about this, he and the little Taichu walked out of the mountain range. Soon, they walked out of the mountain range. 27 figures, each of them exuding the power of a divine master. They were the 27 heaven masters of the celestial court. At the very least, we'll suppress you. One of them said coldly. A day ago, they had fled from that space out of fear of the divine key. However, they did not immediately leave this world. Instead, they hid near this mountain range, waiting to see what would happen next. This was because they were not sure if the 72-winged golden-robed old man would return. If he found that they had all fled, they would be in great trouble. After that, they waited until now, but did not see the 72-winged golden-robed old man return. Then, on this day, they saw Lin Tian and little Taichu walk out of that space. After observing in the dark for a long time, they did not sense the aura of the divine key at all. They guessed that the divine key had already left this world and directly revealed itself at this time. Lin Tian was a reincarnated being. If they suppressed Lin Tian and sent him to the heavenly guardians, they would be able to obtain great benefits. Yeah. You. Little Taichu was both angry and shocked. He never thought that these 27 people would actually ambush him and Lin Tian outside. As for those people, they were all heaven-reaching experts. Right now, it was impossible for Lin Tian and it to block heaven-reaching experts. It's okay. Lin Tian naturally knew what the little guy was worried about at this time. He said so to the little guy, and then glanced at the 27 heaven masters. I'm in a very bad mood right now. I'll kill all of you to vent my anger. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned the immortal Emperor Pagoda and quickly took out the ancient corpse. Then, his spirit stepped out and entered the ancient corpse. Boom! He controlled the ancient corpse with his spirit. With a move of his mind, a wisp of saint power gushed out from the ancient corpse. In an instant, it caused the sky to tremble. Yeah! Little Taichu immediately widened his eyes. At the same time, the 27 heaven masters of the celestial court were also greatly shocked. The aura that Lin Tian emitted while controlling the ancient corpse made their spirits tremble involuntarily. They immediately felt the threat of death. Looking at the ancient corpse controlled by Lin Tian's spirit, these people were shocked and angry at the same time. They never thought that Lin Tian would have such a terrifying ancient corpse. Its aura was too tyrannical. Lin Tian used his soul to control the ancient corpse and put his physical body into the immortal Emperor Pagoda. He moved the immortal Emperor Pagoda to little Taichu's side and let little Taichu keep an eye on the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Then, using a gentle force, he sent little Taichu about 10,000 zhang away. Slaughter all of you. He wasn't in a good mood right now. How could he be courteous to the heaven masters of the celestial court? He used his spiritual consciousness to control the ancient corpse and appeared in front of one of the heaven masters in a flash. Then, he waved his fist and smashed it down. With a loud bang, the void in all directions instantly shattered. The divine master summoned his saint power to defend himself in horror, but it was shattered in an instant. Then, Lin Tian's fist, which was controlled by the ancient corpse, landed firmly on his body. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere. This powerful heaven master's physical body was instantly shattered. Only his spirit was barely preserved. With a look of horror, he retreated at an extremely fast speed. As he retreated, he reformed his physical body. However, Lin Tian didn't give him a chance. Using his spiritual consciousness to control the ancient corpse, he appeared in front of the escaping spirit in the blink of an eye. Without saying anything or making any unnecessary movements, he waved his fist again and smashed it down fiercely. Poof! Another soft sound. Under this tyrannical punch, the spirit of this heaven master of the celestial court was directly shattered. He was completely dead. Of the 27 heaven masters of the celestial court, only 26 were left. They couldn't help but tremble. In the blink of an eye, one of them was killed by Lin Tian. They didn't even have time to rescue him. Worship the Emperor Divine Weapon and attack together. With just a corpse, he can't possibly block all of our combined attacks. Someone shouted coldly. The 26 people were all heaven masters of the celestial court. They were all very powerful and each of them had an Emperor Divine Weapon. At this time, with a rumbling sound, the 26 people took out their Emperor Divine Weapons one after another. The power of each Emperor Divine Weapon was extremely tyrannical. Moreover, after this, the 26 people's bodies were illuminated with Tao light. All of them supported their divine Tao laws at this time. Don't kill him. Hold back at the crucial moment. Keep him alive and bring him to the lords above. One of them said. Understood. Another person said. Immediately, the 26 people activated their Emperor Divine Weapons with all their might. At the same time, their divine Tao laws also surged and pressed down on Lin Tian together. This kind of killing intent was extremely terrifying. It completely sealed the surrounding space, leaving Lin Tian no way out. Lin Tian controlled the ancient corpse with his spirit. His eyes were cold. Without any unnecessary movements, he directly waved his fist. Boom! As his fist pressed down, the entire space shook violently, and a destructive aura intertwined. With a sizzling sound, the divine power of the 26 people was annihilated in an instant. Their Emperor Divine Weapons were all sent flying and cracked. How can this be? The expressions of the 26 people changed. They had summoned their Emperor weapons with all their strength and even used their divine laws to attack. However, the outcome was actually like this. They were actually shattered by the ancient corpse controlled by Lin Tian in an instant. Swoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Lin Tian did not care about the shock on these people's faces. Using his spirit to control the ancient corpse, he directly moved. With a step, he closed in on one of the people and directly punched out. The strength of his punch was even stronger than before. With a boom, it was as if a sacred drum had been beaten. It was also as if a shocking thunderbolt had exploded, and the void collapsed. The Heaven Master who faced this punch immediately trembled. His expression changed drastically. He raised his Emperor Divine weapon and then retreated. However, Lin Tian's punch was too powerful. The terrifying fist aura actually sealed the space around him. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Because of his terrible mood, Lin Tian did not even think about snatching the Emperor Divine weapon away. His fist landed on the opponent's Emperor Divine weapon and directly smashed it into pieces. Then, the fist aura did not diminish. In the next moment, it landed on the opponent's body. With a poof, the opponent was directly smashed into pieces. Transcending heaven-grade blood splattered across the sky. Damn it! This person's spirit had not been destroyed. Shocked and angry, he quickly retreated, distancing himself from the ancient corpse controlled by Lin Tian's spirit. Lin Tian looked at this person's spirit. With a single step, he arrived in front of the opponent. Die! He punched out again. The fist aura was so fast and fierce that the other 20 or so Heaven Masters did not even have time to help. This person's spirit was directly smashed into pieces, causing him to completely disappear. This scene caused the other 25 Heaven Masters to tremble involuntarily. Go! Retreat! The 25 Heavenly Lords were not ordinary people, and their eyesight was not ordinary. At this time, they truly understood how terrifying the ancient corpse controlled by Lin Tian was. Even if they took out their Emperor weapons and joined forces, they were still no match for it. Whoosh, 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 they were very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had rushed far away. Lin Tian controlled the ancient corpse with his spiritual soul. His eyes were mixed with coldness. He took a step forward and shook the ancient corpse with a trace of saint power, completely sealing the surrounding space. Boom! Without any superfluous words or movements, he directly punched out. The fist pressed down, and the surroundings shook violently, shattering everything. Such a tyrannical punch was extremely frightening. It was as if there was a destructive fist storm that swept past. For a moment, blood splattered everywhere. The 25 Heavenly Lords of the Celestial Court were sent flying, each of them coughing up blood. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He controlled the ancient corpse and rushed up again. He appeared in front of one of the Heavenly Lords and punched out. This punch was terrifying and violent. It landed directly on the Heavenly Lord's body, and with a puff, it shattered. Then, he controlled the ancient corpse, grabbed the Heavenly Lord's spiritual soul, and tore it into pieces. He raised his hand and grabbed the Heavenly Lord's Emperor weapon, erasing the mark on it. Then, he looked at the other 24 Heavenly Lords. Without the slightest hesitation, he took a step forward, raised his fist, and punched out. His fist surged violently. It was as if a destructive fist had turned into a world-shaking ocean, shattering everything. The 24 Heavenly Lords resisted with all their strength. However, in the face of Lin Tian, who controlled the ancient corpse, they could not stop him at all. Damn it! Stop! Ah! No! The 24 Heavenly Lords used all kinds of magical powers and great arts. They also activated their Emperor weapons and divine Tao laws. However, in the face of the ancient corpse controlled by Lin Tian's spiritual soul, they could not resist at all. 21 of them were killed in succession. Out of the 27 people, only 3 were left. Looking at the ancient corpse that Lin Tian was controlling, they couldn't help but be shocked. Moreover, at this moment, the 3 of them were somewhat regretful. They regretted staying in this place to deal with Lin Tian. They didn't expect that Lin Tian would have such a terrifying ancient corpse. They simply couldn't block it. Amazing! In the distance, little Taichu hugged the immortal Emperor Pagoda and looked at Lin Tian's ancient corpse with wide eyes. In the blink of an eye, 24 of the 27 transcending heaven realm heavenly lords had been killed by Lin Tian. Lin Tian controlled the ancient corpse with a cold expression. During this process, he obtained more than 10 emperor weapons. The others were all destroyed. At this moment, he was closing in on the last 3. Right at this moment, divine splendor suddenly appeared in the distance. It was extremely intimidating, making him stop and look in that direction. Over there, in his field of vision, an old man appeared. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at this place. The old man was dressed in a gray robe. His hair was brown, and he exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Looking at this person, he controlled the ancient corpse with his spiritual soul. Immediately, his pupils contracted. The aura exuded by this old man was as strong as the aura of the 9 celestial court ancient ancestors he saw in the void realm. Lord Ancient Ancestor. At this place, the 3 heaven realm heavenly lords who were still alive were pleasantly surprised. Looking at the old man who suddenly appeared, it was as if they had grasped at a life-saving straw in a turbulent torrent. The 3 of them quickly went forward and bowed deeply. Then, they reported everything about the 72-winged golden-robed old man and the divine key. Then, they mentioned Lin Tian again. He has entered that terrifying ancient corpse with his spiritual soul. We are no match for him. Please help us, Lord Ancient Ancestor. The 3 of them were all reaching heaven realm existences, but at this time, they were very respectful in front of this gray-robed old man. They were very humble because this old man was much stronger than them. Hearing the 3's report, the gray-robed old man's face turned solemn. He was moved by the divine key. Then, after 3 breaths, his gaze fell on Lin Tian. Reincarnation body. Looking at Lin Tian, his eyes were deep and cold. Then, he pressed forward. Lin Tian controlled the ancient corpse with his spiritual soul. Immediately, his expression changed slightly. Previously, he had heard that an ancient ancestor of the celestial court would enter this world. It was true. Although he did not arrive before the people of the heaven protectors, he was still here. Then, he controlled the ancient corpse and stepped forward. In a flash, he appeared beside little Taichu and took the little Taichu away. The ancient corpse he controlled was definitely stronger than the ancient ancestor of the celestial court when he was alive. However, with his current strength, he was far from being able to use all of the ancient corpse's power. At most, he could only use the tip of the iceberg. It was only enough to deal with ordinary reaching heaven realm experts. Facing the ancient ancestor of the celestial court, he could not block it at all. The gray-robed old man snorted and stepped forward. He raised his hand and pressed down on the ancient corpse controlled by Lin Tian. He wanted to first extract Lin Tian's spiritual soul, then take Lin Tian's body. This palm seemed simple, but it completely sealed the surrounding space, not giving Lin Tian a chance to dodge. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. There was no way to dodge, so he could only control the ancient corpse and punch it. In the next moment, he controlled the ancient corpse to punch out and collided with the palm of the ancient ancestor of the celestial court. Dong, with a loud boom, the void collapsed. Then, he was forced to take 3 steps back from the impact. On the other side, the ancient ancestor of the celestial court was even more embarrassed than him. He was forced to take 11 steps back. This made his pupils constrict. At the same time, he was surprised, and he once again experienced the terrifying power of this ancient corpse. He had used his spiritual soul to control the body to punch out. He could not use all of the body's power, but at this time, he was still able to defeat the gray-robed ancient ancestor of the celestial court in terms of pure physical power. Ancient ancestor. The expressions of the 3 heavenly court's heavenly masters changed as well, astonished by this scene. The gray-robed old man's pupils constricted. He stared at the ancient corpse controlled by Lin Tian without blinking. There was shock in his eyes, and he was shocked by the power of the ancient corpse's body. However, in the next moment, his eyes became cold again, even colder than before. There was an eerie chill that rose up, and he directly shook his Saint Force, transforming it into a great holy light handprint, and grabbed out again. Facing this great holy light handprint, Lin Tian's expression changed. He immediately felt the terror of this great holy light handprint. His spiritual soul, which had entered the ancient corpse, could not help but tremble. As the great holy light handprint pressed down, the opponent's majestic saint power affected his spiritual soul, making it impossible for him to continue controlling the ancient corpse. He was frozen in place. Move! He roared in his heart and shook his spiritual soul. He wanted to control the ancient corpse to move again, but it was difficult to do so because the saint energy of the gray-robed elder was too strong. Although the ancient corpse was very intimidating, his own cultivation was too low compared to the elder's. At this time, his spiritual soul was suppressed, and he could not move it no matter what. For a moment, he could only watch as the great holy light handprint pressed down on him. However, in the next moment, his spiritual soul suddenly trembled, and he felt a chill. At this time, the great holy light handprint pressed down. His spiritual soul was suppressed, and he could not move. However, he felt that the saint power in the ancient corpse suddenly moved on its own. It was as if the ancient corpse had developed a consciousness and was operating the saint power in its body. Then, the saint power flowed, and a wave of saint light rippled out like water. Chi. Blood floated in the air, causing everyone's expression to change. Lord Ancient Ancestor. The three celestial court lords could not help but cry out. Yah! Little Alpha Primordium's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene. At the same time, Lin Tian's spiritual soul entered the ancient corpse. His spiritual soul trembled even more. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the saint energy in the ancient corpse was circulating faster and faster. Moreover, life aura and soul energy began to emerge. It was as if a glimmer of light had suddenly appeared in a pitch-black night. Then, the glimmer began to expand, dispelling all the darkness. In the next moment, a strong force gushed out of the ancient corpse and shook his spiritual soul out. Then, a bright light intertwined in the ancient corpse's eyes, causing the sky to change color. Lin Tian's spiritual soul was shaken out and quickly returned to his body. He brought little Taichu with him and moved 1,000 feet away. Then, he looked at the ancient corpse in front of him again. It's alive? His eyelids could not help but twitch. At this moment, the ancient corpse was clearly exuding an extremely strong life aura. He could not believe it. A few days ago, he did not feel any life aura from the corpse at all. Why did the life aura suddenly appear now? He could not understand the situation at all. Little Taichu's eyes widened. He could not help but shrink his neck, shrink his body, and lie in Lin Tian's hair. It was also at this moment that the ancient ancestor of the celestial court, who had been shaken out, stabilized himself. His gaze fell on the ancient corpse, and then he looked at Lin Tian on the other side. Then, his gaze fell on the ancient corpse again. His gaze froze, then turned cold. At this moment, the ancient ancestor of the celestial court naturally noticed the changes in the ancient corpse. It was no longer controlled by Lin Tian. Moreover, its state had changed. It was no longer a corpse, but a living person. However, the ancient ancestor of the celestial court did not care much about this. Have you recovered from the deep level of cultivation, wandering between life and death? The ancient ancestor of the celestial court said coldly as he looked at the ancient corpse. He seemed to have noticed something. Then, he directly made his move. His saint power vibrated and interweaved with a murderous force to suppress the ancient corpse. You're not weak. Just disappear completely here. Boom, the saint energy was boundless, and it was unknown how many times more terrifying it was than before. The entire world began to tremble, and the ground began to sink. In the blink of an eye, the killing force arrived in front of the ancient corpse and landed on its body. With a rumbling sound, the destructive aura completely annihilated the surrounding space. Smoke and dust drifted in the air. Soon after, the smoke and dust dissipated. The ancient corpse stood in its original place, completely unharmed. This, Lin Tian was moved. He could feel how terrifying that attack was. However, the ancient corpse that he had found was completely unscathed after taking that attack head-on. It had blocked that destructive attack with just its physical body. How could this be? The three lords of the celestial court were also shocked. The ancient corpse's life aura became even more intense. Its eyes also had a luster and became deeper. The great apocalypse has come to this universe? This ancient corpse was an old man. At this time it was no longer a corpse, but a living person. His life aura continued to strengthen. Then, gradually, his old body began to change. He became younger, and gradually became a middle-aged man. His face was as sharp as a knife, giving people a sense of steadiness. This change shocked Lin Tian. Little Taichu also widened his eyes. He's turning into a middle-aged man. On the other side, the gray-robed ancient ancestor's eyes narrowed again. He had used 60% of his strength in that attack. However, the ancient corpse was completely unharmed when the saint light mixed with murderous intent hit it head-on. It was still standing in its original place, as if it did not even see his attack. Moreover, at this time, the ancient corpse's life aura continued to rise, giving him an ominous feeling. With this ominous feeling, the ancient ancestor of the celestial court could not help but snort coldly. His saint power surged, and in an instant, he used 90% of his battle strength to condense a 3-meter-long saint sword. The destructive aura was vast and mighty, and the entire macro world seemed to be about to be shattered. Looking at the middle-aged ancient corpse, he said coldly, "There's no need to continue recovering." Die-in, boom. The sky shook, interrupting the ancient corpse's words. The middle-aged ancient corpse swept a glance at the ancient corpse, and a murderous saint light directly struck down. The saint light vibrated like thunder and was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the ancient ancestor's 3-meter-long saint sword into pieces. Moreover, the ancient corpse's divine soul also disappeared under the saint light. This scene made Lin Tian's pupils shrink. He's dead? This was an ancient ancestor of the celestial court, but now, he was killed in an instant by the middle-aged ancient corpse. What kind of powerful existence did he pick up? Little Taichu's eyes widened even more, and he shrunk his neck with all his might. Ancient ancestor. How could this be? This. The 3 gods of the celestial court could not help but tremble, and their faces turned pale. One of their ancient ancestors was killed just like that? Run. In the next moment, the same word appeared in their minds at the same time, and the 3 of them immediately fled far away. However, the 3 of them had only escaped a few hundred meters away when 3 beams of saint light fell, and all of them were destroyed in body and soul. The middle-aged ancient corpse's eyes were deep as he stood there, looking at the sky and scanning the world. There was a faint cold light in his deep eyes, but then he could not help but sigh. In the end, I can't avoid it. The middle-aged man muttered to himself. Then, he turned around and looked at Lin Tian, who was thousands of meters away. Without any movement, he appeared next to Lin Tian in the next moment. When Lin Tian saw the middle-aged man appear in front of him like this, he could not see the middle-aged man's movement trajectory at all. He could not help but take a step back. However, he only took a step back and then stabilized his body again. He did not show any fear, because he could feel that the middle-aged man did not have any malicious intentions towards him. "Senior, I'm sorry. I found you by chance and thought that you were dead, so I moved your body without permission." He bowed. At this time, although he could feel that the middle-aged man did not have any malicious intentions, he was very embarrassed. Now it seemed that the middle-aged man was not dead at that time. According to the ancient ancestor of the celestial court, the middle-aged man seemed to be in a state of neither life nor death during cultivation. However, he thought that the middle-aged man was dead, so he moved him out of the place of seclusion and used him as a killing weapon. The middle-aged man quickly arrived in front of Lin Tian and stared at Lin Tian without blinking. "There's no need to apologize. Something went wrong when I was comprehending the Tao. If you hadn't used your spirit to stimulate me, the consequences might have been as you said." The middle-aged man looked at Lin Tian and said, "I should thank you." Lin Tian was slightly stunned when he heard this. He was a little surprised. Did he accidentally save the other party? It's good that Senior is fine. He came back to his senses and said so. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Tian. His eyes were incomparably deep, like a bottomless black hole. A reincarnated body. I didn't expect that someone would dare to do that. Lin Tian was puzzled. "Senior, what do you mean?" He felt that the other party was implying something. However, the middle-aged man didn't elaborate. He shook his head and looked at little Taichu, then looked into the distance. Human King, it's as you said back then. If that path doesn't work, then I can't protect this universe. The middle-aged man muttered to himself. The next moment, an extremely cold light intertwined in his eyes. However, I can't let them off so easily. As his words fell, Lin Tian felt as if all the Daos in the world seemed to tremble, as if they were terrified. His spirit couldn't help but tremble. He immediately felt a surge of destructive power, making it difficult for him to even make a sound. I will definitely repay this kindness in the future. You can survive this great calamity. I'll see you on the final battlefield. The middle-aged man's gaze fell on Lin Tian. It was incomparably deep. The next moment, he silently disappeared from where he was. The place became silent all of a sudden. Lin Tian's eyes couldn't help but flicker. This middle-aged man was too strong. The aura he emitted just now was enough to compare to the 72-winged golden-robed elder of the Heaven Protector clan that he saw in that space. At the same time, another thing that moved him was that the other party seemed to know the Human King. For a moment, he couldn't help but be a little stunned. Then, it wasn't until dozens of breaths later that he regained his calm. Forget it. It's useless to care about these things. I'll do my own thing. He muttered to himself and asked little Taichu to leave. The jade bottle in this world had already been taken by him. He called out to the little Taichu and left. He was prepared to go to other ordinary large worlds to seize the jade bottle that the celestial court used to collect life essence. At the same time, he was also looking for the white tiger. Not long after, he found another great world that was as big as the celestial realm. He went directly to the center of this world and killed a few Dominator Realm experts. He took the jade bottle that was used to collect life essence from this world. Right now, he was only a 4th heavenly layer Saint Venerate, but because of the Samsara Heart Sutra, he was able to unleash his full potential. With the Samsara Forging Mind Sutra, he could increase his battle prowess by 20 times. If he used his full strength, he could kill a few ordinary rulers. Go to other worlds, he said to little Taichu. He took little Taichu with him. After that, he stepped into many ordinary large worlds that were as big as the celestial realm. He seized the jade bottle that the celestial court used to collect life essence from. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 months had passed. Continue. In 3 months, he seized more than 30 jade bottles that the celestial court used to collect life essence from. On this day, he called out to little Taichu and stepped into another great world. In an unknown place, immortal mountains and divine peaks were everywhere. It was incomparably majestic. What? In this place, in a divine palace, an old man in a golden robe with 72 wings on his back stood up from a jade chair. 2 dazzling rays of light shot out from his eyes and directly shattered more than half of the divine palace. A destructive aura spread out. The golden-robed old man was the person who had been sent flying after searching for the divine key. He had been sent flying by the power of the divine key and had been trapped in the crack between worlds for a period of time. He had only managed to break free a few days ago and return to his previous world. Unfortunately, the divine key was no longer in that world and had returned here. Then, on this day, an expert with 36 wings from this lineage came here to report a major event. Has anyone seen a woman with the same appearance as her? The old man in a golden robe's eyes were intertwined with intense rays of light. At the same time, there were 8 other 72-winged existences beside him. After hearing this, their eyes all narrowed. Before this, the divine key was a big secret in the Celestial Protector clan. Only those who had reached 72 wings knew about it. In fact, before this, no one in their clan knew that there was such a person as the divine key in the clan's history except for those with 72 wings. However, a few days ago, the divine key was discovered in that world with 72 wings on her back. Many people knew that there was a woman in the Celestial Protector clan who had reached 72 wings. This news spread far and wide. Later, the black-robed ancient ancestor in the Celestial Court in the Nihility world found out about it. He was immediately moved and thought of Wu Yi who had injured him. He immediately reported this matter. It's true. Someone has seen a woman with the same appearance as that person in the primordial universe. The 36-winged expert said. Moreover, this person sent out a divine consciousness imprint. It was the black-robed old man from before. In the divine consciousness imprint, Wu Yi's white clothes were whiter than snow. For a moment, the old man in a golden robe and the other 72 winged existence's eyes narrowed. The rays of light in their eyes became even more intense. The same appearance. How can there be such a coincidence? That's her descendant. Back then, with that human, she actually. The old man in a golden robe did not finish his sentence. 2 rays of piercing cold light shot out from his eyes. In the primordial universe? Very good. Very good. This old man will personally capture her descendant and use her descendant as bait to lure her back. Let's see how she reacts then. The Divine Key's death in the Celestial clan was an eternal humiliation to their clan. Not long ago, he had not even been able to suppress a wisp of Divine Key's consciousness after her death. This made him feel extremely sullen. Now that he learned that there was someone who looked exactly like her, he immediately guessed many things. The coldness in his eyes intensified. As soon as he finished speaking, the light of destruction interweaved around his body. He tore open a universe portal and stepped into it. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. In an ordinary great world in the Xianxia universe. Defying the Celestial Court and seizing the Tao fruit of the Celestial Court. Human, you will not have a good ending. You will definitely fall into purgatory. In the center of this great world, blood dyed the ground red. The physical body of a Celestial Court ruler had been destroyed. Only his spirit was left. At this moment, his eyes were filled with shock and anger. Lin Tian's clothes were stained with blood. He had also suffered heavy injuries in the battle with this ruler. At this moment, his eyes were cold. He directly slashed at the ruler's spirit body with his sword. If there is purgatory, it is prepared for you people of the Celestial Court. Poof, with a soft sound, the Celestial Court ruler was directly killed. Then, he raised his hand and took the jade bottle that the Celestial Court used to collect life essence. He put it into his body. Let's go, little guy. Find an abandoned and barren world and start improving your cultivation. After several months, Lin Tian had passed through various worlds. He had obtained a total of 38 jade bottles. There was a large amount of life essence in these jade bottles. They had been collected by the Heavenly Court through the slaughter of tens of thousands of creatures. Now that he had obtained these jade bottles, he felt that he could use them to refine and cultivate. First, he could raise his cultivation base. Very soon, he found a desolate planet with a little Taichu. The environment there was safe enough. After entering the planet, he and the little Taichu arrived in a desolate valley. After engraving several dozen formations to conceal his presence, he took out the 38 jade bottles. He gave half to the little Taichu and kept the other half for himself. Let's begin. He said to the little Taichu. Yeah. The little Taichu nodded. He immediately circulated the ancient scripture of his lineage and began to absorb the essence of life in the jade bottles to cultivate and raise his cultivation. Lin Tian circulated the Reincarnation Sutra. 9-colored radiance revolved around him as he absorbed the essence of life from the jade bottles. The dense essence of life revolved around him and fused into his body. Under the effects of the Reincarnation Sutra, it surged into every inch of his flesh. Immediately, the essence of life around him gradually became richer. His vitality and cultivation rose strand by strand. Just like that, time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In 3 months, he had used up all the essence of life in the 19 jade bottles. The radiance around him had become even denser. 7th level Saint Master. The further he progressed in his cultivation, the more essence of life he would need to refine to increase his cultivation. As a result, he had reached the 4th heavenly layer from the 2nd heavenly layer with the essence of life in a single jade bottle. Now, he had only reached the 7th heavenly layer from the 4th heavenly layer after refining the essence of life in 19 jade bottles. Now that he had reached the 7th level of the Saint Venerable Realm, he could sense the changes in his body with his consciousness. He could clearly feel that the saint energy in his body had become denser, his sea of consciousness had become vaster, his soul had become tougher, and his combat strength had increased significantly. It was also at this moment that the little Taichu finished refining all the life essence in the 19 jade bottles, reaching the 5th heavenly layer from early Saint Venerable. "Yeah," the little guy called out in his childish voice. In just 3 months, his cultivation had increased by so much. He was very happy. Lin Tianyi smiled and said, "Consolidate my cultivation." Life essence G was very pure. Generally speaking, refining it to increase one's cultivation would not have too big of a flaw, and it would not affect one's Taoist foundation. However, even so, one still had to concentrate on stabilizing one's current cultivation, which was beneficial and not harmful. At that moment, he and the little Taichu began to circulate their respective ancient scriptures and began to consolidate their current realms. 2 different types of holy light intertwined in this valley. In the Hongming universe, in the starry sky, stars filled one's eyes. A golden-robed elder was walking. He had 72 wings on his back, and his eyes were extremely deep and cold. He was a top expert of the Heaven Protector tribe. Previously, he had heard that there was someone in the Hongming universe who looked exactly like the divine key, so he had entered the Hongming universe to search for it. After 3 months, he finally found a clue. "Divine key, I did not expect you to have a child with a human. You and your mother are the disgrace of my tribe." Disgrace? As he walked in the starry sky, his eyes were bone-chilling and filled with killing intent. As he walked, the stars in the boundless starry sky trembled, as if they would collapse in the next moment. His speed was shockingly fast. As he walked in the starry sky, he passed through 3 major star regions in the blink of an eye. Not long after, a huge star appeared in front of him. It was colorful and hazy, looking very beautiful and dreamy. When the golden-robed elder arrived, his eyes turned even colder. The killing intent in his eyes was as boundless as the sky as he walked towards the ancient star. It was also at this time that a figure silently appeared outside ancient star. It was a middle-aged man in a white robe. He stood in the starry sky like a mortal, and there was nothing special about him. The golden-robed elder stopped and narrowed his eyes. Just now, there was no one else in this place. The appearance of the middle-aged man in front of him was too strange, and he did not notice him. "I was too concerned about her offspring, and my divine senses were affected," he muttered to himself. He muttered to himself. His eyes became even colder and filled with killing intent. "Divine key, you and your mother will taste all kinds of torture." As he muttered to himself, he walked towards the ancient star in front of him again. He looked at the middle-aged man with a chilling gaze. Filthy and lowly. Looking at the middle-aged man, his voice was bone-chilling. Killing intent intertwined around his body. However, in the next instant, he seemed to have sensed something. His footsteps paused and the words he was about to say were forcefully stopped. His face instantly turned deathly pale. "Human. Human king?" At that moment, this Heaven Protector clan's 72-winged existence, one of the most powerful experts in this world, trembled involuntarily. It was as if an ordinary mortal had seen a malicious spirit. Endless fear appeared in his eyes. Then, without any hesitation, he turned around and fled. His speed was shockingly fast, distorting even time. Since ancient times, countless people had challenged the human king, plotting to kill the human king. Some people felt complacent because they survived after fighting the human king, believing that the difference between them and the human king was not that great. However, the true experts knew how ignorant and stupid these thoughts were. For those true experts, the more powerful they were, the more they understood what the 2 words human king represented. They understood how great the gap was between them and the human king, and how difficult it was to surpass it. Outside the ancient star, the middle-aged man was very calm. He looked no different from an ordinary mortal. "You shouldn't have come here." The golden-robed elder had already fled far away. Then, as these words floated out from the middle-aged man's mouth, his powerful saint body stiffened and directly disintegrated in the starry sky, disappearing in an instant. Faint silver radiance intertwined in the starry sky, but there was no change. The middle-aged man looked into the ancient star and disappeared silently. At the same time, in an unknown place where celestial mountains lay horizontally, 8 72-winged existences were in a sacred palace. Among them, a black-robed elder's expression changed drastically. "What's wrong?" The other 7 asked. Behind the black-robed elder, the 72 wings trembled. Xianxia is dead. He disappeared in an instant. What? The other 7's expressions changed drastically. The golden-robed elder was called Xianxia, and he was very close to the black-robed elder. The two had created the ancient scripture together and shared the same origin. As long as one of them died, the other would be able to sense it immediately. To be able to kill Xianxia in an instant, other than that Lord, there's only one person in this world, human. King. After disappearing for so long, he has now appeared? At this moment, the faces of the top 72 winged experts turned ugly. In an abandoned star in the universe of Xianhuang, Lin Tian and little Taichu were consolidating their cultivation on this abandoned star. Faint saint radiance intertwined around their bodies, becoming more and more condensed. Then, after another 3 days, the saint radiance around his body entered his body, and he opened his eyes and stood up. Not bad. In the past few days, he circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and completely stabilized his cultivation of the 7th heaven of Saint Venerate. At the same time, little Taichu also woke up and stopped circulating the ancient scripture. His cultivation had also completely stabilized. Let's go and continue fighting for the jade bottle. At the same time, we'll find that stupid tiger and your father. After leaving the abandoned planet, Lin Tian took little Taichu and soon entered a large world that was similar to the fairy realm. Now, if he wanted to seize the jade pristine bottle from the heavenly court, he could only do it in a macro world of this level. He did not dare to go to an extremely large world like the celestial realm of nothingness, because in such a macro world, there would usually be a sky-reaching realm of the heavenly court. With his current battle strength, he could not resist a sky-reaching realm of nothingness. Entering this new world, the smell of blood in the air was very strong. Many creatures had already died in this world. Lin Tian didn't hesitate. He took little Taichu and went directly to the center of this large world. The special jade bottle that the celestial court used to collect life essence was located in the center of every large world. Soon, they crossed a long distance. A series of celestial mountains appeared in front of them. An earth-shattering tiger's roar came from within, causing the man and the beast to be shocked. "Yeah. Stupid tiger's voice." Little Taichu opened its eyes wide. Lin Tian naturally recognized that the voice belonged to the white tiger. At this time, he felt the white tiger's aura. "Let's go," he said. He took little Taichu and rushed in the direction of the tiger's roar. They were now looking for the white tiger. They didn't expect to hear the white tiger's voice as soon as they entered this large world. He was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the celestial mountains in front of him. Soon, a group of celestial soldiers and celestial generals appeared in front of them. They were all shrouded in shocking holy light. The white tiger was trapped by these celestial soldiers and celestial generals. Beam after beam of killing light slashed at it. At the same time, there were many broken corpses on the ground. They all had Saint King auras. They were celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court. Most of them were 9th-tier Saint Kings. Their Saint Chi was very impressive. Not bad. He was a little surprised. He could sense White Tiger's cultivation. He was at the 7th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler, so he was extremely powerful to be able to kill so many 9th heavenly layer Saint Rulers. However, he also discovered that the White Tiger's situation was not very good right now because there were just too many Saint Rulers attacking the White Tiger. Aside from the several dozen corpses that had been slain by the White Tiger, there were still over 100 people attacking the White Tiger. Most of them were 9th heavenly layer Saint Rulers, while the leader was extremely close to becoming a Saint Exalt. Immediately, he stepped over and greeted the White Tiger when he was still a few dozen feet away. "Yo. Yo." Little Taichu followed suit and added, "Finally found you, stupid tiger." When the White Tiger heard the voice, it was shocked at first, and then it was overjoyed. "Brat Lin. Little guy." Seeing the sudden appearance of Lin Tian and little Taichu, it was excited. When it was swept into this universe, Lin Tian and little Taichu were separated. It had already been a year. A year was not a long time. However, after being separated for a year and meeting again in this unfamiliar environment, it felt as if they were reunited after a generation. Naturally, it was very happy at this moment. Furthermore, it was currently in a difficult situation, so the sudden appearance of Lin Tian and little Taichu was a pleasant surprise. Quick, quick, quick! Help! It yelled. Before this, it had been hunted down by more than 200 saint rulers of the celestial court. It had already fought for 3 days and 3 nights, and it had killed more than half of them. Now, there was only a little less than half left. Its saint force was almost depleted, so it did not have much battle strength left. The group of celestial soldiers and celestial generals surrounding the white tiger naturally saw Lin Tian and little Taichu, and they all wore cold expressions. Accomplices? Kill them together. Among them, more than 10 people directly charged toward Lin Tian and little Taichu. Lin Tian brought little Taichu toward the white tiger. He did not even bother to look at the saint rulers who were charging toward him. Then, the saint rulers who rushed toward him immediately shattered when they attacked him. Their killing intent was repelled by the reincarnation heart sutra in his body, and before it could react, it disappeared from the world. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the white tiger with little Taichu. Clang, without any movement, dense sword light emerged from his body and slashed in all directions like a rain of swords. Immediately, the 100 or so saint kings who were still alive were all crushed by the sword light. You're not injured at all. Not bad. He looked at the white tiger and said. At this time, the white tiger was stained with blood, but its injuries were not serious. It was just that its saint power was about to dry up. What do you mean you're not injured at all? Don't you know how to talk? The white tiger rolled its eyes before saying rather proudly, I've refined so many immortal treasures after all. Although I'm at the 7th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler, how can a regular person do anything to me at the level of Saint Ruler? They can only consume my saint power. After the excitement of reuniting with Lin Tian and little Taichu in this unfamiliar environment, it returned to normal. Show off. Lin Tian squinted at it. At this time, he did not ask why the white tiger was being chased by the celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court because there was no need to ask. Now, the celestial court was destroying the Xianxia universe and slaughtering all the creatures in this universe. Each of them was like a mad dog. As long as they saw someone who was not from the celestial court, they would immediately kill. You're clearly telling the truth. The white tiger rolled its eyes again, and then looked at Lin Tian and little Taichu. It could not help but be moved, and its eyes widened. Kid, you're already at the 7th heaven of the Saint Ruler realm. And this little guy, you're already at the 5th heaven of the Saint Ruler realm? Lin Tian and little Taichu did not hide anything from it, so it could naturally sense their cultivation realms at this time. It could not help but be surprised. One should know that Lin Tian was only at the 1st heaven of the Saint Ruler realm a year ago, and little Taichu was at the 7th heaven of the Saint Ruler realm. But now, after a year, Lin Tian had reached the 7th heaven of the Saint Ruler realm, and little Taichu had reached the 5th heaven of the Saint Ruler realm. This cultivation speed was a little too fast. What kind of super treasure did you find? How did your cultivation speed increase so fast? It stared. It was impossible for him to raise his cultivation by so much in just a year. Normal cultivation was definitely impossible. It's not that. Lin Tianandao briefly explained the matter of seizing the life essence collected by the celestial court. Hearing this, the white tiger was moved again. Kid, you're really something. Why didn't I think of doing this before? Then, after thinking about it, it rolled its eyes again. Well, okay, I thought of it, but I didn't have the strength to take it. Treasure land? What treasure land? What kind of treasures are there? Lin Tianwei was doubtful. Well, I'm not sure either. Anyway, it's very extraordinary. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted a dominator. The white tiger said. Lin Tian nodded. The white tiger's words made sense. Do you know where it is? He asked the white tiger. Of course, I know where it is. The white tiger nodded. Okay, let's go. Lin Tiandao let the white tiger lead the way. Immediately, the man and the two beasts headed towards the southwest of this world. As far as the white tiger knew, the treasure land was located in a vast ocean in the southwest of this world. After walking for a short distance, Lin Tian directly took action. He tore open a void door with his holy venerable cultivation and led the white tiger and little Taichu into it. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the southwest region of this world. As far as the eye could see, the vast ocean in front of them was boundless. There was a sea breeze that carried traces of salty air. He led the white tiger and little Taichu at a very fast speed. They walked on the surface of the sea and soon crossed a large distance. Suddenly, a huge island appeared in front of them. It was surrounded by holy light. "It's there?" Lin Tian's eyes moved slightly. After arriving here, he felt that the treasure land that the celestial court had discovered that the white tiger mentioned should be on that island. This was because, just by looking at it from afar, he could see that the island was extraordinary. It was like a holy island. There was a high possibility that there was an extraordinary treasure land on it. "I'm not sure. I only know that it's in this vast ocean," the white tiger said and looked ahead. However, looking at the situation, the treasure land should be on this island. Lin Tian did not hesitate. He called out to the two and directly headed towards the island in front of them. In the blink of an eye, they stepped onto the island. As soon as they set foot on the island, the expression of the man and the two beasts immediately changed. There were many plants on the island, and they were all very common species. They could be seen everywhere, but the intertwined aura of life was frighteningly dense. It was so dense that it was somewhat abnormal. The white tiger's eyes widened. The aura of life emitted by any random plant here was actually comparable to that of a quasi-saint expert. This was somewhat shocking. Boom, suddenly, on the island, hundreds of thousands of miles away, there was a shocking wave of saint energy mixed with the might of a dominator. Lin Tian looked in that direction and immediately called out to the white tiger and little Taichu, and they headed there. A distance of several 100,000 feet was not considered very far for powerful cultivators like them. They arrived there in the blink of an eye. As far as the eye could see, there were 8 middle-aged men standing in front of him. All of them wore the unique attire of the celestial court and were in the sovereign realm. At this time, the 8 of them were attacking a patch of green vines in front of them. There seemed to be a space behind the vines, and the 8 of them wanted to enter it. Boom! Their saint energy intertwined as the 8 of them continuously attacked the vines, wanting to shatter them. However, the green vines were too tough. When the 8 Dominator's saint energy landed on these vines, it did not cause the slightest bit of damage to these vines. They were unable to destroy these vines at all. "With our strength, we really can't break it," one of them said. "We can only wait for Heaven Lord Taimu to arrive. We'll guard here for the time being. There's no need to waste any more effort." "How many days will it take for Heaven Lord Taimu to arrive?" "The saint message has already been sent out for a few hours. Lord Taimu is in the extreme world closest to this great world. He'll arrive here in about 3 days. After that, when we get the thing behind, Lord Taimu should give us a good reward. If we can get it ourselves, that'll be great. If we get that thing, the benefits in the future will be limitless." Sigh, what a pity. The other dominators chatted with each other, but they felt that it was a pity. Lin Tian brought the white tiger and the little Taichu to this place. He used his divine consciousness to sense the surroundings. After confirming that there were no other powerful beings nearby, he walked over directly. "Hey! You're just going to walk out like that?" 8 dominators. The white tiger's eyes widened. Although it had heard Lin Tian mention that he had killed a dominator before, it couldn't help but be shocked when it saw Lin Tian swagger out like that. After all, there were 8 dominators standing together here. Lin Tian could deal with and kill a single dominator in a battle, but could he completely block all 8 of them? It wasn't sure about this. At this moment, it felt a chill run down its spine. Lin Tian didn't care about this and continued walking forward. At this moment, he didn't conceal himself. The 8 dominators of the celestial court in front of him naturally saw him, and their eyes turned cold. Holy venerables! There are people of this level in this world? That's interesting. One of them looked at Lin Tian and said. In the next moment, his expression changed when he saw the little Taichu beside Lin Tian. The royal family of the celestial spirit tribe? At the same time, the other 7 dominators' expressions changed as well. Then, in the next moment, their eyes lit up. Kill the human and that tiger. Capture the royal family of the celestial spirit tribe. Do it. The 8 of them moved together, their dominator-level holy power sealing off the surroundings. Our luck isn't bad. First, we found that sacred item, and now we've encountered a descendant of the royal family of the celestial spirit tribe. Very good. Very good. One of them was excited. Suppress it and present it to the higher-ups. We'll be handsomely rewarded. In the blink of an eye, the 8 dominators' holy power landed in front of Lin Tian and the others. Such an aura sent a chill down the white tiger's spine. 8 dominators attacking together was no laughing matter. However, in the next moment, with a clang, the sound of a weapon rang out. A short blade rushed out of Lin Tian's body and slashed the 8 dominators' holy power into nothingness. Then, in the next moment, 7 more precious weapons appeared in his body. Their auras were no weaker than the short blades. Emperor weapons. The white tiger's eyes widened. At this moment, he could clearly feel the heavenly pressure from the 8 precious weapons. Kid, Lin Tian had previously mentioned that he could kill a dominator, but he didn't mention that he had an immortal weapon. At this moment, seeing the 8 immortal weapons, the white tiger was so shocked that its eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At the same time, the expressions of the 8 dominators of the celestial court changed drastically. They were all dominator-level cultivators, and their combat strength was very strong. However, in the face of an emperor weapon supported by a saint venerable, they couldn't block it no matter what. Moreover, Lin Tian was supporting 8 emperor weapons at this time. Lin Tian didn't say anything to these people. He directly attacked. With his 7th heaven saint venerable cultivation, he used the weapon control technique to control the 8 emperor weapons and pressed them down on the 8 dominators of the celestial court. Each emperor weapon attacked one of them. To the 8 of them, such an attack was undoubtedly devastating. It was so much so that the 8 of them could not escape even if they wanted to. Puff, 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 blood splattered. In the blink of an eye, 7 of the 8 dominators were killed by Lin Tian. Only one was left. This is really, the white tiger sucked in a breath of cold air. Controlling the 8 emperor divine weapons and killing 7 dominator rank experts in the blink of an eye, it was truly frightened. One had to know that even ordinary transcending heaven experts did not have a single treasure weapon of this level. Yet, Lin Tian had so many treasure weapons of this level. On the other side, the surviving dominator of the celestial court was covered in blood and trembling. His eyes were filled with fear. He couldn't help but beg Lin Tian for mercy. Let me go. In the face of death, even a dominator would feel fear. Lin Tian didn't say anything to this person. He suppressed him with the 8 emperor weapons and then directly sent his divine consciousness into the other's mind to search for information about this place. The Bodhi tree, also known as the Tree of Wisdom, was extremely rare and had many legends about it. It could help people understand the truth and reach a truly extraordinary state. In the history of cultivation, it was said that someone once comprehended the Tao under the Bodhi tree in a day and became one of the most powerful people in the world. One day's work was equivalent to millions of years of cultivation. Therefore, while the Bodhi tree was known as the Tree of Wisdom, it was also known as the Sacred Tree. It was a peerless sacred treasure even to immortal ascension cultivators. Lin Tian did not expect to find a Bodhi tree in this place, on this treasure island. What's wrong, kid? What did you find? The white tiger asked when it saw Lin Tian's strange expression. Lin Tian smashed the last heavenly quartz heavenly master into pieces with a single slap. He didn't hide anything and simply explained everything. The white tiger's eyes widened in shock. On the Milky Way imperial planet, legend has it that the Buddha attained Tao under the Bodhi tree. There's a Bodhi tree here? Like Lin Tianyi, it came from the Milky Way imperial planet. It did not know if the Buddha really existed, but it could imagine that if he really did exist, he would definitely be one of the top existences in the world. How could a Bodhi tree that could help such a powerful person attain Tao be bad? It was obvious that it was a super sacred object that could make people go crazy. From what I found in that person's sea of consciousness, it does exist. One of them happened to see the shadow of the Bodhi tree above this treasure island, and it appeared from here. Lin Tiandao looked at the vines in front of him. The white tiger was shocked again, and then it was overjoyed. What are we waiting for? Hurry up, let's rush in and dig it out. Lin Tian did not need it to say more about this. After learning that there was a Bodhi tree here, he had already begun to observe the vines in front of him. A large number of dragon patterns intertwined under his feet and sank into the ground to explore the surroundings. Soon, a full quarter of an hour passed. He used the dragon burial scripture to explore this place and learned a lot. This island has gathered almost all the core forces of this great world. The vines here are condensed from all the forces of this great world. It's very difficult to break them, he said in a deep voice. He reckoned that the reason why this treasure island was able to gather the core powers of the entire world was related to the Bodhi tree. How difficult is it? Can you break it? The white tiger asked. He was very concerned about this. Yes. Lin Tiandao, however, it will take a long time. Generally speaking, it will take 2 days in a row. What? Don't you have so many monarch weapons? White Tiger asked, don't you have so many monarch weapons? It shouldn't be difficult to destroy this world. Why don't we just use those emperor weapons to destroy these vines? You think too much. Lin Tiandao, purely relying on brute force, at least someone at the level of the ancestor of the celestial court can break it. Then, he added, as for this world, I can destroy an ordinary world of this level. However, with the Bodhi tree here, this world is probably a little unusual. In terms of toughness, it's comparable to a perfect world. Even someone at the level of the ancestor of the celestial court would find it difficult to destroy it. This, the white tiger could not help but widen its eyes in shock. Lin Tian no longer said anything to it. The dragon patterns continued to intertwine and surge into the ground to analyze the general situation here. At this time, he felt a sense of urgency. The news of a Bodhi tree here had already spread. This was absolutely shocking. He did not know how many experts of the celestial court would rush here. Even the ancestor-level characters would rush here. With his current battle strength and emperor weapons, he could at most deal with void sky experts. He could not block ascending heaven experts at all. As for ancestor-level characters, needless to say, he would definitely die. Therefore, at this time, he could use the dragon burial scripture to break the green vine barrier here at the fastest speed. Then, he directly dug out the Bodhi tree in the space behind and took it away. He did not even have time to use the Bodhi tree here to cultivate. He let the white tiger and the little Taichu stand guard at the side. The dragon burial scripture operated at an extremely fast speed. The dragon patterns were densely packed. In the blink of an eye, a full day and a half passed. After a day and a half, he finally understood the general situation of this place using the dragon burial scripture. The dense dragon patterns turned into a dragon pattern sword, temporarily isolating the general situation of this place from the underground. Then, he directly slashed forward with the sword. With a clang, accompanied by the sound of the sword, the vines in front of him were directly cut into pieces and turned into ashes. Then, the sound of space shattering was heard. A purple light barrier appeared behind the shattered vines. Then, because the vine barrier was destroyed, the purple light barrier also shattered at this time. Immediately, incomparably rich saint spiritual divine chi intertwined. An extremely pure saint light pillar directly shot into the sky, shaking the entire macro world. The spiritual energy of the macro world increased by more than 10,000 times in the blink of an eye. There? That light. What is it? At this moment, everyone in this vast world saw the pillar of light that shot up from the island. They were all shocked. Just looking at the pillar of light from afar was enough to shake the minds of ordinary people, while the souls of cultivators were greatly shaken. They felt as if the pillar of light contained the truth of the world. It's definitely a rare treasure of heaven and earth. In the macro world, all the experts were attracted by the saint light pillar. They all rushed over. On the treasure island, the pure saint light pillar stretched across the island. Lin Tian was the first to be shocked. At this moment, as the pure saint light pillar rushed up from behind the barrier, he felt as if he was about to break through to the 8th heaven of the Saint Venerate realm. At the same time, beside him, the white tiger and little Taichu naturally felt the same. They were all shocked. Then, after a few breaths, the saint light pillar gradually dissipated. The space behind the barrier became clear. It was a green space. Immortal herbs and exotic flowers were everywhere. In the center sat a vigorous ancient tree. It was almost 100 feet tall. Every leaf and every branch were intertwined with various strange patterns. The entire ancient tree was surrounded by a faint saint light. That feeling was as if the ancient tree was the materialized barrier of heaven and earth. The Bodhi tree. It's really here. The white tiger trembled in excitement. This ancient tree was exactly the same as the Bodhi tree described in the history books. Yeah. The little Taichu opened his eyes wide. Lin Tian was naturally shocked. His eyes flashed with light, and he directly walked forward. The Bodhi tree was very important. He had to immediately dig it out and take it away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures appeared one after another. They were all saint rulers, and their bodies were intertwined with astonishing saint might. These people were the experts of the celestial court. They were far more powerful than the other cultivators in this world, and they had rushed here at this time. There were hundreds of them. They've come so quickly. The white tiger could not help but grit his teeth. At the same time, he was shocked by something else. The celestial court's strength was too unfathomable. Cultivators like saint rulers were rare in the ordinary world, but in the celestial court, there were as many of them as there were feathers. There had been more than 200 saint rulers when they were hunting him down, and now, there were still so many saint rulers rushing here. It was truly shocking. Hundreds of saint rulers appeared here, and their eyes naturally fell on the Bodhi tree in front of them. The legendary saint tree. These celestial soldiers did not know that this place had already been discovered by the dominators of this branch. When they arrived at this place, they all stared blankly. They even ignored Lin Tianyi and the others who lived here. Then, hundreds of people moved at the same time. They all rushed toward the Bodhi tree in front of them, wanting to take it away. Little guy, kill them with the stupid tiger. I'll take the saint tree. Lin Tian ordered the little Taichu and the white tiger. At this time, he did not have the time to deal with these celestial soldiers. Digging out the Bodhi tree was the most important thing. Yeah. The little Taichu nodded seriously and immediately moved. The six-colored radiance completely enveloped the surrounding area. Immediately, pu, a large number of saint kings died directly. Tiger Lord is coming too. The white tiger was currently at the 7th heavenly layer of saint ruler, but his battle prowess was stronger than ordinary 9th heavenly layer saint rulers. When he moved now, the radiance shook, and he killed dozens of saint rulers in the blink of an eye. The expressions of the saint rulers who arrived at this place changed. They were stunned by the little Taichu and the white tiger's battle prowess. Many of them could not help but retreat. The little Taichu and the white tiger did not care whether they retreated or not. They did not stop at all. Rays of saint light pressed down on them. Ah! The group of celestial court saint kings who had rushed to this place were immediately thrown into chaos. They screamed and were beheaded one after another. Lin Tian did not care about these things. At this time, he approached the Bodhi tree. When he walked up to the Bodhi tree and looked at its leaves and branches up close, the divine inscriptions on them made his spirit tremble for some reason. When he looked at these divine inscriptions, he felt his body become dozens of times lighter. Moreover, he had even more ideas about how to improve his reincarnation sutra. This caused him to be moved. He thought to himself that this Bodhi tree was indeed worthy of being a legendary sacred tree. It was truly extraordinary. He had merely leaned close to it and did not try to comprehend anything, yet it had naturally produced such an effect. If he could use the sacred tree to cultivate and comprehend the Tao, how shocking would the effects be? Thinking of this, even though his mental state was very strong and profound, he could not help but become excited at this time. Then, he took a deep breath and activated the dragon burial scripture. Strands of dragon inscriptions intertwined as he began to dig the sacred tree. The Bodhi tree was born here. It was not an ordinary tree. It was very difficult to dig it away with ordinary methods. This was because the sacred tree had already merged with the forces of heaven and earth in this world. It needed to be broken down to take it away. Buzz. The dragon burial scripture was activated. Strands of dragon inscriptions intertwined and jumped like real dragons. They sank into the ground of the Bodhi tree. The forces of heaven and earth in the surroundings were disintegrated by him bit by bit. At the same time, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. In the distance, people kept appearing. They were all experts of the celestial court. Their auras were not weak. The weakest of them was a Saint King. Then, Saint Venerables gradually appeared and rushed over. However, they were only Saint Venerables, so it was not a big deal. Now, little Taichu was at the fifth heaven of the Saint Venerate realm. With the power of the immortal spirit royal family's bloodline, not many people below the Dominator realm could withstand it. The experts of the celestial court who rushed over, regardless of whether they were Saint Kings or Saint Venerables, were all killed one after another. Just like this, a day passed in the blink of an eye. Experts kept appearing in this place. There were even Dominator realm experts who rushed over. However, little Taichu had an emperor weapon given to him by Lin Tian. Lin Tian had also given the white tiger an emperor weapon. With the two combined, it was completely possible to kill a Dominator realm expert with an emperor weapon. Blood kept spurting out in this place. Screams were endless. Lin Tian activated the dragon burial scripture and continued to break down the forces of heaven and earth outside the Bodhi tree. More dragon inscriptions intertwined. I still need about half a day. He muttered to himself. The forces of heaven and earth outside the Bodhi tree were very complicated. Like the green vines from before, it was very troublesome to break through. Immediately, he activated the dragon burial scripture even faster. More dragon inscriptions intertwined to break the forces of heaven and earth even faster. At the same time, right at this time, this place suddenly trembled greatly, an extremely terrifying pressure descending. A total of 3 middle-aged men appeared together. They were all dressed in the unique attire of the celestial court. Their auras were intertwined with each other. Lin Tian was immediately moved. At the same time, little Taichu and White Tiger's expressions also changed. They hurriedly retreated. Oh no! White Tiger's expression immediately turned ugly. As of now, they were no match for a transcending heavens expert. At the same time, the other experts of the celestial court who had rushed to this place were also moved. When they saw the 3 middle-aged men suddenly appear, they hurriedly bowed to them. The 3 middle-aged men did not care about the celestial soldiers and celestial generals. Their eyes immediately fell on the Bodhi tree. Then, the 3 of them naturally saw Lin Tian and little Taichu. The light in their eyes intensified. Tai Mu, those people's reports are true. And there are actually other surprises. One of the 3 middle-aged men spoke to another. Reincarnated bodies, descendants of the celestial spirit royalty. Both of them are here. I heard that reincarnated bodies have already appeared. It's true. We've met them here. Tai Mu said. His eyes were extremely deep. He stared at Lin Tian without blinking, as if he wanted to see through Lin Tian. What an unexpected gain. The 3 of them had received reports from the Dominator's subordinates that the Bodhi tree existed in this world. They had immediately rushed here. Now that they had arrived, they were pleasantly surprised to see the Bodhi tree. They did not expect to see reincarnated bodies. In comparison, reincarnated bodies were much more valuable than the Bodhi tree. The Bodhi tree could not be compared to reincarnated bodies. As for the descendants of the immortal spirit royal family, to them, they were also of great value in suppressing them. Do it. Another of the 3 lords of heaven said. Immediately, the 3 of them moved at the same time. At this moment, they released their ascending level saint power and grabbed Lin Tian and little Taichu. They wanted to suppress Lin Tian and little Taichu first before taking the Bodhi tree. Lin Tian immediately felt a chill run down his spine. There was no way he could stop the three ascending level experts. Two figures appeared beside Lin Tian, Little Taichu, and White Tiger. Both of them were old men. One of them was dressed in a brocade robe, while the other was dressed in a grey robe. As soon as they appeared, the three heaven masters of the celestial court who were attacking Lin Tianyi and the others were sent flying. The same power-killing light that the three of them had unleashed was naturally dispersed in the blink of an eye. Heavenly Master. The other experts of the celestial court were shocked. The three heaven masters of their lineage were all powerful existences of the heavenly master realm, but now, they were sent flying so easily. Lin Tian was also shocked. Then, he looked at the two people who suddenly appeared beside him. His gaze fell on the grey-robed old man, and he could not help but be shocked. "Old man, it's you." The grey-robed old man was obviously the heartless old hooligan. He did not expect to see him in the bound of universe. "Yeah." Little Taichu widened his eyes in surprise. Even White Tiger was surprised. It was really unexpected for the old hooligan to suddenly appear at this place at this time. "That's me." The old hooligan approached Lin Tian and stretched out his hands to pinch Lin Tian's face. "I didn't expect you to be a reincarnated being. I was really blind in the past." As he spoke, he rubbed his hands and looked at Lin Tian with a smile. "Speaking of which, we're not strangers. Since we're so familiar with each other, how about I borrow half of your reincarnation origin?" The news that Lin Tian was a reincarnated being had long spread in the celestial realm of nothingness, so the old hooligan naturally knew about it. Lin Tian looked at the old man and almost couldn't resist the urge to kick him when he heard his words. Get lost. This old man is still so wicked. He wants to borrow half of the origin. I might as well strangle him to death. As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily fell on the old man in a brocade robe who appeared with the old hooligan. He asked the old hooligan, "This is?" "Well, you're not a stranger to this. You've met him before." The old hoodlum said, "The primitive emperor has barely recovered." Listening to the old hooligan's words, Lin Tian was immediately moved. "This brocade-robed old man is the primitive emperor? The owner of the founding emperor token? Greetings, senior." Immediately, he bowed. When he first obtained the Origin Emperor's token, that ancient token had helped him through several crises. Now that he had met the owner of the Origin Emperor's token, he naturally couldn't be rude. Beside him, Little Taichu and White Tiger were also surprised. They knew about the Primitive Emperor token and had heard about the Primitive Emperor from the old gangsters. They didn't expect to see him in person today. No need to be so polite. The Primitive Emperor smiled warmly like an ordinary old man and said, "If it wasn't for you obtaining the Primitive Emperor token and handing it over to me, I'm afraid I would still be a remnant soul and a remnant consciousness. I should thank you for that." Lin Tian couldn't help but blush with shame. He actually obtained the Primitive Emperor token by accident and didn't help the other party much. At this time, in the distance, the three lords of the celestial court stabilized their bodies. They originally wanted to rush forward again, but when they heard the introduction of the Primitive Emperor by the old gangster and Lin Tian, they couldn't help but tremble, and their faces changed. Primitive Emperor? Back then, the one from the primitive universe. Lord Taimu opened his mouth, and his voice couldn't help but tremble. Then, in the next moment, this ascending heaven existence and the other two lords turned around and fled without any hesitation. This scene moved Lin Tian. Those three were all ascending heaven experts, but now, after hearing the introduction of the Primitive Emperor by the old gangster, they were scared to the point of fleeing. Yeah? Little Taichu was a little surprised. White Tiger was also slightly surprised and moved by the scene. The other celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court who came to this place were naturally surprised by this scene. The three lords of the celestial court actually fled at this time. The sound of the three lords of the celestial court breaking through the air was very loud, and in the blink of an eye, they crossed a great distance and tore open the world barrier. However, at this time, three faint lights flew out from the Primitive Emperor's side and instantly entered the bodies of the three lords of the celestial court. In an instant, the three ascending heaven existences exploded together, and even their divine souls were crushed, their bodies and souls destroyed. Then, in the next moment, another faint light appeared beside the primitive emperor, turning into a wave of light that spread out. Puff, puff, puff. In this place, the other celestial soldiers and celestial generals collapsed one after another, and all of them were annihilated in an instant. Hiss, looking at this scene, the white tiger couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. 3 ascending heaven lords. And a group of celestial soldiers and celestial generals who were at least Saint King level were all annihilated in an instant. So strong. It stared. This kind of battle strength was a little frightening. Even Lin Tian was surprised. This primitive emperor was actually so strong? Then, he looked at the old hoodlum. The old hoodlum and the primitive emperor were good friends, so the old hoodlum's true strength should be on par with the primitive emperor. This unscrupulous old man was actually so strong? But back then, he only fought to a draw with the Chaos King, who was a celestial emperor. Could it be that he had been injured all this time, and his strength was far from his peak state? Then, he thought of what the old man said to him back then, saying that he had accidentally destroyed a great world comparable to the celestial world of nihility in his sleep. He didn't believe it at that time, but now, it seemed that this was true. Old man, you and senior primitive emperor, who are you guys? He couldn't help but ask the old hoodlum. The old hoodlum didn't answer the question after hearing it, but bared his teeth, pointed at the primitive emperor, and stared at Lin Tiandao. Kid, what do you mean by calling me old man and him senior? Lin Tian, if you want me to call you senior, you should act like one. How can I call you senior with your attitude? He couldn't help but roll his eyes. He was telling the truth. This old man was not serious at all. Facing this old man, he really couldn't call him senior. I feel the same. White Tiger said from the side. Little Taichu nodded his little head, and said with a childish voice, yeah, I thought so too. Beside him, the primitive emperor looked at the old hoodlum, and said with a smile, I've told you before, pay attention to your image. F***ck, this is my true nature. The old hoodlum glared angrily, then paused, and looked at the primitive emperor, and said, speaking of which, your body has just been formed, and your divine soul, saint force, and so on are not stable yet. Don't make a move if you can at this stage. Don't fall apart accidentally, and it will take a lot of effort. It's fine. The primitive emperor smiled. Beside him, Lin Tian couldn't help but be shocked. The current primitive emperor was actually in such a state, extremely unstable in all aspects. How could he kill the heavenly master in such a state? Listening to the old hooligan's words and thinking of the primitive emperor's previous attack, Lin Tian couldn't help but be surprised. The primitive emperor's combat power was too tyrannical. After a pause, he put away his surprise and looked at the old hooligan, asking, why are you guys here all of a sudden? During this period of time, he had seen a lot of super experts. Wu Yi's mother, the first heavenly lady, the 72-winged golden-robed old man of the heavenly guardian clan, and the terrifying middle-aged man who could instantly kill the ancient ancestor of the celestial court. Now, his nerves were a little shaken by these super experts. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly regained his composure. I felt the Bodhi aura, so I came here to take a look. The old hooligan said, looking at the Bodhi tree in front of him, TSK, this thing is very rare. In the entire world, there are probably no more than 3. I never thought that there would be one here. As he said, he cut off a branch from the Bodhi tree in front of him and said to the primitive emperor, use it to refine medicine. It can help us recover faster from our injuries. Lin Tian was moved when he heard this. Sure enough, the old hooligan was injured. Kid, keep it in your perfect world and use it as the foundation of that world. The effect is not bad. The old hooligan said to him. Lin Tian originally planned to do so, but at this time, when he heard the old hooligan say so, he couldn't help but have some doubts. You guys don't need to borrow the Bodhi tree to cultivate? He listened to the old hooligan's words. This old guy seemed to have come here just to get a branch to refine medicine. The old hooligan shook his head, no need, it's useless to us. This made Lin Tian couldn't help but be surprised. This Bodhi tree was of great use to people like the ancient ancestor of the celestial court, but the old hooligan said that the Bodhi tree was useless to them. It seemed that their true strength was at least stronger than the ancient ancestor of the celestial court. Very strong. These two words appeared in his mind. It could be imagined that the old hooligan and the primitive emperor were both very powerful people with unfathomable strength. After a pause, he thought of something and asked, "Right, do you know anything about the first heavenly maiden?" He was very concerned about the matter regarding Wu Yi's mother. He felt that the old hoodlum and Yuan emperor's identities were not simple and that they might know something. He wanted to know more about Wu Yi's mother's past. He wanted to know why she was hunted down by the Heaven Protectors despite being the strongest existence in the Heaven Protectors. As soon as he said that, the old hoodlum and the primitive emperor couldn't help but be moved. "You actually know about the first heavenly maiden?" The old hooligan was a little surprised. "I found out by chance. I heard that his strength is a little exaggerated." "Is that so?" Lin Tiandao didn't mention that he had seen the other party with his own eyes. Instead, he asked about the godly key from another angle. The old gangster looked at Lin Tian suspiciously. Then, he seemed to recall something and couldn't help but tremble. "It's not exaggeratedly strong, it's abnormally strong," he said. "There used to be 9 universes in the world. You should know that, right? 9 universes. Back then, one supreme master after another fell in the hands of the godly key. It was very difficult for anyone to survive for more than 10 breaths of time. Old man, I've seen her fight with the universe supreme master. She killed him in 8 breaths of time." "What? 8 breaths of time, and she killed a universe supreme master?" The white tiger opened its eyes wide and couldn't help but tremble. It didn't know about the first heavenly maiden. Since Lin Tian mentioned her, it had been listening quietly at the side. Now that it heard the old hoodlum's words, it couldn't help but feel a chill down its spine. Even Lin Tian couldn't help but narrow his eyes. There were a total of 9 universes in the world, and each universe was vast and boundless with countless living creatures. Therefore, one didn't even need to think to know how terrifying a universe supreme master was. However, back then, the godly key actually killed a universe supreme master in 8 breaths of time. What kind of amazing thought was that? Even though he already knew that the godly key was very powerful, when he heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little shocked. That kind of combat power was really terrifying. Beside him, little Taichu, who also knew that the godly key was very powerful, was also shocked. The white tiger trembled and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Is it really that terrifying?" "Nonsense." The old hoodlum had a look of lingering fear. "Back then, if it weren't for the fact that I ran away quickly, I reckon I would have died." He rolled his eyes. "Speaking of which, I don't even know what the other party looked like. She was always covered by holy light. Even with my power back then, I couldn't see through her. According to rumors, she was unparalleled in beauty, and ordinary people didn't deserve to see her." As he spoke, he was rather disdainful. "What unparalleled in beauty? Ordinary people didn't deserve to see her? Am I an ordinary person?" He looked at Lin Tian and said, "Besides, how beautiful can she be?" "How can she be? Compared to that little wife of yours, Wu Yi? She even deliberately used a special holy light to cover her face so that no one can see her. TSK. In my opinion, she's obviously not beautiful. She's so ugly that words can't describe her. She doesn't dare to show her true face to others." Lin Tian, looking at the old hoodlum, he opened his mouth. He really wanted to say that the woman was Wu Yi's mother. She looked exactly the same as Wu Yi. She was truly unparalleled in beauty. However, in the end, he didn't say that and swallowed his words. Not to mention that he didn't want to expose the fact that the divine key was Wu Yi's mother. Just from the old hoodlum's point of view, if he said that the divine key and Wu Yi were exactly the same, how embarrassing would it be for the old hoodlum who just said that? It would be like directly slapping him in the face. It would make the old hoodlum feel that he was so stupid and adorable just now. If he really said it, the old hoodlum's face would probably turn green. "Yeah." Little Taichu whispered and glanced at the old hoodlum with his big eyes. The old hoodlum looked at Lin Tian and little Taichu. "What's with your expressions? Why do you look like you're saying that I'm stupid?" "No, you're thinking too much." Lin Tian hurriedly denied it. This old hoodlum's intuition was really strong. "Yeah, you're thinking too much." Little Taichu echoed. The old hoodlum looked at Lin Tian and little Taichu suspiciously. In the end, he didn't continue to pay attention to them. After a pause, he continued, back then, the other party had participated in the great apocalypse of the universe several times. His fierce reputation spread far and wide. However, it's quite ironic. During the last great apocalypse of the universe, it was said that he fell in love with a human, an ordinary mortal, and some kind of change occurred. Because of this, he became the enemy of his own race. In the end, it was said that he was killed by that race with all their strength. What? Hearing this, Lin Tian was immediately moved. The divine key, the number one master of the Heaven Guardian race, fell in love with an ordinary mortal? So, Wu Yi's father was an ordinary mortal. Next to him, little Taichu's eyes widened. He was also shocked by these words. An ordinary mortal? Are you kidding me, old man? The white tiger spoke from the side with a look of disbelief. How can such a terrifying existence be captured by an ordinary mortal? Please forgive me. Hearing the old hooligan's words, not only was White Tiger in disbelief, even Lin Tian had a face of bewilderment. Previously, when he saw Shen Qi and learned that she was Wu Yi's mother, he had thought that the man Shen Qi fell in love with back then must be an incomparably great existence. However, he did not expect the old gangster to say that the man was actually immortal. Yeah. Little Taichu also stared. Can't be fake, said the old gangster. This is what I overheard from a conversation between some old bastards. Lin Tian nodded. How is that possible? A man who killed a universe supreme master in 8 breaths of time fell in love with a mortal? That's ridiculous. White Tiger still didn't believe it. The old gangster pursed his lips. Love is something that can only be understood by the person involved. Lin Tian paused and asked, then, what about that man? Well, I'm not sure, but since the first goddess was killed, that man should be about the same. Besides, it's been too long since that incident. Even if that man wasn't killed like the first goddess, he should have turned into dust. After all, the lifespan of an ordinary person is only about 100 years. The old gangster said. Lin Tian fell silent when he heard this. Godly Qi was killed by the Heaven Guardian clan, and only a wisp of her soul was left. That wisp of soul had a serious defect and was difficult to repair. As for that man, as an ordinary person, he might have died long ago. Those were Wu Yi's parents. Now that he knew about this and how the two of them ended up, he felt very uncomfortable. What's wrong, kid? Why are you so sad? The old gangster saw his strange expression and couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Lin Tian shook his head. He took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. Then he started again. The dragon burial scripture operated and quickly dug out the Bodhi tree. Every leaf and branch of the Bodhi tree was intertwined with special patterns, and he directly put it into perfect world. After that, find a safe place and use it to cultivate, said the old gangster. The old hoodlum said, we still have other things to do. Be careful. In this apocalypse, the mysterious yellow universe will definitely be destroyed. You must ensure your survival. You're leaving? White Tiger pulled the old gangster over. Bring the 3 of us with you. Now, the mysterious yellow universe was in the midst of a great calamity, and the primitive emperor and the old thug's strength were absolutely tyrannical. Under such circumstances, it felt that following the old thug and the primitive emperor would be much safer. The old gangster saw through what it was thinking at a glance and said, trust me, old man. Following us will be countless times more dangerous than the 3 of you moving together. It's more dangerous for you to follow us. Yuan Emperor also spoke. The white tiger couldn't help but glare. Then forget it. The 3 of us can move freely. The old gangster was a little indecent, and sometimes his words couldn't be trusted. However, the primitive emperor looked like a decent person. Since the primitive emperor said that it would be very dangerous to follow them, it naturally wouldn't doubt it. Lin Tian didn't say anything, but he was a little surprised when he heard the old thug and primitive emperor's words. What are these 2 going to do? He felt that it was extremely unusual. Okay, let's go. I'll say the same thing again. Pay attention to your safety. Don't die with this universe. The old gangster said to Lin Tiandao. little friend, take care. The primitive emperor also spoke and said a few words to Lin Tiandao. Then, he left with the old gangster and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In this place, the smell of blood in the air was very strong. After the old gangster and the primitive emperor left, the place quieted down. Lin Tian watched the old gangster and the primitive emperor leave. At this time, he was a little startled and thought about Wu Yi's parents again. Kid, what's wrong? Why are you acting weird? The white tiger looked at him and couldn't help but ask. Lin Tian came back to his senses and shook his head. The man that Xianxia fell in love with back then might have disappeared with the passage of time, but Xianxia was sure that she hadn't really fallen. Her consciousness still existed, and there was still a chance for her to be reborn. He believed that she could definitely walk on the path of return. Let's go. He took a deep breath and called out to the little Taichu and the white tiger to leave this place. Not long after, he found a barren, abandoned world, and found a valley in this world. The valley was very vast and intertwined with faint smoke. He brought the little Taichu and the white tiger to this place. With his current sacred venerable level cultivation base, he continuously engraved 99 sealing formations outside the valley to isolate the aura of the outside world. Then, he took out the Bodhi tree from the perfect world. With the appearance of the Bodhi tree, this originally barren valley was instantly shrouded in a layer of holy light, turning this place into a sacred place. A sacred object, a sacred object. The white tiger's eyes lit up as he stared at the Bodhi tree. This thing was a super treasure for existences like the ancestor of the celestial court. Moreover, this wasn't a one-time consumable. It could be used continuously. Cultivate. Lin Tian opened his mouth and only said these two words. The Xinhuang universe was in the midst of the great apocalypse. In order to survive this great apocalypse, he had to constantly become stronger. On the other hand, after the Xinhuang universe, the next great apocalypse should be the Hongming universe's turn. The Hongming universe was the universe where he was born. His family and friends were born in that universe. It must not be destroyed. For this reason, he had to become stronger. In the future, he had to have unparalleled combat strength to stop the celestial court and protect his important family and friends. Cultivate. The white tiger nodded and immediately sat down cross-legged under the Bodhi tree. He closed his eyes and cultivated. The little Taichu shook his beautiful wings and landed on a branch of the Bodhi tree. He also closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Lin Tian didn't hesitate. He came under the Bodhi tree, sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to circulate the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. Buzz, as the Reincarnation Heart Sutra circulated, a faint 9-colored holy light intertwined on the surface of his body. Then, it gradually became stronger. The Bodhi tree could help people comprehend the Tao and understand the principles of heaven and earth. In short, cultivating under the Bodhi tree could increase one's comprehension by countless times. Some things and principles that were difficult to comprehend on ordinary days would be much easier with the help of the Bodhi tree. At this time, sitting cross-legged under the Bodhi tree, he felt that his divine instinct had become tyrannical in an instant. His mind was constantly enlightened. The feeling was much stronger than when he used the endless life essence to help him comprehend the Tao. It was much, much stronger. In just a moment, sitting cross-legged under the Bodhi tree and comprehending the Tao, he had a clear understanding of the various flaws of the Reincarnation Heart Sutra in his mind. Then, in the blink of an eye, a method to improve it was born. Immediately, without hesitation, he began to improve the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, correcting all the flaws in the Tao. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Buzz. A month later, on this day, the 9-colored holy light outside his body became gentle and countless times purer. With the appearance of this incomparably pure 9-colored holy light, the space in this place shook slightly. The white tiger and the little Taichu couldn't help but be awakened from their cultivation. Holy light, 9 colors? Boy, you. The white tiger's eyes widened. Previously, it hadn't seen Lin Tian emit 9-colored holy light. Now that it saw it, its eyes were filled with shock. It was the first time it had seen 9-colored holy light. Lin Tian opened his eyes as pure 9-colored holy light surrounded his body. There was a flash of light in his eyes. Great! he couldn't help but say this. In the past month, he had been comprehending under the Bodhi tree, constantly improving the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. Now, he had finally perfected it. There were no more flaws in this ancient sutra. This progress was very shocking. After all, in the history of cultivation, after an ordinary expert created their own ancient sutra, it would take at least 100 years to perfect it. However, after he created the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, he did it in just a month with the help of the Bodhi tree. Now, the Reincarnation Heart Sutra was operating on its own. The 9-colored holy light was much purer than it was a month ago. Even an ordinary person could feel it. Naturally, now that he was operating the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, his essence, chi, and spirit were fully displayed. The power mixed and the saint power became even stronger. Boy, what the hell are you doing? The white tiger's eyes were wide open. The most colorful power it knew was only 7-colored. However, now, Lin Tian was emitting 9-colored holy light. This was really shocking. It remembered that Lin Tian's saint power used to be golden. It's my own ancient sutra, the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. Lin Tian didn't hide it. As soon as he said this, the white tiger was shocked again. You succeeded in creating a sutra? When they were still in the Hongmeng universe, Lin Tian began to create sutras. At that time, it was beside Lin Tian. Now, after hearing Lin Tian's words, it instantly guessed that Lin Tian had succeeded in creating his own ancient sutra. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. After receiving this confirmation, the white tiger was even more shocked. You actually succeeded in creating a sutra. Moreover, your ancient sutra, the color of the saint power, it's simply. It was shocked by Lin Tian's success in creating a sutra. Then, it was shocked by Lin Tian's extraordinary ancient sutra. After Lin Tian's ancient sutra was activated, it could intertwine 9-colored holy light. This was definitely the first time in the history of cultivation. It's nothing. Continue to cultivate. Lin Tian said simply. In a month, he had perfected the Heart Sutra of Reincarnation. Now, he was ready to create his own divine art. Previously, when the Heart Sutra of Reincarnation had just been completed, he had fought with the experts of the Celestial Court and had come up with some ideas of creating techniques. Now that the Heart Sutra of Reincarnation had been completed, he was ready to use this Bodhi tree to create his own killing saint technique. Although he had created the Tai Chi Divine Domain himself, it was a defensive saint art. It wasn't very good at attacking. Moreover, the Tai Chi Divine Domain was created before the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. It didn't work perfectly with the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. He still had to improve the Tai Chi Divine Domain so that it could work perfectly with the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. At that moment, he sat cross-legged beside the Bodhi tree and closed his eyes again. Using his previous battle experience and the Bodhi tree, he slowly evolved his killing technique. Buzz. He didn't do anything. Outside his body, strands of 9-colored holy light jumped, giving off a sacred and vast feeling. The white tiger stared at Lin Tian. It was still shocked by Lin Tian's Heart Sutra of Reincarnation. After dozens of breaths, it gradually calmed down. Together with the little Tai Chu, it once again entered its own cultivation and comprehension. Every leaf and branch of the Bodhi tree was intertwined with strange patterns, giving off strands of holy light. Lin Tian sat cross-legged under the Bodhi tree. Because of the Bodhi tree, his comprehension had increased by tens of thousands of times. Whoosh, in this valley, wind blew past, swirling up sand and dust. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. 1 month later, under the Bodhi tree, Lin Tian was surrounded by 9-colored holy light. His essence, chi, and spirit were more condensed than before. His aura was even more vast. A vulture flew over the barren valley. Its eyes were sharp, and its body was more than 10 feet long. It was very rare. Suddenly, the vulture's body trembled violently. It fell from the sky and landed in the valley. Its body twitched a few times, and then it stopped moving. At that moment, under the Bodhi tree, Lin Tian opened his eyes. There was a faint 9-colored light flashing in his eyes. I did it. He muttered to himself. In the past month, with the help of the Bodhi tree, he had created a special technique. With the special vibration of his saint power and divine consciousness, together with the Heart Sutra of Reincarnation, he could launch an invisible attack without making any movements. Moreover, this technique did not attack the physical body. It focused on the soul and spirit. The soul and divine spirit were very important existences to any living being, just as important as the life essence. Once the soul and divine spirit were shattered, the living being would die immediately. No amount of natural treasures or elixirs would be able to save them. Just now, when the vulture suddenly fell, it was he who used this technique. He directly shattered the soul in the vulture's body. This kind of attack could not be seen or touched. Only super geniuses with heaven-defying divine senses and those who were far more powerful than him could sense it. Moreover, this kind of attack was very sharp and very special. Even if the super monstrous geniuses in the same realm were able to sense this kind of attack because of their heaven-defying divine senses, it would be very difficult for them to block it. Normal methods wouldn't be able to defend against it at all. Only those who were much stronger than them would be able to use pure brute force to shatter it after sensing it. Reincarnation God-slaying technique. He muttered to himself and gave the newly created divine technique such a name. This was his own technique. It was completely compatible with the Heart Sutra of Reincarnation. When he used it, it was as smooth as waving his arm. At that moment, the white tiger and little Taichu opened their eyes one after another and woke up. Hey! Good, good, good. The white tiger was a little excited. It was obvious that in the past 2 months, he had made great progress with the help of the Bodhi tree. Yeah. Little Taichu said in a childish voice. His eyes were very bright, showing that he had also made great progress. It seems that both of you have made great progress. Lin Tian looked at them and said. The white tiger said, of course. If you didn't make great progress after cultivating under the Bodhi tree for 2 months, it would be too useless. Yeah. Little Taichu waved his little paws, seemingly agreeing with the white tiger's words. Lin Tian could not help but smile and stand up. In these 2 months, there was no change in their cultivation. However, their strength had increased tremendously. He waved his hand and put the Bodhi tree back into perfect world. He called out to the little Taichu and white tiger and walked out of the valley. Let's go find the people from the celestial court and test our achievements in the past 2 months. He said. The Bodhi tree could help people comprehend the path and improve a cultivator's comprehension. However, they could not always cultivate under the Bodhi tree. After leaving the valley, Lin Tian led the white tiger and little Taichu to a vast great world. This great world was as big as the celestial realm. After entering this great world, he led the little Taichu and white tiger to the center of this great world. Looking around, he saw a huge palace in front of him. It seemed to have been built not long ago, and there were many heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals guarding it. Arriving at this place, Lin Tian didn't hesitate or hide anything. He led the little Taichu and white tiger to the palace. Human. As soon as he arrived, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals around the palace turned cold and pointed their spears at him. At the same time, a dozen figures walked out of the palace. There were 3 void heaven realm experts and 9 rulers. The young man in the middle was even more special. He had 12 blue wings on his back and looked very obvious. His essence, chi, and spirit were extremely strong. You're here to steal the pristine jade bottle? The 12-winged youth was handsome like a fairy. He wore a purple robe and was at the dominator rank. Then, when he saw Lin Tian's appearance clearly, a dazzling light shot out of his eyes. Reincarnation body. What? He's a reincarnation physique? As soon as the 12-winged young man spoke, the expressions of the celestial court experts around the palace changed. Lin Tian naturally recognized this person as a member of the Heavenly Guardian clan. Hearing the other party's words, a faint light flashed in his eyes. It seems like you have a high status in your clan. He looked at the young man and said. Ever since he created the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, his life essence and the Reincarnation Heart Sutra had been very compatible. As a result, his life essence was naturally attached with a layer of special energy, like a protective membrane. Ordinary people couldn't easily tell that he was a reincarnation physique. Previously, he had completely perfected the Reincarnation Heart Sutra with the help of the Bodhi tree, causing the protective power of the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to become even stronger. It was impossible for anyone below the transcending heaven realm to see through his constitution. But now, this 12-winged youth, who was only at the sovereign realm, had directly identified his constitution. He was 100% sure that with the other party's dominator rank cultivation, it was impossible for him to see through his reincarnation constitution. He must have learned about him from the Heaven Protector clan's older generation experts, which was why he could say that he was a reincarnation constitution. Since this person was able to learn about his reincarnated body from the older generation members of that faction, he could guess that this person's status in that clan was definitely not low. The 12-winged youth snorted coldly. I didn't expect that the thief who has been stealing the jade bottle that our clan uses to collect life essence would be a reincarnated body. This is very surprising. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Tian. Of course, it is also a pleasant surprise. Suppressing you will be a great achievement. The elders of the clan will be very happy. As he spoke, he stepped forward. His body was surrounded by boundless light as he walked towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian saw this person walking towards him, but he didn't care. At the same time, he also learned something else from the other party's words. A while ago, he had brought little Taichu to dozens of great worlds and stolen all the jade bottles that the Celestial Court used to collect life essence. This matter had attracted the attention of the Celestial Court, which caused the Celestial Court to take action. There were experts waiting in ambush for him in several great worlds. This 12-winged youth was waiting here because of this. Yeah. Little Taichu opened his eyes wide. Naturally, he had also thought of this matter. Is this the same person as that 12-winged divine emissary? That Heaven Protector clan? The white tiger looked at the 12-winged youth with a slightly serious gaze. He had already learned about the Heaven Protector clan from Lin Tian. At this moment, looking at the 12-winged youth, he could feel how terrifying and intimidating his aura was. The 12-winged youth walked towards Lin Tian step by step. His eyes were indifferent, as if Lin Tian was just an ant. Sir, how about letting us suppress him? We don't want to dirty Sir's hands. A Void Heaven rank expert said as he followed the group. Stand down. The 12-winged youth said. Facing a Void Heaven rank expert, he put on a very arrogant attitude. His gaze was fixed on Lin Tian. Although he is a lowly human, he is still a reincarnated body. Suppressing him won't dirty my hands. Io, this little bastard is really asking for a beating. The white tiger couldn't help but grit his teeth in displeasure when he heard this. At this time, the 12-winged youth's words sounded like he approved of Lin Tian on the surface, but in fact, they were not. His tone was full of arrogance, and he was using Lin Tian's physique to set off his own nobility. The 12-winged youth naturally heard the white tiger's words and directly slapped him. You filthy thing. Following his attack, a large area of the surrounding space was immediately shattered, and the ground trembled involuntarily. It was also at this time that Lin Tian made his move. He also slapped the youth. Bang! In the blink of an eye, his big hand collided with the 12-winged youth's big hand, and the other party's hand was directly knocked away. You and the little guy stand back. He said to the white tiger, looked at the 12-winged youth, and took a step forward. The 12-winged youth's big hand that was pressing towards the white tiger was knocked away by Lin Tian, and his gaze fell on Lin Tian again. Not bad, as expected of the strongest physique in the legends. A mere holy venerable's body is actually so sturdy. It's not much weaker than mine. This person said indifferently, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. He was currently in the top 100 of the Heaven Protector clan's younger generation, and he was at the Dominator rank. Moreover, his body had been tempered with countless treasures, and his pure physical strength was at the top of the Dominator rank. But now, Lin Tian actually raised his hand and blocked his slap towards the white tiger. As he said this, his footsteps did not change, and he still stepped towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian did not move, and quietly waited for the other party to come closer. Then, a faint light flashed in his eyes. You seem to have quite a few jade bottles on you that contain life essence. Now, his divine instinct was very powerful, and at this time, he sensed a very shocking life essence fluctuation in the other party's body. This fluctuation clearly did not belong to the other party. He guessed that it was because the other party had many jade bottles on him that contained life essence. Moreover, there was quite a lot of life essence in those jade bottles. Your nose is quite sensitive. You can even smell this. The light around the 12-winged youth's body became even brighter, and he did not hide anything. His words were filled with mockery and humiliation towards Lin Tian, and he called Lin Tian a dog. He continued to walk towards Lin Tian. However, smelling it is meaningless. You're not, ah. As he walked towards Lin Tian, the 12-winged youth with an indifferent expression suddenly let out a miserable shriek. With a bang, he was sent flying, smashing dozens of ancient trees in the distance. As though he was suffering from epilepsy, he rolled on the ground, twitching uncontrollably. My lord! The celestial soldiers and celestial generals near the palace all turned pale. The 12-winged young man suddenly screamed and was sent flying. At the same time, the white tiger and little Taichu were also shocked. What did that brat do just now? The white tiger's eyes widened. He and little Taichu had already retreated far away. When they saw the 12-winged young man screaming and being sent flying, they naturally knew that it had something to do with Lin Tian. However, they clearly didn't see anything just now. This shocked them. Boom, majestic saint energy surged. In the distance, the 12-winged young man stood up with difficulty. His face was much paler. What did you do? He stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. His eyes were bloodshot. Just now, when he was looking at Lin Tian and speaking, a sudden surge of energy surged into his body and crashed into his soul. He was in so much pain that he almost fainted on the spot. Lin Tian's expression was calm. Just now, he had used the reincarnation god-slaying technique. A formless and colorless killing energy rushed into his opponent's body and ruthlessly hit his soul and his consciousness. He looked at his opponent and didn't say anything. He immediately moved. He took a step forward and was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of his opponent. With his cultivation of a 7th-level Saint Venerable, he punched out with the Chaos Emperor fist. Boom, there was a loud sound. The void shook violently and cracks appeared. It was as if a sacred drum of destruction had been beaten. The force of the punch shocked all the celestial soldiers and celestial generals. He's only a Saint Venerable, yet he can throw out such a punch. This? A ruler's eyes narrowed. Even the white tiger and little Taichu, who knew Lin Tian very well, felt their hearts palpitate when they saw that punch. What a monster! The white tiger's eyes widened. He felt that Lin Tian could probably be called a king in the ruler realm just based on his shell alone. There was coldness in the 12-winged young man's eyes. Lin Tian's punch had moved him slightly, but this only lasted for an instant. In the next moment, he swung his fist and met Lin Tian's punch head-on. Their fists collided in the blink of an eye, erupting with a destructive aura. Your physical body is not bad. Unfortunately, the toughness of the body alone is of no use. The man said coldly as his saint power surged. The 12 wings on his back flapped, and a blue destructive storm began to brew. Lin Tian looked at his opponent. After a simple exchange of blows, he could sense that his opponent was extraordinary. He was incredibly strong, many times stronger than all of the sovereigns he had fought in the past combined. However, he didn't mind at all. His fist collided with his opponent's and he sneered indifferently. He used the reincarnation god-slaying technique again. The invisible and colorless killing power approached silently, piercing into his opponent's body and bombarding his spirit. Ah! The 12-winged young man immediately trembled and screamed. The destructive storm that was brewing behind him instantly dissipated. He was sent flying hundreds of meters away like a scarecrow, smashing dozens of ancient trees. What's going on? What did that brat do? The white tiger's eyes widened. Lin Tian clearly didn't do anything, but the 12-winged young man was sent flying as if he was suffering some kind of cruel torture. This scene was a little strange to the white tiger. That invisible killing power seems to be a combination of divine sense and saint power. It doesn't attack the physical body, but the spirit. Inside the palace, a void heaven rank master spoke. He had seen Lin Tian use the reincarnation god slaying technique twice in a row, and his pupils couldn't help but constrict. Where did he learn this technique? Who created it? A killing power that combined divine sense and saint power, and only attacked the spirit. He had never seen or even heard of such a technique before. Ah! In the distance, the 12-winged young man roared and struggled to stand up. His eyes were bloodshot again. Ant! Earthworm! He looked at Lin Tian with shock and anger, and killing intent surged. He was one of the top 100 of the Heaven Protector clan's younger generation in this generation. He was a ruler, but now, he had actually been injured by a wholly exalted human twice in a row. This infuriated him and made him feel extremely humiliated. Kill! He roared, and monster saint power surged as he charged toward Lin Tian. With a loud bang, the space in the area trembled and shattered. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. At this moment, he felt the pressure from his opponent's aura. It was very strong, however, although he felt the pressure, his expression didn't change at all. He charged forward. Clang, he circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, and 9-colored saint light swirled out. He combined it with the High Heaven Sword scripture and slashed out a sky full of sword lights. The sky full of sword lights was filled with 9 colors, and each sword light seemed to be able to cut through everything. This is? Near the palace, the celestial soldiers and celestial generals were all shocked. Even the void sky existences were no exception. This was the first time they had seen 9-colored saint power, and they felt that it seemed to encompass everything. The 12-winged youth's eyes narrowed as he was shocked by Lin Tian's 9-colored saint energy. However, in the next moment, his gaze turned cold again. The majestic saint energy of a sovereign rank surged as he continuously cast out the Abhijna of the Heaven Protector clan. Rumble, in this place, the sky shook violently as if it would collapse in the next moment. Lin Tian faced the 12-winged young man with a special bloodline as a holy venerable. Although the pressure was great, he wasn't afraid at all. He raised his Tai Chi divine domain to protect himself as he continuously slashed out with the High Heaven Sword scripture. The two collided head-on, and in this place, the space kept shattering and the ground kept collapsing. He blocked that lord. How is this possible? Is this the power of the legendary strongest physique? With a holy venerable cultivation, he can. The celestial soldiers and celestial generals were shocked. The 12-winged young man had the special bloodline of the Heaven Protector tribe, and it wasn't any weaker than the chaotic physique. He was at the sovereign realm, but now, he couldn't gain the upper hand against Lin Tian, who had the reincarnation physique. Boom, 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 the shocking collision caused the destructive aura to expand. Subdue, Ant! The 12-winged young man roared. His 12 wings flapped fiercely, and a huge saint phantom appeared, reaching the heavens and penetrating the earth. It had 12 arms, and each arm was holding a divine weapon made of light, bombarding towards Lin Tian in a grandiose manner. Without a doubt, this was a terrifying killing technique. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. He was fearless as he activated the 4 symbol seal and divining divine technique together to meet the attack. At the same time, he activated the reincarnation god slaying technique again, and a formless killing force pressed against the opponent. The 12-winged young man's eyes shot out 2 beams of piercing cold light. His body surged with a large amount of holy light, and he raised a holy energy barrier. A formless killing force that specifically attacks the soul. After using it twice in a row, do you think I still can't sense it? Do you still think you can? Ah! The 12-winged young man was sent flying again, and the huge saint shadow collapsed. After that, Lin Tian used the 4 symbols divine technique and divining divine technique to suppress and drown him. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere as the 12-winged youth exploded. He was crushed by the 4 symbol seal and the divining divine technique. My lord! The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals outside the palace paled again. It had only been a short while, but that clan sovereign had already suffered 3 consecutive losses at the hands of Lin Tian, who was a holy venerable. My lord clearly activated a defensive light screen just now, but it actually couldn't block it at all. A void sky expert was shocked and puzzled. Gurgle, the sound of flesh wriggling rang out. The 12-winged youth's divine soul was immortal, and his body reformed in the blink of an eye. You damn thing. He glared at Lin Tian, shocked and enraged to the extreme. He was one of the top 100 experts of the Heaven Protector clan's younger generation, a sovereign realm expert. But now, he was actually injured by Lin Tian, a saint-venerable human, again and again. He roared angrily, and his 12 wings flapped. Saint light surged like an ocean, and his killing intent was even more terrifying than before. He charged madly at Lin Tian, using all kinds of divine abilities and great techniques one after another. The void was greatly damaged, and the speed of reconstruction couldn't keep up with the speed of destruction. The power he exuded was several times stronger than before. Facing this person, Lin Tian felt even more pressure than before, but he wasn't afraid at all. Clang, he activated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, and the Tai Chi Divine Domain protected his body. He activated the High Heaven Sword Scripture, and a 9-colored sharp sword light filled the sky. At the same time, he activated the Reincarnation God Slaying Technique again, and an invisible killing force attacked his opponent's divine soul. Ah! The 12-winged youth screamed again, and he was sent flying again. Lin Tian stepped forward, and as he waved the High Heaven Sword Scripture, he activated the Reincarnation God Slaying Technique again and again. He came here mainly to test this new technique, and now, he was using this technique as his main attack. Ah! The 12-winged youth shrieked miserably as he was sent flying again and again. Even though he could sense the formless killing power that Lin Tian had unleashed, he was unable to block it. The defensive light screen that he had erected was completely useless, as if it was just a decoration. My lord, that bastard's killing power is very special. It is very difficult to block it with ordinary methods. We can only use pure strength to shatter it. Let us deal with this. A Void Heaven rank expert walked forward. Scram! The 12-winged youth shouted coldly. He had been injured by the Reincarnation God Slaying Technique several times in a row. His eyes were already bloodshot as he glared at Lin Tian. He's just a holy venerate ant. I'll definitely suppress him. He unleashed an even more powerful saint power, and as his 12 wings flapped, the mountains and rivers roared, turning into a destructive storm that pressed down on Lin Tian. Kneel! He roared at Lin Tian. He was a member of the Heaven Protector clan, and was also one of the top 100 of the clan's younger generation. He was at the level of a ruler. Now that he was facing a saint-venerable human, how could he ask for help? If he asked for help, it would be the same as him lowering his head and admitting defeat to Lin Tian. He was a Dominator rank expert of the Heaven Protector tribe. How could he admit defeat to a holy venerable rank human? Rumble, the destructive storm rampaged. For a moment, the sky cracked and the earth was destroyed. The scene was terrifying. This little bastard, this aura, in the distance, the white tiger could not help but tremble. This aura was many times stronger than an ordinary Dominator's. Lin Tian was standing on the battlefield. Naturally, he could sense how powerful this destructive storm was, and the pressure increased. However, his expression remained unchanged. He activated the Reincarnation God Slaying Technique, and his battle strength instantly increased by 20 times. Rumble, outside his body, the 9-colored saint light immediately became extremely bright, turning into a 9-colored tornado that met his opponent's attack. The destructive storm and the 9-colored tornado collided in the blink of an eye, and there was a loud rumble. Then, the destructive storm began to tremble. The saint power it contained gradually weakened in the process of colliding with the 9-colored tornado. It could no longer unleash its full power, and it began to dissipate bit by bit. Impossible. The 12-winged youth's expression changed drastically. This was one of his core killing techniques, and now, it had been broken by a holy venerable. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. With his battle strength increased by 20 times, he activated the Reincarnation God Slaying Technique again. The invisible killing power instantly broke into his opponent's body and directly hit his opponent's soul. Ah! The 12-winged youth screamed. His face turned pale as he was sent flying. His consciousness was blurred at this moment. At this moment, Lin Tian stepped forward and instantly appeared in front of his opponent. 9-colored saint power surged, and the 4-symbol seal was activated. Together, they enveloped his opponent. Then, his right hand flashed with 9-colored saint light and directly pierced into his opponent's body. He grabbed a ball of light. Within the ball of light was a transparent jar. One could see that there were more than 300 jade bottles inside. One could feel the surging life essence even through the jar. Very good. His eyes flashed. With more than 300 jade bottles, the life essence in them was frighteningly dense. He could imagine that with the help of the life essence in these jade bottles, he, the little Taichu, and the white tiger would be able to improve their cultivation by a large margin. This was a great harvest. The 12-winged youth's consciousness returned. Seeing Lin Tian in front of him and the 300 jade bottles that Lin Tian had taken out from his body, he was even more furious. The veins in his eyes became even more bloodshot. Again. He roared and reached out to grab Lin Tian. Every single one of these 300 or so jade bottles contained the life essence of all the living beings in a complete large world. They were extremely valuable, and he was going to send them back to his clan. How could he let Lin Tian take them away? Lin Tian smiled. He activated the reincarnation god-slaying technique again. The invisible killing power once again hit his opponent's soul. Ah! The 12-winged youth immediately shrieked in agony. Under the 20-fold superimposed reincarnation god-slaying technique, it was unbearable. His soul and body were in excruciating pain, and cracks appeared. Immediately afterwards, Lin Tian didn't show any mercy and continued to attack. He continuously activated the reincarnation god-slaying technique, and the invisible and terrifying killing power continuously bombarded his opponent's soul and body. Under the combination of the reincarnation god-slaying technique, the killing power was superimposed 20 times. He didn't give his opponent a chance to catch his breath at all. Moreover, after that, the high heaven sword scripture, divinatory divine art, and reincarnation diagram of the king's territory were all supported by him. Their power was also stacked up by 20 times, and they pressed down together in a mighty manner, causing the sky to change color. No. After a few breaths, an extremely shrill shriek filled the air. Accompanied by blood that filled the sky, the 12-winged youth's physical body and soul were crushed together, and his body and soul were destroyed. All of a sudden, the place became much quieter. Such a powerful ruler with the bloodline of the Heaven Guardians was killed just like that? In the distance, the white tiger's eyes widened. Although Lin Tian had killed rulers before, those rulers couldn't be compared to the 12-winged youth at all. However, Lin Tian still killed him. At the same time, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were horrified. The 12-winged elite of the Heaven Guardians was killed in front of them. Damn it! Beast! Near the palace, several void sky existences were extremely furious. The 12-winged youth had been killed by Lin Tian just like that, and in front of their very eyes. This was a huge problem because the other party wasn't an ordinary member of the Heaven Protector tribe, but one of the top 100 of the Heaven Protector tribe's younger generation. If such a person was killed in front of them, they definitely couldn't escape responsibility. They would have to face a terrible punishment later because they were the other party's guards. Damn it! With a rumble, the 3 void sky existences moved together. Void sky saint energy completely sealed off the surroundings. Such a terrifying aura caused the sky to distort and the ground to crumble inch by inch. As Lin Tian retreated, clanging sounds rang out incessantly. More than a dozen divine weapons of mastery appeared at once, and he activated them with his weapon manipulation art. Divine weapons of mastery rolled out like a raging sea, directly cutting open the frozen space. Let's go! He called out to the white tiger and the little Taichu. The dozen piercing heaven-grade divine weapons slashed out destructive killing lights to block the 3 void sky existences. Then, he retreated with the little Taichu and the white tiger. With his current cultivation base, he could temporarily block the attack of a void heaven-grade existence by using these heaven-piercing grade divine weapons, but it was obviously impossible for him to kill such an existence. As such, retreating was the best choice at this time. The killing lights released by the dozen piercing heaven-grade divine weapons were terrifying, causing the 3 void sky existences' expressions to change. Some ordinary piercing heaven-grade divine weapons didn't even have piercing heaven-grade divine weapons, but now, the holy venerable Lin Tian had so many of them. At the same time, the 3 didn't dare to be careless. They attacked with all their strength and used their divine abilities and saint techniques. Boom! In this place, space shook violently. Destructive ripples spread out in all directions, and light mist rolled out. Then, the light mist quickly dissipated, and the place regained its clarity. In front of them, Lin Tianyi's group had completely disappeared, along with the dozen piercing heaven-grade divine weapons. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Find them! We must find them! Several void sky existences roared in anger. In this great world, there were many ancient trees and plants in a huge mountain range. The spirit chi in the air was very dense. At this time, a void portal appeared in the mountain range. Lin Tian stepped out with little Taichu and White Tiger. Previously, he had used a dozen or so piercing heaven-grade divine weapons to temporarily obstruct 3 void heaven-grade existences. After that, he had directly summoned the space transmission platform. This was a life-saving measure he had prepared for the great calamity. He had used the space transmission platform to arrive here. Leave this world. Lin Tiandao shattered the world barrier at this place and brought the White Tiger and little Taichu out of this world. Not long after, he found a barren abandoned world. He entered and found a desolate great canyon. Within the canyon, the soil was very moist, and there was a faint mist lingering around it. He engraved many ceiling formations here, and then took out the 300+ jade vases he seized. For a moment, this place was surrounded by an astonishing amount of life essence. What a treasure! White Tiger's eyes lit up. Are these the jade vases you mentioned before? The ones the celestial court uses to collect the life essence of all living beings? Yes. Lin Tian nodded. Then, he divided the 300+ jade vases equally. He, little Taichu, and White Tiger each had more than 100 vases. Cultivate. He said. At this time, there was actually no need for him to say anything. White Tiger roared and immediately found a place in this canyon. It circulated its ancient scripture and began to refine the life essence in these jade vases. Little Taichu and Lin Tian said in their childish voices. They also walked to the side and began to refine the life essence in the jade vases. Suddenly, a demonic light appeared outside the little guy and White Tiger's bodies. Their essence, chi, and spirit began to rise at an extremely fast speed. Lin Tian paused for a moment. He did not hesitate and sat down cross-legged on the spot. He circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and placed over 100 jade bottles around him. He absorbed the life essence within them into his body and began to refine and absorb it. As he began to absorb the life essence, he discovered that the life essence in these pristine jade bottles was much denser than the life essence in the pristine jade bottles he had obtained before. It was truly like an ocean of life essence. They all contain the life essence of all living beings in a complete macro world. He muttered to himself. This guess had actually been born in his mind before, but now, he was even more certain of it. He took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. The Reincarnation Heart Sutra circulated even faster, refining the essence of life even faster. The 9-colored light around him gradually became even more resplendent. His essence, chi, spirit, and cultivation were all increasing rapidly. This canyon was originally a little dim, but because of the 9-colored holy light outside his body, the dim canyon was completely illuminated. Every corner became bright. Just like this, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a full 3 months had passed. 3 months later, on this day, in this world, there was a thunderous explosion. Above the canyon, the sky gradually became dark. Thunder rolled, and a destructive aura came down from the sky. Such an aura caused the White Tiger and little Taichu, who were still refining the life essence, to tremble involuntarily. They stopped cultivating and looked up at the sky. This is? The White Tiger widened its eyes and quickly turned its head to look at Lin Tian. The sovereign realm. It widened its eyes. At this time, it clearly felt the aura of the sovereign realm intertwining around Lin Tian's body. It was very frightening. Yeah. The little Taichu also widened its eyes. It was also at this time that Lin Tian, who was cultivating, opened his eyes. In his eyes, 2 beams of 9-colored holy light flashed and disappeared. Then, in the next moment, the rolling thunder in the sky dissipated, and the destructive aura disappeared in an instant. Sovereign, he muttered to himself. In 3 months, there were more than 100 jade vases left to be refined. At this time, he had reached the sovereign realm. After reaching the sovereign realm heavenly punishment immediately descended. Then, just like before, he temporarily withdrew from the sovereign realm, causing the sovereign realm heavenly punishment to disappear in the blink of an eye. He looked at the white tiger and little Taichu. After 3 months of cultivating with the life essence in the jade vases, the little Taichu's cultivation had reached the 8th heavenly layer while the white tiger's cultivation had reached the 5th heavenly layer. Both of them still had more than 20 jade vases to refine. At this time, they were both staring at him without blinking. He gave the remaining 3 jade vases to the white tiger because the white tiger's cultivation was slightly weaker than his and the little Taichu's. You two continue. I'll undergo the tribulation after you're done refining. Alright. It won't take long. I'll finish refining it in a few days at most. The white tiger nodded at Lin Tian's words. It continued to refine the remaining life essence with the little Taichu. Lin Tian waited to the side. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. Little Taichu and the white tiger had finished refining all the life essence in the jade bottles. Their auras had become much stronger. The little Taichu had reached the 9th heavenly layer of Saint Venerate while the white tiger had reached the 7th heavenly layer of Saint Venerate. Good, good, good. After stopping cultivating, the white tiger excitedly exclaimed, good. In 4 months, it had gone from the 7th heavenly layer of Saint Venerate to the 7th heavenly layer of Saint Venerate. The entire cultivation process had been so simple and smooth. Yeah. The little Taichu called out in its childish voice. It flapped its wings and flew into the air. The 6-colored saint light around its body had become even purer. Its essence, energy, and spirit were extremely powerful. It was like a dormant volcano. Lin Tian felt that if the little fellow attacked with its full strength, ordinary sovereigns would not be able to last for long. The white tiger's bloodline was not as strong as the little fellow's, but its battle prowess was still impressive. Ordinary people under the sovereigns were no match for it. Alright, you two back off a little. I'm going to undergo the tribulation, he said. The little fellow and the white tiger had finished refining all the life essence in the jade bottles. He was ready to undergo the sovereign's heavenly punishment and truly enter the sovereign's realm. This place was an abandoned, barren world. It was just right for him to undergo the tribulation here. The little Taichu and the white tiger nodded and immediately retreated far away. Lin Tian did not hesitate. He released all his essence, energy, and spirit and stepped into the sovereign's realm again. Suddenly, the sky shook with a boom. A pitch-black lightning vortex appeared immediately. Blood-red lightning bolts flashed within, and a destructive aura descended. This aura is really, in the distance, the white tiger trembled. Facing the lightning punishment in the sky, it felt that even an ordinary peak ruler would be struck to death in an instant. Yeah. The little Taichu shrunk its neck. Naturally, it also felt the terror of this lightning punishment. It was as if it could shatter everything. It was also at this time that there was a boom. The sky in front of them trembled, and the first round of lightning punishment came crashing down. This was a lightning beam as thick as a water bucket. It was intertwined with blood-red electric arcs, and its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian faced the first round of lightning punishment. He circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and swung his Primal Chaos Emperor fist. Crack! With a crisp sound, the first round of the main lightning punishment was immediately shattered. Now, he had created the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, which was perfectly compatible with his origin. Moreover, he had refined it to perfection. Even if he did not use the Reincarnation Forging Spirit Art or the 5 Heaven-Shaking Lightning Art, he could easily shatter the first round of lightning punishment. Again. He looked calmly at the sky. At the same time, with a thought, he took out the Immortal Emperor Pagoda to experience the lightning punishment with him. In the sky, the pitch-black lightning vortex trembled. The blood-red lightning became even more violent, and the destructive aura became stronger. Then, the second round of lightning punishment came crashing down. Lin Tian was fearless. He met it head-on and shattered it. Then, the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh rounds of lightning punishment came crashing down one after another. As Lin Tian transcended his tribulation, he used the lightning punishment to refine the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Gradually, he activated the reincarnation tempering spirit technique. The 5 heaven-shaking lightning manual, lightning immortal Tao, and nature immortal Tao were all used to help transcend the tribulations. Boom! Thunder roared, deafening even to the deaf. Then, in the blink of an eye, several hours passed. Lin Tian destroyed the last round of lightning punishment. The lightning vortex in the sky slowly dissipated. The dusky sky became bright again, and rainbow auspicious clouds gathered. The rainbow auspicious clouds trembled, and the rainbow holy light fell, enveloping Lin Tian. Lin Tian naturally knew that this holy light was extraordinary. He immediately circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, absorbing this rainbow light to consolidate his current level. Buzz! Outside his body, the rainbow holy light and the 9-colored holy light circled together. His essence, qi, and spirit were raised again. Soon, dozens of breaths passed. The rainbow auspicious clouds trembled and dissipated. The rainbow holy light also disappeared. Outside Lin Tian's body, the 9-colored holy light circled, and his essence, qi, and spirit became extremely condensed. Ruler. His eyes were intertwined with light. At this time, his physique was stronger. The surface of his body was naturally intertwined with pure light. Moreover, the holy power in his body was more vigorous, flowing like a rolling river. Very good. When he truly stepped into the ruler level, he felt different from when he was at the saint level. The feeling was like when he first stepped into the immortal ascension realm from the airborne realm. There was a great transformation, and he felt that the whole world was much brighter. With 2 whooshing sounds, the white tiger and the little Taichu flashed over at this time. A ruler-level reincarnated body. I'm afraid this is incredible. Lord Tiger feels that your aura is not much weaker than a void sky expert. The white tiger looked at Lin Tian Dao. At this time, Lin Tian did not hide his aura. It felt like Lin Tian was an ancient demon god, and it made its heart beat wildly. Yeah. Very scary. The little Taichu stared. Naturally, it also noticed that Lin Tian was extraordinary at this time. His aura was very terrifying. Lin Tian's eyes were faintly shining. He paused, waved his hand, and called back the immortal Emperor Pagoda not far away. After being tempered by heavenly punishment several times, the immortal Emperor Pagoda now had more lightning runes on it. It naturally emitted a kind of lightning pressure, as if it was a combination of lightning and thunder. Just looking at it gave people a feeling that it could crush everything. Lin Tian held the immortal Emperor Pagoda in his right hand. Feeling the power and extraordinariness of the immortal Emperor Pagoda, he was naturally very satisfied. This pagoda was his origin divine weapon. He paused, then put the immortal Emperor Pagoda back into his body. Let's go, let's leave this place. Lin Tian Dao. The white tiger nodded. What do we do next? As it spoke, its eyes shone. It rubbed its paws and said, continue to snatch those pristine jade bottles. Let Lord Tiger and the little guy quickly step into the ruler level and undergo a great transformation. Lin Tian nodded. He was actually thinking of the same thing. As for these pristine jade bottles, he would snatch as many as he could. When the time came, he would survive this great apocalypse and return to the primordial universe with a batch of pristine jade bottles containing endless life essence for Jiyu and the others to use. Immediately, he called out to the white tiger and the little Taichu. He raised his hand and tore open the realm barrier, preparing to leave this world. It was also at this time that a caw sound rang out. A large crack appeared in the sky, and a few figures stepped out. That unusual heavenly tribulation fluctuation just now came from this world. Let's see what's going on. Why is the aura of the heavenly tribulation so strong? There were 9 people who stepped into this world, and all of them were wearing the battle uniform of the celestial court. They were all in the Dominator realm, and naturally, they exuded a very powerful aura of essence, as if they were 9 walking weapons of destruction. Check it out and leave quickly. Do what we have to do. There are still many macro worlds to be destroyed. There's no need to rush. Those macro worlds can be destroyed slowly. There's still a lot of time left for us. In comparison, the fluctuation of the thunder punishment that spread out from this world just now is too special. You guys should have noticed it too. It's too unusual and very strange. It's best to check it out. Maybe you'll find something good. When the 9 dominators passed by this macro world, they suddenly felt the aura of the thunder punishment coming from this world, and it was extremely shocking. It was not the power of an ordinary immortal realm heavenly tribulation, so they immediately stepped into this world. Speaking of strange, the man who suddenly appeared a month ago is the strangest. He's obviously a human, but he has the pure origin aura of the Celestial Protector clan. And it's said that it's very shocking. It's simply incomprehensible. One of them said. Shut up. Don't say anything more. That person has been listed as a taboo by that clan half a month ago. Don't talk about him lightly. Another person said in a low voice. The expression of the person who spoke before changed slightly, and then he nodded. Alright, let's check the aura of the thunder punishment. Let's not talk about that person anymore. Let's just do what we have to do. Another person said. Lin Tian was on the surface of this world, so he naturally noticed these 9 people. At the same time, he also heard their words. He, who was about to leave this world, suddenly stopped. He's a human, but he has the pure origin of the Celestial Protector clan. He frowned slightly. Beside him, Little Taichu and White Tiger naturally heard the 9 people's words, and they could not help but be curious about it. Kill them and search while we're at it? White Tiger said. It was indeed very concerned about the Celestial Protector clan. After all, that clan was very terrifying. Lin Tian nodded. He naturally had the same idea. At that moment, he took a simple step forward with the White Tiger and Little Taichu and appeared in front of the 9 people in an instant. The 9 rulers of the Celestial Court were all shocked. They weren't ordinary rulers. They had walked very far in the ruler realm and were very strong. But now, they couldn't sense where Lin Tian and the others had come from. Who are you? One of them shouted. Lin Tian didn't say anything. Looking at the 9 people, he activated the reincarnation god slaying technique. A formless killing force surged out. Ah! Miserable shrieks rang out. 8 of them trembled violently and then stopped moving. They tumbled down from the sky. His body was still intact, but there was no light of life in his eyes. This? The White Tiger's eyes widened. You used the newly created technique you mentioned before? 8 rulers were killed in an instant. Lin Tian had already told him and Little Taichu about the reincarnation god slaying technique. Seeing this scene, the White Tiger naturally knew that Lin Tian had used the reincarnation god slaying technique. It couldn't help but be shocked by this scene. After all, those were 8 rulers. And they weren't ordinary rulers. Now, Lin Tian had wiped them out with a thought. However, it quickly calmed down. After thinking about it, this scene was actually normal. After all, the reincarnation god slaying technique was very terrifying. Moreover, Lin Tian had already stepped into the ruler realm. It wasn't difficult for him to use this technique with the cultivation of a ruler to instantly kill a ruler. At the same time, the remaining ruler of the Celestial Court turned pale. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. The 8 people who had the same combat strength as him were killed in an instant. Although he didn't see anyone do anything, he instantly determined that Lin Tian had killed the 8 people based on the White Tiger's words and actions. His voice trembled. Then, in the next moment, he immediately fled. He tore open the world gate and stepped into it. He didn't even see his movements clearly, but the 8 rulers who had the same combat strength as him were killed by Lin Tian. How terrifying was this person? He knew very well that he couldn't stop him. At this time, the only way to survive was to escape. Lin Tian looked at the sovereign of the Celestial Court. With a surge of his saint power, he shattered the world portal that the sovereign had opened. Then, the seal of the 4 symbols flew out and restrained the sovereign, making it difficult for him to even move a finger. The ruler was terrified. You. What are you doing? I'm from the Celestial Court. You, don't mess around. Bang. Lin Tian raised his hand and punched the ruler's abdomen, cutting him off. He had killed the other 8 sovereigns. And left this person alive because he wanted to search the other party's consciousness for information on the man who was a human but also possessed the pure essence of a heaven protector. At this time, he used the 4-symbol seal to restrain the ruler. He directly used his origin of divine thought and sank it into the ruler's consciousness. Then, dozens of breaths passed in a flash. The ruler's expression suddenly changed. Is it a coincidence? His eyelids twitched. From this person's sea of consciousness, he found out about the man that the other party had mentioned before. That person had suddenly appeared a month ago. He was a human, but he naturally exuded the unique origin aura of the Heaven Protector clan. Moreover, he seemed to have a deep hatred for the Heaven Protector clan. He had chased after the Heaven Protector clan all over the universe, killing many powerhouses of the Heaven Protector clan and provoking a 72-winged peak existence of the clan. However, in the end, that elite 72-winged elite was almost killed and had to flee in a sorry state. Moreover, that person had the body of the void. Could it be? His heart couldn't help but twitch. Beside him, the white tiger and little Taichu naturally saw his abnormality. The white tiger asked, "Kid, what did you find? What's wrong with you?" "Yeah?" The little Taichu was also curious. Lin Tian moved his lips and briefly told them about the man he had found in the ruler's consciousness. There really is such a thing. He's a human but has the origin of the Celestial Protector clan. Moreover, he has the body of the void. Moreover, he's so terrifying that the 72-winged elite of the Celestial Protector clan was almost killed. The white tiger's eyes widened in shock. It already knew about the Celestial Protector clan and the division of strength of that clan. At this time, when it heard that the 72-winged elite of that clan was almost killed, it felt a little fearful. Beside it, the little Taichu's eyes widened. Lin Tian was stunned. After searching for information about that man, he couldn't help but think of Wu Yi and the Divine Key. He's the mortal that the Divine Key fell in love with back then? He was originally from the human race, yet he possessed the incomparably pure source energy of the Heaven Protector race. Moreover, he had the void body. Now that he was searching for the Heaven Protector race in this cosmos and had already killed many of their people, how could he not be suspicious? One had to know that it was absolutely impossible for an ordinary human to possess the source energy of the Heaven Protector clan. It could only be that the Heaven Protector clan had forcefully moved a portion of their source energy over. But, which member of the Heaven Protector clan would do something like this? At this moment, he suddenly had a conjecture. Back then, when the Divine Key was being hunted down, in order to protect the person she loved, she gave a portion of her source energy to that person while she was pregnant. Then, she sent that person away from her side. That person survived back then, and because of the Divine Key, he embarked on the path of cultivation. Perhaps he had been pursuing the Heaven Protector clan since that time, looking for the Divine Key. Unfortunately, the Heaven Protector clan rarely appeared in the world, and the location of their clan was not known to ordinary people. That person had been unable to find it until now. When the Xianxia universe was destroyed, the Heaven Protector clan descended in large numbers and dominated the destruction. That person had found out and now entered this universe. Using this theory as proof, it was enough to explain why the other party, a human, had the origin aura of the Heaven Protector clan, and why he was killing people from the Heaven Protector clan. It was because the Divine Key was being hunted down by the Heaven Protector clan. Moreover, that person had the void physique. Half of Wu Yi's physique was the void physique. This was too compatible. Yi's father? The little Taichu's eyes widened, and he had the same idea as Lin Tianyi. As soon as he said this, the white tiger at the side couldn't help but be stunned. Huh? Princess Wu Yi's father? How could that person be related to Princess Wu Yi? Although the other party has the void physique, and half of Princess Wu Yi's physique is the void physique, there are some similarities. But isn't it too far-fetched to make such a guess based on this point? It doesn't make sense. Yeah. No, there are other reasons. Little Taichu said. What is the reason? The white tiger was puzzled. Little Taichu tilted his head and looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian paused for a moment and didn't hide it anymore. The little guy and I have met Wu Yi's mother. He briefly told the white tiger about how he had seen the divine key. What? The white tiger shivered, and its eyes almost popped out of its head. Princess Wu Yi's mother is the former first heavenly maiden, the most powerful master of the heavenly guardian clan? Its face was full of shock, and then it finally understood why Lin Tian had asked the old hooligan about the number one heavenly girl. It turned out that there was actually such a secret. This is simply, it was stunned for a moment. Lin Tian's eyes flashed as he activated the reincarnation god-slaying technique and cut down the last ruler of the celestial court. He then looked outside the great world. Go find him. Or, go find the divine key. He said. He felt that his guess should be true, but it was just a guess after all. He had to verify it. This was related to Wu Yi, so he couldn't ignore it. Moreover, he was looking for the divine key. The other party was now just a wisp of spiritual consciousness, which was very unstable and didn't seem to have the desire to live. Although he knew that the other party was extremely powerful, he was still worried about the other party. He had already confirmed that the other party was Wu Yi's mother. How could he let her disappear? Let's go. The white tiger nodded immediately. The little Taichu, and Lin Tianyi were naturally very concerned about Wu Yi. Then he paused and frowned. Do you have any clues? Where should we go to find him? The bound of universe was too big. To find one or two people in such a universe was undoubtedly similar to finding a needle in a haystack. It was too difficult to find them without any clues. I have some clues. From the sea of consciousness of the previous ruler, I found the coordinates of the great world where the man appeared a few days ago. Go to that great world and the nearby worlds to search. Lin Tiandao said. In the process, we can also start with the Celestial Protector clan. The younger generation of that clan has been training in the Great Calamity. They should know a lot of information. Immediately, he called the little Taichu and the white tiger to leave this world. After an unknown amount of time, he took the white tiger and the little Taichu to the great world where the man appeared a few days ago. This was a great world much bigger than the celestial realm, but not as big as the celestial realm of nothingness. He suppressed a peak-level ruler of the celestial court in the center of this great world and searched for many things. After that, he found that the man was no longer in this world. He took the pristine jade bottle used to collect life essence from the center of this great world, then took the little Taichu and the white tiger and left this great world, stepping into the nearby great worlds. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, he walked through dozens of great worlds. On this day, he encountered a young expert of the Celestial Protector clan in a great world nearby. The young expert had 12 black wings and was protected by 9 void sky experts. He was much stronger than the 12-winged youth he killed before. In other words, the 12-winged young man from before could not be compared to this 12-winged young man at all. The essence, chi, and spirit of this 12-winged young man were too strong. It was more than a level higher than the 12-winged young man from before. The difference was like heaven and earth. Reincarnation body. The 12-winged youth immediately recognized Lin Tian. 2 dazzling rays of light shot out from his eyes, and his essence, chi, and spirit surged. Just like the 12-winged young man with purple wings, this 12-winged young man with black wings had already learned about Lin Tian from the upper echelons of the clan. He knew what Lin Tian looked like, so when he saw Lin Tian, he immediately recognized him. Reincarnation body? He's a reincarnation body? Behind this person, the 9 void heaven rank experts were visibly moved. They couldn't see through Lin Tian's constitution. If the 12-winged youth hadn't said so, they would have thought that Lin Tian was just an ordinary human sovereign. A reincarnation body was extremely important. Don't make a move, I'll suppress him myself. The 12-winged youth said coldly and directly stepped towards Lin Tian. As this person moved, the sky began to distort as a sovereign's aura spread out. It was so strong that it was somewhat frightening. This pressure, is he really only at the sovereign level? The white tiger couldn't help but feel its heart palpitate. Just feeling the pressure from this person from afar made it feel like it was suffocating. None of the sovereign experts it had encountered before had made it feel like this. Even the little Taichu's eyes widened. It was shocked by the pressure this 12-winged youth was emitting. Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. He could feel how powerful this person was, and he could probably kill an ordinary peak sovereign with a raise of his hand. However, he didn't care at all and faced this person head-on. This person was stronger than the 12-winged youth from before. He was definitely one of the top 100 of this clan's younger generation, and his ranking should be very close. Lin Tian wanted to suppress this person and search his sea of consciousness for traces of that man and the divine key. Clang! The 9-colored sword light was extremely sharp. Wherever it passed, the void was sliced and distorted. This is? The 9 void sky rank experts were shocked. Firstly, the sword light that Lin Tian slashed out was too powerful. It didn't seem like something a sovereign realm cultivator could produce. Secondly, Lin Tian's saint force was actually 9-colored. It was their first time seeing 9-colored saint force. The 12-winged young man's eyes narrowed. Then, his voice became colder. As expected of the legendary physique. It's indeed different. As he spoke, he attacked. Similarly dense sword lights intertwined and met the attack head-on. For a moment, the two sword lights collided, creating waves of destructive aura. Lin Tian's expression remained the same, and his gaze remained the same. With a thought, the reincarnation god-slaying technique was unleashed. An invisible and colorless killing force instantly rushed out, directly breaking into the opponent's body and ruthlessly striking the opponent's soul. Ah! The soul body was extremely important to a cultivator. The 12-winged young man immediately screamed and staggered back. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian stepped forward and activated the 4-symbol seal, directly suppressing the opponent. He was an ultimate reincarnation body. Although this 12-winged young man was extraordinary, it was easy for him to suppress the opponent in the same realm as him. My lord! Damn it, let go! The 9 void sky rank experts' expressions changed at the same time. They were all shocked and furious. Then, they immediately rushed towards Lin Tian. They were the 12-winged young man's temporary guards. If anything happened to him, they would not be able to escape punishment. Lin Tian glanced at the 9 void sky rank experts rushing towards him. He activated the reincarnation god-slaying technique and directly attacked them. At the same time, he activated the weapon controlling technique and summoned the 9 piercing heaven divine weapons. The piercing heaven divine weapons immediately spread out, freezing the surrounding space. The weapons majestically slashed towards the 9 void sky rank experts. The 9 void sky rank experts were directly hit by the reincarnation god-slaying technique. Each of them trembled violently and their faces turned pale. After that, the 9 divine weapons of the 9 sects bore down on them, causing the 9 cultivators to reveal expressions of shock. All of them unleashed their greatest abilities to receive the attack. However, there was no suspense in the outcome. Lin Tian was currently in the sovereign realm, and he had the reincarnation forging spirit art that could increase his battle prowess by 20 times. Under such circumstances, he could support the 9 transcending heaven-grade divine weapons. Void sky-grade cultivators simply couldn't block him. Pooh! 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 Blood splattered everywhere, and after several dozen breaths of time, the 9 void heaven-grade masters were completely annihilated. The 12-winged youth was suppressed. When he saw the 9 void sky experts being killed by Lin Tian, his expression changed. Reincarnation body, release me. I am the 9th person of the Heaven Protector clan's younger generation. I am different from those lowly people. If you injure me, the consequences will be... Bang! Lin Tian didn't say anything more to this person, and directly punched him in the stomach, interrupting him. Then, he released a strand of his divine sense of the origin, which went directly into the other party's sea of consciousness to search for what he wanted to know. Soon, several dozen breaths of time passed. His expression slightly froze, and he directly withdrew his divine sense. The 12-winged youth glared at Lin Tian. How dare you forcibly search my sea of consciousness, pooh! Lin Tian attacked and shattered the other party with a punch. A spirit transformation talisman condensed in his hand and shattered the other party's divine sense. How is it? What did you find? White Tiger asked. Little Taichu also looked at him. Lin Tian said in a deep voice, several of the 72 winged existences of that clan went to an extremely large world at the same time. Hearing him say this, the White Tiger and Little Taichu's expressions changed slightly. White Tiger frowned. Is it related to the first heavenly maiden or that man? It should be. Lin Tian said in a deep voice. A few days ago, the divine key's spiritual sense suddenly appeared and repelled the 72-winged golden-robed old man of the Heaven Protector clan, which must have attracted the clan's attention. Not long ago, that man suddenly appeared and killed the experts of the Heaven Protector clan one after another, and even almost killed a 72-winged existence. Naturally, this was a huge matter. These two people could be said to be the two people that the Heaven Protector clan cared about the most. Dealing with them wasn't something that a 72-winged existence could deal with. At this time, several 72-winged existences of this clan went to the same large world together. He was 90% sure that if they weren't going for the divine key, they were going for that man. No matter which one it was, they were all things that he was very concerned about. Let's go. He called out to the White Tiger and Little Taichu. He had already found the coordinates of that large world from the consciousness of the 12-winged youth, and he was ready to go. Their current altitude was too far away from the 72-winged existences of the Heaven Protector clan. It could be said that it was very dangerous to go directly to a world with several 72-winged experts. However, even so, he still had to go because this was related to Wu Yi's mother and father. After going to that world, you two find a place to hide first. I'll look for clues alone. He said so to Little Taichu and White Tiger. What are you talking about, kid? You're saying this again. We'll go wherever you go and face disaster together. White Tiger said with a frown. Yeah. Let's go together. Little Taichu also said solemnly. Lin Tian moved his lips, wanting to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He simply nodded and continued on his way with White Tiger and Little Taichu. I can feel that those eyes should be able to open soon, he muttered to himself. He relied on two things the most. One was the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. The other was the pair of eyes that he had opened twice, which could mobilize fate for his own use. The more powerful his cultivation was, the more terrifying the fate he could mobilize. Not long ago, after he stepped into the sovereign realm, his eyes would occasionally produce a faint burning sensation, and he could vaguely feel the flow of fate. This feeling was exactly the same as when he accidentally opened those eyes twice. Friend, this time, move with me. He whispered in his heart, summoning the divine sword in his consciousness. After that, he might face an unimaginable situation. He needed to be able to summon all his trump cards at any time. With that in mind, he didn't slow down. He tore through the Great World Barrier several times in a row, bringing White Tiger and Little Taichu along. Soon, they stepped into a large world. Looking around, this world was filled with immortal mountains and divine peaks. The interweaving immortal spiritual chi was so dense that it was somewhat frightening. It was a world on the same level as the void celestial realm. White Tiger said, "It's this world." Boom. Suddenly, terrifying saint energy vibrated. In the southeast region of this great world, not far from this place, monster saint light shot into the sky. This saint energy was too powerful. It seemed to be able to annihilate everything. The entire great world was trembling violently. That's... Lin Tian was shocked when he sensed the divine key's aura. Sure enough, the divine key was in this world. He immediately called out to the Little Taichu and the White Tiger, and they headed toward the place where the saint energy was surging. The place where the saint energy was surging was not far from where they were now. Soon, they arrived at the place where the saint energy was intertwined. As far as the eye could see, there was a broken mountain range in front of him. It seemed like a special space had been shattered. The center of the mountain range was completely out of place with the surrounding environment. There were blood-red vines and many strange human cocoons. Boom, the saint energy vibrated, and the space shattered piece by piece. There were 9 figures in front of them, all with 72 wings on their backs. The divine key, who only had a wisp of spiritual consciousness left, was fighting the other 8 people alone. The White Tiger looked at the divine key, and its eyes widened. Although it had heard about the divine key from Lin Tian and knew that the divine key was Wu Yi's mother on the first day and looked exactly like Wu Yi, it still could not help but be shocked when it saw it with its own eyes. Lin Tian didn't care about this. He looked ahead and saw the dense mass of human cocoons. He instantly understood why the divine key would appear here. It should be here to purify these human cocoons. This was because the divine key was doing this when he and the little Taichu saw it the last time. Boom, Saint energy surged. In front of them, the 8 ancient existences of the heaven protectors surrounded the divine key. Each of them was full of energy. You really came here. You want to purify them and free them? Divine key, you've really changed completely. One of the 72 winged existences said coldly. He was dressed in a purple robe and was the 18th elder of the heaven protectors. The divine key did not speak. Its 72 snow-white wings trembled, and holy light surrounded it. It was sacred and vast, like a true goddess. This holy light was very powerful and seemed to be able to purify everything. It killed the 8 72 winged existences again and again. So powerful. In the distance, the white tiger trembled slightly. It was only a wisp of spiritual consciousness, and it was very unstable, but it could block 8 pinnacle 72 winged existences at the same time. Even though Lin Tian had seen the divine key in action before, he was still shocked by this scene. Too strong, however, a worried look soon appeared in his eyes. At this moment, he could see that although the divine key had temporarily blocked the 8 72 winged existences, the wisp of spiritual consciousness was gradually fading as the battle continued. If this battle continued for a long time, the wisp of spiritual consciousness of the divine key would dissipate and truly die. Divine key, I'll say it one more time. Belong to my clan. We can use the supreme treasure of our clan to allow you to truly be reborn. Among the 8 72 winged beings, a black-robed old man said in a deep voice, of course, before that, you have to carve a master-servant-slave seal. The divine key was too powerful. He was the strongest person in the history of the celestial protectors. Now, just a strand of unstable spiritual sense could stop the 8 of them. If the divine key was willing to return to the clan, that would be great. However, even if the divine key agreed, in order to control the future divine key, they had to carve a slave seal on him to restrain him. Otherwise, if the divine key that had truly recovered to its peak acted recklessly, it would be a huge problem for them. The divine key said, Elder, please stop. If this continues, it will only make the clan bear an eternal sin. If you are willing to stop, the divine key is willing to return to the clan and is willing to do anything. The 8 72 winged existences' faces immediately darkened. They could not stop what they were doing now. It involved a long-cherished wish that they could not give up. Moreover, once they gave up, it would bring about a huge disaster. In other words, the divine key would not agree to their request. One of them slightly narrowed his eyes, paused, and said coldly, back then, the lowly human that you risked your life to protect is still alive and has appeared. We have his whereabouts, so we can completely wipe him out at any time. As soon as he said this, the divine key, who had been very calm, suddenly trembled and changed color. He is still alive? He has embarked on the path of cultivation? She was shocked, happy, and sad. This was something that she had never expected. In the distance, Lin Tian was also shocked. Based on his intuition, he could guess that the human that the black-robed elder was talking about was the body of void that had appeared a few days ago. As expected, he was the ordinary mortal that the divine key loved back then, Wu Yi's father. Beside him, little Taichu and White Tiger were also moved. Also, in front of them, the black-robed elder spoke again, coldly saying, we already know that you and that lowly human have a child. We have already found traces of him, so we can join forces to wipe him out at any time. As soon as he said this, the divine key really changed color. Her spiritual sense trembled violently and became even fainter in an instant. Back then, before her daughter was born, she sent her away to protect the person she loved. She did not even have the time to teach her how to cultivate. After her daughter was born, she sent her daughter away again because she was being hunted down. In the end, she was killed. After she was killed back then, she did not die completely. An indestructible spiritual sense condensed again 1,000 years later and traveled between heaven and earth. After traveling between heaven and earth with her spiritual sense for all these years, she thought that the person she loved was no longer around. This was because when she sent her away, he was only a mortal. A mortal's lifespan was at most about 100 years. However, when she sent her daughter away, she had more than enough time to impart all the cultivation methods and techniques into her young daughter's body. She believed that her daughter, who had her blood flowing in her veins, would definitely be able to reach the realm of immortality and would not be worn away by the gears of time. All these years, she knew that her daughter was still alive, but she didn't dare to see her. She didn't even dare to look for her. She was afraid that her existence would implicate her grown daughter. Moreover, because her hands were stained with blood, she felt guilty and ashamed to see her daughter. However, all these years, her daughter had always been her spiritual pillar, supporting her to continue living. Now, when she heard the black-robed elder mention that he had found her daughter, her expression truly changed and she panicked. At the same time, in the distance, Lin Tian's expression also changed. Wu Yi's whereabouts were found by the heaven protectors? He was shocked, angry, and worried. He knew that Wu Yi was very strong, but with Wu Yi's current strength, it was impossible for him to resist the combined forces of the heaven protectors. If the heaven protectors attacked Shifeng heaven, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not only would Wu Yi suffer, but Shifeng heaven might even be destroyed. He still had many relatives and friends in that world. On the side, little Taichu and White Tiger also changed their expressions. In the distance, Lin Tian was even more furious when he heard the black-robed elder's words. He actually wanted to enslave Wu Yi's entire family. This is your last chance. The black-robed elder looked at Xianxia. The other 7 people did not speak. Their eyes were cold. Xianxia's expression was no longer calm. He looked very ugly. In the end, he shook his head. Impossible. Impossible. Returning to the clan meant that she would have to slaughter thousands of people again. She did not want to do that again. At the same time, she could not allow her husband and daughter to be engraved with slave seals. The black-robed elder's eyes darkened. The other 772 winged beings' eyes also became colder. I've given you a chance. Unfortunately, you're still so stubborn. Then, just disappear completely. The black-robed elder said. An even stronger holy light rushed out from behind him. However, we won't execute you immediately. After we subdue you, we'll lure out that lowly human and send you to hell together. After you and that lowly human's bastard child will also die. The other 772 winged beings also attacked together. All kinds of holy light surged, and Tao radiance surged. This space kept twisting and breaking apart. Behind Xianxia, the 72 snow-white light wings shook slightly. A large area of holy light surrounded him and went toward the 8 people. Boom, 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 there was a terrifying collision. The destructive aura intertwined wantonly. After a dozen breaths, Xianxia was knocked away with a bang. His spiritual sense body instantly became fainter. In the distance, Lin Tian could not help but clench his hands when he saw the scene. Xianxia was very strong. Even if it was just a wisp of his spiritual sense, his combat power was very terrifying. However, at this time, after hearing the black-robed elder mention his loved one and his own flesh and blood, his mind was in chaos. His combat power was greatly affected. Boom, terrifying holy light swept out one after another. Xianxia fought against 8 people alone. He was injured from time to time and was severely injured. His spiritual sense body became fainter and fainter. If this continued, he could be annihilated at any time. He took a step forward and said to little Taichu and White Tiger, both of you, back away. Be ready to leave at any time. Clang, an ear-piercing sword chime reverberated in the air as the barrier of the world was slashed apart, interrupting the rest of his words. A blinding ray of sword light came from outside the great world. Up ahead, on the battlefield, the black-robed old man who had approached the divine key was pierced through by the sword, and he exploded with a poof. At the same time, an azure-clothed young man appeared before the divine key that was struck flying. He was handsome and firm, and he held a 1-meter-long sword in his right hand that was inscribed with profound and unfathomable talisman markings, while his left hand caught the divine key that was sent flying. Divine key. The man opened his mouth, choking up a little. In the distance, Lin Tian was about to attack, but when he saw this man, he stopped in his tracks. At the same time, the white tiger and little Taichu were also moved. They stared at the man in green in front of them without blinking. The man and the two beasts instantly knew that this man in light clothes was the one Xianxia loved. He was Wu Yi's father. The divine key's spiritual sense was already very weak. When it saw the man in green suddenly appear, its spiritual sense body couldn't help but tremble. "Scholar, you're really alive." Looking at the familiar face of the man in green, the divine key's eyes were filled with surprise and tears. "Alive? Finally, finally. I've found you." The man's eyes were also filled with tears. Over the years, he had been to too many places and had been looking for the divine key. Now, he had finally found it. The black-robed old man's body collapsed and was quickly regenerating. When the other 7 people saw the man in green, they were all shocked and angry. They all recognized the man in front of them. Especially one of the black-robed old men, whose eyes were filled with shock and anger. Not long ago, he was almost killed by the man in green. At this moment, his face was filled with murderous intent. "Damned human earthworm." The man's voice was extremely cold. He flapped his 72 wings and moved directly, bringing with him an endless amount of killing intent as he charged toward the man in green. At the same time, the other 6 people moved together. Their eyes were cold as they used their great magical powers and secret techniques to attack. They had guessed that the divine key would come here. They were prepared to suppress the divine key's spiritual sense body and then use it to deal with the man in green. However, they didn't expect the man to appear here directly. Scram! The man in green had his back to the 7 people. His voice was filled with endless anger as he slashed with the divine sword in his hand. With a clang, the sound of the sword shook the sky. A glaring sword arc appeared and almost cut through time. The 772 winged beings who rushed forward trembled. Their magical powers and secret techniques were immediately shattered. Then, all of them were shattered at the same time. Blood splattered all over the sky. The black-robed old man, who had just regenerated half of his body, was also affected by the sword. The half of his body that had just been regenerated exploded again, and snow-white bone fragments floated in the void. Such a scene immediately caused the expressions of Lin Tian, little Taichu, and White Tiger to change. They couldn't help but tremble. The power of one sword was so great that it could directly destroy the 772 winged beings of the Heaven Protectors. Moreover, it shattered the black-robed old man who had just regenerated half of his body. What kind of combat strength was this? So strong. The White Tiger's voice trembled. In the middle of the mountain range, Xianxia's eyes kept flickering. She didn't expect that the man she loved back then, who didn't know how to cultivate at all, who was just an ordinary man when they parted, would be so powerful now when they met again. However, after that, sadness appeared in her eyes again. She looked at the sword in the man's hand. "In the past, your hand was holding a brush. Now, it's holding a cold weapon." The man she loved used to be an ordinary scholar. He once stood in front of her to protect a few ordinary snow rabbits that she wanted to kill casually. He talked about how the heavens are virtuous and other things that she disdained. She felt that it was very stupid. At the same time, she couldn't help but find it very interesting. Because in the past, when people faced her, they only felt endless fear. No one dared to stand in front of her and argue with her like that. Then, because she found it interesting, she didn't kill the man. After that, she was gradually attracted to him. The man's originally very ordinary and even worthless things slowly became meaningful to her. When she was with him, she liked to watch him take care of and feed the snow rabbits. She liked to watch him hold a brush even more. She always felt that a brush was what he should hold, and that it was most suitable for him. Now that she saw the brush in the man's hand turn into a sword, she felt very sad. All of this was because of her. "I don't want it anymore. I don't want the brush anymore." Monstrous holy light surged out of the man's body and poured into Xianxia's spiritual consciousness, stabilizing it. It's useless and meaningless. It can't protect you. Lin Tian looked at the man in green from afar. Holy light kept gushing out of his body, pouring into the divine key spiritual consciousness. However, his expression soon changed. The man in green's holy light was very strong, but it didn't stabilize the divine key's spiritual consciousness. It was still very weak. What's going on? He couldn't figure it out. With the divine key's own power, even if there was only a strand of spiritual consciousness left, it should be able to be reborn. However, the man in green couldn't do it. At this time, the man in green's holy light was very strong, but it still didn't have any effect. On the other side, the man in green's expression changed. Even more holy light poured into the divine key spiritual consciousness, but it was still useless. Scholar, don't waste your energy. All of their God's order remains in my body, and my spiritual consciousness is also contaminated. Normal methods are useless. The divine key didn't worry about her situation at all. Instead, she was gentle after seeing a man. The man gritted his teeth. Even more holy light gushed out, pouring into the divine key's spiritual consciousness. You still exist. I won't let anything happen to you. Never. You want to save her? The 872 winged beings of the heaven protectors had already reformed. Each of them had a cold expression. One of them said, "Our clan's treasure can let her truly walk the path of return." You want to save her? I'll give you a chance. Submit to our clan and be our slave, and we'll help her. Of course, at the same time, she and your descendants will also submit to our clan and be engraved with our clan's master-servant-slave mark. The man was moved. He was happy to hear that the heaven protector's treasure could help the divine key walk the path of return. He was even more surprised by the mention of his and the divine key's descendants. He said, "Descendants." He looked at the divine key, his eyes flickering. The divine key nodded. Not long after I sent you away, I found out that I was pregnant. It was a daughter. Later, I sent her away too. A few days ago, I felt her aura. Her telegnosis trembled slightly. She didn't know whether she was pleasantly surprised or sad. Choking with sobs, she said, "She's grown up. She's living a good life. She's very happy. She has many friends, her own family, and her own children." The man in cyan was surprised and happy, but then he was full of guilt. His heroic saint body trembled slightly. I am sorry. As your husband, I didn't have the ability to protect you back then. I was protected by you and let you suffer. As a father, I didn't fulfill my responsibility to take care of my daughter all these years. I didn't even see her birth. This was an incomparably powerful man. His aura could suppress the 8 desolates. At this moment, tears flowed down his cheeks. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Xianxia shook his head and wiped away the man's tears. In the distance, Lin Tian quietly watched the two of them. Ever since Wui was picked up by the previous Misty Mountain Lord when she was young, she had never seen her parents and had never been taken care of by them. However, she was not abandoned by her parents. Her parents loved her deeply. Enough. A cold voice rang out. One of the 8 elders of the heaven protectors spoke again. This is your last chance. Think carefully. Submit to our clan so that your family can live, or continue to defy our clan and your family will be annihilated. The man in cyan tilted his head. His eyes, which were still filled with tears a moment ago, instantly became incomparably cold and murderous. Boom! A world-shaking aura rushed out from his body, and the entire sky suddenly turned dark. Endless fog curled up, and the world became hazy. Inside the fog, there was a 9-story celestial pagoda. Its top reached the sky, and its bottom reached the ground. It bloomed with endless holy light in this world, as if it could suppress everything. I won't choose either of them. The man said to Xianxia. Kill them all. I will snatch the supreme treasure that can help you recover completely. Boom. Behind him, the 9-layer immortal pagoda trembled as if it was responding to his will. It moved at the first instant. A vast and boundless hazy light fog that seemed like primal chaos yet wasn't primal chaos directly pressed down on the 8 elders of the Heaven Protector clan. This was an unparalleled offensive momentum. Everywhere it passed, all tangible things were annihilated at the first moment. Void physique, King's territory, Great Void Pagoda. In the distance, Lin Tian looked at this scene with a shocked expression. The other party was indeed a void physique. At this time, he directly brought up the king's territory. That kind of aura was too strong. The 8 elders of the Heaven Protectors were also shocked at the first moment. At this time, the Great Void Pagoda couldn't be compared to the sword that the man casually slashed out before. It was simply the difference between heaven and earth. The killing power was too strong. However, the 8 of them didn't have any fear. After all, they were also the top existences in the world. Moreover, at this time, the 8 of them were together. Seeing that you are all talents, I have given you 3 chances again and again. Unfortunately, none of you cherish them. Now, there is nothing to say. Kill. Several people's voices were cold. They moved at the same time, each bringing out tyrannical divine abilities and saint techniques, pressing down on the man in green. In the blink of an eye, this place turned into a sea of killing. Boom. 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 Terrifying saint energy surged. Very soon, several breaths passed. The 8 elders with 72 wings were sent flying, all of them injured. 1 against 8, he is absolutely at the top. In the distance, the white tiger's eyes jumped. Back then, he was immortal, only because he didn't know how to cultivate. After embarking on the path of cultivation in the later era, he actually transformed to such an extent. As it said this, it couldn't help but look at the divine key, muttering, no wonder Princess Wui is so strong. With such a father and mother, how can she not be strong? It's impossible not to be strong. Regardless of whether it was the divine key or the man in green, they were both powerful to the point of defying the heavens. They were too terrifying. In a one-on-one battle, in this world, how many people could stop these two? Lin Tian's eyes couldn't help but flicker. Once again, he was shocked by the strength of the man in green. It was really too intimidating. Yeah. Little Taichu's eyes widened. It was also shocked by this scene. Boom. Rolling saint energy fluctuated. In the middle of the mountain range, the divine key spiritual sense was already extremely unstable, so it didn't attack at this time. The man in green faced the 8 elders with 72 wings alone. The void pagoda suppressed the surroundings and swept away the 8 of them. Bang, bang, bang. 8 consecutive muffled groans sounded. The 8 elders with 72 wings were all sent flying again. The former earthworm can actually reach such heights. The 8 people's voices were cold. Back then, the man in green was still immortal. Now, the 8 of them joined forces, but they were no match for him. The man in green's eyes were cold, full of killing intent. The void pagoda shook, and the treasure light rushed into the sky. The 3-foot-long sword was covered in divine runes, and its aura was extremely grand. It pressed down together with the void pagoda, and its murderous aura was terrifying. In the distance, Lin Tian couldn't help but be shocked. This kind of attack was really too terrifying. At the same time, little Taichu and White Tiger's hearts also palpitated. Boom, the void rumbled, and the entire world trembled violently. The 8 72-winged elders of the Heaven Protector clan cast their great techniques at the same time, facing the man in green's attack. However, the power of the great void pagoda of the king's territory and the killing sword that the man had unleashed were too strong. The 8 of them unleashed their divine powers and great arts were instantly shattered. Then, they suffered another calamity and their bodies were shattered in the blink of an eye. Blood swept across the void, and specks of blood were eye-catching. Stay here. The man said to the divine key and stepped forward. As he stepped forward, the void pagoda moved with him, and its aura became even more terrifying, as if it was really going to suppress everything. The 8 72-winged elders of the Heaven Protector clan didn't look good, and each of them cast an even more powerful divine technique. Boom, there was a shocking collision. The man in green had the upper hand against the 8 of them, and he suppressed the 8 of them. Again and again, he sent the 8 72-winged elders flying and seriously injured them. However, with the 72 winged elders on their backs, the 8 of them were very strong. Although they couldn't defeat the man in green and were injured time and time again, their souls were still immortal and difficult to be defeated. Bang, 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 once again, the 872-winged elders were swept away one after another, and they exploded in the distant void one after another. The man in green's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. The long sword in his hand slashed down again and again, and his murderous aura shook the world. Lin Tian stood very far away. When he came to this place, he had been using a special method to hide his aura, so he wasn't discovered. Of course, the main reason why the 872-winged elders, the divine key, and the man in green didn't discover them was that the 10 of them were all focused on other people of the same level. They didn't pay attention to their surroundings at all. It's hard to imagine that such a demon godlike man was once a weak scholar. White Tiger looked at the man in green in front of him and couldn't help but tremble as he sighed. In order to protect their loved ones, even a child can turn into a demon godlike man, let alone an adult. Lin Tiandao. He looked at the man in green in front of him. The man was simply too powerful. Once he displayed his monarch's territory, it was almost as if he was looking down on everyone. He felt that under normal circumstances, if nothing special happened, the man would be able to kill those 8 people. Boom, suddenly, the world barrier in this place cracked open again, and an old man stepped out from within. The old man wore a purple robe and had 72 wings on his back. He instantly descended. Following the appearance of this person, Lin Tian was immediately moved. This clan actually had another peak existence with 72 wings. The green-robed man's expression did not change at all. The void pagoda shook, and its aura surged to the heavens. The 8 existences with 72 wings who were initially at this place took action, unleashing all kinds of divine abilities and wondrous techniques to meet the attack. "You're done?" one of them asked the purple-robed elder. "Alright, it looks like we really need to use it. I didn't expect that the earthworm would also come here." The purple-robed elder glanced at the man in green indifferently, and a blood-colored divine map flew out of his body. The divine map immediately enlarged, and in the blink of an eye, it became about 100 feet in diameter. The murderous aura fluctuated, and dense soul shadows rushed out of it. These soul shadows were all intertwined with extremely heavy murderous aura and were refined into the divine map, turning into resentful spirits. As soon as they appeared, they let out earth-shattering roars and pounced towards the man in green with menacing expressions. Spirit-devouring diagram. "You guys, have refined it?" In the distance, the divine key's expression changed. Back then, she was the strongest person of the Heaven Guardian clan, so she naturally knew about such a thing. Back then, it was still in the process of deduction. Hundreds of millions of souls were smelted into a murderous diagram, coupled with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as some special terrains. Once it was completed, its power would be extremely terrifying. "It's a half-finished product, but it's enough to kill you," the purple-robed elder said coldly. As this person spoke, the other 872-winged experts moved together, and the divine map pressed down on the man in green. Before coming here to ambush the divine key, they knew how powerful the divine key was back then. Hence, even though the divine key was only left with a wisp of spiritual consciousness and was unstable, they still did not dare to underestimate it. After all the 72-winged experts in the clan could barely fight the divine key to a draw. Most importantly, they had learned from their mistakes. A 72-winged expert in the clan had gone to deal with the divine key's spiritual consciousness and was defeated. Hence, they notified the purple-robed elder in the clan and asked him to prepare the spirit-devouring diagram in case they needed it. In the battle that followed, the 8 of them fought the divine key's spiritual consciousness together, and unexpectedly, it was the upper hand. They thought that they could suppress the divine key without the spirit-devouring diagram. Unexpectedly, the man in green suddenly attacked and almost forced them into a desperate situation. It was also at this time that the purple-robed elder arrived with the spirit-devouring diagram. The preparations they had made in the beginning were finally useful. "Kill," one of them said coldly. The 9 of them activated the spirit-devouring diagram together, and the surrounding space instantly disintegrated. Hundreds of millions of vengeful spirits, each of them intertwined with an extremely terrifying aura. Not all of them rushed out of the spirit-devouring diagram, but it was terrifying enough. It caused the sky of this world to be dyed with a layer of blood in an instant. It was extremely terrifying. In the distance, Lin Tian could not help but change his expression when he saw the scene. The aura intertwined with the spirit-devouring diagram was too terrifying. It was definitely far beyond an ordinary heaven-reaching divine weapon. The little Taichu and the white tiger's cultivation were lower than his. At this time, they could not help but tremble when they saw the spirit-devouring diagram from afar. In the middle of the mountain range, the man in green was moved. He was obviously shocked by the spirit-devouring diagram. However, there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. The void pagoda shook, and the monarch's territory was in an uproar. It swept through the surrounding space, causing the void to distort inch by inch. Rays of void light blades were produced. It was like the space divine law, shattering and annihilating the vengeful spirits that attacked one after another. How much saint energy do you have? How many can you kill? The purple-robed elder said coldly. Woo! The spirit-devouring diagram shook, and more vengeful spirits rushed out. Their faces were ferocious, and they were already pure killing puppets. As soon as they rushed out, they charged towards the man in green without any fear of death. Outside their bodies, there were all kinds of strange forces that corroded everything. To a certain extent, they could even devour saint energy and transform it into their own power, causing the great world to tremble violently. The man in green's eyes were cold. With a boom, the space shook again. Divine chains of order intertwined and surrounded the void pagoda, spreading out in all directions. Pft! 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 In the blink of an eye, a large number of vengeful spirits were defeated. Even the spirit-devouring diagram itself shook violently. The divine chains of order circled around the void pagoda. Each of them was extremely condensed and pure, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. Looking at the divine chains of order from afar, Lin Tian could not help but tremble. The divine chains of order were too shocking. Beside him, the white tiger's heart also palpitated. The little Taichu also widened his eyes. The divine chains of order of the green-robed man seemed to be able to obliterate everything in the world. Boom! As the divine chains of order appeared, the surrounding space trembled. The vengeful spirits that rushed out of the spirit-devouring diagram were crushed in the blink of an eye. The black-robed old man and the others were also blasted away. Their blood was boiling, and some of them even had blood flowing out of the corners of their mouths. Very good. Very strong. However, the outcome will not change. All of you will be destroyed. The black-robed old man said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a holy light burst out from his body. The divine chains of order intertwined and moved forward to meet the attack. At the same time, the other 8 72-winged powerhouses also activated their divine chains of order. Their aura soared into the sky. Moreover, the 9 of them also controlled the spirit-devouring diagram at the same time. Together with the saint diagram, they attacked the green-robed man. Such a scene made Lin Tian, who was in the distance, change his expression again. The 9 of them also controlled the terrifying power of order. That old man once said that he had seen no more than 5 people who controlled the power of order. Was it because he was seriously injured and his memory was incomplete? The old hooligan had once mentioned the terror of order, saying that out of all the people he had seen, only 5 had mastered the power of order. However, from then until now, the number of people he had seen who had mastered the power of order was far more than 5. Now he realized that the old hooligan's memory was in a mess because he was seriously injured. Boom! In front of him, there was a shocking collision. The green-robed man was now fighting 1 against 9. The combination of the divine chains of order and the void pagoda was terrifying. However, it was gradually difficult for him to maintain the upper hand. After all, none of the 9 72-winged powerhouses were easy to deal with. Most importantly, the spirit-devouring diagram brought by the purple-robed old man was too terrifying. Terrifying vengeful spirits rushed out from it, causing great trouble for the man. Buzz! Suddenly, boundless holy light surged. The divine key made his move again at this time. A world of interweaving holy light appeared behind him. Ancient trees stood in great numbers, and islands floated in the air. There were also palaces. They were all condensed from the purest holy chi. They seem to be able to purify all the darkness in the world and destroy all the techniques in the world. Saint Spirit Region. You don't even have a physical body and only have an incomplete wisp of spiritual consciousness left. Yet, you can still summon the king's territory. I should say that you're indeed worthy of being the divine key. How good would it be if you didn't betray my clan? What a pity. The eyes of the 972 winged elders were cold as the power of order revolved around them. At the same time, they activated the spirit-devouring diagram to become even more terrifying. In the distance, Lin Tian's expression changed again. Not only did Shen Qi possess the terrifying bloodline of the Heaven Protector clan, but he also possessed the sacred light body of the 12 king bodies. No wonder Princess Wui possesses both the origin of holy light and the origin of void. So, the white tiger was shocked. Yeah. Little Taichu was also shocked, and his eyes widened. Boom, in the middle of the mountain range, rolling sacred aura surged, intertwining with holiness, coldness, and destruction. 11 powerful figures clashed. Divine Key, back off. Don't attack again. The man in green said as he ordered Divine Key to back off. Now, Divine Key was just an unstable wisp of spiritual consciousness. As his power was depleted, this wisp of spiritual consciousness would become more and more fragile and gradually disappear completely. You can't do it alone. Divine Key shook his head. If it were just the 972 winged elders, she believed that with the man's current strength, he could defeat all 9 of them. However, with the addition of the spirit-devouring diagram, it was impossible. She knew very well how terrifying the spirit-devouring diagram was. Back then, when she was still deducing it, it had already moved her when she was at her peak. Now, although the spirit-devouring diagram here was only a half-finished product, it was still terrifying enough. Let's go together. We can't do it together. You know how difficult it is to refine the spirit-devouring diagram, and you also know how terrifying it is. Today, you will only end up being completely crushed. The purple-robed elder said coldly. Kill. The black-robed elder opened his mouth and only said this one word. The murderous aura fluctuated, and the holy aura of order pressed down like the heavens. The other 772 winged elders were also attacking with all their might, and they controlled the spirit-devouring diagram together. Terrifying murderous resentful spirits constantly rushed out from it. Each of them had a ferocious face and were surrounded by terrifying auras. It was very frightening. The man in green and Divine Key were both super experts, and they fought together with the man in green. The 2 kings' territories cooperated with each other, and the Holy Light and the Great Void Force merged to fight against the 972 winged elders. They fought against the spirit-devouring diagram that the 9 of them controlled together. Boom. 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 An astonishing battle. In the blink of an eye, 3 days and 3 nights had passed. Because of the battle between the 11 people, this place had long been turned into ruins, and there were cracks everywhere. Good. Very good. Very good. The black-robed elder stared at the man in green and Divine Key. He spoke as he attacked, and his face became much paler. The other 872 winged elders' faces also became very pale, and the coldness in their eyes became even more intense. After 3 days and 3 nights of battle, the 9 of them worked together and controlled the spirit-devouring diagram. Although they were no longer suppressed, they were not in the upper hand either. At this time, all of them were severely injured, and 90% of their saint power had been used up. The terrifying spirit-devouring diagram was already filled with cracks, and it was almost destroyed by the man and Divine Key. The 9 of them worked together and attacked with the spirit-devouring diagram, but they were forced to such an extent in the face of the man in green and Divine Key, who only had a strand of spiritual consciousness left. Compared to them, the man in green and Divine Key's situation was even worse. The man in green was covered in blood, and his saint power was about to dry up. He could not hold the sword in his hand firmly. As for Divine Key, who was protected behind him, his spiritual consciousness body became even fainter, and it was almost transparent, as if it would disappear completely in the next moment. They can't hold on any longer. In the distance, the white tiger looked ahead and became anxious. He did not look good. That spirit-devouring diagram is too troublesome. It's much more terrifying than the 72 winged elders. Now, the man in green and divine key were both very powerful. In a simple battle, the man in green alone could defeat 972 winged elders. However, the spirit-devouring diagram was too terrifying. There were endless murderous resentful spirits that rushed out from it, and they could not kill them all no matter how hard they tried. Moreover, all of them were very terrifying. In the 3 days and 3 nights of battle, their saint power was rapidly depleted. Now, the man in green's saint power was almost depleted, and divine key's condition was even more unstable. It was difficult for him to continue fighting. Yeah. Beside him, the little Taichu was also anxious. Naturally, he could see the situation of the man in green and divine key. At this time, Lin Tian moved. All of you, back off. Let's do it together. The white tiger said. Let's do it together. The little Taichu said as well. At this time, the man in green and divine key were already in a difficult situation. If Lin Tian wanted to make a move, they naturally wanted to as well. Even though they felt that they would be courting death if they went up now, they had no intention of retreating. Retreat, don't come over. Watch from afar. Lin Tian said as he used his gentle saint energy to push the little Taichu and the white tiger away. The 7-colored divine sword floated out from his body. When he came to this place, he had been communicating with the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. The divine sword had already responded to him. At this moment, he summoned the 7-colored divine sword from his sea of consciousness. He no longer concealed his aura. He grabbed the 7-colored divine sword and strode to the center of the mountain range. He slashed at the 972 winged elders who were attacking the man in green and divine key with all their might. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. The sharp sword chime was vast and mighty. A blinding 7-colored sword ray shot out and instantly pierced through everything. The 972 winged elders who were attacking the man in green and divine key with all their might narrowed their eyes. Someone made a move. He slapped down and directly shattered the 7-colored sword ray. At this time, Lin Tian appeared in the center of the mountain range. His figure fell into the eyes of the 972 winged elders of the Heaven Protector clan, Divine Key, and the man in green. Reincarnation body. Among the 972 winged elders, the black-robed elder spoke. His voice was cold and his eyes were intertwined with a cold light. The other 872 winged elites also stared at Lin Tian. When the golden-robed elder returned, he had already mentioned Lin Tian's existence. Moreover, some of the ancient ancestors of the celestial court had also reported the existence of Lin Tian, the reincarnation body. Naturally, these people were no stranger to Lin Tian. At the same time, Divine Key saw Lin Tian and was also shocked. Lin Tian. Why are you here? Divine Key, he is, the green-clothed man's clothes were stained with blood. At this time, he naturally knew that Lin Tian was here to help them. However, this was the first time he saw Lin Tian. Although he knew that Lin Tian was a reincarnated body, he didn't know Lin Tian's specific identity. Lin Tian. The Divine Key spoke. His spiritual awareness was very weak. He introduced Lin Tian to the man. Our daughter's husband. The green-robed man's expression changed, and his gaze fell on Lin Tian. Lin Tian was the husband of the daughter he had never met. Wu Yi. That's her name. Lin Tian Dao bowed towards the green-clothed man and Xianxia at the same time. Wu Yi, the green-clothed man and the Divine Key were both slightly startled. They had only just found out their daughter's name. Even the Divine Key had only heard the 2 words Yi from the little Taichu. Before this, he did not know his daughter's full name. At this time, a cold snort was heard. Murderous intent intertwined. It seems that you are a family. Among the 972 winged powerhouses, the purple-robed elder said. One betrayed the clan, one killed my people, and one dared to taint the reincarnation. Your family is really a good match. Beside him, the other 8 people's eyes were also cold. The murderous intent in their eyes was not concealed at all. It was bone-chilling. One of them directly raised his hand to grab Lin Tian. I didn't notice that a young reincarnated body like you was in this place. However, it's good that you're here. the man said coldly. His large hand was intertwined with extremely dense holy light. The space around them froze immediately. They wanted to kill the green-clothed man and Xianxia directly. However, it was different for a reincarnated body. This kind of body was very important. They had to capture him alive. Get lost, the green-clothed man said. Seeing that the man was about to attack Lin Tian, he waved his long sword and slashed out a destructive sword light. At the same time, Xianxia pulled Lin Tian over and said, "We'll hold them back. Hurry up and leave this place." She could see that the sword in Lin Tian's hand was extraordinary. However, Lin Tian's cultivation was only at the ruler realm. Even with the help of the divine sword in his hand, even if the black-clothed elder and the others were far from their peak state, Lin Tian could not deal with them. "Since I'm here, I've never thought of leaving alone. Either I send you all away first, or we leave together later." Lin Tian shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the reincarnation forging spirit technique. His strength increased by 20 times, and his aura soared. Then, he waved the divine sword in his hand again. Following the green-cloaked man, he slashed fiercely at the 72-winged elder. Clang, as he activated the reincarnation forging spirit technique and slashed out, the 7-colored divine sword's sword power also soared. It evolved into a 7-colored sword light that could destroy heaven and earth. Together with the green-cloaked man's sword light, they slashed forward horizontally. The two people's sword power overlapped in the blink of an eye. With a poof, it directly pierced through the 72-winged elder's palm. Then, it shattered his entire arm. Large amounts of blood splattered in the void. It was a shocking sight to behold. This scene infuriated the 72-winged old man who had attacked. The other 8 72-winged old men were also moved. "Ant." The 72-winged elder whose arm had been shattered glared at Lin Tian. His eyes were cold. The azure-clothed man was currently heavily injured. The strike Lin Tian had unleashed earlier could only block his descending palm at most. It was impossible for it to shatter his arm. The reason why his arm was shattered was because Lin Tian had unleashed another strike on top of the azure-clothed man's strike. With the two of them stacked together, the power of slaughter had increased explosively. At the same time, the divine key and the green-clothed man were also shocked. They could feel that Lin Tian's aura had suddenly increased by dozens of times. Then, the 7-colored divine sword in his hand also soared along with the sword power. The sword's momentum was much sharper. "That sword is very unusual. It's very strong, very strong." Among the 9 72-winged elders, the black-clothed elder spoke. He stared unblinkingly at the 7-colored divine sword in Lin Tian's hand. His deep eyes even flashed with light. He said in a low voice, "Perhaps, it's not inferior to the spirit-devouring diagram when it's in its complete state." The other 72-winged elders nodded in agreement. They were all ultimate powerhouses. Naturally, their eyesight was not bad. At this moment, they could see how terrifying the divine sword in Lin Tian's hand was. No matter how strong the sword is, it's just the sword. It's futile if the user is too weak. Suppress him and take that sword. The 72-winged elder whose arm had been shattered said coldly. Divine chains of order surged and pressed down mightily. Then, the other 8 72-winged elders moved as well. They all grabbed at Lin Tian. The surging saint power completely froze the surrounding space. The 9 72-winged beings attacked at the same time, pressing down on Lin Tian. Even though they were all heavily injured and had less than 90% of their saint power left, their power was still terrifying. It was enough to easily kill an ordinary sky-level powerhouse. Their saint power was terrifying. At the same time, the 9 of them controlled the spirit-devouring diagram together. Endless resentful spirits roared, their faces ferocious as they pressed down on the man in green and Xianxia. Boom! This space was immediately filled with an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. In all directions of the void, the chaotic light spread out one after another. The man in green roared. His body was covered in blood, and his saint power was almost depleted. He barely held up the void pagoda and attacked the spirit-devouring diagram together with the order. At the same time, he waved the 3-foot divine sword in his hand and faced the 972-winged powerhouses of the celestial guardian tribe who were grabbing at Lin Tian. He barely blocked the 9 giant hands and used a strand of sword chi to pull Lin Tian behind him. "Run," he said to Lin Tian with blood in his mouth. The 7-colored godly sword in Lin Tian's hand was extraordinary, and the sword ray that he unleashed with the help of the 7-colored godly sword was not weak either. However, he knew very well that it was impossible for him to truly contend against the black-robed elder and the others with just that. Even though the 9 of them were severely injured and had less than 90% of their saint energy left, if they were to truly fight, even if Lin Tian had that sword, he was far from being a match for them. After all, Lin Tian's cultivation was only at the dominator rank. "Go." He spoke again, shielding Lin Tian behind him. He used his almost depleted saint power to hold up the king's region. He waved the divine sword and blocked the attacks of the 9 people again and again. More and more blood gushed out of his mouth, and more cracks appeared on his body. He did not protect Xianxia back then, and he did not see his daughter when she was born. All these years, he did not fulfill his duty as a father. Now that his daughter's husband was here, he had to protect him no matter what. "Lin Tian, let's go." Xianxia also spoke. He supported the Holy Spirit region with his psychic sense and blocked the black-robed old man and the other 9 people with the cyan-robed man. He protected Lin Tian behind him and said, "We didn't fulfill our responsibilities as parents. We are sorry for her and we don't have the face to see her. In the future, the person who will be by her side is you. No matter what, you must live." Lin Tian was protected behind the 2 of them, and he couldn't help but tighten his grip on the divine sword. "The 2 of you no longer pose any threat. With the spirit-devouring diagram, do you think it's possible for you to protect him?" Among the 972-winged elders, the purple-robed elder said coldly, "The 2 of you will die." "He won't die for the time being. He has been tainted by reincarnation and his sins are grave. He will pay a much heavier price than all of you." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a rumbling sound. The 9 of them held the spirit-devouring diagram together, and an even more frightening murderous aura surrounded them. Densely packed resentful spirits rushed out from it. Each resentful spirit was extremely terrifying, as if they could devour everything. The cyan-robed man and Xianxia resisted with difficulty. They were both shaken and trembled. More blood gushed out of the man's mouth, and the cracks on his body became denser. Xianxia's psychic sense became even fainter. Just as the purple-robed elder said, the 2 of them were now at the bottom of their combat power. They were no longer a threat. Whoosh, whoosh, in the distance, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The white tiger and little Taichu rushed over. "Brat, Master Tiger is here." "Yeah." From far away, the white tiger made his move. Holy light fluctuated and pressed toward the purple-robed elder and the others. At the same time, the little Taichu propped up the 6-colored divine flame, which seemed to be able to burn everything. It pressed down together with the white tiger's divine light. Lin Tian had asked them to retreat temporarily, but how could they retreat? Even though their strength was far inferior to Lin Tian's, and even though they knew that charging forward like this would most likely result in them being killed by the 9 people of the Heaven Protectors, they were not afraid at all. Just as the white tiger said, they were companions and comrades in arms. They would face both good and bad together. Moreover, even if Lin Tian wasn't here, the green-clothed man and divine Qi were Wu Yi's parents. So, even if Lin Tian wasn't here and they were here, it was definitely impossible for them to leave by themselves. Rumble, the demonic and divine flames of the 2 rushed over and landed in front of the black-robed elder and the others in the blink of an eye. Then, the demonic and divine flames were directly annihilated. Just the aura of the 9 people's bodies was not something that their attacks could get close to. After all, they were only at the level of holy venerables. F***ck, each of them is clearly injured so badly, but they are still so strong. The white tiger cursed angrily. The little Taichu was also angry. "Yeah." Lin Tian looked at the white tiger and the little Taichu charging into the battlefield. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he was unable to open his mouth. In fact, he knew very well that even if he had asked them to retreat, they would not have done so. Descendants of the immortal spirit royalty. Very good, today is destined to be a good harvest. That old demon, who knows where he has been hiding all these years. If we capture one of his descendants, I think he will jump out himself. The 972 winged elders looked at the little Taichu and the white tiger. They ignored the white tiger and coldly glanced at the little Taichu. As soon as they finished speaking, there was a rumble. The 9 people attacked again, causing the spirit-devouring diagram to tremble and more vengeful spirits to rush out. The space in all directions was completely frozen. These vengeful spirits were terrifying killing weapons. Each vengeful spirit was many times more terrifying than an ordinary divine weapon. Under the control of the 9 people, they mightily pressed down on Lin Tianyi and the others. The green-robed man and the divine key worked together to block all the vengeful spirits. All of you, hurry up and leave. Blood gushed out of the green-robed man's mouth as he shook the divine key away. Divine key, you go too. Dazzling lights intertwined in his eyes as flames surged. His saint power began to gradually become chaotic and began to burn the origin. Clang, the ear-piercing sound of the sword vibrated and resounded in all directions. Lin Tian activated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and the Reincarnation Forging Spirit Technique to the maximum at the same time. The 9-colored saint light rushed into the sky as he held the 7-colored divine sword and slashed forward with all his might. Together with the void pagoda of the green-robed man, a large number of vengeful spirits in front of him were temporarily blasted away. At the same time, he raised his hand and landed on the green-robed man's shoulder, pulling him back a few steps and stopping the man from burning the origin. I have never thought of dying. I will not die, and I will not let you die. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, an earth-shaking and extremely strange aura surged from his body. Vaguely, the roars of immortals and demons rushed out from his body, evolving into terrifying hurricanes. The black hair in front of his forehead was swept up by the hurricanes and danced wantonly. His eyes changed. 9 black moons appeared on both his left and right pupils, connected together by a special Tao chain. It was as if he could see through everything, but also as if he could destroy everything in the world. Suddenly, the flow of air in this place stopped. Invisible fate condensed and surged around him. This is? Fate surged. It was the most ethereal thing in the world, but it gradually solidified at this moment. It revolved around Lin Tian and suppressed everything in the surroundings. Even the flow of time seemed to slow down. The expressions of the 9 heaven protectors changed at the same time. Some of them even trembled involuntarily. At the same time, the green-robed man and the divine key's expressions changed. They were stunned by Lin Tian's eyes. The pair of eyes from that time has appeared again. And the white tiger was shocked. Gee. Destiny, it's solidifying. This. Beside him, the little Taichu had the same expression. It wasn't the first time they saw Lin Tian's eyes. They had seen them once before. However, at that time, they only felt that Lin Tian's aura had become extremely terrifying when he opened his eyes. It was as if he had become a completely different person. They didn't see the destiny solidifying. This time, they saw that pair of eyes again. Following that, the moment Lin Tian opened his eyes, the illusory luck in the world condensed on its own and gathered towards Lin Tian. They were the first to see it, and their eyes were filled with shock. A mere human, he actually, the purple-robed elder and the others stared at Lin Tian's eyes. The shock in their eyes was even more intense than before. The eye of destiny. The purple-robed elder clenched his fists. The white tiger heard the purple-robed elder's words and looked at Lin Tian's eyes. The eye of destiny? The eye of destiny is. It could feel the purple-robed elder's shock and knew that Lin Tian's eyes were called the eye of destiny. However, it didn't know what the eye of destiny was. The green-robed man and the divine key were beside Lin Tian. Like the purple-robed elder and the others, the shock in their eyes grew stronger and stronger. Their bodies trembled slightly. The 3 sacred eyes that can change the world, the eye of reincarnation, the eye of space-time, and the eye of destiny. He controls destiny? The divine key was almost completely stunned. Outside of Lin Tian's body, fate energy condensed and circled around him. The black hair in front of his forehead danced in the wind, making him look like a god of heaven and earth. This was the 3rd time he had opened his eyes, and it was much easier than the previous 2 times. Although the burden on his body was still huge, it was far less than the previous 2 times. Moreover, in terms of strength, it was far superior to the previous 2 times. He looked at the purple-robed elder, the black-robed elder, and the others. He glanced at the spirit-devouring diagram, the blue-robed man, and the divine key. Then, his eyes fell on the divine key's spiritual consciousness. I saw it. As he opened his eyes, he could clearly see that the strands of power of order and several other terrifying corrosive forces that surrounded the divine key's consciousness had completely fused with the divine key's consciousness. They were constantly weakening the divine key's consciousness. Thus, he also knew that these things were the reason why the divine key was unable to completely return to its original state. He raised his hand, and the materialized fate energy surrounded him. Under his will, it entered the divine key's spiritual consciousness. Chi, chi, chi. There was a slight sound. In the blink of an eye, the power of order and corrosive forces in the divine key's spiritual consciousness were completely wiped out by the power of fate energy that he had mobilized. The divine key's spiritual consciousness trembled slightly. It had originally become very faint, as if it was going to disappear in the next moment. However, at this moment, it gradually became solid. They have disappeared, the divine key was shocked. This problem that had troubled her for God knows how many years had been solved by Lin Tian just by raising his hand. After this, as long as she was not destroyed, she would be able to reform her physical body in the future and truly embark on the path of return. At the same time, the purple-robed elder, the other 9 people, and the blue-robed man naturally felt the change in the divine key at this moment. Even the little Taichu and the white tiger, who were only in the holy venerate realm, could clearly see the change in the divine key's spiritual consciousness. The divine key. The blue-robed man was surprised and delighted. For a moment, he completely lost the attitude that a peerless expert should have. He was suddenly as happy as a child who had received candy. Then, he looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, you, the divine key also turned her head and looked at Lin Tian at this moment. Shock, surprise, and other emotions intertwined. For a moment, she did not know what to say. Indeed, as you said, you didn't fulfill the slightest bit of responsibility as a father and mother to her. He looked at the blue-robed man and the divine key. Destiny energy surrounded his body. However, you did not let her down. The blue-robed man and the divine key did not take care of Wu Yi. Wu Yi was picked up by the previous ethereal mountain master and raised. However, Wu Yi was not abandoned by them. Among them, one did not know of Wu Yi's existence. The other was hunted down and sent Wu Yi away so that the infant Wu Yi would not be implicated. Although they did not fulfill any of their responsibilities as parents to Wu Yi, they deeply loved Wu Yi. The blue-robed man and the divine key trembled slightly. They opened their mouths and wanted to say something, but did not know what to say. Thank you. The divine key finally said these few words. She was a little choked up. She was a woman, a mother. Her daughter was her flesh and blood. How could she not want to raise her daughter in her arms? If it was not for the situation, how could she be willing to send her flesh and blood away? She was sincerely grateful for Lin Tian's understanding. Even if he has the ultimate divine eyes, he is only a sovereign. He is not a threat to us now. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Among the 972 winged beings, the purple-robed elder spoke. He stared at Lin Tian without blinking. He called out to the other 8 and said, "Let's not care about anything else for now. Suppress him first." "Do it." The black-robed elder and the other 8 nodded. At this moment, they attacked at the same time. All of their saint power pressed down on Lin Tian. At this moment, they temporarily ignored the blue-robed man and the divine key. They also activated the soul-devouring diagram. Blood chi filled the sky. 9 waves of saint power pressed down. Countless vengeful spirits roared. The space around Lin Tian was instantly sealed. Unparalleled forces fell on Lin Tian. Lin Tian could naturally feel how terrifying the 9 people's attacks were. Even though he had opened his eye of destiny, his body still could not help but feel intense pain. It was as if he would be crushed by the 9 people's attacks in the next moment. The reason for this was because he knew very well that it was just as the purple-robed old man had said. Even though his eyes were very powerful, his cultivation level was only that of a ruler. In terms of cultivation level, there was simply too much of a difference between him and the other 9. However, he did not reveal the slightest trace of fear. Clang, he raised his hand and swung the 7-colored divine sword. A monster sword momentum moved along with the surrounding fate. It was unknown how many times stronger this sword was than the one he had slashed out earlier. It immediately disintegrated the 9 people's attacks and destroyed the resentful spirits one after another. Then, the 9 people were all sent flying. The 9 72-winged elders from the heaven protectors were sent flying. Blood splattered in the air, and it was a glaring sight. However, the 9 of them quickly steadied themselves. They stared at Lin Tian. At this moment, their gazes turned even colder. Even though we're far from our peak condition, we're still able to suppress a lowly human worm. In the next moment, the 9 of them attacked again. The spirit-devouring diagram vibrated, and densely packed vengeful spirits rushed out and pressed down on Lin Tian. At the same time, the 9 of them used their remaining saint force to unleash order. Divine chains of order clanged as they attacked Lin Tian together. The space in all directions was distorted, and all kinds of destructive killing lights were vast and mighty. The black hair in front of Lin Tian's forehead danced. In his eyes, the 9 black moons were linked together by mysterious Tao patterns. Providence in all directions intertwined with his gaze and circled around him. Clang, he attacked again. The 7-colored divine sword vibrated. Together with the Eye of Destiny, he activated the power of Providence and slashed out once again. The swift and fierce sword was accompanied by the power of Providence. It was indestructible and could destroy anything. It was even more powerful than the sword he had slashed out earlier. It met the 9 people's divine chains of order head-on. With a crack, the divine chains that the 9 of them had unleashed at the same time were instantly shattered by his sword. Roar, a bloody aura filled the sky. The vengeful spirits screeched, and their faces were ferocious. They kept rushing out of the spirit-devouring diagram. At this moment, they appeared in front of Lin Tian. They were like ferocious beasts that had been starving for countless years. They madly bit at Lin Tian. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the vengeful spirits that were charging at him. His eyes were cold. The 9 black moons vibrated slightly, and instantly, the large group of vengeful spirits that were charging at him stopped. Even though they had lost all consciousness, they could not help but tremble and feel an inexplicable fear. Attack! A cold voice rang out. One of the 9 72-winged beings spoke. He activated the spirit-devouring diagram with saint force and controlled the fearful vengeful spirits. The vengeful spirits roared ferociously again and charged at Lin Tian again. Lin Tian's gaze did not change at all. His Eye of Destiny moved, and vortexes of providence instantly appeared around him. They truly devoured and suppressed everything. The large group of vengeful spirits around him were instantly annihilated. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian stepped toward the 9 72-winged existences with his divine sword in hand and boundless providence revolving around him. Wherever his gaze passed by, the illusory providence condensed into a physical form, evolving into vortexes of providence one after another. It was as if they were going to devour the entire universe, forcing the 9 72-winged existences to hurriedly resist with all their might. Clang, an ear-piercing sound rang out. Lin Tian held the Rainbow Divine Sword and activated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. The Reincarnation Forging Soul technique increased his strength by 20 times. The power of Providence increased his killing power infinitely. He used the Rainbow Divine Sword and Providence to strike again. This was a destructive strike. In the blink of an eye, it landed in front of the 9 people. The 9 people's expressions were cold. They did not look good at all. They activated their saint force and formed a light screen of order to defend against this terrifying sword radiance. If the 9 of them were at their peak, even if Lin Tian opened his Eye of Destiny and had that terrifying divine sword, they would still not be afraid of him. This was because Lin Tian's cultivation was only at the dominator level. There was too much of a difference between their levels. However, the current situation was that after fighting with the man in green and the divine key, their combat strength was far from their peak. They had less than 10% of their saint force, and they were all heavily injured. Under such circumstances, encountering Lin Tian's Eye of Destiny and Divine Sword was a huge problem for them. It seems to be suppressing the 9 people. Yeah. In the distance, the white tiger and the little Taichu could not help but feel excited. The man in green and the divine key were already heavily injured. They did not have any combat strength left. As they watched Lin Tian's battle, their eyes were filled with shock. At the same time, they were also on their guard. They were ready to enter the battlefield again at any time. Clang! The sound of the sword clanging could be heard. Providence filled the sky. Lin Tian wielded the rainbow divine sword. Together with the power of providence, he continuously slashed out killing sword radiances. These sword radiances were very terrifying. With one man and one sword, together with the Eye of Destiny, he was like a real peerless demon. He destroyed many vengeful spirits and shattered many divine chains of order. After dozens of breaths, he used the rainbow divine sword and the Eye of Destiny to forcefully step into the midst of the 9 people. Providence churned, and the rainbow divine sword radiance surged. It destroyed the spirit-devouring diagram and sent the 972 winged beings flying again. Swoosh! With a piercing sound, he held the divine sword and stared at the black-robed elder among the 9 people. He took a step forward and approached the elder. Old man. His voice was bone-chilling. The black hair in front of his forehead danced wildly. The 9 black moons in his eyes vibrated, and all the providence around him was drawn over. It formed a waterfall of providence that enveloped the black-robed elder. It mercilessly pressed down on him. Previously, the black-robed elder had called the descendants of the divine key and the man in green bastards. When he had insulted the divine key, he had also insulted Wu Yi. He had always remembered this. He would never allow anyone to insult Wu Yi, no one. Boom! The surging providence pressed down, causing the heavens and the earth to crack. Even someone as strong as the black-robed elder could not help but tremble. He immediately roared angrily and mobilized all the divine power in his body. The power of order also went up to meet it. At the same time, the other 872 winged beings also took action. They stepped forward from afar and helped the black-robed elder. They controlled the spirit-devouring diagram to attack Lin Tian. Lin Tian did not even look at the 8 of them. He held the 7-colored divine sword and swung it backward. Moreover, there was a terrifying power of providence accompanying it as it swept towards the 8 of them. The unparalleled sword light blocked the attacks of the 8 of them, causing them to stagger back. The spirit-devouring diagram that they had summoned also trembled. It was also at this moment that the surging power of providence pressed down on the black-robed elder like a waterfall. Under the black-robed elder's horrified gaze, it instantly crushed the divine power and order power outside his body. The power of providence directly drowned him. Ah! A furious and miserable cry rang out from the surging power of providence, resounding through the space. The black-robed elder was crushed into pieces. This scene caused the white tiger in the distance to feel its scalp go numb. The black-robed elder was a top existence of the heaven protectors. Such a big shot actually let out a miserable cry at this moment. It was hard for it to imagine how terrifying the power of providence that Lin Tian had mobilized was. It was hard for it to imagine what kind of blow that strike had dealt to the black-robed elder. Damn it! Damn it! The black-robed elder roared. His physical body collapsed, but his soul was immortal. He charged out of the waterfall of providence. However, even though he had charged out, his soul was trembling violently as if he was enduring some kind of intense pain. He stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. At the same time, he looked at Lin Tian's eyes and the materialized providence around him. There was also fear in his eyes. I'll kill you. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He held the 7-colored divine sword and charged towards the black-robed elder. With fate circling around him, Lin Tian was very fast. Holding the 7-colored divine sword, he pressed down on the elder in the blink of an eye. Clang! Without any superfluous movements, he swung his sword and slashed out a sharp 7-colored sword light. At the same time, the 9 black moons in his eyes trembled slightly. Boundless power of fate surged and pressed down mercilessly. The elder in the black robe had been severely injured by the waterfall of fate. At this time, the formation of his physical body was affected. Before he could form a physical body, Xianxia had already arrived. He could only retreat and use his spiritual body to perform a saint spell. Xianxia's eyes were cold. As the seven-colored sword light and the power of fate pressed down, he performed the reincarnation god-slaying technique. With the enhancement of the Eye of Destiny, the invisible killing force directly hit the elder's spiritual body. The elder's spiritual body immediately trembled. He grunted and was sent flying hundreds of feet away. At this time, Xianxia's sword light and the power of fate crushed the saint spell that the elder had performed. At the same time, they landed on the elder's spiritual body. Arg! As strong as the elder in the black robe was, he couldn't help but scream again. Clearly, he was severely injured by the power of fate. Xianxia stepped forward and caught up again. His eyes trembled slightly. More power of fate appeared and pressed down on the elder in the black robe. At the same time, he swung the seven-colored divine sword in his hand. He activated this divine weapon of unknown strength with all his strength and slashed down at the elder in the black robe. It cut the void in half, and spatial turbulence flowed freely. The elder in the black robe was shocked and furious. His spiritual body quickly retreated. At this time, he didn't dare to face Xianxia's power of fate and the power of the divine sword head-on. The combination of the two was too much of a threat for him in his current state. Whoosh, 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 the sound of the air being torn apart reverberated. The purple-robed elder and the other 772 winged cultivators all flashed. They held the spirit-devouring diagram together and helped the elder in the black robe reform his physical body. Then, they used the spirit-devouring diagram to face Xianxia's power of fate and the power of the divine sword. Even if we're far from our peak state now, do you really think you can deal with us? One of them said coldly. The spirit-devouring diagram that was controlled by the 9 of them was extremely terrifying. Countless resentful spirits rushed out from it, and a bloody aura filled the sky. This power collided with Xianxia's destiny and the power of the divine sword. With the combined power of the 9 people, they managed to block the destiny and the power of the divine sword. Xianxia's eyes were cold. He didn't say anything. His Eye of Destiny moved, and even more fate energy surged from all directions. Surging luck circled around him, circling around the 7-colored divine sword in his hand as he slashed towards the 9 people. Clang! This sword was stronger and sharper than any of the previous ones. It was as if it could cut through everything. The 9 of them worked together to control the spirit-devouring diagram. Countless vengeful spirits rushed out from it, and they cooperated with the divine chains of order to meet Xianxia's sword. However, the 9 of them were severely injured at this time, and their saint energy was insufficient. They could not block this sword at all. Chi! 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 Soft sounds rang out, and the vengeful spirits that rushed out from the spirit-devouring diagram were all shattered by this sword in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the divine chains of order that the 9 of them had formed also shattered one after another. However, Xianxia's sharp sword did not shatter, and it continued to slash towards the 9 of them without slowing down. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the 9 of them. Suddenly, with a bang, the 9 of them were knocked back at the same time. They had to use the spirit-devouring diagram to protect themselves to block this killing power. It was also at this time that Xianxia stepped forward and approached them directly. Buzz! The power of destiny moved with him, turning into a tidal wave of destiny. Its aura surged, and it drowned the 9 of them. Together. The 9 of them's expressions changed. They all roared and activated the spirit-devouring diagram with all their might to meet the tidal wave of destiny that Xianxia had formed. Countless resentful spirits rushed out from the spirit-devouring diagram. The bloody aura surged and turned into a blood shield to meet the tidal wave of destiny. However, the destiny was too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, it shattered all the resentful spirits. Bang! 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 The 9 experts were sent flying once again. Their blood and chi were in turmoil, and their faces were much paler. The 9 of them gritted their teeth. The spirit-devouring diagram shook again. Together with their respective orders, they formed a killing power and slashed towards Xianxia's eyes were cold. He was fearless. The power of destiny moved with him, and the power of the divine sword was pushed to its strongest level. He fought against the 9 of them alone, and he kept closing in. Rumble, in this place, the sky trembled, and the ground collapsed. The purple-robed elder and the 9 of them were knocked back again, and they were injured. The spirit-devouring diagram is about to shatter, and our saint power is about to dry up. Now, although we can barely stop him if we work together, we can only retreat in the end if this continues. One of the 9 of them said, communicating with the other 8 through divine consciousness. The other 8 looked gloomy. Although they did not want to admit it, it was the truth. In their current state, even with the help of the spirit-devouring diagram, they would not be able to stop Lin Tian, who had the Eye of Destiny and the rainbow godly sword. When that time came, they would have to retreat in order to survive. They could not fight Lin Tian head-on. We have lived for so many years, and we have to retreat from the hands of a sovereign realm ant. Retreat without doing anything? Impossible. The reincarnation body and the Eye of Destiny must be suppressed. The divine key's divine consciousness has already recovered. Give her some time, and she will return to her peak state soon. We cannot let this continue. That human is not weak. He must die. The descendant of the immortal spirit royal family should also be captured. He has great value. It is a rare opportunity for such a group of people to gather together. We cannot retreat without doing anything. There are 3 people who have already come out of seclusion. They are at the same level as me. Use a secret technique to inform them. As long as one of them comes, everything will be settled. That should be the case. Just in case, let all 3 of them come. The 9 powerhouses worked together to resist Lin Tian's power of providence and the power of the godly sword while secretly communicating with their divine consciousnesses. Then, the 9 of them nodded to each other. The purple-robed elder moved. The 72 wings on his back flapped and intertwined with a special holy light. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out of this world and disappeared. This scene caused the divine key's expression to change. He's informing the other elders in the clan to come here. She was the most powerful person in the Heaven Protector clan back in the day. Naturally, she knew everything about the Heaven Protector clan. As soon as she said this, the green-robed man's expression changed. At the same time, the little Taichu and the white tiger's expressions changed at the same time. Elders? There are other 72 wings in this clan? The white tiger's body shook slightly. Previously, the divine key had addressed the black-robed elder and the other 72 winged beings as elders. This was enough for it to know that the elders of the Heaven Protector clan were all 72 winged beings. There were already 9 people of this level in this clan. Could it be that this wasn't all of them? When I was still in the clan, there were 87 people in the clan, including me, who had reached the height of 72 wings. The divine key said. As soon as these words came out, the white tiger's expression changed again. It could not help but tremble as a strong sense of horror rose in its heart. The 972 winged beings in this place were all extremely terrifying. It estimated that they should be comparable to the strongest in the universe, or even stronger. Moreover, there were more than 80 people in the Heaven Protector clan who were at the same level as these people back then. What kind of pity was this? How terrifying was this clan? Yeah. The little Taichu was also shocked, and its eyes widened in shock. On the battlefield, Lin Tian saw the holy light swept out by the purple-robed elder and heard the divine key's words. His eyes flickered slightly. However, this was only for a moment. In the next moment, his eyes became even colder. Clang! The purple-robed elder used a secret technique to summon the other 72 winged powerhouses from his clan. Lin Tian felt a sense of urgency, and he activated the rainbow divine sword even more. The 9 black moons in his eyes trembled slightly, and boundless destiny pressed down. He now had the Eye of Destiny and the rainbow divine sword. Together with the reincarnation forging soul technique, he could suppress the purple-robed elder and the others. This was because the purple-robed elder and the others were severely injured, and were far from their peak condition. At this moment, if another 72 winged powerhouse came, he wouldn't be able to stop even one of them. After all, his cultivation was only at the ruler realm, and he couldn't unleash the full power of the Eye of Destiny and the rainbow divine sword. He couldn't even unleash the tip of the iceberg. Clang, the rainbow divine sword boomed. Together with the boundless destiny, the sword's momentum was even sharper than before, and it seemed like it could easily destroy everything. He swung his sword, and directly slashed the avenging spirits into pieces. He stared at the purple-robed elder among the 972-winged powerhouses. With his current strength, it would be difficult for him to kill all 9 of them before the other 72-winged elites summoned by the 9 of them arrived. However, he had to kill this person who insulted Wui no matter what. His eyes were cold as he stared at him. It was like a peerless killing sword, and boundless destiny pressed down on this person. Moreover, with the Rainbow Divine Sword and the Destiny, he used the Ling Tian Sword Manual and blasted the purple-robed elder and the others away. The purple-robed elder was shocked and angry. He could see that Lin Tian was completely targeting him. Damn human! He cursed coldly. In his current state, he didn't dare to fight against Lin Tian, who had the Eye of Destiny and the Rainbow Divine Sword. He kept retreating. However, Lin Tian opened his Eye of Destiny. It was a power that was much stronger than order, and there was a difference in levels. At this moment, as his gaze swept past, formless destiny immediately condensed and turned into a destiny vortex that swallowed the opponent. Poof, in just an instant, the purple-robed elder couldn't dodge in time. Half of his body was crushed, and blood splattered in all directions. This made the purple-robed elder even more furious. His saint power surged, and order protected him as he moved a few hundred feet away with difficulty. Today, you will definitely be suppressed. The injuries you've inflicted on me now, I'll return them to you 10,000 times over in the future. The elder said coldly. They had already sent a secret technique to inform the 372-winged powerhouses who had already come out of seclusion. They would be here soon. When that happened, even if Lin Tian had the Eye of Destiny and the Rainbow Divine Sword, he would be suppressed in the blink of an eye. Whoosh, these vengeful spirits rushed out. Under the control of the 9 people, they pressed down on Lin Tian mightily. Their faces were ferocious. Lin Tian was fearless. His eyes were cold, and his Eye of Destiny combined with the Rainbow Divine Sword. He swung his sword and destroyed everything. He took a step forward. At this moment, there was only the purple-robed elder in his eyes. I want you dead. His voice was extremely cold. His black hair danced in front of his forehead, and 9 black moons intertwined in his eyes. It was a terrifying sight. Rumble, boundless luck surged, surging and surging, shocking everyone. The 9 people were shocked. The blood in their bodies surged from the impact of Lin Tian's destiny. Their faces turned pale, and they didn't look good. The 9 of them were completely suppressed by Lin Tian. They could only work together to support the soul-devouring diagram and barely resist Lin Tian's attack. You won't be arrogant for long. The purple-robed elder said coldly. His expression was the worst. At this moment, he stared at Lin Tian. The murderous intent in his eyes was extremely oppressive. Lin Tian's eyes were emotionless. He slashed down with his sword, and the boundless void collapsed. Destiny and the Rainbow Divine Sword's power enveloped the surroundings. In another place in the vast heavens and earth, 3 figures rushed out from a hazy great world. They were extremely fast. Reincarnation body, Eye of Destiny, Divine Key, that human from back then, and a descendant of the immortal spirit royal family. What a lineup, one of the elders said in a low voice. He had brown hair and 72 wings on his back. His eyes were intertwined with radiance. Hurry up. Those 9 people aren't in good condition now. Hurry up and suppress them all, especially the reincarnation body. Another elder said. Not long ago, they had received a secret technique and learned about Lin Tian, Divine Key, and the others. They were now on their way. The third person laughed arrogantly. He looked a little young. Reincarnation body and Eye of Destiny? Interesting. And that Divine Key, your so-called first heavenly lady. Let me see how strong she is. In terms of talent, let's see who's the best in the history of our clan. This person had 72 wings on his back. He was a peerless genius of the heavenly guardians who had recently advanced to 72 wings. He was extremely powerful. Although he had just reached 72 wings, He was much stronger than most of the other elders who had advanced to 72 wings. His cultivation talent was so shocking that even the living fossils of this clan were moved. Shenwu, you're very strong. Your talent is indisputable. Not many people can compare to you. However, if you're a little more humble, you'll be able to go further in the future. The brown-haired elder said. Humble? The person with 72 wings on his back was called Shenwu. He sneered. Humility is something that only weaklings and ants need. The brown-haired old man frowned, but he didn't refute. He said, in short, being a little humble won't do you any harm. As he spoke, he said, speed up. Get to that world as soon as possible. Shenwu snorted coldly. He did not think much of it. However, he sped up and moved forward even faster. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had crossed an endless distance. It was also at this moment that a middle-aged man appeared silently in front of him. He wore a white robe and his eyes were very calm. The brown-haired elder and the other two narrowed their eyes. Their cultivation levels were very high, but now, they could not even sense how the middle-aged man appeared there. In just an instant, the three of them knew that the middle-aged man in front of them was definitely not an ordinary person. He was definitely not weak. However, the three of them did not care. In this world, there were too few people who could make them care. Human, what are you? The brown-haired elder said. Then, in the next moment, his expression changed. You. At the same time, the other elder beside this person was also moved. At this moment, he felt a familiar aura from the middle-aged man. His powerful saint body could not help but tremble. He could not help but take a step back. Human king? Hearing this, beside him, Shenwu was also moved. Human king? His eyes narrowed slightly. He stared at the middle-aged man in white robes without blinking. He's that human king? As a new 72-winged being of the divine clan, he had never seen a human king before. However, he had heard many legends about him. The middle-aged man looked at the three of them calmly. Go back. The brown-haired elder trembled slightly. The human king knew what they were going to do and deliberately stopped them here? Go. Retreat. His voice trembled slightly. He ordered the other elder and Shenwu to retreat and prepare to return to the clan. This person was blocking their way. He did not dare to cross over. Retreat? What a joke. The reincarnated body, the Eye of Destiny, and the divine key are the two disgraces of our clan. The descendants of the immortal spirit royalty are waiting for us to settle them. You want to retreat just like that? Shenwu snorted coldly. His gaze fell on the middle-aged man. They all say that the human king is very strong and is said to be invincible. Good, I'll give it a try and see if it's true. There was a cold arrogance in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved. The 72 blood wings flapped lightly, and a bloody storm swept up in an instant. Dense divine chains of order circled out together. They had the power to destroy heaven and earth. They pressed down on the middle-aged man in a mighty manner. For a moment, the world in this place trembled violently. Thousands of Daos trembled and panicked. Come back. The brown-haired elder's expression changed. He could not help but shout. There was no way Shenwu would listen. His eyes were cold and arrogant, mixed with a murderous aura that could destroy all things. In the blink of an eye, he pressed down on the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man stood where he was, not moving at all. In the next moment, Shenwu's figure came to a halt. The cold arrogance in his eyes disappeared, and he was stunned. Outside his body, the bloody storm dissipated. The divine chains of order crumbled. His saint body cracked and disintegrated in the blink of an eye, vanishing into thin air. That idiot. The brown-haired elder was shocked, furious, and terrified. He and the other 72-winged elder immediately turned around and fled. In the blink of an eye, they were already far away. The middle-aged man was very calm. He looked at a certain great world in the Xianxia universe from afar. There was a gentle light in his calm eyes. In the next moment, he disappeared silently from where he was, as if he had never been there. In the Xianxia universe, boom, blood chi and saint power intertwined. sword chi surged, and fate surged. Lin Tian fought fiercely with the black-robed elder and the other 8 people. The void around them had long been destroyed. The ground had sunk many feet, and even magma was gushing out. Clang, his eyes were cold. He waved the 7-colored divine sword. His eye of destiny moved slightly. Boundless fate attached to the sword chi, and the murderous aura surged. The swift and fierce sword slashed a large number of vengeful spirits. The black-robed elder and the other 8 people were so shocked that they all took a step back. At the same time, the cracks on the spirit-devouring diagram that the 9 of them were controlling became even more concentrated. It was like a cracked and fragile piece of ceramic that could completely shatter at any time. The blood fiend aura had become much weaker. Damn it! The expressions of the 9 of them were extremely ugly. They were the few most powerful experts in the world, yet they were being suppressed by Lin Tian, a mere sovereign realm cultivator. The 9 of them could barely hold him back even if they worked together. Moreover, as time passed, their situation became worse and worse. Hold on for another 15 minutes. At most 15 minutes, the 3 of them will be here. Divine light and murderous aura intertwined, and the space around them shook. Lin Tian held the 7-colored divine sword. Fate surrounded him as he attacked the purple-robed elder and the others. His murderous aura was terrifying. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing. He slashed out with his eye of destiny. Fate surrounded him, and he forced the 9 of them back dozens of steps. His sharp swordlight and unparalleled fate kept pressing down on the 9 of them. The 9 of them worked together to support the spirit-devouring diagram, but they were forced back again and again. More and more cracks appeared on the diagram. Ka. Soon, a crisp sound was heard. A corner of the powerful spirit-devouring diagram was crushed by Lin Tian's power of fate. He took this opportunity to step forward and closed in on the 9 of them again. He used his boundless fate to disperse them. Buzz, the power of fate swept out. Wherever he looked, one fate vortex after another appeared and pressed down on the 9 of them at the same time. Then, he stepped forward and appeared in front of the black-robed elder again in the blink of an eye. Clang, he didn't make any unnecessary movements when he was in front of the elder. He just swung his sword. The sharp swordlight and the fate vortex worked together, sandwiching the black-robed elder in the middle. He forced the black-robed elder to face him head-on, not giving him a chance to dodge. The black-robed elder immediately used all his strength. All kinds of spells and divine chains met Lin Tian's attack. However, because he was heavily injured and his divine power was almost depleted, he couldn't stop Lin Tian at this time. He was sent flying and spat out blood. *****. The elder was extremely furious. Being targeted by Lin Tian like this, he wanted to swallow Lin Tian alive. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. The 9 black moons in his eyes trembled slightly. A new fate vortex appeared beside the black-robed elder and crushed half of his body. Even a part of his spirit was torn. The black-robed elder grunted and then roared. He reassembled his body and retreated into the distance, putting distance between him and Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian was now much faster than him. Furthermore, his eye of destiny was open. It was like the laws of space. Wherever his gaze passed, formless destiny would appear. He didn't even need to get close to Lin Tian to unleash his killing blow. Pooh! Once again, the black-robed elder was struck by the power of providence. More than half of his body was shattered, and blood splattered in all directions. At the same time, this time, his spirit body was also greatly affected, and cracks appeared on it. Boom! In the distance, the purple-robed elder and the rest of the 8 managed to avoid the fate vortexes with great difficulty and gathered together again. They worked together to control the spirit-devouring diagram. The murderous aura surged and swept the black-robed elder over, helping him to reform his body and fight Lin Tian together. Lin Tian took a step forward. Wherever his eyes passed, fate energy would descend. It was as if the heavens were shaking, bringing great trouble to the 9 individuals. With a sizzling sound, the resentful spirits that rushed out of the spirit-devouring diagram shattered one by one, and the fiendish blood aura was annihilated and dissipated one by one. He's completely at the top. His advantage is getting bigger and bigger. In the distance, the white tiger was pleasantly surprised. However, he soon revealed a worried expression. How long will it take for the other 72 winged elites to arrive? Lin Tian was now very powerful, and he was able to suppress the purple-robed elder and the other 8 individuals. Even though the 9 individuals had the spirit-devouring diagram, they couldn't resist him. However, this was based on the fact that the 9 of them were severely injured and didn't have enough saint power. If a few more, no, as long as one of the 9 individuals arrived, they would be able to suppress everything here. Even if Lin Tian had the Eye of Destiny, he wouldn't be able to stop them. Shen Qi, the green-robed man, and the little Taichu were the same. They were all thinking about the same thing, and their eyes were filled with worry. Boom, destructive power surged. On the battlefield, Lin Tian fought against the 9 individuals alone, forcing them into a more and more difficult situation. Blood splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, a full 15 minutes had passed. What's going on? Why isn't he here yet? The 9 individuals worked together to resist Lin Tian. At this moment, their expressions were even more unsightly. Originally, according to their estimation, after the secret technique was sent out, the 3 people who came out of seclusion would be able to arrive here in half an hour at most. But now, 15 minutes had already passed, and the 3 people still hadn't arrived. What's going on? The purple-robed elder asked in a low voice. Under normal circumstances, the 3 of them would have arrived a long time ago. It was impossible that they still hadn't arrived. Clang, the sound of swords clanging resounded through the sky. Lin Tian took a step forward. The 9 black moons in his eyes trembled slightly, and the power of providence intertwined with each other became even more turbulent. Together with the 7-colored divine sword in his hand, he slashed out an extremely sharp sword of providence that seemed to be able to annihilate everything. In the blink of an eye, the 9 of them were sent flying. More and more cracks appeared on the spirit-devouring diagram. Then, a cracking sound rang out. Under this sword, the terrifying killing weapon that was covered in cracks finally shattered. The 9 individuals were shocked and furious. The spiritual devouring diagram was extremely troublesome to refine. Even a half-finished product like this had cost them a lot of manpower and resources. However, now that it had been destroyed by Lin Tian, the loss was too great. Lin Tian held the 7-colored divine sword. His footsteps didn't change at all. His eyes were cold and oppressive. Boundless providence pressed down on the 9 individuals. However, in the next moment, his body trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Blood flowed from his eyes and from the corners of his mouth. This scene caused the white tiger and little Taichu's expressions to change. The Eye of Destiny is very powerful, but the burden it brings to him is too great. The divine key looked worried. Great power required great cultivation to support it. The Eye of Destiny was undoubtedly a supreme power. It was said to be able to change heaven and earth. It was many times more powerful than order. Although Lin Tian controlled it, his cultivation was only at the ruler level. It was naturally not easy for him to control this pair of godly eyes with his cultivation at the ruler level. The green-robed man also looked worried. However, he couldn't help Lin Tian at this moment. In the middle of the mountain range, the purple-robed elder and the others' eyes turned cold when they saw this scene. The black-robed elder mocked, "Do you think anyone can control the Eye of Destiny? You want to control it with your cultivation at the ruler level? In the end, you will be destroyed because of it." Blood flowed from the corners of Lin Tian's mouth. Blood flowed from his eyes and flowed down his cheeks. However, his gaze was still cold. He looked at the black-robed elder and didn't move from his original spot. 9 black moons started to spin in his eyes. Buzz. Providence surged. A long river of providence intertwined behind the black-robed elder. It was as if it was going to destroy the heavens and earth. The black-robed elder's expression changed drastically. The other 8 people also trembled. They originally thought that Lin Tian's power of providence would be weakened because of the backlash from the Eye of Destiny. However, the opposite happened. At this moment, he was clearly suffering from the backlash from the Eye of Destiny. His physical body was starting to be damaged, but he was actually able to use even more providence. The river of providence looked terrifying, and the power it contained was even more terrifying than the providence from before. The purple-robed elder and the other 8 were drowned in it at the same time. They tried to use their saint power to resist, but their saint power was completely crushed in an instant. In an instant, the 9 of them exploded at the same time. Glaring blood splattered in the void, and it was a ghastly sight. However, the 9 of them were not ordinary people, and they quickly reformed their physical bodies. Damn it! The 9 of them looked terrible. After the battle with the green-robed man and Xianxia, they were all severely injured, and their combat strength was at most comparable to an ordinary sky-level fighter. Now that the spirit-devouring diagram had been destroyed by Lin Tian, they had completely lost their ability to resist. Let's go. The purple-robed elder gritted his teeth. With the spirit-devouring diagrams destroyed, they were left with only a little bit of saint energy. Their current combat strength was not even comparable to an ordinary heavenly ascension stage powerhouse. Furthermore, the 3 people from their clan that they had called for had yet to arrive. They could not wait any longer. If they continued to wait here, in the end, all of the powerhouses at their level would die at Lin Tian's hands. Immediately, the 9 of them looked coldly at Lin Tian, and immediately retreated. White Tiger and Little Alpha Primordium couldn't help but be moved by this scene. Didn't they use a secret technique to inform the other 72 winged fighters that they had arrived? Why are they retreating now? The White Tiger was confused. It's been a long time. Maybe something else happened, and those who were notified can't come. Xianxia thought for a moment, and said, but this is a good thing. The crisis is over. The green-robed man did not speak. He only nodded in agreement with Xianxia. At the same time, their eyes shone brightly. They could not imagine that the person who had resolved the crisis today was Lin Tian, who was only at the sovereign level. The Eye of Destiny and the Rainbow Godly Sword were too powerful. The mountain range in front of them had been completely destroyed. Magma gushed out of the ground, and the void was in ruins. Don't even think about escaping. Blood seeped out of the corners of Lin Tian's eyes. His gaze was ice-cold as he stared at the black-robed elder. He took a step forward and slashed out with his sword from far away. The murderous sword light filled the sky. Moreover, as his gaze swept past, an ethereal fate surged out and pressed down on the black-robed elder. The black-robed elder was furious. They had already started to retreat, but Lin Tian actually continued to target him. At the same time, Xianxia and the others' expressions changed. Lin Tian, don't chase. Come back. Xianxia shouted. She could tell that Lin Tian wasn't in a good condition. The burden from using the Eye of Destiny was too great. His body was already suffering from the backlash, and he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. It was definitely not a good idea to continue chasing after Lin Tian now. Their bodies were already suffering from the backlash from the Eye of Destiny. The purple-robed elder and the others started to escape. At this moment, letting Lin Tian escape and closing his Eye of Destiny to heal himself was the best choice. After all, if he continued to chase after Lin Tian, the backlash from the Eye of Destiny would become more and more serious as time passed. In the worst case, he might even be destroyed. Moreover, the purple-robed elder and the others weren't ordinary people. Even if their combat strength and saint power were depleted, they wouldn't be killed so easily. Brat, don't chase after him. Yeah. The White Tiger and the Little Taichu naturally knew this. They could tell that Lin Tian was in a bad condition, so they shouted loudly. However, Lin Tian didn't stop at all. Blood seeped out of the corners of his eyes, and his fate became even more turbulent. He shouldn't have insulted her. His voice was cold. The fate of heaven and earth moved with the light in his eyes, and the entire sky shook. After the suppression of the fate of heaven and earth, an unimaginably huge fate vortex appeared, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to shake violently. This scene immediately caused the black-robed elder and the rest to tremble. If they were at their peak, they would be able to block such a destiny vortex. After all, Lin Tian had unleashed this power with his sovereign-level cultivation. It was impossible for him to threaten them when they were at their peak. But now, their condition was even worse than that of an ordinary divine master, and their saint energy was about to dry up. Under such circumstances, how could they withstand such a great vortex of destiny? Their souls couldn't help but feel a chill. The 9 of them braced themselves to resist together, but they were no match for Lin Tian. They were instantly sent flying, and each of them spat out large mouthfuls of blood. One of them gritted his teeth. He didn't even have time to heal himself. He directly tore open the world door, and the 9 of them stepped into it. The world door that was torn open instantly disappeared. Lin Tian's eyes were ruthless. His pupils trembled slightly, and the world barrier collapsed. A door appeared, and he immediately chased after them. In an instant, he disappeared from this world. Xianxia and the green-robed man's expressions changed again. They wanted to chase after him, but they couldn't. With their remaining strength, they couldn't tear open the world door at all. The white tiger and little Taichu could. They were both at their peak, but they couldn't catch Lin Tian's aura. They couldn't chase after him at all. He's determined to kill that old bastard. The white tiger was worried. It couldn't help but pray. It muttered, "Kid, please don't let anything happen to you." It could understand Lin Tian's feelings. A woman like Wu Yi, who was both powerful and beautiful, was usually as calm as water. Even the white tiger was furious when it heard the purple-robed elder humiliate Wu Yi, let alone Lin Tian. At this time, Lin Tian would never let him go. "Yeah. Lin Tian, please don't let anything happen to you." The little Taichu also said, clenching its pair of claws. Boom. Majestic providence rolled. Lin Tian held the rainbow godly sword and used the Eye of Destiny to mobilize the boundless providence. He chased after the purple-robed elder and the other 8 people. At this time, he had already passed through several great worlds and shuttled through the gaps between the great worlds. The gaps between the great worlds were very scary. However, once one's cultivation reached the saint level, they could pass through them as they wished. Clang! He waved the rainbow godly sword. With a swing of the sword, the rainbow sword radiance filled the sky. Moreover, wherever his gaze passed, the providence became even more frightening. It pressed down on the 9 people from different angles. The 9 of them were shocked and enraged. They were elders of the Heaven Protector clan. Each of them was comparable to a universe's strongest expert, or perhaps even stronger. But now, they were being hunted down by a sovereign-level cultivator. What's wrong with those 3 people? Why didn't they come? The 9 people's expressions were very ugly. As they defended against Lin Tian's attacks, they thought about the 3 people who couldn't make it in time. However, with the 9 people's current state, they couldn't block Lin Tian's attacks at all. The defensive light screen was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian took a step forward. The corners of his eyes were bleeding. At this moment, he completely ignored the purple-robed elder and the others and went straight for the purple-robed elder. He was very fast now. In just one step, he appeared in front of the purple-robed elder. Buzz! The black hair in front of his forehead danced wildly. 9 black moons spun in his eyes. A river of providence appeared and pressed down on the purple-robed elder. The purple-robed elder was furious. He used his almost depleted saint power to support the order defense. Crack! There was a crisp sound. Under the power of providence, the order seemed very fragile. In the blink of an eye, it was crushed by the providence. Then, with a poof, the purple-robed elder exploded. Blood splattered in the gaps between the great worlds. Lin Tian took a step forward. He didn't give the other party a chance to reform his body. The rainbow godly sword intertwined with the power of providence and mercilessly slashed at the other party's soul. With a clang, his sword pressed down and cut a huge hole in the purple-robed elder's soul. Ah! Damn it! Seeing that the black-robed elder's divine soul had been pierced, the purple-robed elder and the other 8 people hurried over to help. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and there were 9 black moons in each of his eyes. As they shook slightly, the fate rolled over and pressed forward. Moreover, he waved the 7-colored divine sword in his hand and slashed down with the power of fate. The 2 attacks pressed down together, directly shattering all the divine arts that the purple-robed elder and the others had used. It almost shattered the crack between the worlds. Let's go. The 9 people's faces were very ugly. The black-robed elder gritted his teeth. The hole in his soul was still there, and it would be difficult for him to recover in a short time. One of them spoke and rushed out of the crack between the worlds, continuing to fly toward the clan. In their current situation, they really couldn't stop Lin Tian. They could only run. They wouldn't gain any advantage if they fought head-on. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and he chased after them. His current speed was much faster than the 9 people. Soon, he caught up with the 9 people and slashed down with his sword. With a clang, the sharp 7-colored sword light flew over and landed in front of the 9 people in an instant. It was mixed with the power of fate. The 9 people worked together to support various great arts to block it, but the result was the same as before. They couldn't block it at all. Poof, 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 blood splattered. Under the combination of the 7-colored divine sword and the power of fate, the 9 people were blasted into pieces. Then, with a rumbling sound, the 9 people's divine souls were indestructible. Soon, they reformed their physical bodies. However, as soon as the 9 people reformed their physical bodies, they were met with Lin Tian's sword attack. The dense 7-colored sword light flew over and pierced through the 9 people like a hornet's nest. Especially the black-robed elder, because Lin Tian deliberately targeted him, he was the most seriously injured. He took the most sword light, and his newly reformed physical body became tattered in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian held the 7-colored divine sword. Fate surrounded him, and his footsteps didn't change at all. He pressed forward ruthlessly. Cough. In the next moment, his divine body shook violently, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The burden on his eye of destiny was too great, and the backlash was becoming more and more intense. A mere dominator rank ant. Do you think you can control it forever? Very soon, you will collapse on your own. The black-robed elder said coldly. He had always been targeted by Lin Tian. Seeing this scene, he felt very happy. Lin Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and swung his sword at his opponent. Before that happens, I will kill you. With a clang, the 7-colored sword light appeared again. Accompanied by the power of providence, it appeared in front of the black-robed elder in the blink of an eye. It was a swift and powerful sword attack, causing the old man in black to be unable to dodge in time. His chest was directly pierced through, causing blood to spurt out. Soon after, his tattered body exploded. Ah! The man roared, and his soul retreated as he quickly reformed his body. Again. His body had been shattered by Lin Tian again. He was an elder of the Heaven Protector clan, one of the strongest people in the world. Now, he was being targeted by Lin Tian, a dominator rank cultivator, and was injured again and again. This made him feel extremely sullen and angry. Bear with it. Let's go. The purple-robed elder said in a low voice. He knew the current situation, and he pulled the black-robed elder away with the other 7 people. Now, their combat power was even weaker than ordinary heaven-reaching experts. They had to return to the clan as soon as possible. Lin Tian looked at the 9 people. His eyes burned, and his vision was a little blurry. However, his expression didn't change. After pausing for a moment, he chased after them once again. I will kill you. He was very fast. Soon, he caught up with the 9 people. The power of providence attacked together with the 7-colored divine sword. The 9 people's expressions were ugly. They blocked and retreated at the same time. Just like that, Lin Tian chased after the 9 people, and the 9 people fled. In the blink of an eye, 14 hours had passed. 14 hours later, the 972-wing powerhouses were in an even more sorry state. Many of their wings were broken, and their battle prowess had even fallen below the level of the transcending heaven realm. Their faces had also become much paler. The black-robed elder, in particular, was the most severely injured because of Lin Tian's targeting. Now, he was only left with his soul. Because the power of providence had hit his soul time and time again, he had temporarily lost the ability to reform his body. At the same time, Lin Tian's situation wasn't any better. Blood flowed out of his eyes, and almost dyed his entire face red. His vision became even more blurry, and the burning pain became even more intense. However, his expression still didn't change at all. At this moment, his saint power was about to dry up. He had already recalled the 7-colored divine sword into his consciousness. He could only barely support the Eye of Destiny. The power of providence circled around him, and he continued to attack. The majestic power of providence surged and pressed down on the 9 people, causing them to scatter. All of them spat out mouthfuls of blood. The black-robed elder was the most miserable. His soul was covered in cracks. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian stepped forward and appeared directly beside the elder's soul. Blood flowed out of his mouth and eyes, but his gaze was cold. Providence vortexes formed around him, trapping the black-robed elder's soul. Then, strands of the power of providence gathered in his fist under his will. In just an instant, his right fist was completely enveloped by the power of providence. The black-robed elder trembled. Now that he was only left with his soul, he was extremely weak. At most, he was comparable to a sovereign-level cultivator. He couldn't shake off the power of the providence vortexes around him. Seeing Lin Tian's fist of providence, he couldn't help but shout, "Stop, die." Blood flowed out of Lin Tian's mouth. He spat out a word coldly, and the fist condensed with boundless providence came crashing down. In the next moment, the punch landed firmly on the black-robed old man's spirit, shattering it into pieces. The purple-robed elder and the others' expressions changed. Their expressions were extremely ugly. An elder of their clan was slightly stronger than the strongest person in the universe. Now, one of them had been killed by Lin Tian, a sovereign-level cultivator. Even after countless years, their clan only had a few dozen experts of this level. How great of a loss was this? Damn it! Bastard! The 8 of them stared at Lin Tian, all of them surging with killing intent. Their mental states were originally extremely profound, but now they were completely in a mess. Lin Tian gasped for breath. Blood gushed out of his mouth again. He turned his head to look at the 8 of them. His eyes were still cold. There were 9 black moons in each of his eyes, giving off a terrifying feeling. The power of providence surged around him on its own, forming vortexes of providence. He took a step forward and closed in on the 8 of them. Looking at him like this, even though they felt that he was on the verge of collapse and could be pushed down with a gentle push, the 8 of them still couldn't help but tremble slightly. "Let's go." One of them gritted his teeth. Immediately, the 8 of them retreated far away again. They were currently too severely injured. Although Lin Tian looked like he would collapse at any moment, he was still holding on to his eye of destiny. There was still a dense amount of providence surrounding his body. They didn't dare to try to fight him head-on. This was because they were already on the verge of death. If they were hit by the power of providence again, they would follow in the black-robed elder's footsteps at most 2 times. They didn't dare to take the risk. In an instant, the 8 of them were accompanied by whooshing sounds. In the blink of an eye, they were very far away from this place. Lin Tian stared at the 8 of them as they left. The vortexes of providence surrounded his body. He took a step forward, then stopped. The destiny vortex sucked Lin Tian in, and in the next moment, he disappeared from his original spot. The surroundings were completely silent, as if nothing had happened. After an unknown period of time, the space in another place distorted, and Lin Tian floated out from it. The space was dark and deathly silent, as if there was no gravity at all. Broken rocks floated in the air, and there were even corpses floating in the distance. Surging deathly aura intertwined in all directions, and the gloomy atmosphere was eerie. It was like the underworld. When Lin Tian appeared in this place, he had already fainted, and he floated in this dark space unconsciously. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In the dark space, strands of deathly aura started to close in on Lin Tian, and the gloomy fog intertwined with each other, as if it contained a terrifying poison. It started to corrode Lin Tian, and in the blink of an eye, it had already closed in on Lin Tian's body and covered him. However, it was also at this moment that strands of light appeared in Lin Tian's body, and his life origin started to glow. The faint roars of immortals and demons could be heard, and one after another, soul shadows appeared around his body. Each of them had a threatening battle aura, as if they were the most powerful fighting souls since ancient times. They forced the deathly aura that was closing in on him to be repelled. Time continued to pass, and very quickly, 7 days had passed. On this day, Lin Tian started to regain consciousness. Before he opened his eyes, his body started to tremble slightly. The soul shadows around him returned to his body, and in the next moment, he woke up. His eyelids twitched a few times, and he opened his eyes. The moment he woke up, his body started to tremble slightly, and he felt an intense pain in his eyes. It was as if he had been burned by a raging fire, and also as if he had been stabbed by a sharp sword. He opened his mouth and panted, as he knew that this was the backlash from using the Eye of Destiny too much. At this moment, this action made the pain a little easier to bear. This kind of action was indeed useful. Very soon, he felt much better. Then, he circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to heal his current injuries. He had used his Eye of Destiny and Rainbow Godly Sword as a sovereign to kill the severely injured black-robed elder and the others. In the end, he had managed to kill the black-robed elder as he wished. However, he had also suffered a severe backlash from the Eye of Destiny. Now, not only were his eyes in intense pain, but every part of his body was also in intense pain. It was as if he was going to fall apart at any moment. The Reincarnation Heart Sutra operated, and faint nine-colored holy light intertwined. Then, in the next moment, his expression changed again. Cultivators needed to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to heal without the help of pills. At this time, he circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and suddenly found that there was not a single bit of spiritual chi in this space. Then, he began to look around, and his expression changed slightly. At this moment, he could clearly see the space around him. It was dark, and rocks were floating in the air. It was as if there was no gravity in this space at all. Further away, there were corpses, and the dense aura of death made him tremble for no reason. Battlefield of great devastation. His expression changed. When he was still in the primordial universe, he had heard Fengshen Tianzuan and Celestial Venerate Zonglong mention some things about the battlefield of great devastation. It was very similar to the space in front of him. It was formed from a few universes that had been destroyed by the Celestial Court. His expression changed. How did he appear here? Before I fainted, I seemed to have been sucked into a vortex of providence, and was brought here by that vortex of providence? He still remembered what had happened the moment he fainted. Immediately, he became worried and guarded his surroundings. This was because the battlefield of great devastation was very terrifying. It was filled with the aura of death. Even heaven-piercing realm experts would not be able to withstand it for long. The aura of death floating in the battlefield of great devastation would gradually corrode them. He was only at the sovereign realm now, and he was severely injured. Falling to this place was simply a hopeless situation. However, in the next moment, his expression changed again, and his eyes were filled with shock. The aura of death around him was surging, and it was pressing towards him. However, in the end, it could not get any closer to him. It was as if there was an invisible force blocking the aura of death. This. With shock, he immediately checked his body. He discovered that at this moment, his essence was glowing on its own. It was because of this that the aura of death in this space could not press down on him. This made him even more shocked. Could his essence block the aura of death like this? However, in some places where the aura of death was very dense in the past, such a situation had not occurred. He frowned and pondered, but in the end, he still could not figure it out. Thus, he stopped thinking about it. It was equivalent to wasting his energy. Let's leave this place first. The battlefield of great devastation was formed from the universes that had been destroyed. There were dozens of such places. Although his essence was glowing and the aura of death in this space could not get close to him, and he was not threatened for the time being, he could not guarantee that no accident would occur as time passed. Thus, it was best to find a way out of this place. The little fellow and that stupid tiger should be fine. He muttered to himself. He had been separated from the little Taichu and the white tiger when he was chasing after the black-robed old man and the others. Now that he had been swept to this battlefield of great devastation by the vortex of fate, he was no longer in the black-yellow universe. After all, the battlefield of great devastation was formed after several universes had been destroyed. It did not reside in an intact universe. At this time, he was not in the black-yellow universe. He had been separated from the little Taichu and the white tiger again. However, this time, he was not worried about the little Taichu and the white tiger because they were with the azure-robed man and the divine key. The azure-robed man was very powerful. The negative energy in the wisp of divine key soul sense had been removed by him with the aura of fate. It would recover in time. The little Taichu and the white tiger should be very safe with them. Immediately, he took out some Baodan elixirs from his body and used the Baodan elixirs to heal his injured body. At the same time, he began to walk in this battlefield of great devastation, looking for a way out. In this way, time continued to pass like the sand between one's fingers. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In this half a year, he had traversed the great devastated battlefield. He had traveled to many places and seen many corpses. There were some places where the power of death lingered, as if it could easily crush many extremely large worlds. However, none of that power of death could get close to him. He had been in this space for half a year. His source origin had been shining on its own, causing the power of death in this space to be unable to get close to him. However, after half a year, he still could not find a way out of this space. Let's look for it again. He muttered to himself as he walked in this battlefield of great devastation. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. After another half a year, he still could not find a way out. On this day, he simply stopped and did not look for a way out. Fengshen Tianzuan said before that the battlefield of great devastation is intertwined with endless death energy and is a dangerous place. However, at the same time, it also contains endless life energy. If I can draw it out, it will be a super divine treasure. After an entire year, Lin Tian was still unable to find a way out of the battlefield of great devastation. Finally, he gave up. He recalled that Fengshen Tianzuan had mentioned that the battlefield of great devastation was a land of death, but it was also a land of fortune and contained boundless life energy. On this day, he came up with an idea to draw out the boundless life energy hidden within the battlefield of great devastation. As long as he could draw out the boundless life energy, the benefits it would bring to him would be unimaginable. He took a deep breath and began to do just that. Where is the life energy hidden? He muttered to himself. The battlefield of great devastation contained an endless amount of life force. However, it was very difficult to sense that kind of life force, and it was unknown exactly where it was stored. As he walked through the battlefield of great devastation, he began to ponder on how to draw out the life force contained within this space. This was a very difficult task. As he walked through the battlefield of great devastation, he thought of various methods and experimented with them. He stood silently in one place for several months. He used his powerful sovereign-level consciousness to search, but to no avail. He propped up the perfect world to assist in his search, but to no avail. He tried to use a strand of light of origin to assist in his search, but to no avail. Another year passed, and he finally reacted to the rainbow divine sword in his sea of consciousness. He summoned the divine sword, but to no avail. In the following period of time, he tried one method after another, but to no avail. Time continued to pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed since he entered the battlefield of great devastation. During these 100 years, he tried all sorts of methods, but to no avail. He couldn't sense the life energy, and at the same time, he couldn't find a way out. However, relatively fortunately, his special samsara physique allowed him to always be extremely safe within the Grand Obliteration battlefield, and he'd never been corroded by the terrifying energy of death within the Grand Obliteration battlefield. He'd always been fine. After that, time continued to pass quickly. Another 3 years passed. On this day, he felt a faint burning pain in his eyes. Afterwards, he opened the Eye of Destiny once more. 9 black moons appeared in each of his eyes, making them look extremely mysterious. This was the 4th time he had opened the Eye of Destiny. In just an instant, the dusky battlefield of great devastation suddenly became much brighter in his field of vision. It was also at this moment that his expression changed slightly. I see it. Joy appeared on his face. As his Eye of Destiny opened, the entire world changed. Nothing could hide from his eyes of destiny. At this moment, in this great obliteration battlefield that was covered in the energy of death, he saw strands of pure white radiance that were incomparably pure and contained within the void. They were covered and suppressed by the energy of death, and they were unable to move out from within the void. Looking at this scene, he was very clear that it was impossible to draw out the boundless life force contained within the void using ordinary methods. Either the death force in this space had reached an even more frightening level, crushing the void and causing the life force within to drift out, or the strength of an ordinary transcending heaven expert could forcibly draw it out. Right now, he couldn't make the power of death in this place explode and crush the void, causing the power of life to flow out. He didn't have the battle prowess of an ordinary heavenly master cultivator, but he wasn't in a hurry. He could still draw out the power of life in the void because he had the eye of destiny now. He could draw out the power of destiny that surpassed order and draw out the power of life through the void. His eyes flickered, and the faintly discernible karmic luck of the great shattered battlefield immediately surged out, circling around him in wisps. Then, with a thought, he used the power of karmic luck to shake the void in the battlefield of great destruction. Just as he had expected, the void shook, and the power of life within it swiftly flowed out under the guidance of the karmic luck. In just an instant, the great obliteration battlefield was no longer as gloomy as before. It was filled with life. Very good. A gleam flashed through his eyes, and he immediately circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. The life force that surged out from the void immediately surged into his body. Under the refinement of the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, it began to temper his flesh, blood, tendons, bones, Saint Chi, consciousness, and soul. This caused his essence, vitality, and spirit to rise at an extremely fast speed. His cultivation also became stronger strand by strand. In the Xianxia universe, boom, in the center of an extremely large world, a palace of the celestial court collapsed. The cultivators of the celestial court who were stationed here had all died. The azure-robed man, Xianxia, the little Taichu, and the white tiger resided here. Xianxia raised his hand and took out a jade bottle. An extremely dense aura of life interwove within. Find a place to refine the essence of life inside, and you'll be able to go further on the path of becoming a ruler, Xianxia said. 100 years had passed. Back then, Lin Tian had used the power of destiny to completely remove the deep-rooted negative energy in her consciousness. In these 100 years, she had completely recovered. Now that she had condensed a physical body, she had been completely reborn. However, although she had been reborn, her strength had yet to fully recover. She was still far from her peak state. If she wanted to return to her peak state, it would be impossible without tens of thousands of years. Even so, her current combat strength was still strong enough. The ordinary 72 winged elders of the Heaven Protector clan were far from her match. In these 100 years, she and the azure-robed man had been searching for Lin Tian's traces. At the same time, they had obtained many jade bottles containing endless essence of life for the little Taichu and the white tiger. As a result, the little Taichu and the white tiger had reached the ruler realm in these 100 years. Where did Lin Tian go? The little Taichu stood on Xianxia's shoulder and muttered to himself. The great destruction of the black-yellow universe was far from over because the universe was too big. Even a colossus like the celestial court would have to spend a long time to destroy a universe. In these 100 years, they had walked through every corner of the black-yellow universe, looking for Lin Tian every day. However, they had not found any clues. Next to them, the white tiger sighed and was worried. Don't worry. He has the potential to catch up to a human king. He will be fine. Let's continue to search. Xianxia comforted. Even so, there was still worry in her eyes. After all, Lin Tian was her daughter's husband. Yes, if it's him, he will definitely be fine. The azure-robed man said. At the same time, there was also worry in his eyes. Yeah. The little Taichu nodded and lay down on Xianxia's shoulder. Now that Xianxia had reformed her physical body and retracted her 72-winged body, she looked no different from Wu Yi. The little guy felt very warm and relaxed on Xianxia's shoulder, as if it was by Wu Yi's side. Wu Yi and Lin Tian were the people it liked the most, even more than the immortal spirit emperor and its mother, whom it had never met. The battlefield of great destruction, Weng. Lin Tian opened his eye of destiny. The power of destiny intertwined and drew out more and more life force. Life force surged in every corner of the battlefield of great destruction and gathered toward him, forming a long river of life in front of him. Boundless life force surged out of the void, forming a river of life that poured into Lin Tian's body. Lin Tian circulated the Reincarnation Sutra. Nine-colored light interweaved around his body as he rapidly refined the life force. At the same time, he closed his eyes of destiny. Since the void had already been opened up by the power of fate, the life force within him would continue to pour out. He no longer needed to maintain the eyes of destiny. That would be too much of a burden on him. The life force continued to flow into his body. His essence, energy, and spirit continued to rise. His cultivation base also rose rapidly. More and more life force surged into his body. Soon, the river of life here became even more vast, as if it was about to transform into a universe of life force. Lin Tian resided in the middle of the river of life. Not only did his vital energies and cultivation increase, but his physical body also became tougher and stronger as the life force poured into him. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. After 3 months, the life force in the battlefield of devastation didn't weaken at all. Instead, it became even denser. Even more life force surged out of the void. On this day, Lin Tian opened his eyes. His cultivation had reached the mid-layer of the ruler realm. I can enter the void plane. He raised his head and glanced at the life energy in the great devastated battlefield that had become even denser than before. A bright light flashed through his eyes. Then, he closed his eyes again. The Reincarnation Sutra circulated even faster as he refined the life force that constantly poured out of the void. For a moment, the 9-colored light around him gradually became even more resplendent, almost illuminating the surroundings. Time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye, another 5 months had passed. The life force in the area had become much thinner. At the same time, on this day, the battlefield of great devastation suddenly shook violently. The already dim space suddenly became even dimmer as a terrifying lightning vortex appeared in the middle of the battlefield of great devastation. Bolts of blood-colored lightning were mixed within it, and every single bolt of blood-colored lightning seemed like a furious dragon that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Dong! Thunder rumbled, as if it wanted to shatter everything. A destructive aura covered the sky and covered the earth from within the huge lightning vortex. Within this great devastation battlefield, pieces of rubble immediately collapsed and turned into yellow sand. The life force that interweaved around Lin Tian also became chaotic because of this. It was also at this time that Lin Tian opened his eyes. Lightning flashed in his eyes as he looked up at the lightning vortex. During these 8 months, he had refined the boundless life energy of the great shattered battlefield using the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. On this day, he had forcefully stepped into the Void Heaven realm. Thus, the Void Heaven lightning punishment descended. Dong! Another clap of thunder resounded through the surroundings, and the entire great devastated battlefield couldn't help but shake as space collapsed into pieces. Lin Tian was at the center of this lightning punishment. As he looked at the blood-red lightning flashing continuously in the sky, he could clearly feel how terrifying the destructive power contained within was. However, his expression did not change at all. Come. He looked into the lightning vortex and said this word. As he said this word, there seemed to be some kind of great will within the lightning vortex that felt that he was provoking it. Immediately, there was an ear-piercing sound of thunder. Then, the first round of lightning punishment descended with a terrifying momentum. This was a beam of blood-red lightning about 3 meters in diameter. Under the sky-piercing realm, almost no one could block it. Lin Tian faced this round of lightning punishment. Without any superfluous movements, he raised his hand and met it with a simple punch. With a loud bang, his fist collided with the lightning, causing it to dissipate into nothingness. Come again. He looked at the lightning vortex and said again. Now that he had stepped into the Void Heaven realm, his physical body had undergone a huge qualitative change. His pure physical strength was not much weaker than an ordinary transcending heaven realm expert. It was naturally very easy for him to deal with this first round of lightning punishment. Looking at the rolling lightning in the sky, he said come again and took out the Immortal Emperor Pagoda. The Immortal Emperor Pagoda was forged from primordial heavenly crystals. It was his divine origin weapon, and he had never stopped refining it. Boom! The sky exploded, and the second round of lightning punishment immediately pressed down. This was a huge lightning mountain. Each mountain was exaggeratedly huge and was completely formed by blood-red lightning. It was so lifelike that it seemed as if it really existed. Lin Tian faced the immortal Emperor Pagoda and let it be tempered and baptized by this destructive lightning punishment. Immediately after, a bright light intertwined in his eyes. He paused for a moment, then took a step forward without any defense or attack. He directly stepped into the huge lightning mountain that was pressing down on him. Boom! The rolling lightning punishment drowned him and the immortal Emperor Pagoda in the blink of an eye. The immortal Emperor Pagoda was immediately shattered. Then, his physical body was smashed into pieces and blood splattered everywhere. He panted slightly. The Reincarnation Heart Sutra automatically operated to refine the destructive lightning power that lingered in his body. At the same time, he rebuilt the shattered immortal Emperor Pagoda. Come again. He looked up at the sky and said. He was using the lightning to refine the immortal Emperor Pagoda. At the same time, he was also using the destructive lightning to refine his physical body. He purposely didn't resist and was prepared to use the destructive lightning to refine his physique and strengthen it. Moreover, it was not just his physical body. Under the baptism of this lightning punishment, his spirit would also become stronger. Boom! Thunder boomed in the sky again. The third round of lightning punishment pressed down. After that, the fourth round, fifth round, sixth round. Round after round, the main lightning punishment continued to descend from the heavens. Soon, a total of 10 rounds of lightning punishment had passed. Lin Tian endured the lightning punishment power without any resistance. His physical body was shattered several times in a row, and he used the destructive lightning punishment power to temper his body. In a short time, his physical body was strengthened by 3 times. At this point, when the 11th round of tribulation lightning came crashing down, it was difficult for him to endure it without putting up any resistance. The reincarnation forging spiritual technique and 5 heaven-shaking lightning art were activated for the first time, and they began to shatter the descending lightning. As for the immortal Emperor Pagoda, he still did not care about it. He continued to let it endure the more terrifying lightning punishment. He was not worried about the immortal Emperor Pagoda being destroyed because it was his origin divine weapon, forged from primordial chaos heavenly crystal. Under normal circumstances, as long as he did not die, the immortal Emperor Pagoda would always exist. Unless it was someone far stronger than him who could destroy the immortal Emperor Pagoda without killing him, forcibly erasing the connection between the immortal Emperor Pagoda and his origin divine weapon. And such an existence would have to be at least 3 realms higher than him. This void heaven lightning punishment obviously did not reach such a terrifying level of power. Boom! Thunder rumbled and the sky shook. The 18th round of lightning punishment descended. Lin Tian could feel that this was the last round of lightning punishment in this void heaven tribulation. And this last round of main lightning punishment was so familiar. Recently, he had experienced heavenly tribulations time and time again. The final round of main lightning punishment was all like this. The lightning punishment didn't change at all. It was just that the destructive power of each tribulation was stronger than the previous one. This made him frown involuntarily. No matter how he looked at it, this was very unusual. Boom! The sky shook. Thunder roared in the heavenly tribulation vortex. Dense lightning shadows appeared and pressed down together. Angels with broken wings, headless knights, immortals with broken arms, ferocious ghosts, and blind blood shadows. They were all condensed from lightning, as if they were real. There was no expression on their faces, and their destructive auras were terrifying. Such a round of main lightning punishment caused even someone as strong as Lin Tian to involuntarily feel an enormous amount of pressure. He took a deep breath and used the Taiji divine domain to protect his body. The reincarnation forging spiritual technique increased his battle power by 20 times. The divine way of thunder and the 5 heaven-shaking thunder incantation, as well as other techniques and daos that could weaken the power of the heavenly tribulation to a certain extent, were all used at the same time. At this moment, he directly displayed his current peak battle power. He used all kinds of techniques to face the lightning shadows that filled the sky. Boom, 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 there were many lightning silhouettes, and they all rushed toward him. He used his Tai Chi divine domain to protect himself, and he used all kinds of great arts to destroy the lightning silhouettes. However, new lightning silhouettes kept emerging from the lightning vortex and continued to press toward him. Boom! In the terrifying lightning vortex, thunder roared again, shaking the surroundings. Cracks began to appear on the enormous great shattered battlefield because of this. At the same time, in the lightning vortex in the sky, as dense lightning shadows rushed out, a strange image suddenly appeared. It was like a sea market in the middle of the vortex. It was a vast land, and there were tall gods and demons walking. Their limbs were shackled, and they were being chased away. This is? As Lin Tianyi shattered one lightning shadow after another, his expression changed as he looked at the lightning vortex. He did not know what this image was, nor did he know how it had appeared. However, even just from this image, he could sense the terror of the fiend god within it. It could definitely crush an ordinary transcending heaven expert with ease. However, in that scene, such a group of tyrannical existences were actually being chained and enslaved. This shocked him. Was this scene real? If it was true, how terrifying would it be? What kind of place, what kind of power, and what kind of existence could drive out and enslave such a group of gods and devils? Dong! The lightning vortex violently shook as another ear-piercing boom rang out. The entire great shattered battlefield seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. More and more lightning shadows gushed out from the lightning vortex. Each of them was surrounded by a terrifying aura of destruction. At the same time, the strange image in the lightning vortex gradually became blurry and then disappeared. What the hell is that? Lin Tian's eyes were still filled with shock. The scene he had just seen was simply too shocking. Dong! Another ear-piercing clap of thunder rang out from the lightning vortex, and even more lightning shadows surged out from it. Moreover, at this moment, the destructive aura of the lightning shadow that was drawn out from it became even more terrifying. Lin Tian immediately calmed himself down and temporarily stopped thinking about the previous scene. He began to focus on transcending the tribulation. Boom! He used the Tai Chi Divine Domain to protect his body as he circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, Reincarnation Soul Forging Technique, 5 Heaven-Shaking Lightning Incantation, and other magical arts. He clashed with the lightning shadows that rushed out of the lightning vortex, shattering them one after another. Just like this, an hour passed in the blink of an eye. After an hour, as the last lightning shadow was destroyed, the lightning vortex in the sky shook violently. Then, the lightning vortex began to disperse, and the destructive aura gradually disappeared. The void heaven tribulation thus dispersed. Wang! In the sky, as the tribulation dispersed, 7 colored auspicious clouds appeared. An incomparably rich power of heaven and earth appeared above Lin Tian's head. Immediately, 7 colored light sprinkled down and enveloped Lin Tian. This light flowed into Lin Tian's body, causing the injuries caused by Lin Tian's tribulation to quickly heal. Lin Tian naturally knew how extraordinary this light was. He immediately circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and took the initiative to absorb this light to temper his body. At the same time, he also used it to stabilize his current Void Heaven Realm cultivation base. Just like this, a quarter of an hour passed quickly. The 7 colored auspicious clouds completely disappeared, and so did the 7 colored light. Outside Lin Tian's body, faint light intertwined. He truly stood firmly at the level of the virtual sky world. His flesh shell was indestructible, almost comparable to an ordinary transcending heaven realm cultivator. With a gentle wave of his hand, the sound of thunder could be heard. Moreover, his spirit had become even more tyrannical. The saint power in his body was boundless, as if it would never dry up. Good! He muttered to himself, and his eyes couldn't help but flash. He had just entered the void heaven realm, but with his physique and his body and spirit that were forcibly tempered by the void heaven lightning punishment, he was 100% confident that no one under the transcending heaven realm could be his match. Next, he looked to the side and waved his hand, causing the violet light to fly toward him. These were the primordial fragments of the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Under his will, they quickly reformed, and the immortal Emperor Pagoda reformed. At this time, the immortal Emperor Pagoda had more lightning seals. It naturally emitted a tribulation lightning aura. It was extremely young and tough, extremely pure, as if it could suppress everything. This made him nod inwardly. After he repeatedly tempered the immortal Emperor Pagoda with the lightning punishment, the result of this pagoda's growth made him very satisfied. Now, in a head-on collision, this void heaven realm immortal emperor pagoda would not be inferior to some ordinary transcending heaven realm divine weapons. He paused, and with a thought, the immortal emperor pagoda returned to his body. Then, he recalled the previous scene. Was it a real projection or an illusory scene? He frowned. A divine devil that could easily crush ordinary transcending heaven realm cultivators was actually driven and enslaved like a slave. That scene was too frightening. The great devastated battlefield was dark. He stood in place, thinking about the previous scene. Unfortunately, he couldn't think of a reason, and couldn't be sure whether it was real or not. The scene of the heavenly tribulation was too shocking, causing Lin Tian to be unable to calm down for a long time. He pondered over the authenticity of that scene, but in the end, he really couldn't be sure, so he gradually stopped thinking about it. He shook his head, minding his own business, and re-examined the battlefield of great devastation. After the illusory heaven tribulation, the battlefield of great devastation had become even more dilapidated. The amount of life force that lingered in the surroundings had greatly decreased, but in terms of quantity, it was still extremely shocking and vigorous. Lin Tian was certain that once he finished refining all the life force here and used it to cultivate, he would at least be able to reach the middle stage of the illusory sky realm, or even the peak of the illusory sky realm. He immediately sat down without hesitation, circulating the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and continuing to absorb the life force. As he circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, 9 colored radiance intertwined around his body, gradually becoming more and more resplendent. His essence, energy, and spirit rose strand by strand, and his cultivation rose along with it. In the entire battlefield of great devastation, life force continuously surged in from all directions, pouring into his body. He used this life force to cultivate and raise his cultivation. At the same time, he propped up his perfect world, borrowing this life force to evolve it and allow it to continue growing. Within his perfect world, as life force poured in and refined the great mountains, they became even taller and more majestic. The spiritual energy in the entire world became even more abundant, and the dome of heaven gradually became even more vast. This was a true great world, possessing extraordinary divine might. By strengthening it, it would be of great use to his battle prowess. He believed that it would be extremely effective in future battles. Just like that, in this battlefield of great devastation, he used the life force to cultivate his body while also evolving his perfect world. In the blink of an eye, a full 5 months passed. 5 months later, on this day, the life force in the battlefield of great devastation was finally completely refined. The entire space once again became dense with an aura of death, and the Yin fog became even thicker, making it seem somewhat cold. It was also on this day that Lin Tian opened his eyes. 2 streaks of light flashed through his eyes, causing the space around him to distort. Middle void sky. As the life energy in this battlefield of great devastation was completely refined, his cultivation had reached the middle stage of the void sky realm. Moreover, with the help of this vast life energy, the perfect world in his body had grown a lot, becoming 100 times stronger than before. He stood up, combined with the perfect world, and secretly sensed his current strength, then nodded in his heart. Now that he didn't have to use the Eye of Destiny or the Rainbow Godly Sword, he felt that he could even fight against an ordinary heavenly master for a short period of time. Of course, he would only be able to contend against a heaven-piercing realm expert for a short period of time. It was impossible for him to kill a heaven-piercing realm expert or fight a heaven-piercing realm expert for a long period of time. After all, the difference in strength between a void sky realm expert and a heaven-piercing realm expert was huge. Even if he had the supreme reincarnation body, it was difficult for him to rely on his own strength to fight a heaven-piercing realm expert for a long period of time, or even kill a heaven-piercing realm expert. Fate, luck, I'm quite lucky, he muttered to himself. After being sucked into this great devastation battlefield by the vortex of fate and using the boundless life force to refine his body, he had gained too many benefits. His cultivation base had increased by more than 1 level. If he had cultivated normally, it would have taken him at least a few thousand years. At the same time, he suddenly thought that since he had started cultivating, his luck had always been very good. He had always been able to find all kinds of extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth and divine items. Could this be because he had the Eye of Destiny? All this time, there had been some kind of fate around him that he couldn't see. Was that why his luck was so many times better than other people's? As he thought about it, he suddenly felt that although this conjecture was a little mysterious and illusory, it was very possible. Eye of Destiny, fate. Speaking of which, how did I get these eyes? He was a little confused. Previously, he had heard the voice of the divine key. There were 3 ultimate eye techniques in the world: the Rinnegan eye, the Spacetime eye, and the Eye of Destiny. Under normal circumstances, as a reincarnation body, he should have the Rinnegan eye. How could he have the Eye of Destiny? As he thought about this question, he became even more confused. He even felt that it was very strange. This seemed a little abnormal. He thought to himself, but in the end, he still couldn't figure it out. Forget it. After a few dozen breaths, he shook his head. He couldn't be bothered to think about it. After all, he really couldn't figure out this matter. Moreover, this wasn't a bad thing. After all, the Eye of Destiny was one of the strongest eye techniques. It was a power that far surpassed order. After that, he once again sized up the battlefield of great devastation. The life force had been completely drawn out and refined. At this time, he had to find a way out of this place. He immediately tried to use his Void Heaven Realm strength to blast a way out. Unfortunately, in the end, it was to no avail. It seemed that only Ascending Heaven Realm strength could do that. How did Fengshen Tianzuan and the others enter the battlefield of great devastation? How did they leave in the end? He was suddenly curious. The battlefield of great devastation wasn't located in any of the great universes that currently existed. To enter and leave the battlefield of great devastation, one needed at least Ascending Heaven Realm strength. However, Fengshen Tianzuan and the others had entered the battlefield of great devastation before reaching Ascending Heaven Realm, and then left the battlefield of great devastation. This made him very confused. However, this confusion quickly dissipated. After all, those people weren't ordinary people. Nameless was a descendant of the ancient god clan. The Celestial Spirit Emperor was a member of the Celestial Spirit Imperial family, and Fengshen Tianzuan and the others were even more so. They were disciples of the human king, the disciples of such an invincible existence. It wasn't surprising that they could do something that seemed impossible. He shook his head again. He no longer used his strength to blast the battlefield of great devastation. Instead, he tried to explore with his divine will to see if he could find a way out. Then, in the blink of an eye, several months passed. He still didn't find anything. I can only wait until I open the Eye of Destiny again or summon the Divine Sword. Only then will I be able to leave this place. He muttered to himself. The Eye of Destiny could mobilize the power of destiny. With his current Void Heaven Realm cultivation, killing ordinary Ascending Heaven Realm experts would be as easy as cutting grass. The Rainbow Divine Sword was also very powerful. Once it was summoned, it could also kill Ascending Heaven Realm experts. If he could use these two, he could easily leave this battlefield of great devastation. However, whether it was the Eye of Destiny or the Rainbow Divine Sword, he couldn't freely control them now. He had to wait until the right time. For a moment, he paused in place. After a few breaths, he thought of another matter. Just as well. Before I can open the Eye of Destiny again or summon the Rainbow Divine Sword, I can create other divine techniques that are suitable for me. More than 100 years ago, Lin Tian had created his own core ancient scripture, the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. However, he hadn't created any divine powers or secret techniques for attacking. He was still using the techniques of Fengshen Tianzuan and the others. Even the Tai Chi divine domain that he had created wasn't compatible with the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. There were some flaws that needed to be improved. Now, he couldn't open the Eye of Destiny for the time being, and he couldn't summon the Rainbow Godly Sword in a short period of time. Before that, he felt that he could use this battlefield of great destruction to create his own divine powers and secret techniques that were compatible with the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. This would be very important for his future cultivation. After all, if he wanted to become a true ultimate expert, he couldn't keep using other people's techniques. He had to create his own technique. Thinking of this, he immediately took action. He held up the perfect world and took out the Bodhi tree. The Bodhisattva tree was known as the tree of wisdom. Its branches and leaves were intertwined with strange patterns. It was natural and could help increase one's comprehension. In the process of creating such a technique, the help of the Bodhisattva tree would naturally be of great use. As he took out the Bodhi tree, this originally dusky battlefield of great devastation instantly lit up with a great deal of light. Moreover, the Bodhi tree started to purify the surrounding death energy. Lin Tian couldn't help but be surprised. As expected of a rare divine tree, he muttered to himself. He didn't know that the Bodhi tree could purify the evil chi of death. However, he thought about it. The Bodhi tree was called a divine tree by the Buddhist sect on the Milky Way imperial star. The Buddhist sect was auspicious and bright, which could suppress all evil. Therefore, it was normal that the Bodhi tree could purify the evil chi of death. Thinking of this, he quickly calmed himself down and started to perform the technique under the Bodhi tree. The Reincarnation Heart Sutra was operating on its own. He held up the Tai Chi Divine Domain. The Tai Chi Divine Domain was a defensive saint technique that he had created himself. It had amazing defensive power. However, this technique was created before he created the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, so it was not compatible with the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. Therefore, he planned to refine the Tai Chi domain so that it could be compatible with the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. Then, it would be much easier to use, and its power would increase greatly. The Tai Chi Divine Domain was raised, and the innate yin and yang energy intertwined with each other. The yin-yang fish Tao diagram was faintly discernible as he channeled the reincarnation scripture. With his powerful void heaven divine sense, he sensed the changes in the saint energy circulation and changed them one by one. Buzz. Outside his body, the nine-colored holy light and the yin and yang treasured light resonated with each other, causing the Tai Chi domain to shake violently from time to time. At the same time, the Bodhi tree swayed on its own and shone brightly. Lin Tian, who was under the Bodhi tree, felt extremely ethereal. His mind was constantly filled with inspiration, and his understanding of the Tai Chi divine domain was very smooth. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. A month later, the Tai Chi divine domain, which was originally black and white, began to change. It now had 9 colors, and it became even more crystalline and stable. Good. A sharp light flashed through his eyes. In the past month, under the Bodhi tree, he had improved the Tai Chi divine domain. Now, it was extremely compatible with the reincarnation scripture. I'll change the name as well. Reincarnation divine domain. He muttered to himself. When it came to naming techniques, he had always been particular about simplicity and straightforwardness. Since he was a reincarnated body, the ancient divine techniques he created were all named after reincarnation. Only he, a reincarnated body, could use the techniques he created to their fullest potential. As the reincarnation scripture circulated, the reincarnation divine domain formed a 9-colored halo around him. Its defensive power was unparalleled, and it was almost impossible to break through. With the support of the reincarnation divine domain, he continued to improve it. 3 days later, he put it away. Next. Light flashed in his eyes. He had a defensive divine technique, and now he only had offensive divine techniques and secret footwork techniques left. He first decided to create an offensive technique. There were many offensive techniques, so he thought about it and decided to create a fist technique and a sword technique. He had the ultimate king body, and his flesh was indestructible. It was most suitable for close-range combat. At the same time, he liked close-range combat. He liked the feeling of close-range combat, where he could fight the world with one punch and one sword. He took a deep breath and created a fist technique first. Since he started cultivating, he had come across many fist techniques. At first, it was the ordinary martial technique, the meteorite fist, and now it was the commonly used Chaos Emperor fist. He had also read many fist techniques in order to create techniques. At this time, all of them appeared in his mind. The way the saint power flowed, the combination of seals, and the changes of fist techniques flowed into his mind. He stood under the Bodhi tree, and as the various fist techniques appeared in his mind, his hands began to move slowly and powerfully. Naturally, the saint energy in his body began to change along with the movements of his hands. In this world, any divine technique or secret technique was the ultimate embodiment of the way the saint power flowed in the body. Under the Bodhi tree, he comprehended the various fist techniques and thought about the way the saint power flowed. Then, he took advantage of the advantages and eliminated the disadvantages. Together with the evolution of the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, the saint power in his body changed again and again. The path of his hands also changed again and again. Sometimes it was like holding the mountain and moon, sometimes it was like a mud monkey exploring the sea, and sometimes it was like a rhinoceros capturing a dragon. Time passed little by little. He closed his eyes and created fist techniques under the Bodhi tree. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. 3 months later, the force of his fists gradually became smooth from the initial random chaos. There was a faint trace of a special trajectory, and as his hands moved, there would occasionally be thunderous sounds that shook the surroundings. Then, in the blink of an eye, another month had passed. A month later, his fist techniques were simpler, and his fist techniques were more ordinary. However, the power of his fist was more terrifying. Boom! He still had his eyes closed, and with a simple and slow punch, the surrounding space shook violently. It was as if a saint drum was being beaten, or as if a lightning punishment was about to descend. It revealed a violent and domineering aura, and its aura spread in all directions. Around him, the space began to crack, unable to withstand the power of his fist. Even the Bodhi tree was trembling. However, he did not seem to be aware of this. His fists were still moving, and the power of his fist was even more violent. Vaguely, a blurry image of a vision appeared behind him. The sky was collapsing, the earth was cracking, and the magma was boiling. Soon, another month had passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, as he moved his fist suddenly trembled. Some cracks appeared on his arm, and blood flowed out. The power of his fist was too domineering, and he had hurt himself. It was also at this time that he woke up. I'm just a little bit away from success. He would make up for the updates he owed today by next Saturday and the end of next week. Lin Tian's arm had cracked during the demonstration because the fist technique he was demonstrating was too overbearing. For a moment, Lin Tian was unable to freely control that overbearing power. There was a flaw in it, so he was injured by the overbearing power of the fist technique. However, this was not a big problem. He paused for a moment and continued to deduce the fist technique. The Reincarnation Heart Sutra operated on its own. His hands moved, and the sound of thunder reverberated. His every move gradually became smoother, and his aura became more stable. Behind him, ancient stars appeared vaguely, and they were powerful enough to swallow mountains and rivers. At the same time, the cracked part of his arm repaired itself under the circulation of the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. In the blink of an eye, it was healed. Lightning arcs intertwined on the surface of his skin, and they sizzled as he waved his fist. Boom! The space around him trembled violently as he continued to perform his punches. All the ancient techniques that he had comprehended flashed in his mind one by one. The flow of various saint energies continued to change in his body, causing his punches to become sharper and more stable at the same time. He was no longer injured by the overbearing punches like he was at the beginning. Time flew by, and another half a year passed. During this half a year, he had never stopped practicing his fist technique under the Bodhi tree. His fist technique changed constantly, and his fist technique grew continuously. When he punched out, 99 true dragons appeared behind him. They roared into the sky, shattering the vast void. The second punch was thrown, and numerous large stars that seemed to be real appeared, pressing down with the force of his fist. The surging aura was shocking to hear, as if a vast and boundless starry sky had condensed, and was pushed forward with his fist. When he punched out the third time, a vision of a broken sky appeared behind him, as if the end of the world had arrived. The fourth time, the fifth time, the sixth time, as he punched out again and again, the entire great shattered battlefield shook, causing space to collapse in large swaths. He was extremely domineering, like a peerless demon god standing between heaven and earth. Every punch seemed to be able to easily destroy the world. Walala! The Bodhi tree's branches and leaves were covered with mysterious runes. Now, as he punched out, they swayed uncontrollably. Saint light overflowed from the Bodhi tree and fell on him, causing his aura to become even more stable. At the same time, it became even more ferocious and domineering. Just like that, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Another half a year later, on this day, he finally stopped practicing. Reincarnation fist. He clenched his right hand into a fist. Before he could swing it, the surrounding space shook and was annihilated. He deduced the fist art under the Bodhi tree. All kinds of ancient techniques flashed through his mind one by one. He picked the best ones and got rid of the bad ones. He then refined them and deduced them continuously. He spent about 2 years and finally created his own fist art on this day. He named it the Reincarnation Fist. It was completely compatible with the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. It was a fist art that only he could unleash to the extreme. He was very satisfied. He had the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, the Reincarnation Divine Domain for defense, the Reincarnation Fist for attack, and the Reincarnation God-slaying technique for soul attacks. He had created all of these by himself. They were techniques that truly belonged to him. With the Reincarnation Source and the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, he could unleash his potential to the fullest. Sword play, he muttered to himself. Without stopping, he engraved the Reincarnation Fist in his mind. Under the Bodhi tree, he began to deduce his own sword art. One of the reasons why he practiced sword art was that the sword was a king's weapon. He liked sword art and the feeling of wielding the sword. Another point was that there was a peerless divine sword in his sea of consciousness, which had unfathomable power. In the future, if he used a sword technique that was completely compatible with him and this peerless divine sword, he would definitely be able to maximize his combat strength. Then, just like how he deduced the Reincarnation Fist, he began to deduce his sword art. Since he embarked on the path of cultivation, he had cultivated and come in contact with too many techniques. Among them, he had come in contact with the divine powers of the sword art the most. In other words, in the entire cultivation world, the divine powers of the sword art were the most common. He comprehended the many sword manuals that he had come in contact with under the Bodhi tree. He then refined them as a whole and used them according to the different stages of the flow of saint energy. At the same time, he combined his own comprehension with the help of the Bodhi tree and condensed the divine sword of saint energy under the Bodhi tree. He performed the various flows of saint energy in his body as he waved the sword. The sword had to be fast, sharp, and fierce. He continued to practice, and from time to time, there would be a sonorous sword chime. Time passed quickly. In a flash, half a month had passed. The longer he stayed under the Bodhi tree, the sharper his divine awareness and comprehension became, and the smoother his deduction became. Clang! The sword chime reverberated, and cracks appeared in the space around him. The spatial turbulence continued to flow. From time to time, there would be a sword light condensed by saint energy appearing by his side. It had 9 colors, and it was fierce and sharp. With a thought, the saint energy light sword beside him rushed out. In an instant, it pierced through several large rocks tens of thousands of feet away and shattered them. Even the surrounding void was annihilated. Whether it was the speed or the power of the sword, it was terrifyingly strong. However, this did not meet his requirements. He did not stop. His eyes were slightly closed, and he continued to practice his sword technique under the Bodhi tree as if he was sleepwalking. As time passed, the sword momentum he emitted became more and more fierce. In his body, the way the saint energy flowed was constantly changing. From time to time, he would form seals to make the saint energy in his body flow more smoothly. Then, the speed of his sword and the power of the sword light were strengthened and increased. In the blink of an eye, a full year had passed. 1 year later, on this day, the power of the sword he emitted had reached an extremely terrifying level. With just a thought, the sword light appeared, and in the blink of an eye, it shattered a large rock hundreds of thousands of feet away, and a terrifying black hole was formed. Such speed and power of the sword could be said to be very shocking. If someone saw it, even an ordinary divine master would be shocked. Clang! In his body, the sword chime sounded, and the 7-colored light flowed. The 7-colored divine sword in his sea of consciousness vibrated, as if it had some reaction to the sword technique he was practicing. A light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. With a thought, he summoned the 7-colored divine sword from his sea of consciousness. The seven-colored sword light intertwined outside the divine sword. The divine runes on the sword were incomprehensible and seemed to have supreme power. To be able to make you react and feel the same as me, it's a great achievement. Looking at the seven-colored divine sword in his hand, the light in Lin Tian's eyes intensified. Reincarnation sword. For more than a year, he kept practicing, and on this day, he finally created his own sword's superpower. Holding the seven-colored divine sword, he looked at the boundless sky. The reincarnation sword technique was activated, and he swung his sword. The space portal appeared horizontally, intertwining with silver light. The seven-colored divine sword returned to his sea of consciousness. Lin Tian looked at the space portal and waved his hand to take the Bodhi tree into his perfect world. Now, it was time to leave. He glanced at the battlefield of great devastation one last time, took a simple step, and disappeared into the space portal in the blink of an eye. In an instant, his vision became dim. He entered the space portal and disappeared from the battlefield of great devastation. Then, after an unknown period of time, a glimmer of light appeared in front of him in the dim vision. The void in the space portal shook slightly, and a strong vibration shook him out. He stepped on solid ground again. As far as the eye could see, there were immortal mountains and ancient peaks around him. The immortal spiritual chi was extremely rich, almost the same as the void celestial realm. Ah! Screams came from not far away, and the air was mixed with a strong smell of blood. Looking around, there were groups of practitioners. Some of them were wearing the unique armor of the celestial court, while others were wearing different clothes. There were not many of them, only a dozen of them. Blood was scattered on the ground. Obviously, many people had died here before. Black-yellow universe, I'm back. Lin Tian muttered to himself. The celestial soldiers and generals of the celestial court were fighting in this world. There was no doubt that this place belonged to the black-yellow universe. He was not surprised. When he summoned the seven-colored divine sword, he slashed out with it by sensing the aura of the black-yellow universe. Therefore, the end of the space portal was naturally the black-yellow universe. How long will this great devastation last? He muttered to himself. More than 100 years had passed since he was swept into the battlefield of great devastation by the vortex of fate. He returned to the black-yellow universe after more than 100 years. The great devastation of the black-yellow universe was still ongoing. It was hard to say how long it would take to end. There's a human standing over there. Kill him. Not far away, the celestial soldiers and generals of the celestial court found Lin Tian. Immediately, one of them stepped over. This was an expert of the 8th heaven of the Saint King realm. His aura was very strong, much stronger than that of ordinary Saint Kings. In the blink of an eye, this person arrived in front of Lin Tian. Without saying a word, he directly slashed his sword at Lin Tian. Lin Tian did not react. At this time, he looked towards the east of this world, as if he did not see this person. The aura of the Heaven Protector clan. He narrowed his eyes. There are people from that clan in this world. They can't be considered weak. It was also at this moment that the 8th heaven Saint King's sword light landed on his head. He did not react. He stared at the east of the world. The sword light that was about to fall on his head collapsed on its own. Then, a ring of formless saint force rippled out. With a poof, it destroyed the Saint King cultivator who had attacked. This is? What happened? In the distance, a group of celestial soldiers and generals naturally saw this scene. All of them could not help but be moved. They clearly did not see Lin Tian take action earlier, but the Saint King who attacked Lin Tian collapsed on his own accord. He's not simple. Let's work together and kill him. There were more than 100 celestial soldiers and generals. The strongest was at the peak of the Saint King realm. At this time, it was just the right time to kill the other people who did not belong to the celestial court. At the same time, they stepped towards Lin Tian. Killing lights fell on him. Lin Tian looked towards the east of this world. With a simple step, he instantly disappeared into the distance. At the same time, a large amount of sword light appeared where he was standing just now. In the blink of an eye, the group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were all slashed into pieces. Not long after, in a mountain range in this world, a spatial portal appeared. Lin Tian stepped out from it. Boom! The mountain range was majestic, and ancient trees were everywhere. As far as the eye could see, there were dozens of people in front. They were digging in a piece of land. He immediately saw a young man with 14 wings on his back. His entire body was surrounded by purple saint light. There were dozens of other people beside him. All of them were at the void sky realm. Some of them were infinitely close to the heaven ascension realm. His gaze fell directly on the young man with 14 wings on his back. He walked forward. "What are you doing?" He had sensed the auras of the members of the Heaven Protector clan and rushed here. At this time, he saw that these people were living in this place and seemed to be doing something special, so he directly asked without hiding anything. In this place, the dozens of people were not weak. Especially the 14-winged young man in the lead. His aura was very condensed, like a slumbering great beast of destruction. Just looking at him gave people a very frightening feeling. He was like a heavenly lord of destruction. Naturally, he noticed Lin Tian's appearance. At this time, his gaze fell on Lin Tian and immediately changed. Reincarnation body. This 14-winged young man clearly had a high status in the Heaven Protector clan. He immediately recognized Lin Tian. What? He's a reincarnation body? In this place, the other Void Sky Realm experts were shocked. They couldn't see through Lin Tian's physique. They only knew about it from the 14-winged young man's words. However, they didn't doubt the 14-winged young man's words. After all, he was the third strongest person in the younger generation of the Heaven Protector clan. He was only half a step away from entering the Heaven Ascension realm. His status in the Heaven Protector clan wasn't low and he knew many things. Since he said that Lin Tian was a reincarnation body, it must be true. Immediately, these people moved together. Void Sky Saint Chi intertwined and surrounded Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. They were about to attack and suppress Lin Tian. A reincarnation body, this was a matter of great importance. "Stand down, I'll do it." A cold voice sounded. It was the 14-winged young man. The dozens of Void Sky Realm experts were shocked and immediately retreated. Yes, Lord Xinyan. They were clear about Xinyan's strength. If Xinyan wanted to suppress the person in front of them, they naturally felt that it was a very easy task. Xinyan stepped forward and his gaze landed on Lin Tian. His cold eyes flashed with a sharp light. After all, the person in front of him was the reincarnation royal physique, which was far from an ordinary physique. However, even though there was a glint in his eyes, he was not afraid of Lin Tian. He was only a little concerned about the latter's physique. The legendary physique. If I can suppress you and hand you over to the elders in the clan, it will be a great achievement. Those elders in the clan will be very highly regarded. Speaking up to here, he suddenly stopped because Lin Tian had suddenly appeared in front of him. And he didn't see how Lin Tian moved at all. "You, Pa." Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped his opponent's cheek. He slapped his opponent down from the void and landed on the ground with a loud bang. A human-shaped crater was formed on the ground and sand flew everywhere. Then, he landed as well. When his opponent struggled to stand up, he kicked him in the chest. Reincarnation body. The 14-winged youth named Xinyan from the Heaven Protector clan roared as he was stepped on by Lin Tian. His killing intent surged. He was the third youngest supreme of the Heaven Protector clan. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of the Void Sky Realm, but now, he was being slapped by Lin Tian and stepped on by a group of celestial soldiers and celestial generals. He was extremely angry. To him, this was a great humiliation. Boom, Saint energy vibrated all over his body. Saint light shot into the sky, and an extremely terrifying killing intent rushed out. Hurricane swept out, and he wanted to flip Lin Tian over and stand up again. Lin Tian stepped on this person's chest, his expression indifferent. The saint light that was mixed with endless killing intent surged around him, but it couldn't hurt him at all. He had spent more than 100 years in the great shattered battlefield. His cultivation base had reached the middle stage of the Void Sky Realm, and he had created his own Abhijna secret technique. With his current battle prowess, he could even fight against an ordinary immortal realm expert. Although this third young supreme of the Heaven Protector clan was very strong, compared to him, the difference was too great. Lin Tian stepped on this person's chest, and with a little force, he instantly shattered the endless saint light outside his body. The sound of bones cracking could be heard again. Xianxia couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Then, he became even angrier, and his killing intent became even stronger. He madly urged his saint power to break free from Lin Tian's foot. At the same time, the other dozens of Void Sky Realm experts were all shocked. The third young supreme of the Heaven Protector clan was now being stepped on by Lin Tian. It seemed that he had no ability to resist at all. Then, in the next moment, these people all came back to their senses. Without any hesitation, they all rushed towards Lin Tian. Human, let go. Impudent thing. How could these people watch Xianxia being treated like this by Lin Tian? Xianxia's status was very high. Everyone took action at this moment. All kinds of divine abilities and secret techniques pressed down on Lin Tian. They wanted to save Xianxia. Lin Tian didn't even look at these people. In the next moment, a sharp sword light appeared beside him, intertwining with 9 different colors. The moment it appeared, it slashed in all directions. Its speed was so fast that it was almost impossible for people to catch the trajectory of the sword light. In the blink of an eye, the sword light shot out from between the eyebrows of dozens of Void Sky experts, bringing with it dozens of streams of blood. After that, the dozens of Void Sky powerhouses exploded at the same time, their bodies and souls annihilated at the same time. Such a scene caused Xianxia to be stunned. He couldn't help but tremble. The dozens of Void Sky experts following him weren't weak. They were all at the peak of the Void Sky realm. But now, these dozens of people were all killed by Lin Tian in an instant. Most importantly, during the whole process, Lin Tian didn't even look at those people, nor did he make any movements. It was as if he had used a simple thought to create those sword lights and kill dozens of people in an instant. What kind of battle prowess was this? At this moment, the third young supreme of the Heaven Protector clan looked at Lin Tian again. He was a little shocked. Was this the legendary strongest physique? He actually had this kind of battle prowess with this kind of cultivation. Could a Void Sky cultivator have this kind of battle prowess? Lin Tian stepped on this person and didn't say anything to him. He directly sent a wisp of his divine sense into the other party's sea of consciousness to find out what they were doing in this place. Then, in the blink of an eye, 10 breaths passed. From the other party's sea of consciousness, he found out that these people were excavating a Sprite Bloodstone mine in this place. The Sprite Bloodstone was the core divine material used by the Heaven Protector clan to perfect the Spirit Devouring diagram. Every Spirit Devouring diagram required a large amount of Sprite Bloodstone. The divine material used to perfect that fiendish weapon? They can refine a flawless Spirit Devouring diagram with a Sprite Bloodstone? He frowned slightly. He naturally knew about the Heaven Protector clan's Spirit Devouring diagram. He had seen it with his own eyes. It was already very terrifying when it was only a half-finished product. Just a half-finished Spirit Devouring diagram emitted an aura that was even more terrifying than that clan's 72-winged powerhouse. That fiendish weapon had actually been completely refined? Just how terrifying was that power? At that moment, he stepped on Xianxia and circulated the dragon burial scripture. Strands of dragon patterns surged out from his other foot and rushed into the ground. Soon, he found a blood-red crystal in the depths of the ground. It was intertwined with an extremely terrifying, fiendish aura that seemed to be able to corrode even an immortal realm powerhouse. It was enveloped by a tyrannical earth vein barrier. A faint light intertwined in his eyes. This is the Sprite Bloodstone? Just now, these people were breaking the earth vein barrier around the Sprite Bloodstone? Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying rumble sounded. A treasured bell rushed out from Xianxia's body under his foot. The treasured bell was intertwined with dense mysterious runes. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a powerful pressure that reached the heavens. Without a doubt, this was an immortal realm artifact. You're not weak, you're very strong. Unfortunately, your cultivation is only at the Void Sky realm. Xianxia said, his voice cold. He urged the immortal realm artifact to press down on Lin Tian. Move your dirty foot away from me. Lin Tian moved his gaze and looked at the immortal realm artifact bell. He directly slapped it. Clang! With a loud sound, the treasured bell shook and was directly sent flying more than 800 feet away. You! Xinyan's expression changed. The Immortal Realm artifact that he had summoned with his cultivation at the end of the Void Sky Realm was actually sent flying just like that. Lin Tian stepped on this person's surging foot and exerted force again, breaking all the bones in this person's body. This person couldn't help but cry out in pain. At the same time, his divine sense once again entered this person's sea of consciousness. Soon, he found more things. There are actually more than 30 of these Sprite Bloodstone mines. Currently, they are all in the process of being mined, and their sizes are different. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Then, he paused for a moment and grabbed the Immortal Realm artifact bell in the distance. He directly erased the divine sense imprint on it and put it away. Then, he used the reincarnation god slaying technique and crushed Xinyan's soul under his foot, directly killing him. The 30 Sprite Bloodstone mines must be destroyed. We can't let them successfully mine them. The Heaven Protector clan's spirit-devouring diagram was too terrifying. The materials that could perfect such a killing weapon must be destroyed. Perhaps they couldn't completely destroy them, but they had to destroy as much as they could. This was because the more Sprite Bloodstones this clan obtained, the more complete spirit-devouring diagrams they could refine. This would be very disadvantageous for them in their future battle with the Celestial Court. They had to destroy the core divine materials that this clan used to perfect the spirit-devouring diagrams as much as possible. He paused and looked at the Sprite Bloodstone mine underground. The dragon burial scripture circulated, and dragon patterns surged out densely. It took about 6 hours to set up a huge dragon burial formation underground. Then, he completely destroyed the Sprite Bloodstone mine underground along with the ley line boundary outside. In another extremely large world not far from this world, there is also a Sprite Bloodstone mine. Let's go there first. He directly tore open a world portal and stepped into it. Not long after, he appeared in another world. Clang, almost at the moment he appeared in this world, there was an extremely sharp sword whistle coming from the northeast, causing the entire sky in that direction to tremble. The endless clouds instantly dispersed, and a familiar aura came from there. Looking at the sharp sword aura in the northeast and sensing the familiar aura, Lin Tian couldn't help but be moved. That senior is in this world? He immediately moved. His speed was very fast as he headed straight for the northeast of the extreme world. Not long after that, he arrived outside a chain of mountain ridges. Looking ahead, the chain of mountain ridges were all barren, without any vegetation. There were dozens of people besieging a middle-aged man. Dozens of people were intertwined with heavenly ascension-level auras, all of them wearing the unique uniform of the Celestial Court. They were all Heaven Lords of the Celestial Court. At this time, dozens of Heaven Lords joined forces to besiege the middle-aged man. Saint auras rolled out, and different killing lights swept out in all directions. The middle-aged man was tall and slender, surrounded by boundless sword auras. Surrounded by dozens of Heaven Lords, his expression was calm and indifferent, like a sword god who had descended to the mortal world, looking down on the world. It really is that senior. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with surprise. The middle-aged man was one of the 10 disciples of the human king, Ao Jiantianzuan. He looked at Ao Jiantianzuan from afar. The other party was facing dozens of heavenly ascension-level Heaven Lords of the Celestial Court alone. The sword auras around him seemed to have a mind of their own, cutting through the void and shattering the saint power. The combined forces of dozens of Heaven Lords were completely useless. Moreover, from time to time, Heaven Lords were injured. Blood splattered into the void, and a strong smell of blood floated in the air. Heavenly Ascension level. Looking at the battlefield, he clearly sensed the Heavenly Ascension level aura from Ao Jiantianzuan. After more than 100 years, the other party had stepped into the Heavenly Ascension level from the end of the virtual sky world. Then, he found dozens of mutilated corpses on the ground of the mountain. Blood stained the ground red, and all of the corpses were surrounded by Heavenly Ascension level aura. Moreover, their tattered uniforms were basically the same as the dozens of Heaven Lords. He couldn't help but be moved. These dozens of mutilated corpses were definitely Heavenly Ascension level powerhouses when they were alive. Moreover, they were all Heavenly Ascension level Heaven Lords of the Celestial Court. There was no doubt that they were killed by Ao Jiantianzuan. Images flashed through his mind. Before he came here, Ao Jiantianzuan was besieged by nearly 100 heaven lords of the celestial court. By the time he arrived, dozens of heaven lords had already been killed by Ao Jiantianzuan. He sized up celestial venerable Ao Jian again. There was not a single drop of blood on his body, not even a drop of his enemy's blood. From the beginning of the battle until now, he had been besieged by nearly 100 heaven lords of the celestial court and had killed dozens of people. So strong. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. One had to know that the heaven lords of the celestial court were all extremely strong. None of them were easy to deal with. However, Ao Jiantianzuan had faced nearly 100 of these existences alone and killed dozens of them without suffering any injuries. This battle prowess was too shocking. Truly, as expected of the disciple of the human emperor, at this moment, because he didn't conceal his aura, Ao Jiantianzuan directly looked over from the mountain ridge. When he saw him, his expression changed slightly. At the same time, the dozens of heaven lords naturally noticed that someone was approaching. They immediately looked over. Reincarnation body. The dozens of heaven lords were immediately shocked. Now that Lin Tian had reached the middle level of the virtual sky realm and was protected by the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, even people like the ancient ancestor of the celestial court would find it difficult to tell that he was a reincarnation body. These dozens of heaven lords were far weaker than the ancient ancestor of the celestial court. However, as the heaven lords of the celestial court, they knew many things. They had long known about Lin Tian's reincarnation body. They knew about the birth of a reincarnation body and the appearance of Lin Tian. Therefore, when they saw Lin Tian in this place, they naturally recognized that Lin Tian was a reincarnation body. You guys should work together to stop him. His saint energy is almost exhausted, so he's no longer a threat. I'll suppress the reincarnation body first, then work together to suppress him. They're all very special and valuable. One of them said and immediately rushed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian was a reincarnation body. To the celestial court, he was a taboo. Whenever they saw him, they had to suppress him and bring him back alive. As for Ao Jiantianzuan, these people already knew that he was the disciple of the human king and was very valuable. As long as they could suppress him alive and bring him back to the celestial court and present him to the celestial court's heaven protector clan, the clan would definitely reward them handsomely. This person was very fast. With a whistling sound, he closed in on Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Clang! The sound of a sword was ear-piercing. A silver sword light arrived first, piercing through the back of the person's head with a puff. In just an instant, that person froze. The light of life in his eyes quickly faded away, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Then, he fell from the sky, landing on the ground with a loud bang, sending sand and dust into the air. Heaven-piercing sword. Lin Tian's eyes shone brightly. He had cultivated Ao Jiantianzuan's heaven-piercing sword manual. At this time, he naturally recognized this sword. It was one of the core saint arts of the heaven-piercing sword manual. It was very terrifying. But after pausing for a moment, he noticed some other things. The difference was that this sword strike seemed to be slightly different from the sword strike of Lin Tian that he knew. It was slightly less overbearing and fierce, and it carried a sort of simplicity. Obviously, it was many times more profound and formidable than before. Therefore, he also guessed that in these years, Heavenly Venerable Ao Jian must have repeatedly polished the Lin Tian sword scripture, causing it to be improved. It'll be done soon. Ao Jiantianzuan's voice sounded. Yes, Senior. Lin Tian came back to his senses and immediately nodded. He naturally knew that Ao Jiantianzuan's words were directed at him. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the sword aura around Ao Jiantianzuan's body suddenly soared. It was as if a terrifying volcano of death had erupted. Unparalleled sword aura enveloped the heaven and earth, causing everything to tremble violently. The dozens of heaven masters' expressions changed. They originally thought that Ao Jiantianzuan's saint energy was about to dry up and would not be able to hold on for long. They thought that if they worked together, they would be able to suppress the opponent. However, at this moment, Ao Jiantianzuan's aura was even stronger than before. You were hiding your strength? One of the heaven masters was shocked and furious. At the same time, Lin Tian was also shocked. This kind of pressure was really frightening. It was also at this moment that Ao Jian Tianzuan moved. Like a spiritual saint sword, he took a step forward and sword light filled the sky. The dozens of heaven masters were extremely shocked and furious. At the same time, they were also horrified. They immediately resisted with all their strength. Boom, clang, Saint Force swept out, and the sword hummed. The space was constantly destroyed and shattered. Soon, a quarter of an hour had passed, and the place became quiet. The dozens of heaven masters were all killed. So strong. Ao Jian Tianzuan had single-handedly killed nearly 100 sky-level heavenly lords. Moreover, he was completely unscathed, and not a single drop of the enemy's blood landed on his body. This level of battle prowess was truly frightening. However, he quickly calmed down. After all, this was the disciple of a human king. It was also at this time that Ao Jian Tianzuan walked over from the other side. You've cultivated very quickly. Looking at Lin Tian, a faint light flashed across Ao Jian Tianzuan's eyes. When they had parted in the primordial universe, Lin Tian had just stepped into the heavenly venerate realm and was at the first heaven of the heavenly venerate realm. Now, in just a little over 100 years, Lin Tian had already reached the middle level of the void sky realm. This cultivation speed was very shocking. I had some opportunities. Lin Tian said, then continued, by the way, Senior, the Celestial Court discovered dozens of sprite blood or mines. It's the core divine material for refining a fiendish weapon. He briefly explained the matter of the sprite blood or mine and the spirit devouring diagram. Then, unexpectedly, Ao Jian Tianzuan had already learned of these matters. The reason he was in this world now was the same as his purpose, to destroy the sprite blood or mine in this world. Moreover, he had already destroyed it. The sky-level heavenly lords from before were a group of celestial court experts responsible for excavating the sprite blood or mine in this world. Because Ao Jian Tianzuan had destroyed the sprite blood or mine, they had attacked Ao Jian Tianzuan. In the end, they had all been wiped out by Ao Jian Tianzuan. Just in time, let's travel together, Ao Jian Tianzuan said. There's an even larger sprite blood or mine nearby. Yes, Senior. Lin Tian nodded. He naturally knew that there was an even larger sprite blood or mine in a nearby extreme world. He immediately left this extreme world with Ao Jian Tianzuan and headed there. They moved very quickly, and it did not take long for them to appear in another extreme world. In this world, there was an even larger sprite blood mine. When he and Ao Jian Tianzuan appeared in this world, they both knew the coordinates of the demon blood ore in this world. They immediately headed there and soon arrived outside a red wasteland. As far as the eye could see, it was very spacious in front of him. There was not much vegetation on the surface of the ground. Occasionally, they could see some sparse shrubs. He and Ao Jian Tianzuan headed straight for the center of the red wasteland. Soon, they arrived at the center of the wasteland. More than 100 figures were gathered at the front. Apart from the 14-winged young man at the front, the rest were all reaching heaven beings, and the pressure they exuded was astonishing. The 14-winged youth was undoubtedly a cultivator from the Heaven Protector tribe. The others were all heaven masters of the celestial court. Apart from the 14-winged young man, the rest of the 100 or so people were working on something. They were using some special method to decipher something. Celestial court. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Along the way, he increasingly felt the terror of the celestial court. Outside the celestial court, it could be said that it was very difficult to meet a reaching heaven expert. There were very few cultivators outside the celestial court, and there were also very few cultivators of the void sky, sovereign, Saint Venerate, and Saint King realm. However, there were too many of these experts in the celestial court, and it was very frightening. It could be said that of all the reaching heaven, void sky, sovereign, Saint Venerate, and Saint King realm experts he had met over the years, regardless of their cultivation level, the majority were from the celestial court, accounting for more than 90% of them. While he was thinking about this, the 100 or so heaven masters and the 14-winged young man naturally noticed him and Ao Jian Tianzuan, and their eyes narrowed. Reincarnation body. And, a human king's disciple. The people here all had high status in the celestial court, and they all knew that Lin Tian was a reincarnation body. They also knew that Ao Jiantianzuan was a human king's disciple, so when they saw Lin Tian and Ao Jiantianzuan suddenly appear here, they were all shocked. The 14-winged young man's eyes were deep and cold as he swept his gaze over Ao Jiantianzuan. Before landing on Lin Tian. Reaching heaven, void sky. The person spoke, paused for a moment, then walked towards Lin Tian and Ao Jiantianzuan. At the same time, he ordered the 100 or so heaven masters, seal off the surroundings, don't let them escape. Lord God-defying, you want to deal with them together? One of the 100 or so heaven masters was shocked, and one of them said, forgive this one's rudeness. Lord, your talent is peerless, and you're the #1 young supreme of your clan. With your strength at the end of the void sky world, you can easily suppress a reincarnation body in the virtual sky world, but. The person paused, looked at Ao Jiantianzuan, and said, but that person is already at the reaching heaven realm, and he's a human king's disciple. In terms of strength, I'm afraid, the 100 or so heaven masters knew that the 14-winged young man was very strong, but in the end, he was still only at the void sky realm. There was still a big gap between him and a reaching heaven realm cultivator, and he couldn't win against one. The gap between the reaching heaven realm and the void sky realm was too big. They were all guards of the 14-winged young man on this trip. As the #1 expert of the Heaven Protector clan's younger generation, he was highly valued by that clan. If anything happened to him here, they wouldn't be able to escape death. Therefore, seeing that the 14-winged young man wanted to deal with Lin Tian and Ao Jiantianzuan, the 100 or so heaven masters were very worried. It's okay, I know what you mean. The 14-winged young man named God-defying didn't stop. His eyes were still indifferent as he glanced at Ao Jiantianzuan. A human king's disciple at the reaching heaven realm. With my current combat strength, I can't defeat him, but it won't be that easy for him to defeat me either. I'll use him to gain experience, and when I feel that it's about time, you can suppress him. For now, just guard the surroundings. Hearing this, the 100 or so heaven masters immediately understood and nodded in unison. Yes. Immediately, the 100 or so heaven masters moved. Their reaching heaven saint powers intertwined and directly sealed the surrounding space. With 14 wings on his back, God-defying walked calmly toward Lin Tian and Ao Jiantianzuan. His expression was calm, and his eyes were indifferent. Strands of saint light intertwined on the surface of his body, and his aura was condensed. He walked toward Lin Tian and Ao Jiantianzuan. His posture was very cold and arrogant. He wasn't afraid of the reaching heaven realm human king's disciple Ao Jiantianzuan at all. He treated Ao Jiantianzuan as a target to hone his combat strength. As for Lin Tian, who had the strongest king body at the void realm, he didn't care at all. Lin Tian's expression didn't change as he watched this person walk over. Then, in the next moment, he moved. He took a simple step forward and instantly appeared in front of God-defying. God-defying's expression immediately changed. He was shocked by Lin Tian's speed, and his eyes narrowed. As soon as the word "you" left his mouth, he was interrupted. Lin Tian directly raised his hand and pressed down on God-defying's cheek. He pressed down, pressing God-defying to the ground. God-defying's head was the first to touch the ground. With a bang, the ground was directly shattered into pieces, and sand and dirt splattered all over the sky. The #1 of the Heaven Protector clan's younger generation was knocked to the ground by Lin Tian in just one move. Everyone's expression changed. Even someone as strong as Ao Jiantianzuan was slightly surprised, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. From the aura that God-defying emitted, he could feel that God-defying was not ordinary. Although it was nothing to him, who was at the ascending heaven level, it was definitely very strong for those below the ascending heaven level. However, at this time, Lin Tian knocked God-defying down in an instant. Moreover, during this process, Lin Tian did not emit any powerful aura. It was just a casual movement. This was enough to show that Lin Tian's strength was far beyond God-defying. God-defying and Lin Tian could not be compared at all. Not bad. He muttered to himself. God-defying was pressed to the ground by Lin Tian. The coldness from before disappeared, and he was filled with anger. Human. With a boom, the saint light around his body exploded, and the majestic saint aura was vast and mighty. Unparalleled killing lights rushed out one after another. The killing lights were very frightening, as if they could annihilate everything. However, this had no effect on Lin Tian. Disappear. 2 words floated out of Lin Tian's mouth. The reincarnation sword in his hand pulsed, revealing 9 colors. It directly annihilated all of God-defying's killing lights. Then, with a poof, it shattered God-defying's head. Even his spirit was destroyed. On the ground, only a headless corpse was left. My lord. How could this be? How could this be? The faces of the hundreds of ascending heaven-level powerhouses who were guarding the area changed drastically, and they were all trembling. Right before their eyes, the number 1 young supreme being of the clan was killed just like that. He was killed in an instant. On the other side, Ao Jiantianzuan's eyes flashed. He was moved by Lin Tian's powerful strength, and even more so by the 9-colored sword light that was intertwined in Lin Tian's hand. 9-colored saint energy, 9-colored sword gleam. This was the first time he saw it. It was not the Ling Tian sword manual that Lin Tian had once cultivated. It was a new way of the sword, and the sword force within the sword gleam. Even someone like him, who had entered the Tao through the sword, was moved. Purely in terms of sword momentum, he felt that Lin Tian's Tao of the sword just now was stronger than his. Then, he felt that Lin Tian's aura had changed a lot compared to before. The ancient scripture aura that was similar to theirs was now much weaker, replaced by a new ancient scripture aura. He created his own new divine technique from the ancient scriptures? His eyes flashed as he instantly guessed many things. Bastard! Furious roars rang out. At this time, the 100 or so heavenly masters guarding the area were all shocked and angered to the extreme. All of them moved, charging toward Lin Tianxia at the same time. Xianxia, the number 1 young supreme of the Heavenly Protector clan, had been killed by Lin Tianxia just like that. They could not escape responsibility. If that bloodline found out, it would be difficult for them to survive. At this time, they looked at Lin Tian, so angry that their eyes were red. Lin Tianxia had killed Xianxia. This was equivalent to forcing them into a dead end. Clang, the sword gleam was ear-piercing and clanging. Silver sword gleam overflowed the sky, and the sword might swept out in all directions. Ao Jiantianzuan made his move at this time. With a wave of his hand, sword gleam filled the sky. Pft, pft, pft. More than 100 heavenly masters were forced back by the sword might at the same time. All of them were pierced through, and blood splattered in the void. You have control over 4th Senior Brother's technique. With your current cultivation and 4th Senior Brother's technique, you should be able to destroy this demon blood mine alone. Go and destroy it. Ao Jiantianzuan said, let me deal with them. As his words fell, tens of thousands of swords appeared in all directions, enveloping the 100 or so heavenly masters of the celestial court at the same time. Yes, Senior. Lin Tian nodded. He naturally knew that the technique Ao Jiantianzuan was talking about was the dragon burial scripture of celestial venerable Zonglong. Thus, he couldn't help but think of another point. Was celestial venerable Zonglong the 4th disciple of the human king? Thinking of this, he didn't stop. The dragon burial scripture operated with his will, and strands of dragon marks gushed out. He had created his own reincarnation scripture, and created his own defensive and offensive divine techniques. However, he hadn't abandoned the techniques of the other 9 for the time being. He still controlled them. Weng, the dragon marks intertwined, spreading underground with him as the center. Soon, he felt the demon blood mine underground. It was many times larger than the one he had destroyed before. The baleful aura was so thick that it sent chills down his spine. Outside the Sprite blood mine, there was a special earth vein enchantment that was very sturdy. He began to construct the Great Dragon Burial Formation underground. As long as the Great Dragon Burial Formation was completed, with his current cultivation, he could easily destroy the Sprite blood mine. After all, compared to mining, destroying was many times easier. Don't even think about it. More than 100 heaven masters saw that Lin Tian was using a technique to destroy the demon blood mine. Immediately, some of them rushed over. That clan's number 1 young supreme being was killed right in front of their eyes. Their chances of survival were already very small, but at least there was still hope. After this, as long as they suppressed Lin Tian, the celestial sovereign Ao Jian, the disciple of the human king, and excavated the demon blood ore here, that clan might be lenient and consider them as having made up for their mistakes, not killing them. But if Lin Tian also destroyed the demon blood mine here, then they would really be finished. There was no doubt that they would die. Come back. Ao Jian Tianzuan spoke, his voice indifferent. Sword light surged and swept back the heaven masters who were rushing towards Lin Tian. The sharp sword light was vast and mighty. More than 100 people were all suppressed by this sword aura. Not a single one could break out. Get lost. More than 100 heaven masters roared and attacked Ao Jian Tianzuan in a frenzy. They wanted to stop Lin Tian from using a technique to destroy the demon blood mine. Ao Jian Tianzuan's expression was indifferent. Sword light circled around his body, and he was like a peerless sword saint proudly walking through the world. Even in the face of more than 100 celestial court heaven masters, he showed no signs of defeat. He held the absolute upper hand. Lin Tianyi continued to construct the dragon burial array while watching Ao Jian Tianzuan battle with more than 100 celestial court heaven masters. His eyes flashed, and he was once again shocked by the strength of his opponent. In terms of cultivation time, Ao Jian Tianzuan was undoubtedly far from being able to compare to these celestial court heaven masters. However, in terms of battle strength, he was far stronger than these celestial court heaven masters. They were not even on the same level. He seriously watched the battle between Ao Jian Tianzuan and more than 100 heaven masters. A battle of this level, especially a battle between people like Ao Jian Tianzuan, was still useful to him. Watching this battle allowed him to comprehend a few things. Very quickly, 6 hours passed by in a flash. In 6 hours, Celestial Venerable Ao Jian had fought with more than 100 celestial lords of the celestial court and killed 58 of them. He, on the other hand, had completed the construction of the flawless Great Dragon Burial Array. Open! He formed a dragon seal with one hand, and the Dragon Burial Array immediately opened. Dragon roars resounded, and a destructive dragon light erupted. The Great Dragon Burial Array was completed. As Lin Tian activated the seal, a dazzling dragon radiance erupted and destructive light surged into the sky. One could see the blood-colored Sprite Bloodstone mine crumbling. In the blink of an eye, the Sprite Bloodstone mine was completely destroyed by the Great Dragon Burial Array. Not a single piece of Sprite Bloodstone remained. Bastard! There were still 53 heavenly masters left in the heavenly court. When they saw the scene, they couldn't help but be enraged. Lin Tian had killed the #1 expert of the Heaven Protector clan's younger generation in front of them. Now, he had destroyed the Sprite Bloodstone mine. They had no way out. That clan would never let them go. Kill! These people were enraged. They abandoned Ao Jian Tianzuan and rushed toward Lin Tian. At this moment, they didn't even think about suppressing Lin Tian alive and handing him over to that clan. They only wanted to kill Lin Tianxia to vent their hatred. Almost at the same time, a space portal appeared in the distance and an old man stepped out. It was a human old man with black hair and an incomparably condensed aura. Following the appearance of this old man, the expressions of everyone in this place changed. The ancient ancestor of the celestial court. That person. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. He had seen this old man before. He was one of the 9 celestial court ancient ancestors in the primordial universe's void heaven world. In the distance, Ao Jian Tianzuan's eyes flashed as his gaze fell on the black-haired old man. Lord Ancient Ancestor. The Sprite Bloodstone mine here was destroyed by the reincarnation body. Lord God Defying was also killed by him. The dozens of heavenly masters who were rushing toward Lin Tian stopped in their tracks when they saw this old man appear. The black-haired old man naturally saw Lin Tian and Ao Jian Tianzuan when he arrived. His eyes were originally cold and calm, but when he heard the reports of the dozens of heavenly masters, his expression changed. What? The destruction of the Sprite Bloodstone mine was not a small matter, but compared to the death of the God Rebel, it was nothing. He knew that the God Rebel was the #1 person among the younger generation of the Heaven Protector clan. He was highly valued and looked forward to by the clan. His potential was limitless. But now, he had been killed by Xianxia? This was definitely a huge matter. Even the fact that the god-defying clan had been killed might have already been known by that clan. That clan would definitely be enraged. How dare you? The black-haired old man said coldly. He stared at Lin Tian, and a chill spread out. Originally, he was just passing by this extremely large world to rush to other large worlds. However, he sensed a familiar aura belonging to Lin Tian, so he stepped in. Afterwards, he discovered that Lin Tian was indeed here. Moreover, not only had he destroyed the Sprite Bloodstone mine that was being excavated in this world, he had even killed the god-defying god. Immediately, he moved. Dense Saint's might surged out immediately, pressing down on Lin Tian with overwhelming might. In the distance, Ao Jiantianzuan narrowed his eyes and stepped toward Lin Tian to stop the black-haired old man. Although Lin Tian was very strong, he was still only in the void sky realm. It was impossible for him to stop an ancient ancestor-level existence like the black-haired old man. Ao Jiantianzuan was worried that Lin Tian would have an accident. He couldn't just stand by and watch the old man attack Lin Tian. Don't even think about going over. The dozens of heavenly masters who had rushed toward Lin Tian previously blocked Ao Jiantianzuan at the same time, stopping Ao Jiantianzuan. Get lost. Ao Jiantianzuan's eyes were cold. With a wave of his sword, he sent the dozens of heavenly masters flying. However, the dozens of heavenly masters were enraged by the fact that Death God Lin Tian had destroyed the Sprite Bloodstone mine. After being sent flying by Ao Jiantianzuan, they stood up in the blink of an eye and attacked Ao Jiantianzuan again, stopping Ao Jiantianzuan. Now, they only wanted to see Lin Tian be suppressed. Although Ao Jiantianzuan was very strong, facing the dozens of heavenly masters, he couldn't break through for the time being. It was also at this time that the black-haired old man pressed in front of Lin Tian. His large hand, interwoven with Saint Light, directly pressed down on Lin Tian. I couldn't suppress you back then. Today, you won't be so lucky again. He said coldly. Boundless Saint Aura descended, sealing all directions. Facing this person, Lin Tian felt an incomparably huge pressure. Even his body began to ache. However, his expression didn't change in the slightest. My luck has always been very good. This time, you will be disappointed, very disappointed. He sneered. As his words fell, the clanging of swords rang out from his body. A seven-colored sword light slashed out from between his brows. The sword light was frighteningly fast. PFFF, blood immediately spurted out. The black-haired old man's arm that was grabbing at Lin Tian was cut off. The seven-colored divine sword slashed out from his knowledge sea, hovering in front of him like a guardian general, as if it could cut through all things. Lord Ancient Ancestor. In the distance, the dozens of heavenly masters who were blocking Ao Jiantianzuan all paled when they saw this scene. Their ancient ancestor was far stronger than them. At this moment, they had thought that Lin Tian would be suppressed in the blink of an eye, but instead, their ancient ancestor was injured. At the same time, a sharp light flashed in Ao Jiantianzuan's eyes, falling on the seven-colored divine sword in front of Lin Tian. It's that. Back in the primordial universe, he had seen Lin Tian take out the seven-colored divine sword. It was very terrifying. On the other side, the black-haired old man's arm was cut off. Blood splattered everywhere, but it quickly regenerated. You. Looking at Lin Tian again, the powerful celestial court ancient ancestor was shocked and angry. Like Ao Jiantianzuan, he also recognized the divine sword in Lin Tian's hand. Back in the primordial universe, Lin Tian had used this divine sword to cause havoc in the celestial court. Together with Ao Jiantianzuan and the others, they had destroyed the celestial court there. He still remembered the power of this sword very clearly. It was very powerful. He didn't expect Lin Tian to summon this divine sword again. Moreover, this sword's power was obviously stronger than before. It was on a completely different level from the seven-colored divine sword he had seen in the Hongmeng universe. Clang, the sound of the sword reverberated, shattering the surrounding space. Lin Tianling smiled and raised his hand to grasp the seven-colored divine sword. He looked at the black-haired old man and said, "Let's see if you can withstand this sword in your current state." As his words fell, he raised his hand and slashed down with the seven-colored divine sword. The sword light turned into a waterfall of swords that swept towards the old man. At the same time, he also moved. He stepped forward and pressed against the black-haired old man. It hadn't been long since he returned from the great devastated battlefield to the primordial universe. He could summon the seven-colored divine sword before, and he could still do so now. At this moment, as he summoned the divine sword and activated it with his void heaven-grade strength, its power was terrifying. Ka! The space in all directions was directly shattered, and a huge space tunnel appeared. Endless space turbulence was wantonly spilled out. As soon as the seven-colored divine sword appeared, the sword aura was extremely sharp, and the vast sword aura completely enveloped the surrounding space. The black-haired elder used a great technique, and his saint aura surged and swept across the sky. However, this saint technique was instantly shattered when it collided with Lin Tian's seven-colored sword aura. Then, the seven-colored sword aura didn't slow down and continued to press down. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the elder and landed on his chest. Poof, blood splattered. The black-haired elder was almost cut in half by the sword, and his entire body was sent flying like a scarecrow. Lin Tian held the seven-colored divine sword and was very fast. After one sword attack, he arrived in front of the elder and pressed down with a punch. As he punched out, the sky shook, and many star phenomena appeared behind him. The power of his punch seemed to be able to destroy the world. Reincarnation fist. Bang! This punch landed firmly on the black-haired elder, and before he could stabilize himself, he was sent flying again. It has a little of second senior brother's fist aura, but the essence is completely different. It's more domineering. In the distance, Xianxia was moved. Lord Ancient Ancestor. The dozens of heavenly lords of the celestial court were shocked by this scene, and all of them were moved again. At this time, Lin Tian also swung the reincarnation fist. Endless stars appeared, and a broken world appeared horizontally. He threw out another punch. With a bang, the black-haired elder was hit again. Clang, the sword hummed. Lin Tian didn't give his opponent any chance to breathe at all. He used the seven-colored divine sword to perform the reincarnation sword technique. With one slash, 10,000 swords appeared, and the sharp sword aura turned into a rain of swords, suppressing the surrounding space as if to cut everything into pieces. With a poof, blood spurted out. The black-haired elder was pierced through, and his powerful saint body immediately exploded. Reincarnation body. This person roared. His physical body was shattered, but his divine soul was immortal. In the blink of an eye, a new physical body was formed. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He used the reincarnation god-slaying technique, and invisible killing intent instantly appeared, slamming into the black-haired elder's divine soul, causing his body to tremble violently. At this time, Lin Tian approached again with the seven-colored divine sword. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing, reverberating in the air. He used the seven-colored divine sword to perform the reincarnation sword technique again. He slashed out a dazzling sword ray that was like a real dragon and shot straight up. With a poof, blood splattered everywhere. Once again, the black-haired old man was pierced through by the seven-colored divine sword and exploded into pieces. Again. Lin Tianling said. He used the reincarnation soul-slaying technique to disrupt his opponent's movements, threw out the reincarnation fist from time to time, used the reincarnation sword art with the rainbow divine sword, and also circulated the reincarnation forging spirit technique. Although he was only at the void heaven grade, he was able to suppress the ancient ancestor. Lord Great Ancestor. How could this be? In the distance, several dozen heaven masters couldn't help but tremble. Their ancient ancestor was in existence far more powerful than them. At this time, he was actually suppressed by Lin Tian. Even Xianxia was moved. His eyes shone brightly as he said, "What a powerful sword. What a powerful technique." At this time, whether it was Lin Tian's fist technique or sword technique, they both shocked him. They were truly extraordinary. As for the seven-colored divine sword in Lin Tian's hand, needless to say, its sword power was too terrifying, as if it could really destroy everything. Who forged this sword? His eyes glowed with shock. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing, shaking heaven and earth. Lin Tian waved the seven-colored divine sword and performed the reincarnation sword art. Together with the reincarnation forging spirit technique, his strength increased by 20 times. At this time, it was as if the Lord of Destruction had descended. Every sword slash seemed to be able to shatter eternity as he suppressed the black-haired old man. Bang, bang, bang. Again and again, the black-haired old man was sent flying. His powerful saint body was shattered 5 times in the blink of an eye. Ant! An angry roar echoed. After his body was shattered 5 times in a row, the black-haired old man was furious to the extreme. With a rumble, the saint light in his body surged and skyrocketed. Chains of light appeared around him one after another, causing the sky to change color. Lin Tian was immediately moved. Order! He had seen the power of order more than once, so he could naturally recognize it. At this time, with the seven-colored divine sword, his battle strength was very strong. However, he was not confident in facing the power of order. Order was not an ordinary power. Although the seven-colored divine sword was very strong, he was only in the void heaven realm. With his cultivation base, even with the seven-colored divine sword, it was very difficult to suppress the ancient ancestor-level power of order. Void heaven realm ant, you actually forced this king to use order. The black-haired old man's voice was cold, and there was a lot of blood at the corner of his mouth. As his words fell, the divine chains condensed from the power of order directly pressed down on Lin Tian. In an instant, Lin Tian felt a huge pressure. However, although the pressure was very strong at this time, he did not change his expression or fear. He supported the reincarnation divine domain to protect his body. The seven-colored divine sword in his hand vibrated, and the reincarnation sword art was used to meet the divine chains of order. Boom, the two collided, exploding into a sky full of holy light. The nearby void was directly annihilated, and the ground collapsed. The black-haired old man's divine chains of order were forced back and shattered. At the same time, Lin Tian's body trembled slightly. The hand holding the seven-colored divine sword was slightly numb, and he could not help but frown. Although he blocked the divine chains of order with the seven-colored divine sword, the strength of the chains once again shocked him. It was really terrifying. Just one exchange had used up a lot of his saint power. It would be difficult for him to resist for a long time. If I can open my eye again, he frowned. If he could open his eye of destiny again and control the power of providence, he would not be afraid of the old man's order at all. However, he was not proficient in controlling the eye of destiny at all. Right now, he could not open it whenever he wanted. Now, he could only rely on the seven-colored divine sword in his hand. Let's see how long you can block it. The black-haired old man said coldly. As his words fell, more divine chains of order pierced towards Lin Tian. The power of order sealed the sky and the earth. Lin Tian frowned. The seven-colored divine sword vibrated, and sword light filled the sky as it met the divine chains. In another place, in a vast world. What? In a large hall, a dozen figures stood together. They all had 72 wings on their backs. At this moment, their expressions changed. Just now, an expert in the clan had reported that the soul lamp of the god rebel had been extinguished. When the soul lamp was extinguished, it meant death. Who is it? In the past 100 years, more 72-winged experts of the Heaven Protector clan had come out of seclusion. Now that they heard that the most outstanding genius of this generation in the clan had been killed, the dozen 72-winged experts in the hall were all shocked and furious. The god rebel was a peerless genius of this generation. In terms of talent, he was not much weaker than the god key back then. Don't worry for now. He has a protective relic that we left in his body. When he is killed, the relic will extract a trace of spiritual consciousness in time and escape into the void where he was killed. It will hide in the void for about 3 days. During this process, the power in the relic will quickly nourish his spiritual consciousness and allow it to recover quickly. He is not really dead yet. One of them said in a deep voice. The god rebel's talent was almost on par with the god key back then. They were looking forward to it, so naturally, they would not let the god rebel die so easily. They left a life-saving method on the god rebel. Unless it was someone who was on par with or stronger than them, they would not be able to see through that method. Let's go. one of them said. Immediately, a dozen people left this place and rushed to the outside world. The location where the god rebel's soul had been extinguished and the last place where the soul flame had dissipated was found and reported to them. At this time, they all rushed out to receive the god rebel's spiritual consciousness. The god rebel's talent was too extraordinary and too important to them. In another world, clang, the sword rang. Lin Tian waved the seven-colored divine sword, colliding with the black-haired old man's divine chains of order. The sword's momentum swept across all directions. The black-haired old man's divine chains of order were shaken off again and again. However, his arm was becoming more and more numb. What should I do? His frown deepened. The current situation was not optimistic. Surging holy light pulsed, and divine chains of order surrounded the area. Lin Tian swung the rainbow divine sword horizontally, blocking the divine chains of order again and again. His arm was getting more and more numb. Let's see how long you can last. The black-haired elder said coldly. As his words rang out, divine chains of order interweaved around him and pressed down on Lin Tian in a mighty manner. Clang, the silver sword energy slashed horizontally, shattering heaven and earth, and shook off one of the divine chains of order. Ao Jian Tianzuan swung his sword and shook off dozens of other celestial court masters. At this time, he came to Lin Tian's side. This scene shocked Lin Tian. Ao Jian Tianzuan was actually able to shake off the black-haired elder's divine chains of order with pure holy power? This kind of strength was not much weaker than the black-haired ancestor. You go first. Ao Jian Tianzuan said, and a silver sword energy slashed out to meet the black-haired elder's divine chains of order, allowing Lin Tian to leave first. This black-haired elder was too strong. With their current strength, they could resist for a short time, but in the long run, they would definitely be defeated in the end. The other party's control of order was too strong, as if it could suppress everything. At this time, he let Lin Tian go first, and he would hold back this ancient ancestor-level elder. As for the dozens of other celestial court masters, Lin Tian had the rainbow divine sword in hand, and they could not stop Lin Tian. If you want to leave, let's leave together. How could Lin Tian leave first? Holding the seven-colored divine sword, he fiercely swung it away. Then, he paused for a moment, and his expression changed slightly. He handed the seven-colored divine sword to Celestial Venerable Ao Jian. Senior, you use this sword. It suddenly occurred to him that with his current cultivation, he could barely block the black-haired old man with the seven-colored divine sword. In that case, with Celestial Lord Ao Jian's current cultivation, he could easily kill his opponent with the seven-colored divine sword. Ao Jian Tianzuan naturally knew Lin Tian's thoughts at this time. He nodded and took the sword that Lin Tian handed over. Don't even think about it. When the black-haired old man saw this scene, he immediately frowned. With an order ring around him, he closed in on the two of them. He could see the level of the seven-colored godly sword. It was very scary. Once it was controlled by Ao Jian Tianzuan, who was in the Tong Tian realm, the power it could unleash was far beyond what Lin Tian could compare to. At that time, he might be in trouble. The turbulent aura of order covered the skies and sealed off the surrounding void. In the blink of an eye, he was only 30 feet away from the two of them. It was extremely fast, however, Lin Tian and Ao Jian Tianzuan were very close to each other. At this moment, Ao Jian Tianzuan directly grabbed the rainbow godly sword. This caused the black-haired old man's expression to change as he cursed in his heart. However, in the next instant, this person's expression changed again. Clang, the clanging sound of the sword was ear-piercing. The rainbow divine sword vibrated on its own as if it had a mind of its own, forcing Ao Jian Tianzuan to retreat. Ao Jian Tianzuan immediately frowned, and his gaze fell on the rainbow godly sword without blinking. Lin Tian was also moved. Ao Jian Tianzuan could not use this sword? The rainbow godly sword was not allowed to be used by others? When Ruoxian returned to the past, she could use it because she had the same bloodline as me, so she could control it? Or was it because there were too few sword souls at that time, and its repulsiveness was not very strong? Now that there are more and more sword souls gathering, its repulsiveness is getting stronger and stronger, and it is getting harder and harder for others to get close to it? He was slightly moved. It seems that it only recognizes you. Ao Jiantianzuan said. As he said this, the eyes of this human king disciple who had extraordinary achievements in the way of the sword became even brighter. This godly sword was too extraordinary. On the other side, the black-haired elder was moved. He could not help but stop in his tracks as he stared unblinkingly at the rainbow godly sword. He did not expect this godly sword to have its own consciousness, and it actually rejected anyone other than Lin Tian from controlling it. Then, in the next moment, he sneered and moved again. Today, you are destined to be suppressed by this seat. With a rumble, order surrounded his body. Like a god of destruction, he once again pressed down on Lin Tian and Ao Jiantianzuan. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, gripped the rainbow godly sword again, and used the reincarnation sword art. Surging sword aura soared into the sky. At the same time, Ao Jiantianzuan moved as well. The sublimated sword aura was sharp and domineering, as if it could pierce through heaven and earth, instantly shattering the void in all directions. Two different sword auras, two terrifying sword auras, circled the area at the same time and slashed at the black-haired elder. Damn it! In the distance, dozens of heaven masters had ugly expressions. They were shocked by the sword auras displayed by the two at this time. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, and this feeling made them angry. Even someone as strong as the black-haired elder frowned. Reincarnation physique, human king disciple, very good. Very good indeed. As he said so, the order exuding from his body became even more terrifying, surging violently. Lin Tian and Ao Jiantianzuan worked together to resist, and the reincarnation sword aura and heaven sword aura cooperated to meet the other party's order. Boom, 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 violent saint energy swept through the area, and the entire sky shook as if it would collapse in the next moment. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. An hour had passed. At this time, Lin Tian's face was a little pale, and Ao Jiantianzuan was not much different. The two of them worked together to resist the order of the ancient ancestor-level black-haired elder. At this time, they were about to reach their limit. Not bad, you persevered for an hour, the black-haired elder said coldly. I'll see how long you can last. As he spoke, the aura of order surged outside his body, and once again pressed toward Lin Tian and Ao Jiantianzuan. Lin Tian and Ao Jiantianzuan fought with all their strength, but at this time, they were already at a disadvantage. The order was really too strong. Lin Tian gripped the rainbow divine sword tightly. During this hour, he had been trying to open his eye of destiny, but it was completely impossible. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? At this time, he was a little anxious and kept thinking in his heart. Then, suddenly, his expression changed. That's right. There's still that thing, I actually forgot about it. He held the rainbow divine sword and used the full power of the middle stage of the void sky realm, fiercely slashing toward the black-haired elder. Then, he called out the immortal Emperor Pagoda from his body. On the surface of the immortal Emperor Pagoda, strands of lightning patterns intertwined, and naturally emitted the aura of heavenly tribulation. It was somewhat frightening. Hongmeng Heavenly Crystal? A sharp light flashed through the black-haired elder's eyes. You really have a lot of good things on you. Seeing that the immortal Emperor Pagoda was forged from Hongmeng Heavenly Crystal, the power of order became even more turbulent and pressed toward Lin Tian. Today's harvest is destined to be very good. In the distance, the other dozens of heaven masters of the celestial court were also moved. After all, Hongmeng Heavenly Crystal was extremely rare. It was the legendary ultimate holy material for refining weapons, and it was difficult to find. Ao Jiantianzuan knew that Lin Tian had this special pagoda before, so he was not moved. However, a sharp light flashed through his eyes. At this time, Lin Tian summoned this treasure that was far inferior to the rainbow divine sword. It seemed useless, but he knew that Lin Tianyi would definitely not make an unnecessary move. It was also at this time that Lin Tian spoke. His gaze fell on the black-haired elder, and he sneered. Today, you are destined to die here. As his words fell, the immortal Emperor Pagoda trembled. With a rumble, endless pure white light gushed out of the immortal Emperor Pagoda. It was unimaginably thick, and it was frighteningly pure, as if it was the purest power in the world. The moment it gushed out, it directly enveloped him and continuously flowed into his body. Then, in the next moment, his aura suddenly skyrocketed like a volcano erupting. In the blink of an eye, it reached an extremely high level, and surging holy energy shook the surroundings. Boundless holy light surged out of the immortal Emperor Pagoda and entered Lin Tian's body. The aura was pure and holy. This light was so shocking that Lin Tian's essence, qi, and spirit soared in an instant. At this moment, he raised his hand and swung the rainbow divine sword again. Clang, the rainbow divine sword's sharpness was unparalleled. It was more terrifying than any of the previous attacks, as if it could really split the heavens and earth. With a soft sound, the order that the black-haired elder had summoned was cut in half by this sword. Then, with a poof, the rainbow divine sword directly pierced through the black-haired elder. Bright red blood splattered across the sky, blinding everyone's eyes. Lord Ancient Ancestor. In the distance, the heaven masters of the celestial court all paled. Their lineage had brought out the ancient ancestor of order. Just now, they had clearly been on top. Lin Tian and heavenly venerate Ao Jian had joined forces and barely managed to block it. However, the ancient ancestor, who had been on top just a moment ago, had his body pierced by Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. What is that? These people looked at the pure white light pouring into Lin Tian's body from the immortal Emperor Pagoda. They were all shocked. They knew that this holy light had suddenly increased Lin Tian's strength. At the same time, they were also shocked by the purity of this pure white light. Even Ao Jian Tianzuan was moved. He stared unblinkingly at the pure white light pouring out of the immortal Emperor Pagoda. The immortal Emperor Pagoda shook. The pure white light continued to pour in, strengthening Lin Tian's essence, qi, and spirit. I've already accumulated so much. His eyes flashed. Just now, he finally remembered that his immortal Emperor Pagoda was constantly accumulating the power of faith. This power was incomparably pure and could do many things. It could help him deal with the current crisis. Then, he summoned the immortal Emperor Pagoda and channeled the power of faith within. The power of faith immediately surged out like a surging heavenly river, shocking him. He didn't expect that the immortal Emperor Pagoda had already accumulated such a vast amount of power of faith. All these years, they must have been very diligent in preaching. He muttered to himself. He had learned the way of faith on the Milky Way imperial star. Although he had personally taught the way back then, this was mainly done by the eldest disciple, Yi Tong, and the second disciple, Tu Xianxia. Now, there was so much power of faith in the immortal Emperor Pagoda. He could imagine that over the years, the two of them must have worked very hard to teach the way. They had spread his flame of faith to many places, causing the immortal Emperor Pagoda to gather an extremely strong power of faith. Rumble, holy light trembled and rumbled. In the distance, the black-haired elder steadied himself. You. Looking at Lin Tian and the pure, sacred light pouring out of the immortal Emperor Pagoda, he could sense that Lin Tian's essence, qi, and spirit had improved tremendously. While the ancient ancestor was enraged, he couldn't help but be shocked. Ancestor, 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 God, God, ancestor, ancestor, God. Clang. Inside the immortal Emperor Pagoda, the power of faith poured into his body, causing his cultivation base to be comparable to that of an ordinary heavenly master. With this level of cultivation base, he wielded the rainbow godly sword and slashed at the ancient ancestor. The power of this powerful sword was even more terrifying than before. Its speed was also faster. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of the ancient ancestor. The ancient ancestor trembled slightly and immediately raised his divine chains of order to meet the attack. Crack! With a crisp sound, the divine chains of order were directly shattered by the sword. Then, the powerful sword force swept out and sent the ancient ancestor flying like a scarecrow. Blood splattered everywhere. Senior, leave him to me. Lin Tian said to Ao Jian Tianzuan. The power of faith that had poured into his body was enough. He put away the immortal Emperor Pagoda and then took a step toward the ancient ancestor. At this time, using the power of faith to raise his cultivation base to a level comparable to that of an ordinary master heaven expert, coupled with the seven-colored divine sword, the aura he emitted was like that of a demon god of destruction. When he took a step forward, the whole world trembled. Then, in the next moment, he appeared in front of the ancient ancestor, who had not yet stabilized his body, and slashed down with his sword again. This sword was even stronger than the sword light he had unleashed before. Pfft! The ancient ancestor did not even have time to block and was immediately smashed into pieces by this sword. Such a scene caused the dozens of heavenly masters not far away to tremble uncontrollably. Their ancient ancestor-level existence, who controlled order, had his physical body smashed into pieces. What is the origin of that sword? These heavenly masters knew that Lin Tian could shatter order and their ancient ancestor-level existence at this time because of the divine light that gushed out of the immortal Emperor Pagoda. However, the main reason was still the godly sword. At this time, as Lin Tian's strength increased, the might of the godly sword became even more terrifying. Heavenly Venerate Ao Jian's eyes glistened. At this moment, he could clearly feel that Lin Tian, coupled with the rainbow divine sword, was far stronger than the black-haired old man in terms of combat strength. He paused in place and looked at the dozens of celestial court heavenly masters in the distance. Clang! He stepped forward and activated the heavenly sword manual. Sword light appeared and pressed down on the dozens of heavenly masters at the same time. At this time, Lin Tian could completely suppress the ancient ancestor. He did not need to deal with the ancient ancestor together with Lin Tianyi. At this time, Lin Tian attacked the ancient ancestor. He wanted to finish off these dozens of heavenly masters. The sharp heavenly sword light pierced through the dozens of heavenly masters in the blink of an eye. Damn it! These heavenly masters were shocked and angry. They had no choice but to attack Ao Jian Tianzuan. However, compared to Ao Jian Tianzuan, although they were also at the heavenly master level, their combat strength was too weak. They were no match for him and were completely suppressed. An angry roar came from the other side. The ancient ancestor condensed a physical body. Endless order interwove around his body as he attacked Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled. With the power of faith to increase his strength and the rainbow godly sword, he was completely fearless. With a clang, he used the rainbow godly sword to unleash the transmigration sword art. Transmigration sword light sealed off the void in all directions. Pfft! 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 Blood splattered everywhere as the black-haired old man was shattered again and again. Even with the power of order, he couldn't stop Lin Tian at this moment. Lin Tian, who had reached the heavenly master level with the power of faith and the rainbow godly sword, was simply too strong. Very good. You're very good. Gritting his teeth, the ancient ancestor-level powerhouse of the celestial court retreated. He tore open the world portal and jumped directly into it. He could not stop the current Lin Tian. If he continued to fight head-on, he might be cut down by Lin Tian's sword in the end. You can't escape. Lin Tianlong smiled. The rainbow godly sword slashed down, shattering the world portal. The ancient ancestor who had stepped into it fell out directly. Then, he took a step forward and appeared in front of the ancient ancestor. Holding the rainbow godly sword with both hands, he pressed down fiercely. Pooh! The black-haired old man was slashed into pieces once more. Moreover, this time, cracks had appeared on his soul, and they were like spiderwebs that covered his soul. It seemed as if he would collapse in the next moment. Blood splattered in the air as the black-haired old man was shattered into pieces. He looked extremely miserable. Damn it! The old man was shocked and furious. He quickly reassembled his physical body. Divine chains of order intertwined around him, and the aura of order boiled like the yellow river. Lin Tianling smiled. The divine sword in his hand vibrated, and a sharp sword howl immediately spread out. Sword rays surged out and pressed down on the black-haired old man. The black-haired old man growled and summoned his divine chains of order to meet the attack. However, they were shattered in an instant. Whoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The old man's expression was extremely ugly as he fled into the distance again. Lin Tianling had temporarily raised his cultivation to the level of the Ascension realm with the power of faith. Coupled with the rainbow divine sword, his combat strength was so strong that he could completely suppress the old man's order. At this time, he had to escape with all his might. Otherwise, he would definitely die. However, he had just taken a step when the ear-piercing sword howl rang out again. A rainbow sword ray flew over and cut off his path. The space in all directions was completely sealed by the powerful sword might. You can't escape. Lin Tianling pressed forward with the Rainbow Divine Sword. He activated the Transmigration Sword technique and performed it with the help of the Rainbow Divine Sword. For a moment, the sword aura emitted became even fiercer. Another sword slashed down at the old man. The black-haired old man's body trembled involuntarily. This sword aura was even more powerful and terrifying than the previous one. Rumble. Divine chains of order reappeared outside his body and met this sword. Ka. With a soft sound, the divine chains of order were directly cut off. Lin Tianling appeared in front of him. He slashed down with his sword and punched out. The power of the Transmigration Sword Will and the Transmigration Fist increased greatly with the support of the Rainbow Divine Sword. With a poof, the old man was shattered again. Ah! The black-haired old man roared. His immortal soul quickly reformed into a physical body and fled into the distance again. The Rainbow Godly Sword in Lin Tian's hand seemed to be able to cut through everything. With the support of enough saint power, even the God Chains of Order were unable to withstand a single blow from it. At this time, Lin Tian had the support of the Rainbow Godly Sword. His combat strength was simply too strong, and the pressure he brought to Yi Futian was increasing. The shadow of death enveloped Yi Futian. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, that person had traveled tens of thousands of miles. This distance was very exaggerated, but to Lin Tian, who now had divine power at the heavenly level and the seven-colored divine sword, this distance was really nothing. He snorted coldly, and the divine sword in his hand vibrated, and the swift and fierce sword momentum shook his opponent back. The black-haired old man was furious. Clang, the ear-piercing sound of the sword reverberated in the air, interrupting his opponent's words. Lin Tian used the reincarnation divine domain to protect himself. He wielded the Rainbow Divine Sword and performed the reincarnation sword skill. From time to time, he would use the reincarnation god-slaying technique to disrupt his opponent. Again and again, his opponent was sent flying like a scarecrow. At the same time, on the other side, screams continued to ring out. Junior! Damn it! In the distance, Empyrean Lord Ao Jian's body was surrounded by a dense array of silver light swords. The sword light was vast and mighty, completely suppressing the group of Empyrean lords. At this time, only 25 Empyrean lords were still alive. Ah! In terms of age, these people had lived much longer than Ao Jian Tianzuan. In their eyes, Ao Jian Tianzuan was undoubtedly a junior among juniors. However, in terms of battle strength, these people were far inferior to Ao Jian Tianzuan. Dozens of them joined forces, but they still couldn't gain the upper hand. One by one, they were killed by the silver sword radiance. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. I hate this. A shrill roar echoed, accompanied by a glaring splash of blood. The last Heaven Lord had been cut down by Ao Jian Tianzuan's sword. The area became much quieter. Ao Jian Tianzuan's sword aura slowly dissipated as he looked at Lin Tian. At the same time, Lin Tian naturally saw that Ao Jian Tianzuan had already killed all the Heaven Lords. I'll be quick too. The black-haired ancestor was an ancient ancestor. Even though his cultivation had temporarily been raised to the level of an ordinary Ingress Heaven Lord through the power of faith, and he had the help of the Rainbow Godly Sword, it was still very difficult to kill an ancient ancestor protected by order. However, the black-haired ancestor had been severely injured and was on the verge of collapse. It wouldn't be long before Lin Tian could kill him. Clang, he shook the Rainbow Godly Sword in his hand, causing it to exude even more tyrannical sword aura. The reincarnation sword technique erupted. The surrounding space was completely suppressed by the sword aura. The black-haired ancestor was already severely injured. Facing Lin Tian's even more terrifying sword aura, he couldn't help but tremble violently. With a low roar, he circulated order to the limit, condensing the sacred shadow of order to meet Lin Tian. Boom, 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 terrifying sacred energy swept through this place. The heavens trembled, the earth collapsed, and the wastelands trembled. With the support of the power of faith and the Rainbow Godly Sword, Lin Tian completely suppressed the black-haired ancestor, shattering his opponent again and again. In the blink of an eye, another quarter of an hour passed. A quarter of an hour later, with a poof, Lin Tian shattered the black-haired ancestor again, causing more cracks to appear on his divine body. It was already difficult for him to reform his physical body, so Lin Tian grabbed his divine soul and suppressed it in his hand. Let go. The black-haired ancestor's expression was extremely ugly. His soul struggled, wanting to break free from Lin Tian's imprisonment. However, it was useless. I've already said that you're destined to die here today. Lin Tian looked at his opponent. In his palm, the God Transformation Talisman condensed, and the power of soul annihilation surged, about to annihilate his opponent. However, it was also at this moment that his expression suddenly changed, and he looked up at the sky. At the same time, Ao Jian Tianzuan, who had just stepped over from afar, was also moved. Like him, he looked up at the sky. There, the void distorted, and 13 figures suddenly appeared. Each of them had 72 wings on their backs, and naturally, the aura that surrounded them was incomparably terrifying. Lin Tian's expression changed immediately. The Heaven Protector tribe actually had 13 elder-level existences suddenly appear here. Beside him, Ao Jian Tianzuan was also moved. My lords. The black-haired ancestor, who was suppressed in Lin Tian's hand, was pleasantly surprised. My lords, save me! He shouted at the 13 people. These 2 people, one is a reincarnated body, and the other is a disciple of the human king. Previously, the god Defire Saint was harmed by the reincarnated body. Ah! A scream suddenly sounded. Lin Tian moved, and the God Transformation Talisman in his hand pressed down mercilessly. Together with the sword power of the Rainbow Godly Sword, he directly shattered the opponent's divine soul. Then, he stood together with Ao Jian Tianzuan, holding the Rainbow Godly Sword, and looked at the 13 people in the sky warily. Senior, let's go. He said to Ao Jian Tianzuan in a low voice. Their current strength was limited, and there was no way they could block the 72 winged existences of the Heaven Protector tribe. Even if he had the power of faith and the Rainbow Godly Sword at the same time, it was still impossible. The difference was too great. Ao Jian Tianzuan nodded. He naturally knew this. Swish! Swish! The sound of something tearing through the air was extremely loud, reverberating through the air. Lin Tian and Ao Jian Tianzuan moved extremely quickly at this moment. They directly fled into the distance, moving very far away in the blink of an eye. The 72 winged existences of the Heaven Protectors were far more powerful than the ancient ancestor-level elder. Just one of them was not something they could deal with right now. Moreover, there were 13 of them this time. If they were to fight against 13 of such existences, they would only be dead. The 13 elders of the Heaven Protectors all stared coldly at Lin Tian and Ao Jian Tianzuan. Divine light intertwined around one of them, causing the entire world to tremble. Lin Tian and Ao Jian Tianzuan were both forced back. Lin Tian's expression immediately changed. The surrounding space had been sealed by a terrifying pressure. They could not escape. Ao Jian Tianzuan frowned deeply to the side. He stared at the 13 people warily. The disciple of the human king, said an old man in red robes. He did not care about the death of the black-haired elder at all. His gaze landed on Ao Jian Tianzuan and then on Lin Tian. His voice was extremely cold, and you, reincarnated avatar. You're very good. Very good. Very good. It was impossible for the Heaven Protectors to not know about Ao Jian Tianzuan, the disciple of the human king. They knew even more about Lin Tian, the reincarnated avatar. They also knew that Lin Tian possessed the Eye of Destiny. This was because over 100 years ago, Lin Tian had opened his Eye of Destiny for the 3rd time, and he had killed a 72 winged being of this race. The other 72 winged beings had fled back to their clan with heavy injuries, and they had reported everything to their clan. Afterwards, those 72 winged beings were still in seclusion to heal their injuries. Even with the help of boundless life essence, they had not fully recovered yet. Their souls had been severely damaged by the power of destiny. At the same time, the 13 of them learned something else from the incomplete words of the ancient ancestor-level elder. The most powerful genius of their generation had been killed by Lin Tian. The 13 of them stared coldly at Lin Tian. Their gazes were extremely cold. One of the golden-haired old men took action. He grabbed with his hand, causing the surrounding space to twist and a ball of light to appear. The ball of light contained half of a body. The other half of the body was condensing. It moved extremely quickly. Lin Tian's expression when he saw this. That half of the body was clearly the god-defying god that he had killed earlier, the #1 young paragon of this bloodline. His eyes narrowed. This person should have been killed by him before, but now, why was this happening? It seemed that although the other party was unconscious right now, he was still alive. These old farts left a special life-saving technique in his body that I can't sense. He thought of this. At the same time, by the side, Ao Jian's eyes involuntarily narrowed when he saw this scene. The god-defying god was protected by the treasure light. There seemed to be an unparalleled power within the treasure light that was helping him condense his body and soul. At this moment, the 13 elders of this bloodline looked at Lin Tian and Ao Jian Tianzuan. One of them immediately took action. This person wore a purple robe. He released his saint power and turned it into a saint-light handprint in the blink of an eye. It pressed down on Lin Tian and Ao Jian Tianzuan. Lin Tian's expression changed. He braced himself and swung the 7-colored divine sword with all his might. Clang, it was an extremely powerful sword. The sword aura was extremely terrifying. It went straight toward the saint-light handprint that was pressing down on him. Such a sword aura caused a strange light to flash in the eyes of the purple-robed elder. The same went for the other 12 elders. It's really not simple, the purple-robed elder said. They naturally knew about the 7-colored divine sword in Lin Tian's hands. The saint-light handprint continued to press down. In an instant, it crushed Lin Tian's 7-colored divine sword radiance. Then, it continued to press down on Lin Tian and Ao Jian Tianzuan. It even froze the space around them. Lin Tian immediately trembled. His expression changed again. At this moment, he could not move. He could not even move a finger. Beside him, Ao Jian Tianzuan was the same. He was completely suppressed by the purple-robed elder. The purple-robed elder's saint-light handprint continued to press down. He said coldly, "I won't kill you for now. You are all," boom, suddenly, the saint-light flashed. The world trembled. A treasure token appeared. It flashed with blue light. It tore through the world's barrier and pressed down. It fell into the purple-robed elder's hand. With a whoosh, the purple-robed elder's saint-light handprint that was pressing down on Lin Tian and Ao Jian Tianzuan was shattered. At the same time, 2 elders appeared beside Lin Tian. One was wearing a brocade robe, and the other was wearing a gray robe. Lin Tian could move again. He was first shocked, then overjoyed. The treasure weapon flashing with blue light was the primitive emperor token. He was very familiar with it. The 2 elders were the primitive emperor and the old gangster. At the same time, beside him, Ao Jian Tianzuan was also moved. Brat Lin, Brat Ao Jian, the 2 of you are really unlucky. You actually encountered so many old farts from this bloodline at once. Could it be that you stole some kind of super treasure from this bloodline that caused this bloodline to send out 13 old farts to hunt you down? The old gangster said. Old man, stop messing around. Lin Tian wanted to punch him. Now, he and Ao Jian Tianzuan had the ability to rob the treasure from the Heaven Guardian clan. However, at this moment, he heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, he and Ao Jian Tianzuan were almost suppressed. Beside him, Ao Jian Tianzuan was in a similar situation. He looked at the old gangster and said, "How much have you recovered?" Then, he looked at the primitive emperor and bowed slightly. He asked, "Senior, how about you?" Lin Tian couldn't help but be a little surprised. He knew that Ao Jian Tianzuan knew the old gangster. However, Ao Jian Tianzuan also knew the primitive emperor. He didn't know about this before. So. It's about time. The primitive emperor nodded with a calm expression. He looked at Ao Jian Tianzuan and said with a smile, "In just a few years, you have already reached such a height. You didn't disgrace your teacher's name." Then, he looked at Lin Tian again. His eyes couldn't help but flash with a glimmer of light. "Little friend, your growth speed is really amazing. More than 100 years ago, Lin Tian was only at the sovereign realm, but now he had reached the virtual sky realm. This kind of cultivation speed could be said to be amazing and rare in the world. Senior, you flatter me. I just happen to have some special opportunities. Lin Tian said modestly. Hey, hey, hey. The old gangster's voice sounded. He was very dissatisfied. Looking at Lin Tian and Ao Jiantianzuan, he gritted his teeth and said, to this old man, one calls me old fart, and the other doesn't. To this old man, both of you call him senior. What's the meaning of this? Lin Tian. Ao Jiantianzuan, it was also at this time that a cold snort sounded. With a cold chill, it swept through the space. Primitive Emperor, Miesher, you two old farts. I didn't expect you two to still be alive. Your lives are quite tough. The chilliness swept through the space, causing Lin Tian to tremble involuntarily. This was the chilliness emitted by a 72-winged being, and it was no joke. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, facing this chilliness, he felt that his godly soul was about to shatter, and his body was in unbearable pain. At the same time, he was also shocked by the attitude of these 13 great beings of the Heaven Protector clan towards Primitive Emperor and the old gangster. Judging from the attitude of these 13 people, Primitive Emperor and the old gangster were on the same level as these 13 people. Universe Supreme Masters? He was a little shocked. According to what he knew, the weakest of the 72-winged existences of the Heaven Protector clan could be compared with the strongest of a universe. It seemed that the Primitive Emperor and the old hooligan were both the strongest of their respective universes. It was also at this moment that the old gangster snorted, and in the blink of an eye, he dispersed the chilliness emitted by the 13 people. He looked at the golden-haired elder and said, you bunch of old farts are still alive, so of course I won't die. Lin Tian, he was still guessing and shocked by the strength of Primitive Emperor and the old gangster just a moment ago. But he didn't expect the old man to say such a thing in the next moment. He actually said your grandfather, which wasn't the demeanor of a Universe Supreme Master at all. Therefore, even at this very tense moment, he couldn't help but roll his eyes in his heart. This was the reason why he didn't want to call this old man senior. This old man really didn't make him feel that kind of respect. Then, he thought again. It seemed that Ao Jiantianzuan also understood the old gangster very well. The reason why Ao Jiantianzuan politely called Primitive Emperor Senior and didn't call the old gangster respectfully was that Ao Jiantianzuan's feelings were exactly the same as his. Old thing. You should have disappeared along with your universe long ago. The golden-haired elder's voice was cold. Hearing what the old gangster said, he directly made a move, and his majestic holy aura pressed down mercilessly. Old country bumpkin. You want me to disappear? Impossible. I'm the destroyer. The old gangster swore, and he was quite domineering. He raised his hand and punched, and the same majestic holy aura surged up and collided with the golden-haired elder. With a rumbling sound, this space was directly destroyed, and the ground caved in by several hundred feet. Lin Tian was visibly moved. Compared to 100 years ago, the old hooligan's aura was much stronger now. In other words, compared to before, he was a completely different person. At the same time, he was also shocked by the golden-haired old man's words. Just as he had guessed, the old hooligan was indeed a supreme expert from a certain universe, not someone from the primordial universe. It won't be easy to kill him one-on-one. Let's do it together. Right at this moment, the violet-clothed old man amongst the 13 spoke. As it should be. Another person said. At that moment, the 13 of them attacked at the same time. Majestic saintly might surged from their bodies and blasted towards the old thug. F***CK. The old hooligan cursed, you bunch of old farts, 13 of you against an old man like me, you really don't want any face at all. Just you wait. If we don't meet today, this old man will dig up all 18 of your ancestral graves. Lin Tian, this old fellow, the domineering aura from a moment ago actually disappeared in the blink of an eye. Now, he was like an old hooligan. Old thing. The eyes of the 13 elders of the Heaven Protector clan turned even colder. Their attacks became even more ruthless, and their saintly might became even more terrifying. The sky had completely changed color. 13 waves of destructive saintly might wrapped around the old hooligan. The faint blue saintly light soared, and the primitive emperor's token vibrated, emitting a monstrous might. The 13 elders of the Heaven Protector clan charged towards the old man. The primitive emperor naturally couldn't watch the old hooligan being besieged by the 13 of them. "You guys go first," he said to Lin Tian and Ao Jiantianzuan. As his words fell, he stepped into the battlefield. Saintly light swept across, and then endless demonic shadows appeared, swallowing the heavens and earth. Lin Tian listened to the primitive emperor's words and watched the primitive emperor and the old hooligan face off against the 13 elders of the Heaven Protector clan. Even though he knew that the two of them were fighting against the 13 of them in this place to buy time and opportunity for them to escape, he still found it hard to move his feet at this moment. If they were to leave now, what about the old hooligan and the primitive emperor? The two of them were facing the 13 72-winged experts of the Heaven Protector clan. Even though the two of them were very powerful, it was still very bad for them to face the 13 of them at the same time. At this moment, it was really hard for him to leave the two of them alone and leave this place. Even if he could only watch from the sidelines and couldn't help, it was also hard for him to leave at this moment. Beside him, Ao Jiantianzuan frowned and didn't move. He was thinking the same thing as him. "Go. What are you waiting for? If you leave, we'll be able to escape," the old hooligan shouted. "Hurry up and leave." "That's impossible. None of you can leave," one of the 13 of them said coldly. With a rumble, a seal rushed out of this person's body. It intertwined with astonishing saintly brilliance and sealed the surrounding space. This was a true lockdown of the void. It was easy to break the lockdown from the outside, but it was extremely difficult to break the lockdown from the inside. Even someone as strong as the primitive emperor and the old hooligan would need at least 10 breaths of time to do so. However, the 13 of them naturally wouldn't give the old hooligan and the primitive emperor that much time to break the seal. "Kill all of you and suppress them." The blonde old man attacked the old hooligan and the primitive emperor while saying coldly, "In comparison, their value is much higher than yours." Rumble, the 13 of them attacked at the same time. Their aura was monstrous and suppressed the surrounding world. The old hooligan and the primitive emperor were very strong. They had almost recovered from their serious injuries over the years. But at this moment, they were facing the 13 experts of the Heaven Protector clan together. Their situation wasn't good and they were completely at a disadvantage. After all, this was 2 against 13. The gap was too obvious. "You guys deal with them." The purple-robed old man spoke with a cold voice. He stepped in front of Lin Tian and Ao Jiantianzuan and pressed down with a holy light palm print. The primitive emperor and the old hooligan immediately had a change of expression and tried to stop him. However, the blonde old man and the others naturally wouldn't give them such a chance. They intercepted the two in the blink of an eye. "It's better for you to worry about yourselves," the blonde old man said coldly. It was also at this moment that the purple-robed old man appeared in front of Lin Tian and Ao Jiantianzuan. The holy light palm print was even more terrifying. Lin Tian couldn't move at all. With his current strength, he couldn't block the 72-winged peak existence of the Heaven Protector clan. Even with the support of the power of faith and the rainbow divine sword, the gap between their cultivation base was too big. At the same time, Ao Jiantianzuan was also in the same situation. He was completely suppressed by the purple-robed old man's aura. However, it was also at this moment that a shocking holy light blasted from afar. It met the purple-robed old man's holy light palm print and directly shattered it. A middle-aged man appeared in front of Lin Tian. His body was surrounded by boundless holy light. His eyes were cold and oppressive, and his killing intent was extremely dense. "Senior." Lin Tian was immediately moved. This middle-aged man was the ancient corpse that he picked up back then. He didn't expect him to come here at this time. Ao Jiantianzuan looked at the middle-aged man who suddenly appeared. Although he was moved, he didn't speak. Obviously, he didn't know this person. Martial ancestor. Behind the purple-shirted elder, the 72 wings trembled. His eyes were deep and cold as he recognized the middle-aged ancient corpse. And it seemed that he had some grudges with the middle-aged corpse. At the same time, Yuan Emperor, the old gangster, and the other 12 great beings with 72 wings from the Heaven Protector clan all looked over, their eyes falling on the middle-aged corpse. This martial crazy old man finally jumped out. I almost thought that he had shut himself up and forgotten everything. The old gangster clicked his tongue. Obviously, the old gangster recognized this person. Yuan Emperor nodded at the middle-aged man, seeming to know him too. Lin Tian looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, who was called Martial Ancestor by the purple-shirt elder. This was the person he had picked up before. He seemed to be at the same level as the purple-shirt elder, a universe supreme master. Number 1 in the black-yellow universe? He couldn't help but be moved. Beside him, Ao Jiantianzuan was also sizing up Martial Ancestor. It seemed that he didn't know him, and this was the first time he had seen him. Hong Long, at that moment, the holy light vibrated, and the purple-shirt elder moved. The 72 wings trembled, and destructive light swept out. The black-yellow universe is about to disappear. You go first. The man said coldly. He temporarily abandoned Lin Tian and Ao Jiantianzuan and used his great saint technique to attack Martial Ancestor. You two leave. Martial Ancestor said to Lin Tiandao. He took a step forward, and the sky shook. Majestic holy power swept out, and a monstrous killing light burst out. Just now, he came from the outside, and the sealed space here had been unlocked. Lin Tian and Ao Jiantianzuan could leave now. Hong, the collision of the holy power shook the 8 wastelands. In the blink of an eye, the purple-shirt elder was pushed back dozens of steps with a bang. Good. Very good. You're still so powerful. The purple-shirt elder was pushed back dozens of steps. His voice became colder, and the holy light outside his body became more terrifying. However, I'm stronger than before. Today, I'll bury you here. Back then, he was defeated by Martial Ancestor once and almost died. That was his only defeat, and he had always remembered it. Boom, the blazing saint's might swept out, becoming stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, everything in this space trembled. A powerful murderous glow suppressed the martial progenitor's figure. The martial progenitor's eyes turned cold as he threw out a punch. It was a simple punch, but it was shockingly powerful. It shattered everything and landed firmly on the purple-clad old man's chest. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere as the purple-clothed old man was smashed into pieces. The Martial Ancestor took a step forward and pressed forward. He did not give the purple-clad elder any time to catch his breath. His hands moved at the same time. The Mountain's Embrace Seal, the Sun and Moon Seal, the Supreme Brahma Seal, and other ancient fist seals struck out one after another. Every fist seal was shockingly powerful and seemed capable of shattering the heavens and earth. Roar! The purple-robed elder let out a roar like a wild beast. In the blink of an eye, he reformed his body. Kill! He roared. After so many years, his body had been destroyed by the Martial Ancestor in an instant. This made his eyes even colder, and his killing intent even more intense. His aura became even more terrifying as he madly attacked the Martial Ancestor. The Martial Ancestor did not waste any time. He took a step forward and swung his fists continuously, unleashing various ancient fist seals. Bang! 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 The sun-piercing seal, the descending eagle seal, the dragon claw seal, the celestial phoenix seal, the black tortoise seal, the roaring tiger seal, and the ancient fist seals continued to be executed from the Martial Ancestor's hands. They looked simple, but when combined together, they were incredibly mysterious. It was as if they could destroy everything in the heavens and earth, sending the purple-clad old man flying again and again. Lin Tian was astounded seeing this. He was utterly astonished by the Martial Ancestor's fist art. It was too terrifying. It was as if the fist art was capable of shattering everything. After seeing the Martial Ancestor executing the fist art, he felt that he could still improve his reincarnation fist further. At that instant, he could not help but stare at the Martial Ancestor, observing and comprehending the fist art in detail. His eyes were completely focused on the Martial Ancestor's fist art. As he carefully observed and comprehended the fist art, the aura on his body began to change continuously. Although he did not swing his fist, there was still an extraordinary fist art that spread out and slowly became stronger. F***ck. The old hoodlum, Yuan Emperor, And the blonde old man naturally saw this scene and could not help but roll his eyes. What kind of situation is this? Run away first. Run away. What's the point of comprehending the fist art at this time? At this time, he naturally saw that Lin Tian was attracted by the martial ancestor's fist art. He wanted to use the martial ancestor's fist art to temper himself. However, this was not a good time to comprehend the fist art. Seeing Lin Tian comprehending the fist art at this time, he was speechless. Ao Jiantianzuan was beside Lin Tian. He naturally saw this and was moved. After a pause, he muttered to himself, if second senior brother was here, he would probably do the same. He was the sixth disciple of the human king, and the primal chaos was the second disciple of the human king. At this time, when he looked at Lin Tian, he realized that Lin Tian also liked the fist art. Just like the primal chaos, Lin Tian had an amazing talent in the fist art. Boom! The fist art surged violently, moving all directions. The martial ancestor was fighting the purple-robed old man. At this time, he naturally noticed Lin Tian's state. At this moment, the fist art that he emitted became even more oppressive. The entire macro world was shaken by the fist art that he emitted. Countless living beings were horrified. After the mountain-embracing seal, the sun and moon seal, the supreme Brahma seal, the sun-penetrating seal, the eagle-descending seal, the dragon claw seal, the deity phoenix seal, the black tortoise seal, and the roaring tiger seal, more ancient fist arts were formed between his hands. The various fist arts complemented each other, becoming even more mysterious and unfathomable. The fist art that they emitted was even more oppressive. Compared to the previous fist art, the fist art at this time seemed to have undergone a qualitative change. It seemed to be able to shatter the world. Under such a fist art, the purple-robed old man's expression changed. He was blasted back again and again. Damn it! The man roared. With a bang, he forcefully displayed the order art. At this time, the fist art that the martial ancestor displayed was too terrifying. It was really difficult for ordinary forces to resist it. The martial ancestor's eyes were cold. He opened and closed his hands. Various fist arts complemented each other even more mysteriously. The fist art once again skyrocketed. The order art that the purple-robed old man displayed was also forcefully suppressed. This old man, he actually... In the distance, the old gangster was a little surprised. He seems to think highly of him, the primitive emperor said. At this time, the two of them were restraining the golden-haired old man and the other 12 people. Although they were at an absolute disadvantage, they were barely restraining them. Looking at the martial ancestor's actions, they could see that the martial ancestor had noticed Lin Tian's state. At this time, he was deliberately displaying his fist art for Lin Tian. Lin Tian naturally saw that too. While feeling grateful, he focused more on comprehending the various ancient fist arts that the martial ancestor displayed at this moment. As his fist aura increased, his cultivation base slowly increased. Lin Tian's essence, qi, and spirit naturally became stronger as well. This kid's comprehension is not bad. To be able to make such progress on the spot. The old thug was surprised. In just the blink of an eye, he could sense that Lin Tian's strength had improved significantly after observing the martial progenitor's fist. Very good, the primitive emperor said. The martial ancestor naturally noticed that. His eyes were intertwined with a domineering radiance, and his fist aura became even more terrifying. Various ancient fist seals combined with his own divine Tao precepts made the fist aura even more powerful as he continued to perform for Lin Tian. Lin Tian observed carefully, almost forgetting everything else as he used the martial ancestor's fist technique to polish his reincarnation fist. Buzz. He was only comprehending the fist technique in his heart. Then, the saint power of the reincarnation fist began to move naturally. As he comprehended the fist technique, it began to change slowly. At the tip of his fist, the 9-colored saint light intertwined on its own as if it had a mind of its own. The fist aura emitted from his body immediately became even more terrifying. The appearance of the 9-colored saint light naturally attracted the attention of the blonde old man and the others. They could not help but look sideways. It was the first time they had seen 9-colored saint power. It was obviously extraordinary. Boom. The martial ancestor performed for Lin Tian, and the fist aura became even more terrifying. Even though the purple-shirted old man had unleashed the order, it was still completely suppressed by the fist aura. The divine chains of order were shattered again and again. The pure fist aura was extremely terrifying. Martial ancestor! The purple-shirted old man roared. He was suppressed by the martial ancestor back then. Now that he was stronger, he was still suppressed. This filled his heart with anger, and he was extremely unwilling to accept it. As such, the saint aura outside his body became even more powerful. The divine chains of order rattled, and his aura became even more terrifying. The martial ancestor's eyes were cold. His fist could shatter the heavens and the earth. With the purple-shirted old man as his target, he continued to perform for Lin Tian. At the same time, a clanging sound was heard. The divine chains of order also emerged from his body to protect his body. This was because the purple-shirted old man was enraged, and the order propped up was obviously more terrifying. It was difficult to suppress the other party's order with just the fist aura alone. Boom, 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 the two collided. The space in all directions was in great ruins, the heavens breaking apart, the earth caving in. This was a scene of destruction. Lin Tian watched the martial ancestor's performance from afar. He was gaining more and more insights. His body did not move, but his soul moved in his spiritual ocean. He practiced the martial ancestor's fist technique in his spiritual ocean. His saint chi circulated and changed continuously. He used his understanding of the martial ancestor's fist technique to polish his reincarnation fist technique, making it stronger and stronger. Outside his body, the might of his fist surged and grew stronger. Far away from this extremely large world, a man in green, a woman in white, a white tiger, and a small beast were walking together in a world crack. In the next moment, the man and woman turned white at the same time. Lin Tian's aura. The woman was slightly delighted, but then her expression turned serious. Also, the other elders in the clan, what? Yeah, Lin Tian's aura? Did you find him? The white tiger and little beast were delighted. Found it. It can't be wrong. The woman nodded. In her beautiful eyes, specks of Saint Chi intertwined as she looked at a certain extremely large world in the distance. Let's go. The man in green said. He had also sensed Lin Tian's aura. Immediately, the two men and two beasts began to speed up. They traveled thousands of miles in an instant. In the vast extremely large world, outside Lin Tian's body, Saint Chi intertwined. As he observed the martial ancestor's fist technique, his understanding of the fist technique became more and more profound. Outside his body, the might of his fist was stronger than before. The reincarnation fist technique was more perfect than before. In this short period of time, the Saint Chi circulation of the fist technique he created was more than 10 times stronger than before. It was infinitely close to perfection. In the blink of an eye, more than half an hour passed. After more than half an hour, the might of Lin Tian's fist technique had reached an extremely shocking level. The power of his fist was terrifying. The power of the fist caused everyone to be moved. Even the martial ancestor's eyes flashed. In terms of the current realm, the fist technique has been completely mastered. Very good. The Xinhuang universe's #1 powerhouse could not help but laugh. Then, his laughter dissipated, and his eyes became extremely cold. He stared at the purple-robed old man like a ferocious beast. He no longer used the supreme ancient fist technique, but began to combine it with order and fist technique. You bunch of damned dogs. Outside his body, his aura surged wildly like a destructive volcano erupting. After he stopped practicing for Lin Tian, the Saint Chi he exuded instantly increased by countless times. Together with the divine chains of order, he directly punched the purple-robed old man. With a poof, the purple-clothed old man was unable to withstand the attack and was directly struck by it. He was immediately blasted into pieces. Blood splattered in the air, specks of bright red, and some broken bones fell in the air. It was a ghastly sight to behold. This old man is stronger than before. The old thug was moved. The primitive emperor was also moved. He was shocked by the martial ancestor's aura at this time. The blonde old man and the other 1272 winged existences were also moved. One of them said in a deep voice, "Two more over there." He can't suppress Wuquang alone. The blonde old man and the others could see that the purple-robed old man was no match for Wuquang alone. Immediately, two of them stepped over there and stopped the martial ancestor from attacking the purple-robed old man's divine soul. Together. One of the two said to the purple-robed old man who was quickly reforming his physical body. The purple-robed old man's face turned pale, but he did not say anything. With a low roar, he summoned an even stronger order force and attacked the martial ancestor together with the other two. At this point, he knew very well that although he had become stronger over the years, the martial ancestor who once defeated him had also become stronger. He alone was not a match for him. Boom! At that moment, the three of them attacked the martial ancestor together from different directions, all of them summoning order force. Outside the martial ancestor's body, the sacred aura was unparalleled. He faced the 372-winged existences of the Heaven Protector clan without fear. The order force combined with his fist technique, he fought the three of them alone without falling behind. However, although the martial ancestor was not at a disadvantage, it was difficult for him to gain the same advantage as before. For a moment, both sides were tied. Boom! At that moment, a beam of dazzling treasure light suddenly rushed up from afar. The Heaven Protector clan's divine rebel who was wrapped in the spiritual protection treasure light had completely reformed his physical body and divine soul. He had regained consciousness, and a heavenly ascension level aura rolled out. Such a scene made the eyes of the 13 elder level existences in this place shine brightly. Good, good, good. Broken and rebuilt, he has finally reached a new height. One of them said. After being killed by Lin Tian, a trace of his spiritual consciousness was protected by the spiritual protection treasure. Now that his physical body and divine soul had reformed, the divine rebel had reached the heavenly ascension level. Outside his body, the heavenly ascension level aura was like rolling waves, very frightening. Not simple. Old Gangster said. Like the primitive emperor and the others, they could see that the divine rebel was not ordinary. It was also at that moment that the radiance outside the divine rebel's body dissipated, and it was hidden inside his body. The next moment, he opened his eyes. Standing in the void, the Heaven Protector clan's strongest genius of this generation had a slight change in expression, and then returned to normal in the next moment. He looked at the golden-haired old man and the other 72 winged existences who appeared here, and bowed slightly in the void. Thank you, elders. The golden-haired old man and the others left a spiritual protection treasure in his body. When he was killed by Lin Tian, the spiritual protection treasure light protected his spiritual consciousness, allowing him to reform his physical body and divine soul. At that moment, after being stunned for a moment, he quickly learned about this matter. Because of the spiritual protection treasure light, he avoided death, and because of the spiritual protection treasure light, many things were imprinted in his sea of consciousness because of the spiritual protection treasure light. The next moment, he tilted his head, and his gaze fell on Lin Tian. An extremely cold light intertwined in his eyes, like a sharp blade that was unsheathed. Previously, he was killed by Lin Tian. To him, it was a disgrace. Now, he wanted to get revenge from Lin Tian. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the sound of air breaking was heard. Seeing Lin Tian rushing towards him, God-defying's eyes immediately turned cold. Reincarnation body. His expression was cold, and the coldness was very strong. He also moved, and the pressure of the Heaven Ascension realm surged, directly pressing down on Lin Tian. After being killed by Lin Tian, he used the protective treasure left in his body by the clan elder to protect a trace of his spiritual consciousness. Now that he had recondensed his physical body and spirit, he originally planned to directly kill Lin Tian and suppress Lin Tian to wash away his shame. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian was one step ahead of him at this time and took the initiative to attack him. With a rumble, he used the saint technique with the divine might of the Heaven Ascension realm, and the power was many times stronger than when he was in the virtual sky world. There was no comparison at all, and there was a complete qualitative change. Such an aura caused Yuan Emperor and the others to be moved. Xianxia had clearly just stepped into the ascending heaven level and had not even stabilized his current realm, but the pressure he emitted was much stronger than ordinary ascending heaven level experts. It was as though he had already stepped into the ascending heaven level for tens of thousands of years. Stop, retreat. The sword in his hand is very unusual, don't face it head-on. At this time, the golden-haired old man and the others saw Lin Tian closing in on God-defying, and God-defying closing in on Lin Tian. They were all moved because they knew that the rainbow divine sword in Lin Tian's hand was very unusual. Even if God-defying had now stepped into the Heaven Ascension realm and was far stronger than ordinary Heaven Ascension realm cultivators, Lin Tian had that divine sword in his hand, and the current God-defying couldn't possibly be a match for him. Someone reminded, shouting, "Retreat! Don't worry, there's no need to use a sword to kill him." Lin Tian spoke at this time. The rainbow divine sword flashed and disappeared, returning to the bottom of his sea of consciousness. His speed didn't change, and in the blink of an eye, he came in front of God-defying, performing the reincarnation fist after mastering it, and punched out. Boom! 9-colored holy light was vast and mighty. Now, the strength that the power of faith increased for him had already fallen to the end of the virtual sky world, and was no longer in the Heaven Ascension realm. However, the power of this punch was still terrifying, and the surrounding space was cracking. With just one punch, he disintegrated the Heaven Ascension divine technique cast by God-defying, and then steadily landed on his chest. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. Half of the God-defying's body was blasted apart, and he was sent flying like a scarecrow. This scene immediately caused the expressions of everyone present to change. Even the powerful martial ancestors were no exception. This is really a little pervert. The old gangster's eyes widened. At this time, Lin Tian's strength, which had been raised by the power of faith, had fallen out of the reaching heaven state. He was equivalent to the end of the virtual sky state. However, he'd shattered the reaching heaven state God rebel's great technique with one punch, shattering half of his opponent's saintly body. This was truly shocking. His fist force has already been brought to the point of perfection and is close to returning to its original state. Yuan Emperor's eyes flashed. On the other side, the martial ancestor laughed again as he performed a punch for Lin Tian. In such a short period of time, Lin Tian's fist Dao had improved greatly. With his void heaven rank strength, he had shattered an immortal ascending stage God-defying heavenly defying stage God-defying stage's immortal ascending stage God-defying stage's body. Good. Very good. He laughed, and his gaze fell on the purple-robed elder and the other two. The ancient fist and order combined, and his saintly aura skyrocketed. The 1372 winged powerhouses of the Heaven Protectors were also shocked, and their expressions were ugly. They knew that Lin Tian's rainbow divine sword was not simple, and had warned the God-defying not to take it head-on, thinking that Lin Tian would use the rainbow divine sword to deal with the God-defying. However, Lin Tian directly put away the rainbow divine sword and charged at the Heaven Ascension realm God-defying with his virtual sky state strength. He said, "Killing a God-defying doesn't require a divine sword." Then, in the next moment, he sent the God-defying flying with heavy injuries. One had to know that the God-defying was the most outstanding prodigy of this generation of the Heaven Protectors, but now, the Heaven Ascension realm God-defying was injured by the void sky Lin Tian in one move. This was simply a disgrace. Rumble, in the distance, holy light vibrated and shot into the sky. The God-defying stabilized his body, and his face turned pale. Reincarnation body. He had now stepped into the Heaven Ascension realm, and Lin Tian's cultivation was only at the void sky realm. He thought that he could suppress the current Lin Tian with a raise of his hand and wash away the shame of being killed by Lin Tian. Yet now, it was actually like this. In just one exchange, he, who was in the crossing heaven realm, actually had half of his physical body destroyed by Lin Tian, who was in the virtual sky world. This made him feel a burning pain in his cheeks. Kill. He was enraged as he roared that one word. His divine power of the divine ascension level surged. Behind him, the 16 wings that had changed from 14 to 16 vibrated, sweeping out waves of violent saint energy hurricanes, which blasted Lin Tian with devastating force. This kind of power was so strong that it was terrifying, and the surrounding space collapsed bit by bit. Lin Tian's expression did not change, and he was indifferent. 9-colored holy light surrounded his body, and with his current strength at the end of the void sky state, he swung the reincarnation fist, fully displaying the fist force that he had comprehended before. All kinds of fist seals were drawn out one by one, as if they could break through the universe. Boom! 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 In the violent confrontation, he brandished the reincarnation fist, using this level of fist technique to forcefully contend with the divine defying heavens. The collision caused the heavens to explode, the ground to sink, and the great mountains in the distance collapsed one after another. Subdue him! The Heaven Ascension Realm godly renegade had now reached the Heaven Ascension Realm, and its combat power was extremely strong. Its Heaven Ascension Realm godly power kept spreading, and it roared from time to time, facing Lin Tian's reincarnation fist. It kept attacking, and the light of destruction was wanton. Lin Tian was not afraid at all. His eyes were cold, and he kept throwing reincarnation fists. Just like this, in the blink of an eye, a full 15 minutes passed, and his fist force became more and more terrifying. Sometimes it was steady, sometimes it was overbearing, and sometimes it was peaceful. It forced the Heaven Ascension Realm godly renegade to gradually tremble, and it was forced to retreat by the fist force. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian's fist landed on the Heaven Ascension Realm godly renegade's chest for the second time. This time it directly shattered the godly renegade. The Heaven Ascension Realm godly reassembled its body quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it reappeared. Its eyes were red, and it roared, "Wheel, dong!" Lin Tian swung his fist, and the powerful fist force interrupted the Heaven Ascension Realm godly renegade. True dragons, immortal phoenixes, stars, and many other phenomena were born with his fist, and it directly shattered the Heaven Ascension Realm godly reassembled body again, and blood splattered everywhere. The Heaven Ascension Realm godly spirit roared, and its godly spirit was not destroyed. It erupted with a monstrous soul radiance, and quickly reassembled its body. It was also at this time that Lin Tian's fist force arrived again, and suppressed it under the unparalleled fist force again. Such a scene shocked the old hoodlum, primitive emperor, martial ancestor, and Ao Jian Tianzuan. This is the capital of the strongest physique? The primitive emperor joined forces with the old hoodlum, barely restraining the 972 winged elites of the Heaven Protector clan, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Tian's side, and his eyes shone brightly. Suppressing a Heaven Ascension Realm powerhouse with a Void Sky Realm cultivation base, such a battle record was really shocking. Ah! An angry and aggrieved scream was heard at this time. In the distance, the Heaven Ascension Realm godly renegade was once again shattered by Lin Tian. The nine-colored reincarnation fist force was too terrifying, as if it could really crush everything. The golden-haired old man and the other 1372 winged existences were currently attacking the old hoodlum, primitive emperor, and martial ancestor. Seeing that the Heaven Ascension Realm godly renegade was being heavily injured by the Void Sky Realm Lin Tian, and Lin Tian didn't rely on the Rainbow Divine Sword at all, their faces became more and more unsightly. In the next moment, someone moved, and raised his hand to grab Lin Tian. Seeing that the god rebel was no match for Lin Tian and was shattered by Lin Tianyi time and time again, the Heaven Protector clan's 72 winged elders all had ugly expressions. Among them, a purple-haired old man directly raised his hand and suppressed Lin Tian. If this situation continued, the god rebel would be in danger. Boom! As the 72 winged powerhouse suppressed Lin Tian, the space around Lin Tian was immediately frozen. Lin Tian's expression immediately changed. When the 72 winged powerhouse made a move, just the aura alone was enough to suppress him to the point that he couldn't move. The old hoodlum, primitive emperor, and martial ancestor all made a move, wanting to stop this person. However, they were all restrained. The other 72 winged powerhouses of the Heaven Protector clan were fiercely attacking them, making it impossible for them to help Lin Tian at this moment. Only Ao Jian Tianzuan wasn't restrained. At this moment, he made a move. The towering heaven sword scripture swept horizontally, slashing at the person who was suppressing Lin Tian. However, the difference in cultivation was too great. It was completely useless. The sword light that was slashed out was shattered in the blink of an eye. The purple-haired old man stretched out his hand and truly suppressed Lin Tian, grabbing him. Scram! It was also at this moment that a cold voice sounded, accompanied by a rainbow light that descended. The rainbow light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the purple-haired old man's big hand. At the same time, 4 figures appeared beside Lin Tian. A man in green, a woman in white, a white tiger, and a little beast. They were Wu Yi's parents, the white tiger, and the little Tai Chu. Ya. Lin Tian. The little Taichu's face was filled with joy. He immediately pounced on Lin Tian. It had been more than 100 years since then. In these 100 years, they had been looking for Lin Tian. Now, they finally found him. I knew you would be fine. Your life is as tough as a mantis's. The white tiger was also happy. Back then, Lin Tian had chased down the 972-winged existences of the Heaven Protector race alone with his Dominator rank cultivation. They had been very worried, but they had always believed that Lin Tian would be fine. That's good. It's good that you're fine. Now that Xianxia's physical body had been reassembled, the 72 wings on her back were retracted. Her beautiful face caused the entire space to lose some color. Looking at Lin Tian, the concern in her eyes was very strong and could not be concealed. After all, Lin Tian was her daughter's husband. In her eyes, he was like her own child. If anything happened to Lin Tian, she would not be able to bear it. Therefore, even though she was the person who believed that nothing could happen to Lin Tian in the past 100 years, she was still very worried. Now that she saw that Lin Tian was really unharmed, she let out a long sigh of relief, as if a huge rock had been lifted off her shoulders. The green-robed man did not say anything, but his concern was obvious. The reverse god had been shattered by Lin Tian and was severely injured. At this moment, it was still in the process of reconstructing its physical body. Lin Tian did not pay attention to it for the time being. He only locked onto it with his divine thought. When he saw little Taichu, Xianxia, and the others appear, he was naturally very happy. I'm fine, he said with a smile. His words were simple, and it was hard to say too much at this moment. When the old gangster, Yuan Emperor, Martial Ancestor, and Ao Jian Tianzuan saw Xianxia and the others appear and help Lin Tian block the purple-haired old man's attack, they all let out a sigh of relief. Then, they all looked at the green-robed man and Xianxia without blinking. They could all feel that these two people were not simple. The aura that they naturally emitted was too strong. Especially the old gangster who had seen Wu Yi before, his expression changed the most. At this moment, his eyes fell on Xianxia without blinking. This. Looking at the godly key, the old hooligan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The godly key had regathered its physical body, and the 72 light wings behind it were also retracted into its body. From the surface, no matter if it was its appearance or height, it was exactly the same as Wu Yi. There really wasn't any difference in appearance. That little girl has a twin sister? If it was not for the obvious difference between Xianxia and Wu Yi's aura, he would have thought that Wu Yi had come in person. At the same time, the 13 elders of the Heaven Protector tribe also changed their expressions. Their expressions turned ugly as they looked at Xianxia and the green-robed man. Xianxia. You. One of them spoke with a cold voice. He looked coldly at Xianxia and the green-robed man at the same time. To the Heaven Protector tribe, Xianxia was their disgrace, and so was the green-robed man. Looking at the two of them, the 13 beings with 72 wings were all filled with killing intent. At the same time, the old gangster, Yuan Emperor and Martial Ancestor were all moved again, and their eyes fell on Xianxia again. Xianxia? The old gangster's eyes widened even more. She was the first heavenly lady back then? In that era, Xianxia, as the first heavenly lady of the Heaven Protector tribe, had always used a special method to cover her face. The old gangster, Yuan Emperor, and other supreme masters of the universe had never seen Xianxia's face in that era. However, they had heard of her name. At this time, hearing the two words Xianxia from the Heaven Protector tribe, they were all shocked. Even Martial Ancestor, who was the most powerful among the three, was shocked. Because in that era, the first heavenly lady was too famous. She was simply the invincible holy blade of the Heaven Protector tribe. Wasn't she killed by the Heaven Protector tribe back then? She didn't die? He stared at Xianxia, and then looked at the green-robed man beside her. This person, that mortal back then? This is a mortal? Then, he thought of another matter. The divine key was exactly the same as Wu Yi's. This was definitely not a coincidence, there was definitely a relationship. Meanwhile, the divine key was the number one heavenly woman, living in that ancient era. Back then, he had never heard of the other party having a sister. Could it be, mother and daughter? Then, his eyes fell on Lin Tian again. It was obvious that Xianxia came for Lin Tian. Then, thinking of how Lin Tian repeatedly asked him about the first heavenly lady, he was even more sure of his guess. This brat definitely saw the first heavenly lady before he asked me that question. #Yan. He suddenly thought of how he said in front of Lin Tian that the first heavenly lady was indescribably ugly, so she covered her face so that no one could see her face. At this time, seeing the first heavenly lady's face, Xianxia was so beautiful that it made this small world lose its color. He felt like he had been slapped in the face. Xianxia. A cold voice sounded. Among the 1372 winged powerhouses, the golden-haired elder directly attacked. The 72 wings behind him shook, and the divine chains of order appeared. They directly attacked Xianxia and enveloped Lin Tian, the green-robed man, and the others. Xianxia raised her hand. Divine light intertwined and spread out like a ripple. Chi. 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 In the blink of an eye, the golden-haired elder's divine chains of order were all shattered. Elder, now, I'm not just a strand of spiritual consciousness. Although I'm far from my peak back then, but... Xianxia opened her mouth. She didn't finish speaking, but her meaning was obvious. Although she was far from her peak now, the golden-haired elder and the others couldn't stop her. Don't be too arrogant. We're far from what we used to be. The purple-haired elder spoke. His words were cold, and he also attacked Xianxia. Beside Xianxia, the green-robed man snorted coldly. Cold light burst out from his eyes, and he directly slashed at the purple-haired elder. The swift and fierce sword momentum overflowed. In the blink of an eye, the opponent was sent flying. The powerful sword power shocked the old hooligan and the others. Kill. The golden-haired elder spoke. He stared coldly at the green-robed man and Xianxia. He attacked again, and his aura became even stronger. At the same time, the other 72 winged experts were also moved. They gave up on the primitive emperor, the old hooligan, and martial ancestor, and attacked the green-robed man and Xianxia. Compared to the primitive emperor and the others, they wanted to kill Xianxia and the green-robed man more. They saw the two of them as the stain of their clan. The green-robed man and Xianxia also attacked. Divine light intertwined around their bodies, and they faced the 1372 winged experts. The 15 of them fought together, and their divine power overflowed. The green-robed man and Xianxia completely blocked the 1372 winged experts, and they were absolutely at the top. The first heavenly lady is now on our side. That's good. When the old hooligan saw this, he thought about how Xianxia came for Lin Tian, guessed the relationship between Xianxia and Wu Yi, and thought about the relationship between Lin Tian and Wu Yi. At this moment, his eyes lit up, and he charged toward the battlefield. At the same time, he shouted to the primitive emperor and martial ancestor, "Two old guys, go. Take this opportunity to kill those 13 old bastards." The primitive emperor and martial ancestor paused for a moment, and without thinking much, they also moved. Divine light intertwined around their bodies, and they used various techniques to charge toward the battlefield with the old hooligan. In the blink of an eye, they arrived. All kinds of killing lights pressed toward the 1372 winged existences of the Heaven Protector clan. They madly attacked the 1372 winged existences of the Heaven Protector clan. Rumble, 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 in the blink of an eye, 18 supreme beings of the universe clashed in this space, and the killing aura was terrifying. You all deserve to die. The golden-haired elder and the others were furious. Xianxia and the green-robed man were very strong, and just the two of them were enough to completely suppress them. Now, with the addition of the primitive emperor, martial ancestor, and the old hooligan, their situation suddenly became extremely bad, and they were constantly sent flying. Also at this moment, on the other side, the flesh and blood wriggled, and the god-defying of the Heaven Protector level had completely formed his body. Elders. Seeing this scene, the god-defying's expression changed slightly. The 13 elders of his bloodline were currently in a very bad situation. Worry about yourself. With a sneer, Lin Tian moved at this moment. He sent little Taichu and the white tiger to the side of Ao Jian with his gentle holy power. With one step, he stepped in front of the god-defying, and both of his hands moved together. Under the pressure of the completed reincarnation fist, he blasted it directly toward the god-defying. Boom! With his current cultivation base at the end of the void sky level, he activated this completed fist technique. The fist power was vast and incomparably overbearing. With one punch, the surrounding space trembled, and the god-defying of the Heaven Protector level was completely shrouded in this fist power, not giving the opponent any space to dodge. The god-defying was shocked and angry. With a roar, the Heaven Protector level Saint energy surged, and he performed a great technique to welcome Lin Tian. However, he was no match at all. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian's fist light shattered the god-defying of the Heaven Protector level, and steadily landed on the god-defying's chest. Pooh! Once again, blood splattered, and the god-defying's newly formed body was once again shattered. Lin Tian used a void sky realm to fight a heaven-reaching realm cultivator. His reincarnation fist was so powerful that it could destroy anything. Ah! God-defying roared. His body quickly reformed. Now that he'd stepped into the connecting heaven realm, he was no longer in the virtual sky world. However, Lin Tian was actually able to firmly suppress him with his virtual sky realm cultivation. Damn it! His eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't accept such a blow. It was too humiliating for him. Killing intent surged out of his body. Saint light surged. He launched the fiercest attack on Lin Tian like a madman. Lin Tian snorted. He didn't dodge. Instead, he faced the attack head-on. Boom! He wielded his reincarnation fist. All kinds of ancient fist prints kept surging out of his hands. This space was being beaten until it collapsed again and again. Poof! God-defying was sent flying again. Half of his body was shattered. Blood splashed in the air. After that, Lin Tian took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of him. Then, he smashed down with his fist and smashed it into pieces. God-defying roared. After all, he was a heaven-reaching realm cultivator. Although Lin Tian had suppressed him with his reincarnation fist, it was still very difficult to kill him in a short time. His divine soul was immortal. He reformed his body again and charged at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was fearless. He wielded his reincarnation fist. Like a fist saint, he destroyed the space with one punch. This kid, in the distance, the white tiger couldn't help but widen his eyes. Beside him, the little Taichu was also shocked. They hadn't seen each other for more than 100 years. Now, Lin Tian had actually reached the void sky realm. Moreover, with his void sky realm cultivation base, he was actually suppressing the heaven-piercing young sovereign of the Heaven Protector clan. This was truly shocking. Moreover, they also noticed that the fist technique that Lin Tian was using was not the primal Chaos Emperor fist that they were familiar with. You created your own new fist technique? The white tiger had guessed this because Lin Tian had once said that he wanted to create his own technique. Moreover, he had already created the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. Now, more than 100 years later, it was very possible that he would create his own attack fist technique. So strong. Little Taichu's eyes lit up. Ao Jian Tianzuan stood at the side, his eyes gleaming. At this moment, Lin Tian's fist power was simply too shocking. Up ahead, on the battlefield, the god-defying sect roared furiously, going completely berserk. All kinds of divine abilities and great techniques continuously bombarded Lin Tian. However, he was unable to hurt Lin Tian at all. Lin Tian swung his fist of reincarnation. With his domineering fist will, he smashed the godly inverse again and again, causing his opponent's aura to weaken continuously. The holy light outside his body became weaker and weaker. After another hour, he took a step forward. The reincarnation portrait of the monarch territory was raised, and together with the reincarnation fist, they pressed down on the god-defying sect together, directly imprisoning the god-defying sect. The god-defying sect roared and struggled frantically. However, it was useless. He couldn't break free from the imprisonment of the reincarnation portrait and reincarnation fist. Die. Lin Tianling said. At this moment, his opponent's aura was already at its weakest. He retracted the reincarnation fist. The reincarnation portrait of the monarch territory shone brightly and pressed down on the god-defying sect. The murderous aura was terrifying, as if the heavens were falling. Stop. In the distance, the blonde elder and the other 1372 winged beings naturally saw this scene and tried to stop him at the same time. The god-defying sect was the #1 genius of this generation of the heavenly guardians. In terms of cultivation aptitude, he wasn't much worse than Xianxia back then. If such a peerless genius died, it would be a great loss to them. However, they couldn't stop him at all. The martial ancestor and the others wouldn't give them such a chance. The 1372 winged beings were completely stopped. It was also at this moment that Lin Tianling's reincarnation fist pressed down and landed straight on the god-defying sect. Poof, once again, the god-defying sect was crushed. Moreover, his divine soul couldn't be preserved this time. He couldn't break free from the reincarnation portrait's suppression at all and was directly crushed under the reincarnation portrait. He couldn't resist and could only let out a desperate and unwilling roar before he died. This? A transcending heaven expert was just, in the distance, the white tiger stared. Yeah. Little Taichu's eyes lit up. It was naturally very happy that Lin Tianling killed the transcending heaven expert with his void sky cultivation base. The old hooligan laughed loudly as he attacked the blonde elder and the others. Good, good, good. Kid, you're very good. He could see that the god-defying sect's aptitude was definitely extraordinary. Now that Lin Tianling had killed such an exceptional genius of the Heaven Protector clan, it was equivalent to eliminating a potential threat in the ultimate battle in the future. It was a great thing. On the other hand, Lin Tianling had killed the transcending heaven expert with his void sky cultivation base. He killed the god-defying sect right in front of the blonde elder and the others. This was equivalent to slapping the Heaven Protector clan's face ruthlessly, and it made him very happy. The golden-haired elder and the others were naturally enraged. The peerless genius of this generation of their race had been killed by Lin Tian just like that. This was equivalent to killing a future super-universe supreme master of their Heaven Protector race. All of you must die. One of them roared angrily. He was being suppressed by the green-robed man and the others. Their clan's exceptional genius was killed by Lin Tianling. At this moment, all of them were raging with killing intent. Then, the 13 of them joined hands. The moment they were suppressed by the green-robed man and the others, they interweaved a huge saint formation. The void space cracked, and a huge space-time portal appeared. A shocking godly picture was drawn out from it. The divine diagram was blood-red in color, and it was intertwined with an extremely dense bloody aura. It had a diameter of several hundred feet, and the moment it appeared, the bloody aura enveloped the surrounding space. Densely packed resentful spirits charged out from within, emitting ear-piercing ghost howls. Spirit-devouring picture. Not far away, Lin Tianling, who had killed the god-defying sect, was immediately moved. He recognized this blood-evil godly picture because he had seen it before. At this moment, he could clearly feel that this spirit-devouring picture was much stronger than the one he had seen before. The bloody aura interwoven between the two was on a completely different level. The complete spirit-devouring picture? He instantly thought of this. At the same time, Godly Qi, the green-robed man, the old hooligan, Yuan Emperor, and martial ancestor all changed their expressions. At this moment, the aura mixed with the spirit-devouring picture made their bodies tremble slightly. You've refined it to completion? Godly Qi knew how terrifying this godly picture was. The golden-haired elder and the others' eyes were extremely cold. Their eyes were burning with rage, and their killing intent was overwhelming. The complete spirit-devouring picture hovered above the 13 of them. The 13 of them worked together to activate it, and a blood-red light rushed out, breaking through the saint light of the green-robed man and the others. It swept toward Lin Tianling in the distance. Don't even think about it. 72 light wings appeared behind Godly Qi. Godly and saintly light surged out of his body. He appeared in front of Lin Tianling in a flash. The saintly light met the bloody light of the spirit-devouring picture and shattered it. Lin Tianling, you and little Taichu leave first. She said to Lin Tiandao. She used her gentle saint power to send Lin Tianling to little Taichu, White Tiger, and Ao Jian Tianzuan in the distance. End of chapter 22:14. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.